Konoha Year 56. Yuzhibo Clan Grounds. Damn it heavens, are you kidding me? You couldn't have let me awaken my memories any other time. Why did it have to be now? A young man of 17 or 18 leaned against a lush green tree. He wore a deep blue robe unique to the Yuzhibo clan, his long black hair flowing in the wind, and a black longsword slung diagonally at his waist. The young man was called Feng Yao. In his past life, he was a Naruto fan, and after staying up late reading novels, he eventually died from overwork. Then he was reborn into the Naruto world. He became a member of the Yuzhibo clan, Yuzhibo Feng Yao, and only today awakened his past life memories. Actually being reborn into the Yuzhibo clan wasn't so bad. But the key point, this was Konoha Year 56. Yuzhibo Jishue had long been dead. Yuzhibo Yu willingly turned into a weasel, becoming the spy and butcher knife of Konoha's higher-ups. The conflict between the entire Yuzhibo clan and Konoha village had escalated to an irreconcilable point. Even more terrifying, Feng Yao now with merged memories of two lives knew. Fu Yu and the other Yuzhibo clan elders had decided to act in 3 days. In other words, the night of the clan massacre was in 3 days. Feng Yao was in despair. Even if he had Jonin-level strength, he couldn't defeat a Mangekyō Sharingan. And there was also that traitor Dai Tu lurking nearby. Not to mention Konoha's higher-ups. Tuanzong wished he could attach all the Sharingan onto himself. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to become a rogue ninja. Feng Yao said softly. He didn't want to become a rogue ninja, but the fact was that he was at most at the level of an elite Jonin. Even if Yuzhibo Jonin were stronger than ordinary Jonin. Facing Yu and Dai Tu along with the numerous Root and Umbu operatives hidden in the shadows, he was powerless to change fate. Thinking of this made Feng Yao furious. Fu Yue as the clan head was pathetically cowardly, allowing Yuzhibo Yu to slaughter the clan members. Jishue as well. He dared to reveal the ability of Tian Shun to the Konoha F4, who clearly did not trust the Yuzhibo clan. He foolishly believed that the Konoha F4 would trust him, not knowing that the innocent man bears a sin by possessing a precious jade. It could be said that the Yuzhibo clan's fall to the point of extermination was greatly due to the Yuzhibo warped, cowardly, stupid, evil forming group. No matter how he looked at it, Feng Yao couldn't see any hope. Alas, go in peace. Once I become strong, I will avenge you. Ding detected a suitable host. The invincible check-in system has been bound. A translucent panel that only Feng Yao could see appeared before him. Host Feng Yao. Chakra Nature's Fire Lightning In. Keki Genkai, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Skills Fireball Jutsu Phoenix Flower Jutsu, use a boss style, Swordsmanship, Crow, Summoning Crow Clone. Evaluation A Yuzhibo Jonin possessing a 3 Tomo Sharingan. A cold voice echoed in Feng Yao's mind. Feng Yao was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Indeed, how could a transmigrator not have a cheat? Truly it matched the saying, a cheat will only be late, never absent. Seeing the system's name, Feng Yao got excited. As a veteran novel reader for 20 years, he was very familiar with this kind of cheat. Detected that the host is currently at the Yuzhibo clan grounds. Check-in. Check-in. Ding, congratulations, host has acquired Mangekyō Sharingan self-selected and all-round cage level strength. Mangekyō Sharingan and self-selected plus all-round cage level strength. Feng Yao's eyes widened and his breathing grew heavier. Leaving aside the all-round cage level strength, just the self-selected Mangekyō alone. Anyone who has watched Naruto knows which dojutsu is the strongest. It's not Kodo Amatsukami hailed as the strongest Jinjutsu, nor Amaterasu said to never extinguish, but the dual Kimui unmatched in both offense and defense. Look at Obito. Throughout the shinobi world, he can come and go as he pleases. With just a single Mangekyō Sharingan, he turned the shinobi world upside down. It comes with a Kamui dimension of unknown size plus intangible intangibility as a conceptual skill and spatial teleportation. The left eye Kamui on Kakashi, which is offensive-oriented, can even kill enemies remotely by warping space. Look at the later stage Kagaya's rabbit form. In those 6 paths level battles, dual Kamui still displayed terrifying power, able to attack and defend, advance and retreat, truly unmatched in offense and defense. Just thinking about it previously made Feng Yao's eyes burn with envy. Now he finally had a chance to. No. Suddenly Feng Yao seemed to realize something. System, don't think you can fool me. I'm a 20-year veteran fan of Chiezi. Where's my newbie gift pack? System. The system froze for a moment. Ding, newbie gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? System, I was just kidding. Of course having it is better than not, right? Open it, open it. Feng Yao rubbed his hands together and said with a grin. System. Ding, reward issued. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 uses of absolute control. Feng Yao was stunned. After reading the description, Feng Yao's eyes widened and his face darkened. Absolute control within 1 second, ignore all rules, and control a target. What the hell, system, are you kidding me? What can 1 second do? However, the system did not respond this time. Feng Yao. Alright, fine. Ignore rules, I'll treat it. Ding, please select the Mangekyō dojutsu you wish to self-select. Tsukuyami Amaterasu. Koto Amatsukami. Dual Kamui. Seeing his beloved dual Kamui Feng, Yao did not hesitate at all. System, I choose dual Kamui. The next moment Feng Yao felt a slight itch in his eyes, and then a surge of power flooded his heart. If anyone observed closely, they would have noticed something unusual. Feng Yao's original 3-tomo Sharingan suddenly began to spin, the black tomo in his pupils gradually transforming into black wheels within the spiral. So this is the Mangekyō Sharingan. No wonder Sasuke became so arrogant after obtaining the Mangekyō. This dojutsu power and chakra were dozens of times stronger than a normal 3-tomo. Anyone would become arrogant with it. Hold it and can't laugh. Feng Yao covered his forehead with one hand, inwardly telling himself not to get complacent. But the corners of his mouth kept lifting uncontrollably. Cage-level strength brought all-round enhancement, including improvements in mental energy and chakra. Various experiences and insights were also increasing rapidly. The genes of the Uchiha clan within his body were frantically taking dominance. Hehehe, ah. The smile gradually turned evil. Huh, isn't that Feng Yao? What happened to make him so happy? Maybe because the thing is about to happen. That's why Feng Yao is especially happy. From a distance, Uchiha Yao Wei and Uchiha Tao Hua passed by with confused expressions. But they didn't pay much attention since in their eyes this was very Uchiha-like. Let's go. I need to get myself in top shape. When that time comes, he'll kill a few more evil lackeys of the Hokage. I think the same. After they walked away, Feng Yao had already stopped. He couldn't wait to see the ability of Kamui, especially the Kamui dimension. Activating the right eye Kamui, Feng Yao instantly arrived at a strange space. So fast this can be called instant. Obito's entry into the Kamui dimension had a delay. It's ridiculous. Still, dual Kamui is the best. Feng Yao sighed in amazement, then looked around the space and breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing it's not. After all, one's bed is not a place for others to snore. If his Kamui dimension was the same as Obito's, that would be troublesome for Feng Yao. Feng Yao carefully observed his own Kamui dimension. Unlike Obito's dim space filled with earthen cubes, his was a flat, boundless land. It was not dim, instead it was as bright as day. Feng Yao also had a feeling that in this Kamui dimension, he could mark locations and teleport at any time. This was somewhat similar to the Flying Thunder God's point-to-point teleportation. After surveying his surroundings with satisfaction, Feng Yao activated Kamui again. This time Feng Yao did not return to the big tree. Instead, he used Kamui to travel to the forest on the Hokage Rock. This time he wanted to test the power of his left eye Kamui. It was not convenient to act in Konoha as it might attract the hidden root and Umbu operatives. Kamui. He activated the ability of his left eye Kamui. In his line of sight, the middle of a large tree about 100 meters away began to disappear in a spatial distortion. The middle of the large tree in his sight vanished in a spatial distortion. Boom. In just a few seconds the tree collapsed. Feng Yao was very satisfied with this result. This level was enough. Unlike Obito, he did not possess Hashirama cells, so he had to worry about the Mangekyō's eventual blindness. Activating Kamui again, Feng Yao returned to the Uchiha clan grounds. As a jonin of the Uchiha clan, Feng Yao was considered a mid to high-ranking figure within the family. At this moment, Fugaku and the elders were still discussing plans for the coup. The Uchiha clan meeting room. Fugaku sat at the head of the table. Below him were the radical faction, led by Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Yashiro. There were also a few moderate Dove faction elders. Due to the escalating conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan, even the Doves who advocated reconciliation with the village had largely joined the radical faction. This forced even the Dove faction to participate in the coup. At this moment, the radical faction elders headed by Uchiha Setsuna were discussing the details of the coup. Fugaku did not participate in the discussion. His face was solemn. Suddenly chakra surged in the space. Fugaku sensed something wrong, but before he could prepare, Feng Yao had already appeared in the Uchiha meeting room. Instantly, all discussion came to an abrupt halt. Everyone present froze for a full second, dozens of eyes locking onto the suddenly appearing Uchiha Feng Yao. Feng Yao you. Uchiha Setsuna was the first to react, crying out in shock. His eyes bulged wide. His eyes were fixed straight on Feng Yao's Sharingan, now fully activated with 3 tomo. Gazing upon Feng Yao's wheel-like Sharingan, Setsuna seemed to realize something. He began to tremble with excitement. Fugaku was the second to react, his heart also jolting. He too was a powerhouse possessing the Mangekyō. Feng Yao's appearance caught even Fugaku off guard. Then Fugaku saw Feng Yao's eyes and gave a violent start. His 3 tomo Sharingan went wide. Look, Feng Yao's Sharingan. It's not 3 tomo. At that moment, one name emerged in everyone's mind: Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Setsuna instantly appeared before Feng Yao, exclaiming excitedly, "Feng Yao, your Sharingan." Amidst the shocked stares of everyone, Feng Yao smiled faintly and said slowly, "That's right, I have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The teleportation just now is one of my Mangekyō abilities. Huh. Heaven is helping the Uchiha. A time-space ninjutsu. With Feng Yao's Mangekyō, this coup of the Uchiha clan will surely succeed. Uchiha Setsuna clutched Feng Yao's arm, overcome with excitement. The room suddenly became lively. A Mangekyō Sharingan. Never thought I'd see one again in my lifetime. This is the divine power of our Uchiha clan. The very power with which our ancestor Uchiha Madara pacified the world. The Uchiha shall rise again. Feng Yao raised his hand to signal cutting off the elders' discussions. The crowd instantly fell silent. Elders, I have come here today for 2 reasons. The first reason is naturally to inform you of my Mangekyō awakening. The other reason. As he spoke, Feng Yao's voice turned cold and his eyes sharpened. He turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Itachi, your own son, has defected to the 3rd Hokage and leaked our coup plans. Impossible. As the words fell, the room exploded. What? Itachi betrayed the clan. Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Yashiro and the other elders grew grave. The Konoha leadership already knows the Uchiha clan is planning a coup. Feng Yao spoke again, his voice cold as ice. The 3rd Hokage has devised a massacre plan. The executor is Itachi. Tonight, he will come to slaughter his own clan. The crowd could hardly believe it. Yet astonishingly, no one doubted Feng Yao. Because from what they knew of Itachi, he was indeed very likely to do such a thing. Even Fugaku, as a father, subconsciously believed Feng Yao. Fugaku was dazed. He closed his eyes. His body swayed slightly as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. His most proud and most valued eldest son had chosen that decisive, irredeemable path. The son on whom he had placed all his hopes had chosen this way to end the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. Fugaku. Uchiha Setsuna looked at Fugaku with disappointment. All along, Setsuna had been disappointed and angered by Fugaku's indecisiveness. Now seeing the Mangekyō Sharingan reappear and the calm decisiveness Feng Yao displayed, this made Setsuna resolute. Your incompetence not only squeezed the clan's living space to the limit. Now you place the hope of the coup on an ingrate who has always been at odds with the clan. I propose we remove Fugaku as clan head and appoint Feng Yao as the new leader. The others exchanged glances. Indeed, Itachi had always disdained to interact with his clansmen. Instead, like Shisui, he grew close to the Hokage. The elders all knew that Itachi had been sent as a spy. Knowing Itachi was at odds with the clan, why did Fugaku still let Itachi be a spy? This forced people to think deeply. With his Mangekyō, Feng Yao was already considered the clan's strongest warrior. Moreover, his dojutsu included time-space ninjutsu, reminding them of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Back then, the 4th had dominated the battlefield with his flying thunder god technique alone. More importantly, the elders knew Feng Yao well. His image was that of an Uchiha genius who was decisive when needed and rational when necessary. And they were already dissatisfied with Fugaku. In this dangerous time, having someone like Feng Yao as clan leader was undoubtedly the best choice. I agree. With Uchiha Yashiro being the first to respond, the rest all consented. Yes, you all. Fugaku's face stiffened, disbelief and shame in his eyes. Seeing the accusations from Setsuna and the others, he naturally knew his own mistakes. He also understood the elders' thinking. In the end, Fugaku did not resist. He passed the position to Feng Yao, clan leader. Feng Yao was also surprised inwardly. He had indeed come intending to seize the clan leader position. This would facilitate his plans later. He hadn't expected Setsuna and the other elders to be so supportive. So Feng Yao directly accepted the promotion. Clan leader, what should we do now? Uchiha Yashiro asked, first with both observation and confusion. Feng Yao's eyes were cold as ice. Notify all clan members to be on guard tonight. We'll wait for the rabbit by the stump. Good, it'll go right away. Uchiha Yashiro immediately stood up. Wait, tell the clan members if they encounter someone wearing a mask, don't engage Heaton. Just stall until I arrive for rescue. A mask. Uchiha Yashiro was puzzled, but didn't ask further and went down. Feng Yao looked at Fugaku. Fugaku was still in a daze, but he noticed Feng Yao's movement. Just as he was about to react, Fugaku felt a sudden dizziness. He was startled and tried to break free, but found himself unable to do so. Don't struggle. Feng Yao's voice rang beside him. Hearing this, Fugaku abruptly turned to see Feng Yao, who had appeared beside him without warning. Feng Yao stared at Fugaku and spoke, shaking him to his core. I know you have a Mangekyō. Itachi also has one. I won't bother with pleasantries. Your decisions have disappointed me deeply. He'll give you a choice. As a father, you've also failed. Itachi wants to annihilate the clan. Fine, then tonight you two will have a father-son duel. If you win, Sasuke lives. If Itachi wins, Sasuke dies. Don't doubt my strength nor my time-space dojutsu. At first, when Feng Yao threatened to use Sasuke, Fugaku was angry. But after Feng Yao's last words, he fell silent. Indeed, leaving aside the Jinjutsu skill just now, even just the elusive time-space ninjutsu made Fugaku feel that Feng Yao was not someone he could handle. I understand. In the end, Fugaku chose to bow his head. perhaps under Feng Yao's leadership. Fugaku gave Feng Yao a long, deep look. I understand. Feng Yao then dispelled the illusion. He activated his divine power and left the meeting room. He felt indifferent toward Hiruzen. With the ability to overturn the table, given the third Hokage's nature, it would surely be the third who would concede in the end. But what was the result? He kept retreating and compromising. And he even attempted a bloodless coup. A coup is a life-and-death struggle. How could it be without bloodshed? The blood moon hung high and the night was thick and viscous. It was like a blood-red eye staring down at this land. An ominous silence permeated the air. Uchiha Itachi stood silently on a utility pole, his figure sharp as a blade merging into the dead dark red hue. He wore the standard armor of the Umbu with a cold cat-faced mask covering his face, revealing only a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. He gazed down at the familiar streets of the Uchiha clan compound, his eyes as sharp as unsheathed blades. Mission: eliminate the Uchiha. For the sake of peace. And for Sasuke. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions churning within him. All the past warmth, pride, conflicts, and despair had to be frozen at this moment. He drew the blade from his back, his figure flickering like a ghost at the heights on both sides of the street. However, the expected patrols of the police force, late returning clan members, and even scattered lights were nowhere to be seen. The entire clan grounds were eerily quiet. No cooking smoke, no clamor. A strange, deathly silence enveloped everything. It was too quiet. Itachi's heart sank abruptly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kunai were embedded in Itachi's original position. He had already retreated backward with a body flicker. Dozens of figures appeared surrounding Itachi from all directions. Leading them were Fugaku and Setsuna. Uchiha Itachi, you ungrateful traitor. The disgrace of the Uchiha, the lackey of Konoha. Facing dozens of pairs of crimson Freedomo Sharingan, Itachi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? The intel leaked. Facing the condemning voices, Itachi chose silence but gripped his long sword even tighter. He knew this mission had failed. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Setsuna laughed in bitter fury. I truly misjudged you back then. I thought you were the hope of the clan. I never imagined that now you would turn your blade against the family that raised you. Itachi slowly removed his mask, revealing a young but cold face. His crimson Sharingan stared directly at Fugaku, and Setsuna, his voice flat, without a single ripple. This is all to prevent war for the peace of Konoha, a necessary sacrifice. This is also my caliber. Ha ha ha, a necessary sacrifice, your caliber indeed. A voice as cold as Feng Yao stood atop a beam, his blood-red wheel-patterned Sharingan eyes filled with nothing but indifference. Feng Yao, a member of the Uchiha police force, and one of the elite jonin with 3 tomo. Feng Yao? Itachi naturally knew Feng Yao. In Konoha Shursue, Feng Yao and Itachi were known as the 3 geniuses of the Uchiha. What a fool you are. You think exterminating your clan is salvation. Sacrificing the few for the greater good. Completely wrong. From beginning to end you are nothing but a sharp knife in their hands. A knife that is convenient to use and not regretted when broken. Feng Yao's tone was mercilessly sarcastic. Shut up. His crimson eyes fixed intently on Feng Yao, but the next moment. Whoosh. Ugh. Itachi. His crimson eyes fixed intently on Feng Yao, but the next moment. Whoosh. Ugh. Itachi staggered back a few steps, clutching his head with his left hand. Feng Yao sneered. The all-round cage-level power granted by the system included cage-level Jinjutsu, coupled with his Mangekyō's inherent Jinjutsu ability. If not for the plan, he could have made Itachi taste Tsukuyumi just now. As for Itachi, at this moment his heart was already a raging storm. How is this possible? Tsukuyumi actually failed. No, I have to eliminate him. Just as Itachi was about to draw his sword, Fugaku stepped forward with a kunai blocking Itachi's blade. Father. Several Freedomo elites formed a rectangular formation surrounding Itachi. Angry. Because the truth stabs your pathetic pride. Feng Yao continued, his tone relentless. And you don't really think Shursue killed himself for the village, do you? Let me tell you the truth, you dare not face. Upon hearing this, Itachi's whole body trembled violently. Why did Shursue kill himself? Was it because Danzo took his eye? Because of the higher-ups' distrust? Or was it despair over the clan and the village? And you? You chose to believe Danzo's lies, you chose silence, you chose to use Shizui's last wish as an excuse to deceive yourself. Feng Yao enunciated each word, his voice piercing through the roar of chakra reaching deep into Itachi's soul. That was for. Itachi's voice began to waver. For the village. For the greater good. Feng Jian sneered, cutting off Itachi's feeble defense. Spare me. You just didn't dare to resist that enormous shadow, didn't dare to question the dogma you've believed in, so you chose the easiest and most cowardly path. Kill all the weaker clansmen, then flee under a false burden of guilt, pretending to be tragic. Every word from Feng Jian was like a red-hot iron rod branding Itachi's already scarred heart. Fugaku stood by listening with complicated feelings. If he hadn't put so much pressure on Itachi maybe, Itachi wouldn't have gone this far. But most of the other clansmen felt a sense of schadenfreude. Itachi, you finally got what you deserved. No, I'm not. Face torn off, Itachi's emotions surged. An orange-eyed radiance flashed, chakra fluctuated violently, and an orange-eyed Susanoo appeared. The Susanoo rapidly donned its flesh and blood armor. Seeing his own son manifest, the Susanoo Fugaku immediately activated his own. A purple-black half-bodied Susanoo also completed, as if flesh filled it. Boom. The other clansmen were shocked. They truly hadn't expected that both Fugaku and Itachi possessed Mangekyō. Uchiha Setsuna looked at Feng Yao with excitement. He knew that Feng Yao must have been aware that Fugaku and Itachi had Mangekyō. And he knew even more that the future of the Uchiha was promising. Ha ha ha. Look at you now. You possess power, yet you only think about slaughtering your own kin. You possess wisdom, yet you willingly act as a puppet. Uchiha Itachi, you are truly a fool, a coward, completely immersed in self-pity. Seeing Itachi break down, Feng Yao laughed, even more heartily. Itachi let out an inhuman roar. But his Susanoo was suppressed by Fugaku. I have nothing more to say to your kind. In this battle, if Fugaku wins, Sasuke lives. If you win, Sasuke dies. Hearing Sasuke's name, especially that Feng Yao would use Sasuke's life as a bargaining chip, Itachi's killing intent toward Feng Yao reached its peak. But what Itachi didn't expect was his father, who usually kept a low profile, was handling his attacks with ease. Everyone else protect the clansmen, patrol the compound. If you encounter any root or Umbu members, kill on sight without reporting. Feng Yao issued the order directly. Yes. The other Uchiha, hearing Feng Yao's decisive command, looked at him with fervent eyes. This was the clan leader they envisioned. The dozens of Uchiha elites surrounding Itachi vanished with a body flicker. Only a few elders remained to support from the side. On the other side, members of the root and the Umbu began to act. Danzo's gaze turned icy as he looked toward the Uchiha clan's compound, his eyes brimming with desire and greed for the Sharingan. He touched his bandaged left eye where Shizui's Mangekyō resided. It also housed the most powerful genjutsu of all, Kodoame Tsukumi. Hey Uchiha, this power should be in my hands. At the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a deep, unfathomable expression. He gazed toward the Uchiha clan's compound, his face betraying no emotion. Raising his long pipe to his lips, he exhaled clouds of smoke. Behind him stood the two Hokage advisors, Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. Their eyes were cold, showing no concern for the lives of the Uchiha clan. They knew full well what fate awaited the Uchiha that night, for it was they who had orchestrated this. The first Hokage had subdued the Uchiha through sheer power. The second Hokage had controlled them through schemes. But for them, anything they could not control was better destroyed as soon as possible. Obito, wearing his tiger-striped mask, appeared near the edge of Konoha. Uchiha, your deaths will have meaning. Once I initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, you will all live happily in that world. With that, Obito activated Kamui and arrived at a building within the Uchiha clan's compound. As soon as he arrived, Obito sensed something was wrong. No smell of blood. Fire release, great fireball technique. X-2-3 fireballs hurtled toward Obito in quick succession. Startled, Obito instantly activated his intangibility. The two fireballs passed through him and struck the ground with a thunderous roar. The plan had been exposed. Was it Uchiha Itachi? Obito looked at the two elite Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan. It passed through. One of them exclaimed in shock. It's the masked one. The other Uchiha had already sent a signal. Attack. The two Uchiha flanked Obito, long swords in hand, and struck. Yet their attacks effortlessly passed through his body while Obito easily wounded them. Just as he thought he would subdue them, more Uchiha arrived. Dozens of figures instantly surrounded Obito. A flicker of shock passed through the lone eye and the tiger-striped mask, but he quickly dismissed it. His power was invincible. Be careful. He has a special ability that lets our attacks pass through him. The others were startled by the warning. At the same time, they marveled at their new clan leader's prowess. As per the plan, just stall him and wait for the clan leader's backup. Fugaku. He's nothing special. Obito was momentarily surprised, thinking they meant Fugaku. His gaze turned cold again as he looked at the dozens of 3 Tomo Sharingan, a sneer in his eyes. Perfect, I can restock my collection. But to his surprise, several minutes passed, and the Uchiha had him firmly entangled. Damn it. Obito fumed inwardly. They refused to engage him. Suddenly, a bone-deep dread and terror surged through him. Space twisted instantly, and Obito's neck was completely snapped. In the moment his head fell, something Obito's head and corpse suddenly vanished, reappearing in the distance. Izanagi. Phew. I almost died. Obito's eyes were filled with terror. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in his left eye had turned a lifeless gray. However, it was not over. Obito sensed danger once more. He instantly activated his intangibility. Yet, bang. The mask shattered in an instant. Whoosh. Ugh. With a sharp sound, the Mangekyō in his right eye was gone. In its place was an empty, bloody socket. Relying on instinct, Obito leaped backward. TCH worth the absolute control I used, ha. Feng Yao stood atop a building. In his hand was a single eyeball. Obito's right eye Kamui Mangekyō. He had actually arrived earlier than the others. But considering Obito's caution and survival skills, he had been waiting for a chance to deliver a decisive blow. The result naturally was quite satisfying. To deal with a cunning opponent, you had to be even more cunning. As for this kind of beast, Feng Yao could only say it felt too good. He could somewhat understand Itachi becoming a weasel. But Obito, a beast who knew everything from start to finish yet chose to ignore it, was beyond his comprehension. Obito suddenly felt the world go dark. Why had his intangibility failed? Most importantly, his Mangekyō was gone. Who? Before Obito could think, the ominous presence surged again. Seeing Feng Yao succeed and the masked man injured, the other Uchiha launched their attacks. A barrage of assaults came. Obito was already insane with rage. He had only come to weaken Konoha's combat strength. Instead, he had stolen a chicken only to lose the bait. His very means of survival had been taken. The Kamui dimension intangibility. All taken. For the second time in his life, he felt the terror of death. No. I cannot die. I still have to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. I must become the savior. Rin is waiting for me. Yes. I cannot die. Wood stake technique. Mad wooden stakes surged violently from the ground, attacking in all directions frantically. Even from above, stakes sprouted wildly. Surrounding vines wrapped tightly around Obito, encasing him completely. Black Zetsu, where are you? Save me now. Suddenly, a black and white head emerged from the ground, grabbed Obito, and pulled him down. Boom. The raging vines were burned away by fire. But the Uchiha found the masked man had vanished. As they prepared to pursue, Feng Yao's voice rang out. The masked man has fled. Our priority now is to continue protecting the clan and support our comrades. Yes. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha all vanished in an instant. Feng Yao chose not to pursue. The current task was to overcome the immediate crisis. Obito was nothing more than a stray dog. Without his right eye Kamui, he was like a toothless mutt. Feng Yao held Obito's right eye Kamui Mangekyō. He activated Kamui and entered his own Kamui dimension. Summoning technique. A pitch-black crow appeared on Feng Yao's hand. Yes, like Shui and Itachi, Feng Yao also used crows as his summoning beasts. He took Obito's Mangekyō and placed it in the crow's right eye. This was indeed very convenient. Instantly, Feng Yao felt a connection with Obito's Mangekyō. Kamui. Space twisted and Feng Yao arrived in Obito's Kamui dimension. It was a dim, vast space filled with stone pillars. Upon seizing control of the dimension, Feng Yao sensed Obito's many possessions. The Uchiha war fan, a scythe, and numerous Sharingan. What surprised Feng Yao most was a coffin containing Rin's body. Mine, all mine. Ding. Detected that the host is in Obito's Kamui dimension. Would you like to check in? This system had finally reacted. Apart from the one check-in at the Uchiha clan's compound earlier, no matter how Feng Yao called out, the system ignored him. Now in Obito's Kamui dimension, this stupid system had finally responded. Having read many web novels, Feng Yao guessed that this Naruto Check-In System likely required specific environments or conditions to trigger. He speculated that this Naruto Check-In System would only activate under particular circumstances or condition. Check-in. Without hesitation, Feng Yao immediately performed the check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward. Mangekyō fusion probability increased to 100. Mangekyō fusion probability 100 increases the probability of fusing one's own Mangekyō with another Mangekyō to form an eternal Mangekyō to 100. At first, Feng Yao was a bit confused. Looking again, Feng Yao was already extremely excited. What does it mean? It means his Mangekyō could fuse with any other Mangekyō to become an eternal Mangekyō. An eternal Mangekyō. It eliminated the flaw of ordinary Mangekyō, where ocular power decreased with use and had insufficient endurance. The ocular power would never run dry, allowing the use of the complete Susanoo. What level is that? You know Uchiha Madara, right? One of the pinnacles of power in the ninja world, capable of crushing the allied shinobi forces and the 5 Kage. You know Uchiha Sasuke, right? Also one of the pinnacles of the ninja world. Undoubtedly super cage level strength. If he possessed the eternal eye right now, the Uchiha clan directly becoming the master of Konoha would not be an issue. However, Feng Yao frowned. In the original story, Sasuke seemed to wait a period of time to fuse the eternal eye. Although Madara's case was not specified, presumably it also took time. If he fused now, he didn't know if the Mangekyō could still be used. Ding, host, no need to worry. System products are always of fine quality. The host only needs to touch the Mangekyō to be fused, and it will automatically fuse into an eternal eye. The system's prompt made Feng Yao's eyes light up. The system is truly awesome. But another problem arose. He only had one Mangekyō now. System, if I only fuse one eternal, can I still fuse the other later? Ding anytime. Hearing the system's words, Feng Yao felt reassured. He was relieved. He also knew that it was most likely possible. But asking one question wouldn't cost him anything, and it would put his mind at ease. Haha, sure, Sui could use Susanoo with one eye. Then I can use complete Susanoo with one eye, no problem, right? Saying that, Feng Yao removed Obito's Mangekyō. His hand made contact with his own right eye. The moment the two eyeballs touched, it was as if they were of the same origin, and they immediately began to fuse. After a few seconds, Obito's sickle-shaped Mangekyō interlocked with Feng Yao's wheel-shaped Mangekyō, and straight blades formed. Feng Yao only felt a tingling sensation. When the right eye fused, there were a few seconds of blindness, but sight quickly returned. This power. Too exhilarating. Now he felt he could easily destroy Konoha. The ocular power and chakra within him flowed like a surging tide. Activated the right eye's Kamui. Whoosh. Feng Yao instantly arrived at another place. The flaw of the right eye's Kamui is actually gone. What does this mean? Originally, the intangibility could only last for a few minutes. And during intangibility, the opponent couldn't attack oneself, and oneself couldn't attack the opponent. But after merging into the Eternal Eye, all these original problems were completely gone. That is to say, Feng Yao could maintain intangibility continuously, and while intangible, he could attack the opponent. The original spatial movement and teleportation also had no delay. What does this mean? He was directly placed in an invincible position. Boom. Obito's earthy rocky Kamui space began to merge with Feng Yao's land-like space. Originally, his own Kamui space was just a flat land. And now Feng Yao sensed that the land in the space had become mountainous and valleyed, and also possessed daylight. It had already taken the initial form of a small world. After a casual glance, Feng Yao left. He also took away the Uchiha War Fan, a divine artifact that could reflect all attacks. And all of this took only a few minutes. Boom. The giant hammer in the black-purple Susanoo's hand fell slamming heavily onto the orange-eared Susanoo's large shield. A violent roar occurred. Huff. Huff. Inside the Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi held his left eye, panting heavily. Maintaining Susanoo for such a long time had greatly depleted his ocular power and chakra. Already his mastery of the Mangekyō was inferior to Fugaku, who had controlled it for many years. On top of that, he was shaken by Feng Yao's words. Under Sasuke's threat, Fugaku was now unsettled and was no match for him. Space twisted. Feng Yao had already appeared next to Elder Setsuna and others who were watching. Feng Yao. Both Fugaku and Itachi noticed Feng Yao's arrival at the same time. Feng Yao, how did it go? Uchiha Setsuna noticed Feng Yao's appearance and immediately asked. That masked man escaped severely injured. Hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna and the other elders breathed a sigh of relief. After all, when Feng Yao had told them that masked man was the culprit behind the Nine Tails incident, they were all greatly shocked. They had been thoroughly shocked. Now, hearing the news that the masked man had not only escaped, but was also severely injured, they only felt that their vengeance was satisfied, their thoughts clear. Feng Yao ignored Uchiha Setsuna and the others. He looked at Itachi, continuing his taunts. What? Still not admitting your stupidity and uselessness? Still unable to let go of that ridiculous pride and capacity in your heart? Feng Yao's words pierced into Itachi's heart like needles, causing him great agony. He didn't speak, just looked for an opportunity to escape. But on all sides he was surrounded by elders. Boom. Feng Yao made his move. A single kick smashed into Itachi's Susanoo, and the hard Susanoo shell cracked. This kick would be very cool. Although there were other factors at play, there was no denying that it was Feng Yao who kicked it apart. What? Impossible. Itachi's expression froze. Then he was heavily thrown out of the Susanoo like a cannonball. Boom. Cough. Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. Whoosh. Feng Yao appeared in front of Itachi again. Then I'll help you out. Seeing the crow-summoning beast on Feng Yao's shoulder, Itachi's pupils contracted. The world suddenly twisted. Itachi found himself locked on a black cross. Is this Tsukuyami? Still not admitting your stupidity and uselessness? Still unable to let go of the pride and capacity in your heart? Behold, Feng Yao had appeared before Itachi at some unknown time, holding a small knife in his hand. Uchiha. A sharp blade pierced through his body, running through his heart. Itachi only felt a sharp pain. The scene abruptly changed. Again the familiar cross. You simply don't know the power of the village. The cycle repeated. If the Uchiha and Konoha go to war, many people will lose their lives. Cycle 365 times. The Hokage-sama desires peace. Cycle 1234 times. Enough. Again the blade pierced his body. What did he just say? Whatever, let's continue. Stop. This time there was no sharp pain of the blade entering his body. Itachi suddenly looked up and laughed his laughter full of brokenness. Huh. Ha ha. I am truly a complete waste. Tears mixed with blood slid down, thinking that bearing darkness is greatness. Ridiculous. A protection built on lies is nothing but a coward's self-consolation. His nails dug into his palm. Stupid. Too stupid. Feng Yao watched Itachi's frenzy, feeling a bit regretful. This time Izanami actually did not cycle again. That is to say, Itachi had already faced his own heart. The scene shifted. Itachi still lay on the ground as before, but his mind was in turmoil. Feng Yao stood over him, looking down from on high. Itachi remained silent, lifting his gaze to Feng Yao, then lowered his proud head. Fugaku deactivated Susanoo and approached Feng Yao alongside the other elders, cautiously encircling Itachi. Fugaku's resolve grew even stronger. The sight of Feng Yao shattering Susanoo with a single kick had profoundly shaken him. Having cultivated his Mangekyō for over a decade, Fugaku knew well the defensive power of Susanoo. Yet Feng Yao's unadorned taijutsu and his ability to effortlessly pull Fugaku into an illusion earlier all proved the terrifying extent of Feng Yao's strength. This further convinced Fugaku that Feng Yao was the one to lead the Uchiha toward hope. Itachi, you traitor, do you have anything to say now? Uchiha Satsuna and others looked at Itachi defeated by Feng Yao with expressions of disappointment, anger, and regret for a wasted talent. They resented his bias toward the Hokage faction and his trust in Danzo's words. Facing the elders' accusations, Itachi did not argue, but chose silence. Chief, may I as his father send him off myself? Fugaku did not know Feng Yao had used his Izanami on Itachi. Since Itachi was defeated, the ultimate outcome was death. The elders said nothing, understanding Fugaku's feelings at that moment. Send him off? When did I say I would kill Itachi? Feng Yao glanced at Fugaku. With his Izanami, Itachi has faced reality and now knows what to do. Hearing this, Fugaku wept tears. Thank you, Chief. Watching his father's reaction, Itachi was incredulous. This was the solemn, composed father he had always known. He had cried for him. Itachi suddenly realized he had never truly understood his father. Uchiha Satsuna, upon hearing about Izanami, had a sudden epiphany. He turned to Uchiha Itachi and snorted, since the chief speaks for you, your betrayal, without major casualties, can be treated leniently. But, his tone shifted. Death may be spared, but punishment cannot be avoided. This calamity within the clan was caused by you. Even if the chief spares you, the clan will not. Itachi remained silent. Elder Satsuna, I know what I must do. Though the other elders were disappointed in Itachi, he had awakened the Mangekyō, so they naturally did not want such a genius to fall. Thus they tacitly agreed. Thank you, Elder Satsuna, and all elders. Fugaku helped his son up and expressed gratitude to the elders. But Itachi is injured. He should not appear tonight. Go back and recover. With the third's cowardice, he won't dare fight us. Thank you, Chief. Itachi listened to Feng Yao's words, realizing that it was a radical who truly saw through everything. Perhaps he and Shursui. Enough, the urgent matter now is to resolve tonight's crisis. Chief, what do you propose? Uchiha Yashiro. Sarutobi Hiruzen claims the Ninetales incident was our doing. Very well, we'll give him what he wants. Hearing that Feng Yao intended to target the Ninetales, Jinchuriki Uchiha Satsuna furrowed his brow. But the Jinchuriki will be heavily guarded by Anbu, and he is the fourth son. How do you think Hiruzen truly cares about Naruto? In his eyes, Naruto is just a tool. As for the fourth, Hiruzen has embezzled countless assets left by Minato and Kushina, while their son lives a hand-to-mouth existence. If he truly cared about Naruto, he wouldn't let him live in a cheap apartment nor eat expired food. He lets the villagers bully him like a monster, enduring all the coldness of the world only for Hiruzen to appear as a savior. Hearing Feng Yao's words, everyone was enlightened. Itachi was especially conflicted, never imagining the fourth's orphan had suffered so much. If the fourth knew, would he regret? Uchiha Satsuna was more direct. Not a single decent disciple from that evil Senju old ghost. They claim to protect Naruto, but they only see him as a tool. Satsuna had once attempted a coup during Tobirama's Sunjust reign, but failed. Tobirama, to appease the Uchiha and stabilize the village, gave a light sentence. Only Satsuna, the ringleader, was punished. He was imprisoned for over 20 years before being released. His loathing for Tobirama was no less than that of his ancestors Madara and Izuna. Continue guarding the clan grounds. Kill any root or Anbu who infiltrates. Since the third is unrighteous, don't blame the Uchiha for being unrighteous. Yes. After giving a few orders, Uchiha Feng Yao activated Kimui and headed to Naruto's residence. A messy room. That was Feng Yao's first impression of Naruto's room. A mix of stale mildew and foul odor, with trash and instant noodle cups scattered everywhere, clothes strewn about. Feng Yao shook his head. Only the room of that girl from his past life could rival Naruto's. Hey, Mr. You are. Naruto, sitting on the bed, noticed Feng Yao. Before he could finish, his Sharingan locked onto him. What an ill-mannered brat. Counting my past life, I'm only 22. Then Feng Yao entered Naruto's mental world and saw the sealed nine tails, or rather Kurama. This cold chakra. Cursed Uchiha, get out of here. Kurama, who had been sleeping, opened his crimson eyes and glared at Feng Yao before the seal. Especially sensing the familiar chakra from Feng Yao as if recalling unpleasant memories, his mood soured instantly. But when he saw Feng Yao's peculiar Sharingan, his pupils contracted sharply. He became instantly alert. Quiet, Kurama. Feng Yao looked at the massive nine tails. What? Uchiha brat, how do you know that name? Ha, guess. Feng Yao laughed. This fox was even larger than the one in his past life. Oomph. Kurama, noticing Feng Yao's teasing, found it incredible. He sensed no malice from this Uchiha, but instead a strange emotion, as if being watched like a monkey. That annoyed Kurama greatly, but inwardly he was relieved. Knowing the other party meant no harm, he simply lay down and ignored Feng Yao. The owner had yellow hair. It was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Huh. Bang. Feng Yao reappeared at a distance. Standing beside, I don't know what's happening in Konoha, but I'm sorry. I can't let you release the nine tails. A hand grabbed Feng Yao's tearing hand. The owner had yellow hair. It was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Huh. Bang. Feng Yao reappeared at a distance. Standing beside the fourth was the former Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Roar. Minato. Kushina. Kurama roared, pounding the sealed gate, thinking he was about to be free. But at the critical moment, they had left a backup. Don't you dare touch my precious son. Uzumaki Kushina stood shoulder to shoulder with Minato. A mere chakra remnant. You're no match for me. Feng Yao's overwhelming chakra and mental pressure made Minato and Kushina grim. I remember you, Uchiha. Feng Yao, Shizui's friend. What happened in Konoha? Seeing that Minato still remembered him, Feng Yao felt a complex mix of emotions. If Minato were still alive, the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha might have been resolved. Alas. Lord Fourth, do you know how Naruto has been treated in Konoha? Hearing about Naruto's situation, Minato's heart suddenly sank. Especially Kushina, who immediately grew anxious. Uchiha Feng Yao, what's happened to Naruto? Feng Yao did not hide the truth and recounted Naruto's experiences over the years. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kushina was furious. Her blood-red hair stood on end, and her inner fury towards Hiruzen Sarutobi had reached its peak. Minato wore a look of disbelief. No. It can't be. The third promised me. Kushina was enraged. Compared to Minato's hesitation and disbelief, Kushina was even more furious. Having lived in Konoha as a Jinchuriki for so many years, how could she be unaware of Konoha's darkness? She had no doubt that Hiruzen Sarutobi could do such a thing. At that time, she still had Minato and Tsunade protecting her. And what about Naruto? You are still biased towards that Hiruzen Sarutobi. Our son has become his tool. Minato was rendered speechless by Kushina's scolding. But deep down, he had already begun to believe in Kazuki's words. With Kazuki's current strength, he would never stoop to deceive them. He had also encountered the village's power and darkness. How could he not be aware? Minato was actually already disappointed in the third. He began to regret why he had left without saying a word, leaving Naruto all alone. Lord Minato, Lady Kushina, I assure you, I will not harm Naruto. Minato pondered for a long time and ultimately compromised. He knew that even if he and Kushina wanted to stop it, they were no match for Kazuki. I hope what you say is true. Uchiha Kazuki, if I find out you harm Naruto, I will not let you go. In the end, the two dissipated into chakra. Danzo's expression was extremely grim. Just moments ago, none of his scouts from Root had returned. Even a fool would know what was going on. The inherently evil Uchiha, not a single one, is reliable. What's the situation with the Umbu? Danzo looked at his subordinates, his eyes dark. Lord Danzo, the situation with the Umbu is the same as with Root. Anyone who entered Uchiha territory has not returned. Sarutobi, I have long said that the Uchiha are untrustworthy. Notify everyone and the Umbu tonight. We will raid the Uchiha. Yes. The person transformed into countless flying insects and left. Only Danzo remained, constantly stroking his bandaged hand, looking coldly at the Uchiha. The Sharingan of the Uchiha can only be controlled by me, Danzo. At the Hokage building. Lord Hokage, it's bad. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki is missing. What are you Umbu doing? You can't even keep track of a child. Tsunade and Mito both stood up, angrily rebuking the newcomer. Their expressions were filled with fear, the Kyubi incident from a few years ago vividly replaying in their minds. They could not help but look towards the third Hokage. Hiruzen. The third's expression was serious at this critical moment. Not good. Naruto has been controlled by the Uchiha. You all quickly gather all the clans and ninjas. Just say there's an Uchiha rebellion. Let them lead the ninjas to assist. The third immediately changed into his gray battle armor and set off towards Uchiha territory with all the Umbu. Uchiha territory. At this moment, the situation was extremely tense. Fugaku and Shisui, accompanied by a large number of Uchiha ninjas, were confronting Danzo's root and a small portion of Umbu. The Uchiha were outnumbered while Danzo's root and Umbu were plentiful. Fugaku Shisui, you killed Root and Umbu without permission. What do you Uchiha want? Are you betraying the village? Danzo's eyes were even darker, especially as he looked at Fugaku. That wasn't a threetomo, but a special form. The first thought that flashed through Danzo's mind was not fear, but greed and jealousy. Counting the deceased Shisui, this generation of Uchiha had 3 people with Mangekyō. Why should this power belong only to the Uchiha? Shimura, Danzo, stop pretending in front of me. You know best in your heart why we Uchiha are like this. Now you're slandering us, Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui pointed at Danzo's nose, his anger causing his threetomo to shine red. Shisui, I didn't expect you old fool to still be alive. I should have advised the teacher to kill you back then. As for the slander, you dare deny killing Root and Umbu. Hand over those who killed Root and Umbu, and I will let the Uchiha clan go tonight. Huh? Who is it? The members of Root and Umbu immediately became alert. They saw Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui beside them, and space twisted as Kazuki appeared with the controlled Naruto. Seeing Naruto, Danzo's expression froze. Clan leader, clan leader, clan leader. Hearing the Uchiha address the newly arrived person as clan leader, Danzo's face was dark. Fugaku was no longer the clan leader. Moreover, he possessed space-time ninjutsu. Lord Danzo, this person is Uchiha Kazuki, rumored to have talent slightly lower than Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. At the same time, this person is also a radical genius of the Uchiha. One of Danzo's subordinates explained to him, Uchiha Kazuki, what do you intend to do by kidnapping the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? To continue the Nine-Tails incident and destroy the village. Indeed, the inherently evil Uchiha. Very well, this gives me a legitimate reason to eliminate the Uchiha. Thinking of the readily available Mangekyō Sharingan, Danzo's eyes burned with desire. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Kazuki looked at Danzo's greedy face and felt it was amusing. This arrogant fool who was so immersed in schemes could actually force the Uchiha to this extent. Danzo, I don't know whether to call you ignorant or foolish. Danzo's already dark face darkened even further. It seems you Uchiha are hopeless. Root and Umbu, heed my command. The Uchiha are colluding with outside villages, kidnapping the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, attempting to destroy Konoha charge. The Uchiha did not back down at all, and immediately met the charge. Danzo held kunai, swiftly approaching Naruto under the cover of several roots. Danzo's heart burned with excitement. As long as he used the Kodoame Tsukumi to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, plus the credit for eliminating the Uchiha becoming Hokage was within reach. Roar! Naruto instantly transformed into his tailed beast form. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails. The tailed beast Naruto, under Kazuki's control, went on a rampage, killing the Root ninjas crazily. Danzo was shocked, and countless Root ninjas frantically protected him. Taking advantage of the time they were protecting him, Danzo immediately fled. Kazuki sneered, how naive. Kill. From behind, a Root member ambushed him, his long knife striking the gray-white chakra skeleton. Then a bony hand reached out, instantly crushing him as one would crush an ant. Danzo escaped in the cover of his subordinates from the tailed beast Naruto. Looking at the golden chakra skeleton, his pupils contracted. That was Susanoo. He had only seen it on Shisui. This meant that this Kazuki also possessed the Mangekyō. The inner greed and jealousy overcame his fear. Fugaku had been a jonin for many years. He might not be able to handle it at the moment. But Kazuki, just a kid of around 10. Danzo wielded kunai, and in a flash lunged towards Kazuki. Ding! Upon contact with the golden chakra skeleton, the kunai broke without question. How is this possible? Danzo's single eye narrowed. It was so hard. For Danzo, who failed to recognize true power, Feng Yao had lost all patience. With a single kick, Danzo flew like a cannonball. Activating Kamui, he instantly appeared beside Danzo, who was still midair, utterly bewildered. Feng Yao severed Danzo's entire right arm in one swift motion. A blood-curdling scream erupted as blood burst forth. Feng Yao had already returned to his original position, long blade sheathed. He held the bandage-wrapped arm aloft, a cold smirk on his face. With absolute power, why bother playing games of resurrection? Without your Sharingan, what can you rely on to survive? Lord Danzo, seeing their leader injured, nearly all remaining Root operatives rushed madly forward, ignoring their own wounds. They risked injury to protect Danzo. Those fighting Fugaku transformed into insect-like forms. The remaining Yanbu were no match for the Uchiha. Where 2 or 3 Yanbu once fought one Uchiha, now 2 or 3 Uchiha overwhelmed each Yanbu. They stood no chance and were utterly wiped out. Naruto in his tailed beast form alone slew more than half of the Root members. The air was thick with bloodshed. The two sides faced off once more. The Uchiha suffered only a few scratches, while Danzo's forces had dwindled to mere dozens. Kill him now. Get my arm back. Danzo had gone mad, his face ashen. He never expected his opponent to be this strong. He had brought all his elite root operatives today, and now they were nearly annihilated. His heart bled. Worst of all, his right arm, his very life, was severed. That arm was his lifeline. Without those Sharingan, how could he activate his Anaji? How could he become Hokage? Should he use Kodoe Tsukumi? No. Those were reserved for Hiruzen. The Uchiha must never see what lay beneath the bandages. Stop, Uchiha Fugaku. Are you rebelling? Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived belatedly, accompanied by Ianbu and shinobi from major clans. From a distance he saw his old friend's arm severed by Uchiha Feng Yao. His eyes blazed with fury, his Hokage robe flung open to reveal battle gear. Behind him came the Hyuga Ino Shikacho, Inazuka, Aburame, and other prominent Konoha clans. Upon arrival they gasped at the corpses strewn about, and the tailed beast Jinchuriki. They knew something monumental was unfolding. The third Hokage's initial rage subsided into clear concern when he saw no Uchiha among the dead. His eyes grew wary, especially when he saw Naruto in tailed beast form with 3 Tomo reflected in his eyes. Hiruzen's pupils contracted in shock. He had assumed Naruto was merely kidnapped, not controlled. A village's Jinchuriki had been manipulated. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. The Uchiha were already formidable with 30 to 40 elite 3-Tomo wielders. Now with a controlled Jinchuriki their power could challenge the entire village. Hiruzen, the Uchiha have rebelled. Join forces to crush them. Danzo, seeing the reinforcements, was overjoyed. All he wanted was his arm back. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Danzo and appealed to Fugaku's emotions. Enough, whatever the reason, we are all part of this village. Can't we talk things over? Feng Yao burst into laughter at Hiruzen's words. Ha, now you try to play the emotional card, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What were you doing when we were wronged? When we were pushed to the outskirts of Konoha? Hiruzen's face darkened. This was the Uchiha who severed Danzo's arm. Who are you? He is our new clan leader, Uchiha Feng Yao. Fugaku stepped forward to explain. Hiruzen, enough talk. The Uchiha have rebelled, and they've taken control of the Jinchuriki. Danzo urged the third to attack, driven to desperation to prevent his arm from being exposed. Feng Yao sneered and handed Danzo's arm to Uchiha Setsuna. Elder Setsuna, unwrap the bandage. Stop. That arm is mine. Setsuna, if you dare touch it, I will never forgive the Uchiha. Danzo was truly frantic. Ha, unforgivable. I think it's we Uchiha who won't forgive you. Feng Yao sneered, wondering where Danzo found such audacity. True, he had been too long in the shadows, forgetting true power. Uchiha Setsuna was puzzled, but trusted Feng Yao's judgment. Danzo's desperate threats only strengthened Setsuna's resolve. Hiruzen sensed a growing unease. The clan shinobi, especially Hayashi Hyuga Shikaku Nara and Chozo Akimichi, were equally curious and suspicious. What could be so terrible that Danzo would threaten death to keep it hidden? This is... The sight of the arm ignited a fury in every Uchiha present. On that arm were countless Sharingan eyes. Hayashi Hyuga felt a chill run down his spine. Hiruzen's heart sank at the sight. Shimura Danzo, what is the meaning of these Sharingan on your arms? Uchiha Setsuna's Sharingan blazed with rage. Every Uchiha turned their Sharingan on Danzo, their killing intent reaching a fever pitch. Some Onetomo or Tutomo clansmen awakened their 3-Tomo in their fury. This was a catastrophe. Hiruzen glanced around, his old face creased with worry. The clan shinobi who had followed Hiruzen to suppress the rebellion now glared at Danzo with equal anger. Many were already resentful that Danzo forcibly conscripted their clan's prodigies into root. Now his covetousness for bloodline limits and secret techniques terrified them. Such actions threatened the very foundation of their clans. Today it was the Uchiha, tomorrow would it be them? Before the Uchiha could speak, Hayashi Hyuga demanded an explanation. Elder Danzo, what is this? I merely collected these Sharingan left on the battlefield out of goodwill. Danzo lied without hesitation. Uchiha Feng Yao laughed derisively. Goodwill? What a joke. Did they sprout legs and lodge themselves into your arm? The Uchiha now declares if you do not return the remaining Sharingan. Feng Yao's Mangekyō Sharingan flared, unleashing an overwhelming surge of chakra and spiritual pressure that engulfed the entire area. The Uchiha will fight Konoha to the death. Unfei Rizen's face changed drastically. Such terrifying chakra and pressure. More fearsome than the Mangekyō of Jishui and Yu. The ninja from other clans of Mai could not help but show shock. This made them feel they were not facing a person but a fearsome monster like the Nine Tails. Tuansang's face was grim to the extreme. He hesitated inwardly whether to use Zishui's Kodoe Tsukumi. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Compared to Unfei Rizen's shock, the Uchiha side could be described as fanatical. Almost every Uchiha in that moment genuinely believed he was the patriarch in their hearts. At this moment, the Uchiha's momentum and battle will reach their peak. Originally a group of 70 to 80 Uchiha, Facing Unfei Risen's force of several hundred, they showed no fear, their hearts filled only with killing intent and ferocity toward the enemy. For a moment, all clan ninjas involuntarily stepped back, their hearts shaken. Today's situation, put bluntly, was a conflict between the Uchiha and the top brass of Mai. They would only waste their clan's power for nothing, and they would gain nothing. Moreover, the Uchiha were very strong, especially a group of Uchiha whose ferocity had been ignited. Unfei Risen's heart was in turmoil. He looked angrily at Tuan Song, who was feigning death. A man who could not accomplish anything, but could ruin everything. Every time you make me clean up your mess. Now the Uchiha are almost united with a powerful leader like Uchiha Funyao and the controlled Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. If things are not handled properly, Mai will suffer the greatest blow in its history, even destruction. The best outcome would be mutual destruction. If this news spreads out of Mai, within 2 days the armies of the 4 great hidden villages will be at the gates. His original plan was to have you carry out the clan extermination, thus taking the Uchiha without bloodshed. And he, Unfei Risen, could sit back and enjoy the fruits. He wanted to fully take over the Uchiha's resources. As a result, you failed. Now the only option was to stabilize the Uchiha first. Alright, I agree to hand over all the Sharingan. Please do not act rashly. Unfei Risen made his decision and looked at Uchiha Funyao. What? Risen? Tuan Song panicked upon hearing the third Hokage agree. Shut up. The third Hokage glared at Tuan Song. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Tuan Song was furious at being scolded, but he was gravely wounded and his root had suffered heavy losses. After this battle, he would likely never again rival the third Hokage Sambu. Thinking of this, Tuan Song burned with resentment, staring at the cold Uchiha Funyao with pure venom. Better not play tricks. If I find out that even a single Sharingan has been hidden, I'm sorry. I understand. The third Hokage nodded and looked at Kakashi behind him. Kakashi, take a squad of Anbu to Root's base and bring all the Sharingan here. Yes. Kakashi wore a cat mask, his conspicuous silver hair tied back. His expression was complicated. As an Anbu, he had witnessed the darkness of Mai. He never thought he would see darkness again in this way. Fui would take a few men and go together. Yes, patron. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at the third Hokage. After receiving his nod, Kakashi left with the Anbu and Fuyu and other Uchiha. Before long, Kakashi returned with the Anbu and Fuyu and the other Uchiha, who were barely suppressing their anger. Looking at those Sharingan soaked in nutrient bottles. Scattered, there must have been dozens of them. Everyone present gasped. The clan ninjas looked at Tuan Song with wariness and vigilance. The Uchiha were furious to the extreme. The third Hokage's eyelids twitched. He never imagined Tuan Song had gone to such monstrous lengths. Tuan Song's face turned ashen. Seeing the Sharingan return to Uchiha, his heart ached as if cut with a knife. Uchiha Funyao, can you withdraw your troops now? Uchiha Funyao sneered at the third Hokage. I said all the Sharingan. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi quickly shook his head. Third Hokage-sama, we searched the root base several times. I confirm there are no more Sharingan. The other clans were puzzled. Even the Uchiha were confused. Could he have hidden some? Tuan Song, on the other hand, felt a bad premonition rising. Seeing this, Funyao coldly looked at Tuan Song as if he were a dead man. Hand over Zishui's Sharingan. Fengio's words instantly ignited the entire scene. What did the patriarch just say? Zishui's Sharingan. How could Zishui's Sharingan be on Tuan Song? Could it be that Jishui was? The third Hokage sensed trouble. He cursed inwardly. How is it you again, Tuan Song? How many things have you done without my knowledge? He broke out in a cold sweat. The third Hokage knew that Jishui possessed the Mangekyō, and he knew its ability very well. He had assumed Zishui's eyes were with you. But now you tell me they are in Tuan Song's hands. I saw it. There is indeed a cluster of chakra in Tuan Song's left eye. A branch member of the Hyuga clan spoke under the signal of a main family member. The ninjas of other clans were shocked. Zishui's Sharingan on Tuan Song. Who was Jishui? He was one of Mui's core combatants during the Third Great Ninja War. A figure on par with Mui's White Fang and the fourth Hokage. He made great contributions to Mai. They had thought Jishui died in an accident. But now you tell us that Jishui might have been secretly eliminated by Tuan Song. This sent chills down the spines of the other clan leaders. Their killing intent toward Tuan Song only grew. And the question arose, did the third Hokage order Tuan Song's secret killing of Jishui, or did Tuan Song act on his own? Or did the third Hokage tacitly approve? If Jishui could be killed today, others could be killed tomorrow. The third Hokage sensed the shift in the crowd. His face turned livid. Having been immersed in politics for decades, how could he not detect everyone's thoughts? He wished he could personally strangle both Funyao and Tuan Song. Tuan Song, how dare you murder Jishui in secret? You have disappointed me deeply. The third Hokage first declared his ignorance of the matter. Return Zishui's Sharingan immediately. Do you want to be Mui's sinner? Risen. Tuansong looked at the third Hokage in disbelief. He realized once again that he had been abandoned. Damn it. If my root were still here, I wouldn't be at anyone's mercy. He glared at Feng Yao with venom. He realized once again that he had been abandoned. In the end, Tuansong gritted his teeth in helplessness and unwound the bandage binding his left eye. Ugh! Lord Tuansong. The remaining members of Root supported him. The third Hokage signaled Kakashi. Kakashi understood and walked to Tuansong. He retrieved a bottle of nutrient solution and placed Zishui's Sharingan inside. Kakashi's gaze was complex. He had not expected Zishui also possessed the Mangekyō. Tuansong said nothing, knowing the third Hokage would save him. Seeing Fugaku take the test tube containing Zishui's Mangekyō, the third Hokage then turned to Uchiha Feng Yao. Uchiha Feng Yao, I have done as you requested. Now will you withdraw your forces? Third Hokage, if your ears are failing you in your old age, I suggest you visit Konoha Hospital for a checkup. The third's heart sank and Kakashi's faint hope shattered completely. But that was Obito's gift to Kakashi. The third tried to fight for Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was his trust. Without the Sharingan, his strength would be greatly diminished. Obito was first and foremost a member of the Uchiha clan, and only then a comrade to him. Uchiha Setsuna stepped forward. As the eldest elder of the Uchiha clan, and the only elder who lived through the first to third Hokage's era, his regard for the clan's Sharingan was no less than that of the Hyuga main family for the Byakugan. He had strongly opposed leaving Obito's Sharingan with Kakashi from the very beginning. Unfortunately, the third Hokage Fugaku and Shisui had all agreed at the time, leaving him powerless. In truth, this reasoning was quite sound. Why were clan shinobi what they were in the world of Naruto? Clan shinobi were special because they possessed unique bloodline limits or secret techniques. That was the fundamental reason they were always stronger than other shinobi. It was the very foundation of, among those present aside from a few exceptionally gifted civilian shinobi who wasn't a clan shinobi. Even their so-called F4 of Konoha all came from shinobi clans. The third Hokage sighed in silence and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, I swear to you, if you are unwilling to hand over Obito's bequest, I will risk my old life to fight for justice on your behalf. His words were resolute, but the third knew that Kakashi would make the right choice. This was also his way of offering both of them a way out. Kakashi was silent. He clenched his fists, his heart aching at the thought of losing Obito's Sharingan. Not because of the power it granted, but because it was the only keepsake Obito had left him. When the third finally left the decision to him, Kakashi understood that while it seemed like a choice, there was really only one option. Obito's Sharingan could not be saved. I'm sorry, Obito. I failed your trust. In the end, like Danzo, Kakashi removed Obito's eye and placed it in a preservation solution. He handed it to Fugaku and quietly returned to the third's side. The third glanced at Kakashi and sighed. For now, the priority was to pacify the Uchiha. Sacrificing Kakashi was a necessary price. Compared to Kakashi's silence, Danzo was gloating. Why had all his own Sharingan been returned to the Uchiha, but not Kakashi's? This spiteful mindset gave Danzo some twisted satisfaction when he saw that even Kakashi had lost his Sharingan. But his smile soon faded. Danzo, what are you smiling about? Don't think that handing over the Sharingan I named clears you. Fengio's icy words struck Danzo's ears and Danzo's face darkened. Uchiha Feng Yao, what more do you want? Remember, one should not push others too far. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, am no one to be trifled with. Hearing that Uchiha Feng Yao still wanted his old comrade's life, the third Hokage erupted. Had the Sharingan is one matter, but Shimura Danzo led his route into our Uchiha compound without cause. Did you think handing over the Sharingan would end this, say? One should not push others too far. When you Uchiha were ostracized by the village and the villagers, where was that saying then? Feng Yao showed no deference to the third. With his eternal Mangekyō and the Nine Tails under his control, he could easily replace the third as Hokage. Apart from Might Guy, who in Konoha could make him cautious now, the third Hokage, a mere nobody. The reason he hadn't crushed the Konoha F4 was that he understood. Even if he became Hokage, the village would still clash with the Uchiha. That would only confirm the villagers' suspicions of an Uchiha rebellion. This resentment had been built up over years that couldn't be resolved simply through power, and that infuriated. After all, Konoha was founded by his Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Yet here they were treated like outsiders. Since that was the case, he had nothing left to fear. Konoha didn't welcome the Uchiha. Fine. The Uchiha were done playing along. After choosing to control the Nine Tails, Feng Yao had never wanted to take over Konoha. The third Hokage, humiliated and seething, wished he could annihilate the Uchiha on the spot. But he glanced at the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, who had already transformed into a three-tailed beast under the Sharingan's control, and at Feng Yao and Fugaku's Mangekyō, as well as the dozens of Freedomo Sharingan behind them. His eyes cleared. The third fumed, but in the end he chose to endure. What? Or do you, the third Hokage, intend to shield Shimura Danzo, who stole another's bloodline? Feng Yao raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile on his face as he looked at the third. The other clans remained silent. They had known vaguely of Danzo's coveting of the Sharingan. But today Danzo's actions had shattered their illusions. If Danzo could target the Uchiha for their Sharingan today, he would target them for their bloodline limits or secret techniques tomorrow. Thus Danzo must die. Otherwise they would never sleep soundly. The Hyuga main family led by Hayashi Hyuga were the most vocal in this demand. Danzo panicked. The remaining root members surrounded him protectively. He looked at the third, who once again chose silence. The clans behind the third watched coldly. Even the Ino Shikacho trio, usually loyal to the Hokage, were unusually indifferent. The third turned to Danzo. Danzo, take your own life. For the sake of our years together, I will punish only you. Danzo couldn't believe his ears. Then understanding dawned on him. Ha ha ha, Uchiha, just you wait. This old man will see you in the Pure Land. With that he drove a kunai into his heart and collapsed lifelessly. Seeing this, Feng Yao knew it was time to stop. Uchiha Feng Yao, are you satisfied now? The third spoke without joy or sorrow, looking at Feng Yao. Of course. Then it was time for Uchiha Setsuna and the third to negotiate. Feng Yao would occasionally add a word. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is village property. Of course Naruto was just playing a game with us today. I hope you'll keep a closer eye on him next time. With that, Feng Yao released his control over Naruto. The tailed beast chakra receded from Naruto's body, and he collapsed unconscious. Kakashi rushed over and picked him up. Seeing this, the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. Clan leader, are we really letting the third off this easily? Uchiha Shana still felt it was a pity. The spoils from the third were merely some money and ninjutsu. Far too meager, at least double would have been more fitting. Feng Yao shook his head. There's no need to rush. Besides, our Uchiha clan isn't wanting for that paltry sum of money, or those just. Elder Shana Yu and Fugaku along with the other elders should pacify the clan members and also reinforce patrols within the compound. As for the rest, well, discuss it tomorrow. Alright. Feng Yao gave his orders to Uchiha Shana and Fugaku, then held in his hand the other Mangekyō that had belonged to Obito. He activated Kimui and vanished from the spot. Feng Yao returned to the Kimui dimension. He intended to evolve his left eye's Mangekyō into an eternal Mangekyō. He took out the left Mangekyō and slowly brought it into contact with his own left eye, like two drops of water merging into one. The tingling sensation soon faded. In its place was an overwhelming, terrifying pressure of chakra and dojutsu power. Ha ha ha. Feng Yao threw his head back and laughed again, that signature Uchiha laughter ringing out. He could feel his strength had increased many times over. The flaw in his left eye's Kimui had also been greatly repaired. The absorption speed was vastly improved. Although the Flying Thunder God technique could still dodge it by speed, now only that technique's speed could evade it. Chakra consumption was also significantly reduced. System display the panel. Host Feng Yao Chakra Nature Fire Lightning In Kekiai Gunkai Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan Skills Great Fireball Technique Fire Phoenix Technique Uchiha Style Kenjutsu Crow Summoning Crow Clone Dual Kimi Izanagi Izanami. Assessment: one of the peaks of the shinobi world. Seeing the system's assessment of pinnacle of the shinobi world, Feng Yao's grin had almost stretched. With his current power throughout the entire shinobi world, except for that hidden Ishiki and Pain, he truly could not think of anyone else who could rival him. Oh, you say, my guy? That doesn't count. He doesn't have his Izanagi to revive himself. As for Obito, if not for the urgent need to resolve the crisis of the clan massacre night, he would have already put that beast down. With formidable power as a guarantee, the success rate of his subsequent plan to leave Konoha and join Mangekyō had nearly reached 98%. He had also considered building his own hidden village. But then the Uchiha would have to face not only the 5 great nations, but also the Akatsuki led by Pain. Although he himself was not afraid there were tens of thousands of Uchiha clan members. He could protect them for a while, but not forever. Feng Yao had not been reincarnated through possession. He was born into the clan and had only awakened his past life memories. He was a genuine Uchiha through and through with true affection for the clan. Moreover, various other trivial issues kept cropping up requiring his attention. And Feng Yao knew that, therefore in Feng Yao's view, building his own village was not the optimal solution. That left 2 choices: either join one of the other 4 great nations, or join Mangekyō, which backed the Akatsuki. As for the other 4 great nations, honestly Feng Yao rather looked down on them. That Tsuchika Jinoki was only slightly better than the third. He wouldn't orchestrate a clan massacre or try to control them. The Kazekage Raza was about on par with the third. Kirigakure was caught in a frenzy of internal conflict due to the blood mist policies. Although Yagura had broken free from Obito's control thanks to him, he was still up to his neck in troubles. As for Kumogakure, to be honest, their temperament rather suited the Uchiha. If it had been during the Third Shinobi World War, when there was still time, he might have been tempted. Unfortunately, the emergence of the Akatsuki inclined Feng Yao toward Mangekyō. Not that he underestimated Kumogakure, but he knew the dangers lying ahead. In the Boruto series, let alone Ishiki, even the other Otsutsuki members brutalized Naruto and Sasuke. Conflicts that could destroy the world and warp time. Battles of that caliber truly gave Feng Yao a sense of crisis. Feng Yao also understood Nagato's ideals. In the event of a future Otsutsuki invasion, Nagato could be a potential ally. So now Feng Yao had to gather all forces to prepare for the future crisis. In the root-based Danzo, who had been completely devoid of life force, revived under the third's calm gaze. Huff. Danzo breathed heavily. With lingering fear, he touched the wound. It was a secret technique that could induce temporary death. Only he and the third knew about it. After confirming he was still alive, Danzo's fury became impossible. The Uchiha and those other clans. The third, hearing that Danzo still dared to harbor grudges against other families, felt both speechless and helpless. He said irritably, "You stirred up such a huge mess, and in the end I have to clean up after you. And you, Hiruzen, weren't you involved?" Danzo was displeased with the third's words. The third had no desire to argue with Danzo. Hiruzen the Uchiha must be eliminated. Danzo's expression was grim. The root organization he had built over half his life had been devastated by the Uchiha. The Sharingan he had painstakingly collected were all lost to them. How could he not hate? At the mention of the Uchiha, the third's expression turned unusually dark. After a moment's silence, he said helplessly, "You saw it too. The strength of that Uchiha Feng Yao is far beyond what we can oppose. And Itachi, I don't know what's gotten into him. Our authority in Konoha has taken a heavy blow. For now, we must not act rashly. You can continue to lead, Root, but I'm afraid you'll never be able to show your face in public again." Danzo's face darkened to the extreme. He felt as if the sky had fallen. Never show his face in public again. That was worse than death. His path to becoming Hokage was gone. The Sharingan he relied on for survival were also gone. Uchiha. This old man will never be done with you. Danzo roared loudly, his hatred for the Uchiha reaching its peak. The other ninja clans also returned to their compounds, each with a premonition that Konoha was about to undergo a major upheaval. They were also curious about what explanation the village's higher-ups and the Uchiha would give to calm the citizens. Such a huge commotion last night could not have gone unnoticed. Soon, early the next morning, a piece of news spread. The villagers were abuzz with discussion. Last night, Elder Danzo staged a coup, slaughtering many Umbu, and was eventually killed by the third Hokage. No, I recall the commotion was over at the Uchiha compound. Who knows? Maybe the Uchiha were behind Danzo's coup. Shill, do you want to die? What's there to fear? The Uchiha are the most likely to rebel. And would they dare to harm me? Hey, haven't you noticed? There's no police patrol today. Oh, you're right. Could it really be the Uchiha? Overhearing the villagers' murmurs, Feng Yao, hidden in the shadows, finally let out a cold sneer. As expected, the villagers had long lost their trust in the Uchiha. This was precisely why he refrained from annihilating the quartet of Konoha's top brass. What did it matter? Even if he seized control of the village, would the Uchiha have to grovel for their goodwill and understanding? Since they were unwelcome, he would no longer indulge them. The vast world awaited the Uchiha's renown. Whither could they not go? All he needed was to seize an opportunity to lead the Uchiha away from Konoha. With a flicker of Kamui, Feng Yao materialized inside Fugaku Uchiha's home. There, a 6-year-old boy was training furiously with Shuriken. This child was none other than the reincarnation of Indra's chakra in this life, Sasuke Uchiha. Last night, the academy had unexpectedly extended classes, forcing Sasuke to return home late. Yet on the way, he was escorted by several ninja from the clan. Their eyes bore undisguised disgust, claiming his brother Itachi had betrayed the Uchiha. Sasuke believed they were simply jealous of his brother, but they beat him mercilessly. Returning home and receiving confirmation from his mother, he could not believe that Itachi had truly defected. Later, Itachi, grievously wounded, was helped home by their father. When Sasuke confronted him, his only answer was silence. In a single night, his father was no longer clan head, and his brother had betrayed the family. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he awakened the clan's bloodline limit, a single Tomo Sharingan. Then he collapsed. Now Sasuke was consumed by rage, trying to distract himself by practicing Shuriken. "Who are you?" Sasuke noticed the sudden intruder in his home. His expression grew wary. The man seemed vaguely familiar. "Sasuke, don't be rude." Fugaku emerged, reprimanding Sasuke with a stern face. "Father." Seeing Fugaku, Sasuke immediately shrank back like a mouse before a cat, becoming tense and nervous. "Sasuke, this is the new clan head Uchiha Feng Yao. He came once with Shisui, and he held you when you were little." Fugaku introduced him. "Haha, Fugaku, don't be so stiff. Look, you frightened Sasuke." Feng Yao spoke with easy informality. "Yes, clan head." Hearing this, Fugaku relaxed a little inside. Yet he still maintained the necessary decorum. Now Feng Yao was undoubtedly the strongest in the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi had committed a grave error, and though Feng Yao had no intention of killing him, Itachi's defection was an undeniable fact known to all Uchiha. Many elders had forgiven Itachi at the time, but only because of Feng Yao's influence. The clan members, however, still harbored deep resentment toward Itachi, especially his peers. As a father, all Fugaku could do was to reduce the hostility directed at his son. Sasuke learned that this was the Uchiha Feng Yao, who had usurped his father's position as clan head, and had stopped and gravely wounded his brother Itachi. Sasuke felt a strange emotion, resentment toward the man who took his father's title and injured his brother, yet also a complex, inexplicable feeling. Curiosity mingled within him. Clan head, let's talk inside. Fugaku sensed Feng Yao had matters to discuss. Very well. Mikoto, seeing Feng Yao's arrival, gracefully brought tea. Soon Itachi also appeared. How? Feng Yao glanced at the wounds he himself had inflicted on Itachi. After resting a day, I've mostly recovered. Feng Yao nodded. I trust Fugaku has already informed you. Yes. Itachi nodded silently. Do not think the Uchiha owe anything to Konoha. From the villages founding, the leadership never trusted us. Why should we continue playing their game? You and Shursui worked so hard. You know exactly how the villagers regard us. The Knight of the Nine Tails merely intensified this sentiment. Fugaku remained silent. Deep down he knew it was true. But in the past he was too weak to resist, too afraid to challenge the authority that symbolized Konoha's supreme power. Thus he succumbed to despair, masking his helplessness and panic behind a calm, stern facade. He had also realized he was never fit to be clan head. Itachi nodded in silence. He had barely slept that night. After recognizing his own foolishness and ignorance, many things became clear. He was inherently intelligent. As Feng Yao had said, distrust existed between the Hokage and the Uchiha. Indeed, it began when Konoha was founded with the Senju clan. The so-called Will of Fire was merely a tool for the leadership to control others. Yes, if the village never trusted the Uchiha, why should they grovel and negotiate? Still, there was a pang of reluctance. He had lived in Konoha all his life. Feng Yao was relieved that Itachi finally understood. Izanami had forced him to confront the truth, to face the parts he dared not think or rebel against. He looked at Itachi. Now you have a chance to redeem yourself. Fugaku and Itachi watched Feng Yao depart. The atmosphere grew heavy. Father, I'm sorry. Don't blame yourself too much. All of this is my fault. I was the clan head, yet my incompetence. I placed all the hopes of the clan and the village on your shoulder. Fugaku wept as he spoke, gripping Itachi's shoulders. If not for clan head Feng Yao, I don't know what path you would have taken. I'm truly sorry, Itachi. Itachi looked at Fugaku silent for a long time, then broke into a rare smile. Father. In Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage Onoki finished reading an urgent intelligence report from his spy, a cold smirk curling on his lips. As a seasoned leader who had held power for decades, he could easily detect the discrepancies. What's this? Shimura Danzo attempted a coup and Yu Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped him. According to my agents, it's clearly a conflict between the Uchiha and Yu Hiruzen. Suddenly, Onoki smiled. A rare, genuine one. Good. Conflict is good. Conflict is good. Konoha had birthed genius after genius. The Sanin, white, Fonkato Dan, might die, the yellow flash sure sway of the body flicker. And they occupied the richest resources in nearly the entire shinobi world. If not for Konoha's incessant internal strife, the other four great hidden villages would have no idea how to face so many formidable shinobi. In Kirigakure, the fourth Mizukage, after breaking free from Obito's control, explained the situation to the elders, Yuan Shi, Meitarumi, and others. They could scarcely believe that one of the five great Kage had been manipulated like a puppet for over a decade. Shirtsong acknowledged his fault, relinquished almost all authority, harboring only the obsession to restore the village. With matters already such, they had no choice but to suppress the information and focus on salvaging the chaos within the mist. When urgent intelligence from Konoha reached Kiri's leadership, they merely glanced at it before discarding it. No matter how much Konoha consumed itself, they were still better off than the mist. Their bloodline clans were nearly extinct, the younger generation was missing, and many talented shinobi had fled. Could anyone be worse off than them? Still, they hoped Konoha would remain mired in internal conflict. In Union Village, the fourth Raikage AI was sparring with Darui. Suddenly, his assistant Mabui arrived with urgent intelligence, halting the fourth Raikage mid-combat. What is it? Though AI appeared rough and quick-tempered, he was actually a man of meticulous attention. Otherwise, Mabui would not have brought the report during his training session. Seeing Mabui with urgent news, Darui also ceased his movements. What a hassle. Why not go to Lord Karabi, he muttered, scratching his head. AI tore open the letter, read it, and burst into hearty laughter. My never changes. Always fond of internal strife. Let them tear each other apart. Shine Village. Luo Sha sat in the office that symbolized the position of the Kazekage. He had just received news that the ninja he sent to assassinate Wa AI Luo had been killed by Wa AI Luo instead. Just as he was about to dispatch another squad, intelligence from the Umbu arrived. After reading it, Luo Sha, with his political acumen, sensed that something was amiss. However, Luo Sha was not overly concerned. In fact, he welcomed more internal conflict in Mai, as it would grant Shine greater opportunities to vie for more benefits. The thoughts of the four great hidden villages were remarkably aligned. They all wished for Mai to remain mired in internal exhaustion so that they could reap greater gains. Yuin Village. In a dim underground chamber amidst the shadows filled with experimental equipment, De Shiwan was fervently studying Hashirama's cells. The quivering tissue made him unable to resist licking his face with his tongue. From the shadows, Do slowly approached, halting less than 3 meters away from De Shiwan. The aura of De Shiwan, who was delving into the truth, turned frigid. From the shadows, Do slowly approached, halting less than 3 meters away from De Shiwan. The aura of De Shiwan, who was delving into the truth, turned frigid. Do had anticipated this. In his time serving De Shiwan, he had come to understand the man's habits, thus he deliberately maintained a safe distance. Oh, what intelligence! The moment De Shiwan heard the news pertained to his interest was instantly piqued. It is about Shimura Danzo's coup, which ultimately led to his death at the hands of the third Hokage. Seeing De Shiwan's interest, Do relaxed slightly the taut nerves that were ready to flee at any moment. Upon hearing that Danzo had instigated a coup, De Shiwan found it unbelievable and then sensed something deeply off. From De Shiwan's understanding of Danzo, that old fox would never act impulsively. Thus De Shiwan concluded that there was definitely something fishy going on. Lord De Shiwan, here is the spy's letter. Do perceived De Shiwan's puzzlement and produced the letter. De Shiwan tore it open, skimmed through it, then suddenly let out a sinister chuckle. Hey, it seems the conflict between the higher-ups and the Uchiha has erupted. Danzo must have been made a scapegoat. Suddenly an aura surged. Hua. De Shiwan turned his expressionless gaze to the other side. Yakushi Do broke out in a cold sweat as well. When did this happen? From the shadows, a pair of blood-red eyes materialized. Feng Yao slowly emerged. He wore a deep blue Uchiha robe, long hair flowing over his shoulders, a black blade hanging from his waist, and the Uchiha war fan slung diagonally across his back. Feng Yao wore a smile on his face. He held great admiration for De Shiwan, not only for his terrifying research abilities, but also for his exceptionally shrewd mind. Moreover, De Shiwan himself was immensely powerful, undoubtedly at cage level. His original intention for this visit was to cooperate with De Shiwan and incidentally use Shizui's Kodoame Tsukumi to compel De Shiwan's allegiance. After all, the flaw of the Mangekyō Sharingan was evident. Barring exceptional cases, the only way to avoid blindness was to resort to Hashirama's cells. The benefit of Hashirama's cells lay in their ability to restore and enhance the ocular power and chakra of the Mangekyō wielder. This could be considered a budget version of the eternal Mangekyō. Just look at Obito. His Kimui could be used freely. However, he hadn't expected that the moment he arrived at De Shiwan's Otogakure base, the system notification would chime in. Ding. Detected arrival at De Shiwan's experimental base. Would you like to check in? Feng Yao naturally chose to check in. This system was so capricious, one never knew when a check-in opportunity would arise. Fortunately, the system was generous. Check-in rewards were always excellent. Possessing the combination of eternal Mangekyō and dual Kimui, there was currently no opponent in the shinobi world that he feared. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained: perfect fusion of Hashirama's cells. The very objective of his journey was Hashirama's cells. He never expected to check in and receive it directly. And with perfect fusion at that. The aura leak just now was precisely the result of fusing Hashirama's cells. What did perfect fusion of Hashirama's cells mean? It meant his physique had transformed into a budget version of the sage body. It also meant he now perfectly possessed with style. Coupled with a powerful regenerative ability, high vitality, and greatly increased upper limits of chakra and ocular power. Don't think Hashirama's cells are useless for the eternal Mangekyō. On the contrary, they are extremely beneficial. And don't forget, Hashirama's cells contain Azura's chakra. That was a prerequisite for awakening the Rinnegan. Among the 3 conditions for awakening the Rinnegan, Feng Yao already possessed 2. He turned his gaze toward De Shiwan. As expected of the renowned one of the Sannin, De Shiwan. De Shiwan appeared slightly surprised, but showed no fear at Fengio's sudden appearance in his base. You are an Uchiha. Correct. I am Uchiha Feng Yao, the current leader of the Uchiha clan. What happened to Fuyua? Nothing much. He was simply too incompetent to lead the Uchiha clan to survival, so I replaced him. Feng Yao said casually. Oh, I see. De Shiwan had some understanding of Fuyu's personality. His assessment of Fuyue was indecisive, wavering, passable in ability, but lacking in political acumen. De Shiwan was not particularly surprised by Fuyu's relinquishment of the clan leadership. Compared to Fuyue, De Shiwan held greater regard and interest in his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. He just hadn't expected Fuyue to be overshadowed by such a young Uchiha. Fenjiakin, is there something you wish to discuss with me? He'll certainly help if I can. Deshiwan's smile was genial, but only he knew what was going on in his mind. Oh, it's like this. I wish for you to pledge your loyalty to me. Feng Yao uttered the words so naturally that both Deshiwan and Yakushi Do froze instantly. Yakushi Do could not believe it. This Uchiha actually wanted Lord Deshiwan to serve him. Where did he get the audacity? I'm afraid I must decline. Deshiwan, upon hearing that the other party was here to recruit him, felt disdain within. He admitted that this Uchiha who could appear in his base silently must be quite strong. But did he really think everyone was paying? The atmosphere froze in that instant. Gulp. Yakushi Do swallowed hard. The oppressive aura of the top-tier powerhouses, Deshiwan, and that mysterious Uchiha, made it hard for him to breathe. Feng Yao merely gazed quietly at Orochimaru. From the shadows, a massive serpent suddenly lunged and coiled around Feng Yao in an instant. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi immediately employed the snake shadow hand technique, binding Feng Yao tightly. Do you know what eternal art is, Feng Yaokuan? Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a greedy glint, the look of a hunter spotting its prey. I do not know yet. Thus I require a perfect vessel. A vessel to help me achieve eternity. Feng Yao remained impassive, a strange smirk curling on his lips as he regarded Orochimaru. Your eternity is far too narrow. Feng Yao, ensnared by the snake's shadow hand, seemed to gradually vanish before Orochimaru's eyes. The scene shifted back to the moment of confrontation with Feng Yao. A paralysis genjutsu. When had it been cast? Such terrifying ocular power. Orochimaru stared at the peculiar Sharingan, distinct from the standard Freedom-O pattern. In his mind, he knew it was the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. For a moment, Orochimaru felt both exhilaration and dread. He could hardly believe it. One of the legendary Sannin had unknowingly fallen under a genjutsu. Beside him, Kabuto's eyes were vacant and unfocused, clearly ensnared in the illusion. Feng Yao smirked lightly. At this point, Orochimaru had yet to taste defeat at Itachi's hands, and did not grasp the true terror of the Mangekyō Sharingan. In the original story, Itachi effortlessly subdued Orochimaru with a mere glance of his genjutsu. His own genjutsu prowess surpassed Itachi's, and he possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to boot. Could he possibly be inferior to Itachi? Kamui. Orochimaru's eyes widened in horror as he found himself immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as he was drawn into a mysterious dimension. Feng Yao always acted with caution, prioritizing absolute certainty. Even if Orochimaru's current strength was far from his later peak and his arsenal limited, he was pulled into the Kamui dimension. Unless Kaguya herself appeared, he could think of nothing that could escape from his Kamui space. Orochimaru, now we can have a proper discussion. Orochimaru was incredulous. Had he truly been subdued so easily? He frantically tried to move his hands to form hand signs and break free. Futile struggle. Feng Yao's gaze remained calm. Crow summoning technique. Feng Yao clasped his hands, well aware that villains die from excessive chatter. He decided to act swiftly. This destined pawn Orochimaru was his to claim. He immediately summoned the crow summoning beast bearing Shizui's Kodoame Tsukumi Mangekyō. A crow with peculiar Sharingan eyes perched on Feng Yao's left hand. Long before Itachi left the village, he had entrusted Shizui's Mangekyō to Feng Yao. Orochimaru recoiled in terror, trying to avert his gaze. But no matter what he did, his eyes remained locked on the crow's dual Sharingan. Kodoame Tsukumi. The ocular technique activated without any visible phenomenon. Yet Feng Yao knew he had succeeded. Orochimaru had fallen under Kodoame Tsukumi. I've tamed Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression grew complex. He could now move as Feng Yao had released the terrifying paralysis genjutsu. You went through all this trouble to make me serve you. Is it to help your Uchiha clan? Indeed, but I had no choice. Your research capabilities are far too formidable. I needed absolute assurance before I could trust you. Feng Yao was forthright, unafraid of Orochimaru knowing, and spoke plainly. For Orochimaru, as long as he remained loyal and refrained from mischief, Feng Yao would spare no resource to support his research. Research capabilities. Orochimaru frowned, aware of his own prowess in experiments, but failing to see the need for such caution. He had assumed Feng Yao valued his ninja strength to bolster the Uchiha. Yet you say you're after my research skills. Did he also wish to study Hashirama's cells to gain wood release? Reading Orochimaru's confusion, Feng Yao began to explain. Over the following moments, Feng Yao disclosed virtually every secret of the ninja world to Orochimaru in exhaustive detail, including Kodoame Tsukumi, the secrets of Hashirama's cells, the Rinnegan. In short, your top priority now is to expedite research on Hashirama cells and the impure world reincarnation technique. Other matters can wait. Also, you can establish a stronghold in the land of rice paddies, making it our experimental base. Once the Uchiha relocate to the Hidden Rain village, I will fully support you. Orochimaru first experienced shock, then fear, followed by disbelief, and finally a sense of numbness. He believed everything Feng Yao had told him was true. Why else would Feng Yao go to such lengths, even deploying the broken ability of Kodoame Tsukumi, just to deceive him for amusement? That very thought made Orochimaru feel utterly absurd. He even felt the world had gone mad. In that moment, he realized his lifelong pursuit of eternity was worthless. What further compounded his sense of absurdity was the formidable Pain whom he had deemed invincible was merely a puppet, and their plan to capture tailed beasts as a deterrent was only a prelude to the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi. He wouldn't even mention that the infinite Tsukuyomi's result was merely resurrecting a woman. What truly broke him was the fact that the strongest in the ninja world, Madara Uchiha, believed an illusion could bring peace. All the battles across the ninja world, were they just family affairs? Overwhelmed by the torrent of information, Orochimaru felt a sense of unreality. Feng Yao had divulged far too much, leaving Orochimaru dazed. But Feng Yao trusted in Orochimaru's intellect, so he remained silent, waiting for him to digest the revelations. In the end, Orochimaru did not disappoint. He excitedly licked his face with his tongue, his eyes blazing with fervor. For now he had countless new research directions. Previously he had devoted his life to Hashirama cells and achieving immortality. But now Feng Yao had unveiled the truth of the world, and he felt only boundless excitement, as if truth itself awaited him. Natural energy, the Rinnegan white Zetsu-tailed beasts, and the skewed technological tree. Feng Yao, to earn your appreciation and witness the world's truths and secrets is truly my honor. He now felt grateful that Feng Yao had used Kodoame Tsukumi to secure his loyalty. Otherwise, he dared not believe whether Feng Yao would let someone who knew everything live. He did not ask how Feng Yao knew these things. That was not his place. Alright, that's enough. Feng Yao, accompanied by an exhilarated Orochimaru, left the Kamui dimension. They returned to Orochimaru's base. Kabuto Yakushi was still dazed. It made Orochimaru realize how terrifying Feng Yao truly was. Without hesitation, Feng Yao released the Genjutsu on Kabuto. Huff. Kabuto felt cold sweat trickle down his spine. He had been trapped in an illusion world where Feng Yao had harshly disciplined him for a full day and night. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto instantly drew a kunai and positioned himself protectively in front of Orochimaru. No need for concern. I have chosen to pledge my loyalty to Feng Yao-sama. What a... Kabuto was stunned. Had Orochimaru actually sworn fealty? Feng Yao gazed at Yakushi Kabuto and said to Orochimaru, Kabuto's scientific research ability is only slightly inferior to yours. He can be well cultivated. Orochimaru was genuinely astonished to hear Feng Yao's high appraisal of Kabuto. Orochimaru was already aware of Kabuto's capabilities, otherwise he would not have saved Kabuto earlier and made him his assistant. Since Lord Feng Yao has affirmed it, I will certainly cultivate him well. Then proceed with the original plan. I will notify you if anything arises. After speaking, Feng Yao activated Divine Might and left Orochimaru's base in the rain-hidden village. In the Leaf Village, within the Fire Shadow Tower, the Leaf Village F4 were reunited. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuemin Min Yin were also aware of Danzo's actions. To quell public outrage, Danzo ultimately committed suicide. In reality, Danzo faked his death to escape. The Uchiha's actions instilled both fear and fury in them. Now that the Uchiha had almost completely severed ties with the village, their previous covert methods had lost their effectiveness. Today, not a single member of the Uchiha police force showed up for patrol. As a result, public order in the village had deteriorated to some extent. Hiruzen, I told you long ago that we should eliminate the Uchiha as soon as possible, but you rejected it outright. Now look, there's Uchiha Feng Yao, a powerful and cunning radical clan leader. Danzo's eyes were wild with madness. He had lost almost all his Sharingan, his entire right arm, and even his would release. He wanted to reimplant Hashirama cells, but the ones he possessed were incomplete to begin with. Moreover, Hashirama cells had a low fusion rate and were prone to backlash. His right arm had been transplanted with Hashirama's cells, resulting in this situation. Previously, it was the Sharingan that kept the Hashirama cells in balance. This tormented Danzo immensely. He had Hashirama cells, but could not use them. His missing arm had further weakened his already mediocre strength. He feared he might no longer be a match for that old hag Zhuanqin Xiaochun. To obtain better Hashirama cells, he would likely have to turn to Orochimaru. But thinking of Orochimaru, Danzo regretted having exposed him prematurely. Orochimaru's research on Hashirama cells was indeed formidable. The losses to Root were immeasurable, and recruiting new members was impossible. No ninja clan would spare anyone now. He could only resort to orphanages, which were mostly filled with war orphans, making it hard to find high-level combatants. In the past, he had always used them as cannon fodder. Now he had to try anything, even if it was hopeless. And then he ran out of funds. The third Hokage told him that Root's budget had been paid as compensation to the Uchiha. Danzo was seething with hatred. It was all the Uchiha's fault. The third Hokage's expression darkened upon hearing this. What use is it to say that now? The urgent matter is how to deal with the Uchiha trouble. What else can be done? Declare the Uchiha rebels, and have all ninjas besiege them. Danzo, have you lost your mind? That would only weaken the village and give other villages a chance to invade. Hiruzen, you are too cowardly. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Bang! Danzo rose in fury, slammed the door, and stormed out. Zhuanxin, Xiaochun, and Shuemin Yin listened from the side, utterly helpless. Previously, the Uchiha had still sought reconciliation with the village, but now they had practically brought their conflict into the open. The village had become a powder keg, and they could think of no good solution. The third Hokage looked at his two old friends who also had no answers, and sighed helplessly. In the end, he had to shoulder everything alone. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. The existence of the Uchiha made him uneasy, especially Uchiha Feng Yao, who gave him a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of facing Uchiha Madara in his childhood, a feeling that left the third Hokage uncertain. Helpless, he thought of Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had left the village. With their help, he could regain some confidence. Decided, he immediately took out paper and brush wrote 2 letters. He handed the letters to his 2 old friends, asking them to dispatch messengers. Grass Hidden Village. Come here. I'm out of chakra. Uzumaki Kana was roughly dragged out by a grass ninja, who bit into her arm, which was already covered in teeth marks. A sharp pain shot through her arm, but Kana gritted her teeth and did not make a sound. This pain was something she had long grown accustomed to, or rather numb to. She forced a smile at Karen, who was hiding behind the door. But the rapid depletion of her chakra still paled her complexion a few shades. She did not know how to continue this life, nor what future awaited Karen. Ever since their Uzumaki clan's nation had fallen, they had been on the run. They had finally found a place willing to shelter them, but the price was to be used as living medicine. She felt her life was nearing its end. Death did not frighten her, but what about Karen? She was so young. Must she endure the same fate? Space twisted, and Feng Yao arrived within the grass-hidden village. Indeed, he had come to save Karen and her mother. When he mentioned the sound-hidden village to Orochimaru, he had recalled Karen and her mother. At this point in the timeline, Karen's mother should not have had her chakra drained to death yet. Perhaps it was nostalgia for a past life, perhaps a shared sympathy for the oppressed. Both reasons made him unwilling to witness the suffering of Karen and her mother. So he came. He saw Kana's unmistakable red hair and little Karen hiding behind the wooden door. Who are you? Do you realize? The grass ninja noticed Feng Yao, an outsider, and flew into a rage. Ugh! Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Yao slit his throat with a single stroke. Oh, you are. Kana's eyes widened in terror as she shielded Feng Yao's view with her body. What she failed to notice was that Karen, seeing the grass ninja's throat cut, showed no fear, only a flicker of glee. Are you willing to come with me? Feng Yao's words left Karen and her mother stunned. In my place, no one will bully you, nor will they treat you as blood bags. Kana's voice trembled. Are you willing to come with me? Feng Yao's words left Karen and her mother stunned. In my place, no one will bully you, nor will they treat you as blood bags. Kana's voice trembled. But we are Uzumaki. It doesn't matter. Just then a large group of grass ninjas arrived. They surrounded Feng Yao and the mother and daughter. It was this outsider who killed Huang Shan. See, we shouldn't have trusted outsiders. Kill him, then keep those mother and daughter locked up as blood bags. Kana was terrified. She grabbed Karen's hand and retreated to Feng Yao's side. My lord, I beg you to take Karen away. I will only be a burden. In her eyes, Feng Yao was probably a jonin, but against so many assailants, she and Karen would only become his liabilities. Only by staying behind could she reduce the pressure on this lord. Mom. Karen looked at her mother's anxious face, her own expression one of utter confusion. Come close to me. Feng Yao looked at the mob of grass ninjas as if they were mere insects. Kana hesitated, but chose to obey the young man's words, pulling Karen to his side. Feng Yao said nothing. Eternal Mangekyō activate. A golden chakra skeleton rose from the ground, rapidly filled with flesh and blood, transforming into a dozen-meter-tall, half-bodied demon god. The third stage of Shuzweninghu. It is already enough to deal with these ants of Chaoyin village. This can also take good care of mother and daughter Xianglin. On one hand, he wished to show a bit of strength, leaving with Xianglin in a dignified manner so arrogant. On the other hand, he wanted to make these guys pay for their actions. Feng Yao controlled the Shunwei weapons on the 6 arms of Shuzweninghu. Shuriken, longswords, axes, and hammers raining down. Everywhere there were groups of stunned Chaoyin ninjas. Boom. The earth shook and mountains trembled. Countless Chaoyin were killed or injured. Mother and daughter Xianglin watched the demon god transformed by that youth, instantly causing numerous casualties among the Chaoyin ninjas they could not resist. Monster! Monster! Don't panic. Charge up and kill these damned outsiders. Instantly, countless Chaoyin ninjas wielding ninja tools densely attacked Feng Yao's golden Shuzweninghu. Feng Yao showed no expression, continuing to operate Shuzhua Nunghu in a killing spree. Anyone hit by its attacks, especially the weak Chaoyin ninjas, was brutally killed before they could react. Follow me. Don't leave the inside of my Shuzhua, Feng Yao said to mother and daughter Xianglin. He then headed toward the village gate of Chaoyin. Xianglin and her mother closely followed behind Feng Yao. Watch out. Xiangnai saw a Chaoyin ninja who had not been hit by Shuzhua Ninghu. That ninja excitedly thrust his kunai fiercely at this demon god formed of chakra. A gleam of pleasure flashed in his eyes. However, the anticipated scene of the kunai piercing Shuzhua did not appear. Instead, the moment the kunai struck Shuzhua, it snapped instantly. The breaking of the kunai made a crisp sound. Nanny. Then that Chaoyin ninja was crushed by a bone hand protruding from Shuzhua Nunghu, blood splattering everywhere. This extremely violent battle made mother and daughter Xianglin feel absurd. The Chaoyin ninjas, who seemed invincibly powerful in their eyes, were as easy as crushing an insect in this youth's view. Blazing fireballs and bursting winds struck Shuzhua Nunghu, not affecting its movements in the slightest. The Chaoyin ninjas fell into despair. What kind of turtle shell is this? Ninjutsu cannot penetrate it at all. Some Chaoyin ninjas no longer dared to block. The pressure Feng Yao brought upon them was too terrifying. Clearly this monster was heading toward the village gate. Because anyone who blocked its path was slaughtered in one or the crowd effect is extremely terrifying. Faced with such a horrifying being, when one person out of fear no longer chooses to confront, countless others will follow suit. After all, the other side only had 2 blood packs. They took them and left. Why risk their own precious lives? And so a large group of Caoyin, frightened by the slaughter, watched helplessly as the other party swaggered out of the village. Seeing they had already left Chaoyin village, Xiangnai's face still showed disbelief. Really left that hell? Thank you, sir. Compared to her mother Xianglin was clearly much. Having lived in Chaoyin village since childhood, she had no attachment to it, because it was filled with bad memories. She looked at Feng Yao's profile. His angular, calm face made her feel extremely safe. Little Xianglin felt a strange sensation for the first time. Unconsciously, she was somewhat stunned. After leaving Chaoyin village, Feng Yao briefly showed mother and daughter Xianglin a glimpse of his strength. He then activated Shenwei and left with mother and daughter Xianglin. Moi. Feng Yao seemed to notice something interesting. I was just wondering how to find you, and you deliver yourself to me. Then I won't be polite. Feng Yao grabbed the Baiju that was about to flee with his big hand and refined it instantly. He arrived at De Shiwan's base again. De Shiwan had already gotten used to Feng Yao's casual comings and goings. Feng Yao had not told De Shiwan about his Shenwei, but after learning the secret of the Wanhuatong with De Shiwan's intelligence, he could guess that this was Feng Yao's Wanhuatong ability. De Shiwan arranged for this mother and daughter. Feng Yao said to De Shiwan. De Shiwan was surprised to see mother and daughter Xianglin, especially their bright winered hair. They reminded De Shiwan of the 4th Hokage's wife, the former Ninetales Jinchuriki Xuanhua Jiushinai. Especially after seeing the bite marks on Xianglin's arm, his guess was further confirmed. The Xuanhua clan. De Shiwan was somewhat excited and couldn't help cleaning his face with his tongue. It was said that the Xuanhua clan possessed immense vitality and chakra. Mother and daughter Xianglin felt a chill down their spines for some reason. Seeing De Shiwan's look, Feng Yao had dark lines in his eyes, knowing what this guy was thinking, and immediately warned him. Withdraw that dangerous thought. These are people I've set my sights on. So they are people that Feng Yao-sama has taken a fancy to. What a pity. De Shiwan was a bit regretful, thinking they were experimental subjects brought by Feng Yao. Take good care of them for me. After the Yuzhibo clan moves to the Yuin village, I will come to pick them up. Xiangnai's body is somewhat depleted. Remember to pay attention. Okay, no problem. Do take them to find a house in the village. He'll take care of the Shao side. Yes. Lady Xiangnai, come with me. Do walked over and greeted politely. Big brother, aren't you take? Xianglin gathered her courage and looked at Feng Yao. Feng Yao smiled gently at little Xianglin and stroked her red hair. I have something to do now. No one will bully you here. If there is, just tell this uncle and he will handle it. Oh. Xianglin finally followed her mother, leaving under Do's guidance. Feng Yao-sama, is there anything else? Feng Yao didn't speak. He activated Shenwei, and a Baiju appeared on the ground struggling. De Shiwan's eyes widened. Could this be the Baiju you mentioned? Indeed, very special. De Shiwan became excited again. Correct. Moreover, his cells share similarities with Zujian's cells. Compared to Zujian's cells, his are gentler, which might be more helpful for your research. Thank you so much. This is more than a step forward. De Shiwan couldn't wait to study this Baiju properly. Excitement and fanaticism seemed written on his face. How wonderful. He seemed to see the door of truth approaching him. I only have one requirement: research as soon as possible a perfected Baiju cell that can be transplanted. I won't disappoint you, Feng Yao-sama. De Shiwan licked with his tongue, staring straight at the Baiju. Feng Yao nodded and looked at the Baiju. You could say they were stupid, but you couldn't say they were disloyal. This Baiju should have been sent by Dai, too, to monitor Chain village. He caught it red-handed, but it stubbornly said nothing. Then you get busy. He'll go first. With that, Feng Yao activated Shenwei and left to Shiwan's base. Feng Yao did not go to find Changmen. After all, Pei Yin possessed the Luan Hui Yin. His current strength was at most on par with Pei Yin. For someone who believed in the way of survival, without overwhelming power, he would not risk his clan's lives. Just return to the clan. The elders, including Uchiha Chana, arrived along with Fuyu. Although he was no longer the clan leader, he had now become an elder. Clan leader, what about the police force? Uchiha Chana voiced the thoughts of everyone. Well then, if everyone is here, let's begin the meeting now. Feng Yao pondered for a moment. In truth, the issue of the police force was still about the Uchiha's attitude toward the village. The Mai high-ranking officials had already expressed their stance this morning, so it was time for them to respond. Everyone had come together with this intention. Hearing Feng Yao's words, they nodded. Do not resist. Feng Yao activated Shenwei. The group was amazed but obediently did not resist. In an instant, over a dozen people, including Fu Yue, were transported into his Shenwei space. They marveled at the space, sighing in admiration of such power. Haha, truly the power of our Uchiha god. This space could probably hold the entire Mai village. With this, even if we Uchiha fail, we have a retreat. Nonsense. The clan leader is wise and mighty. He will surely lead us Uchiha to rise. Ah, yes. Feng Yao transferred them to the Shenwei space for two reasons. First, although his relocation plan had the support of the elders, he still felt uncertain. Words were dead, only power was alive. Only by letting them truly feel his strength would they firmly carry out his plan. And his Shenwei space was their greatest guarantee and retreat. This, clan leader, how many people can this space accommodate? Can you open or close it at any time? Uchiha Chana trembled and looked at Feng Yao excitedly. Hearing this, the other elders focused their attention. Feng Yao naturally understood Chana's concerns and the thoughts of the other elders. He said with a light smile, don't worry. In theory, it's infinite. I can bring in as many as I want and open or close it at any time. Uchiha Chana was thrilled and spoke again. What about the consumption? As the most senior member of the Uchiha clan, he knew the flaws of the Mangekyō and quickly asked. The other elders also turned to Feng Yao, and Fuyu looked worried. Don't worry about that. I have already found a way to restore the Mangekyo's ocular power. Then Feng Yao briefly explained the secrets of Hashirama's cells and White Zetsu cells and told them about recruiting to Shiwan. Excellent. I never thought Hashirama's cells could have such an effect. Does that mean we Uchiha no longer have to worry about going blind from the Mangekyō? Several Uchiha elders repeated the word good 3 times, and Uchiha Chana was too excited to speak. Who was Shiwan? One of the Mai 3 ninjas, a solid cage-level powerhouse. But Shiwan is cunning. How can we be sure of his loyalty? However, Uchiha Chana still had some concerns and voiced his doubts. Fuyu also had reservations. He knew Shiwan well and understood that this man was very sly and hard to read. Everyone turned their attention back to Feng Yao. Shiwan was still the 3rd Hokage's disciple. Feng Yao had anticipated this and did not hide the truth. Ji Shui also possesses the Mangekyō. What? All the elders present, including Fu Yue, were stunned. Ji Shui also had the Mangekyō. Didn't that mean the Uchiha clan now possessed 4 pairs of Mangekyō? What immense power was this? Uchiha Chana pounded his chest in regret. They instantly understood why Danzo had killed Ji Shui. The news of Ji Shui jumping off a cliff to his death was not mentioned by Itachi, and Feng Yao did not. Ji Shui, how could you be so foolish? You had the Mangekyō but never told us elders. Instead, you trusted the high-ranking officials of Mai. Otherwise, how could you have ended up like this? Alas, it's a pity about Ji Shui persecuted by the higher-ups. I should have known. With his personality, he would definitely tell the 3rd and the others about his Mangekyō. That villain Danzo. Danzo and the others deserve to die. I regret not finishing him off with my own hands back then. Fuyu was overcome with remorse. He realized that if Feng Yao had not stepped in, his own incompetence would have truly led the Uchiha to extinction. If he had been more courageous and revealed his Mangekyō, perhaps Ji Shui would have told him along with his eldest son Itachi and later Feng Yao. 4 pairs of Mangekyō. Even if Feng Yao had awakened only in recent years, that was still 3 pairs. Under no circumstances should the Hokage have pushed the Uchiha to such a state. Clan leader, what does the Shiwan's loyalty have to do with Ji Shu's Mangekyō? Uchiha Chana was equally grieved, but the current issue was how to confirm that the Shiwan was not merely feigning allegiance. The Uchiha were already on edge with the village. And now Shiwan chooses to pledge loyalty. The 3rd Hokage was his teacher and benefactor after all. How could they not be worried? Ji Shu's Mangekyō ability is called Tian Shun, which can rewrite another person's will. As soon as Feng Yao said this, the elders were shocked again. They now understood even more clearly why the Mai high-ranking officials had to kill Ji Shui, rewriting another's will. How terrifying. The Mangekyō is called the mirror of the soul. The abilities it awakens often reflect the deepest thoughts within. Shui yearned for peace and protection, hoping to use an invisible power to save the village and the Uchiha. So he awakened the ocular power to rewrite others while hoping to end the conflict with such a technique. Unfortunately, he was too naive. Feng Yao said flatly. If Shui had been born in a time of peace, he would have been an excellent shinobi. But he was born in an era of war and an Uchiha at that. His naivety doomed him to tragedy. Everyone sighed with emotion, feeling both regret and heartache for Shui, the clan's genius. They resented his naivety and his partiality toward the village, yet they ached for his persistence and determination. Fuyu's feelings were complicated as well. He longed to lead the Uchiha to survive, but his character had steadily shrunk the Uchiha's living space. At that time, he thought if he had enough power and could deduce the political games between factions, he might be able to lead the Uchiha to survive. Thus he too awakened the left eye, wielded Amaterasu the right eye, the Tsukuyami. One was the inextinguishable black flame, the other the ability to simulate future events based on existing information. Alas, the Mangekyō is the power of our Uchiha god, yet it is also called the cursed eye. Uchiha Chana, the elders were deeply conflicted. They looked with pity at Feng Yao, their clan leader, whose ocular power was the space-time ninjutsu of this exotic dimension. This clan leader's inner desire must be to find a new path and home for the Uchiha. That was why his ocular power was space-time ninjutsu, and the relocation plan was the reflection of his heart. Although Feng Yao was the clan leader, he was only a teenager, still a child in the eyes of these old-timers. Enough, no need for this. Just know that the Shi-1 has been placed under Tianshun, so there's no need to worry. Prepare for the relocation plan. When the time is right, I will inform you. As for the police force, it was merely a tool used by the second Hokage to restrain the Uchiha. Now that we stand in opposition to the higher-ups with no desire for power, it is utterly dispensable. I plan to relinquish the authority of the police force in exchange for resources and property, preparing for the subsequent relocation. Upon hearing this, an elder furrowed his brow, a look of confusion on his face. The second Hokage. The police force was meant to restrain us. I thought it was a sign of his favor toward the Uchiha. Yes, the police force is staffed entirely by our Uchiha clan. Precisely because it is entirely. This time it was Uchiha Setsuna who spoke. He was the only elder who had lived through the reigns of the first, second, and third Hokage. How could he be unaware of the second Hokage's true nature? Throughout the entire Hokage system, no one harbored greater hostility toward the Uchiha than he did. Truly an inherently wicked old Senju devil. The third Hokage Danzo and those two old corrupt fools. All of them were disciples of that inherently wicked Senju devil. It could be said that he was the root cause of the Uchiha clan's predicament. Feng Yao did not stop them. In such a situation, one could analyze it with a bit of thought. No one was foolish, they simply dared not think or speak of it before. Most of us Uchiha are straightforward by nature, unwilling to feign cordiality with others, and thus lacking in social tact. As for the police force, to put it nicely, it's a law enforcement agency. To put it bluntly, it's a coercive apparatus. Enforcing the law inevitably means offending others. Most Uchiha are upright, and just by nature. If the police force included other members, it wouldn't matter. Everyone would be offending people. But the problem is the police force is entirely composed of Uchiha, which leads others to suspect us of bias. Whoever is subjected to enforcement, the villagers will resent and feel aggrieved, channeling all their hatred toward our Uchiha. Now do you see the second Hokage's true intentions? Uchiha Setsuna sneered. At the thought of the old Senju devil's schemes, some previously ignorant elders gasped, a chill running down their spines. This was not about sharing power. It was clearly meant to sever their very foundation. Exploiting human nature among the villagers to alienate the Uchiha from Konoha. And now, after decades of development, the second Hokage's plan had succeeded. The Uchiha had become the most detested existence in all of Konoha, mired in conflict. They had long regarded the Uchiha as outsiders. Fugako listened to Uchiha Setsuna's account, sighing inwardly. As captain of the Konoha police force, he was well aware of how easily it incited public resentment. Yet he was utterly powerless. The Uchiha still depended on Konoha and needed power to amplify their voice. They had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. How infuriating. What is the Hokage trying to do? Have the Uchiha always been regarded as out? Some formerly dovish elders beat their chests in despair, feeling thoroughly disillusioned with the village. It made them feel like clowns toyed with to such an extent. Uchiha Setsuna sneered silently. He had long seen through the village's distrust. Previously, there was no choice, and the higher-ups would never allow them to secede from Konoha. That was why he had thought of seizing power and installing an Uchiha Hokage. He had launched a coup during the second Hokage's era, but unfortunately it failed. He had barely escaped with his life, only to be placed under house arrest within the Uchiha compound. But decades of oppression had swelled the ranks of the Uchiha radicals, convincing more and more that his past actions were right. Thus, he became the great elder leader of the radical faction. Yet within the Uchiha, there were also those close to the village. Kagami Shirsue and Itachi were examples. Now at last the Uchiha had a powerful clan head who saw through the village's deceit, possessing both resolve and capability along with the strategic acumen the clan had lacked. This was what a Uchiha clan head should be, the leader he had envisioned. As Elder Setsuna said, the police force is nothing but a shackle. Now that our Uchiha have a new path, vying for power is no longer the best choice. The higher-ups distrust us. The villagers despise us. The village is indifferent. Very well, the Uchiha will no longer play their game. Feng Yao's eyes glinted coldly. This time the elders were astonishingly unanimous, without a trace of hesitation. The transfer of the police force authority is for you to negotiate. My only requirement is to secure sufficient resources and property. Rest assured, clan head. Leave it to us old folks. We'll bleed them dry before we're done. Uchiha Setsuna and the other elders smiled wryly. Such negotiations were their forte. After all, although the police force was unfavorable to the Uchiha, it held an irresistible allure for other ninja clans, for it symbolized power. Unlike the Uchiha, other clans were far less likely to be suppressed by the higher-ups. Once they wielded power, they gained a voice. With a voice came resources and wealth. This was highly advantageous for their respective families. Just look at Konoha's F4. Sarutobi was still acceptable being a founding clan. But the Shimura Tanzu and Midokado clans were originally minor families that controlled only a few jutsu. And now, through their leaders' grip on power, their resources and wealth had skyrocketed, elevating them to the status of top-tier noble clans in Konoha. Look at the Sarutobi clan, even more terrifying. Through decades of accumulation and exploitation, they had raised a massive private army of 3,000 to 4,000 shinobi. In the absence of top-tier combat strength, they were akin to a nuclear deterrent. This was an unspoken truth. Good, that settles it. If any trouble arises, come to me. Feng Yao nodded in acknowledgement, then used Kamui to transport them out. With the assistance of Uchiha Setsuna and the Elder Council, he could afford to relax. He cared little for power. Compared to authority, he valued strength far more. As long as he possessed power, he could claim any amount of authority he desired. After leaving the Kamui dimension, he decided to pay a visit to young Sasuke. Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, teeming with immense potential. Never mind how underwhelming he became in Boruto's era. At his peak, he was still among the strongest in the ninja world. Most importantly, he now needed Sasuke's cells, or more precisely his chakra. Currently, the three prerequisites for awakening the Rinnegan were eternal Mangekyō, Indra's chakra, and Ashura's chakra. He already possessed two. All that remained was Sasuke's Indra chakra. With the Rinnegan, his power would at least reach the level of a pseudo-six-path sage, or even higher. Rain Hidden Village. Through the illusory projection technique, all members of the Shao organization gathered. At the head was none other than Tiandao Pei-en. The pair of purple Luinhui eyes of Tiandao Pei-en glimmered with a cold, sharp light. The fire cloud robe he wore exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. Beside him stood Shaonan, also clad in a fire cloud robe. The group gathered around a round table. The people here were all infamous glass-robed ninjas from the outside world. From Shaoran village, Chisha Jixia. From my village to Shiwan. From Wuyin village, Pipa Shirzong. Bounty Ninja Jiaodu. They each participated in this meeting in their projected forms. The Shiwan looked at Pei-en with keen interest. Because of Feng Yao's revelation, he learned the secret of the ninja world. He never expected that the mighty and arrogant Pei-en, or rather the Xuanhua Changmen behind him, was merely a pawn. This left him sighing with emotion. However, Shiwan's movement was noticed by Pei-en. Pei-en cast a glance at the Shiwan. Or rather, it was noticed by Changmen. As a member of the Xuanhua clan, Changmen possessed inherently powerful perception. Yet Changmen paid no mind. With his Luinhui eyes, he was extremely confident, for he was a god. The Shiwan was also startled by Pei-en's gaze and no longer showed any expression. What terrifying perception! Was this the power of the Xuanhua clan? This made him even more interested in Xianglin and her mother. However, regrettably, they were people valued by Feng Yao. Strangely enough, even though he knew his will had been altered by Tian Shun to pledge loyalty to Feng Yao, he felt no dissatisfaction or resistance. On the contrary, he felt he truly ought to be loyal to Feng Yao. How wonderful! He couldn't help but wash his face again. Pei-en and Shaonan watched Shiwan with expressionless faces, but inwardly, they felt extremely strange. Was this the Shiwan who was as famous as their teacher Zi Lai Yi? Forget it, a rogue ninja organization has all kinds of people. They were long accustomed to it. What a stinky snake! Xia said with disdain. Perhaps it was because snakes and scorpions are natural enemies. This made Xia extremely repulsed by the Shiwan. As luck would have it, he ended up being partnered with the Shiwan. So it's Xia. In response to Xia's provocation, Shiwan showed no anger at all, only letting out a cold smile. Seeing that everyone present had arrived, Pei and nodded to Xiaonan. Xiaonan acknowledged the nod and stepped forward. According to intelligence, Tuanzong of Mai launched a coup attempting to force the third Hokage to abdicate, and was ultimately killed by the third Hokage. At this, both Xiaonan and Changmin felt a certain grim satisfaction. Back then, Tuanzong and Banzong conspired to harm their Shao organization, ultimately leading to Miyan's death. This hatred and pain they would never forget in this lifetime. Haha. The Shiwan had long known the truth of the news and reacted little. Jiao Du showed no reaction. He was only interested in making money. Pipa Shirzong was surprised for a moment, but didn't take it to heart. Xia was the same. Matters of Mai were none of his concern. He was only interested in art and puppets. Xiaonan observed everyone's reactions and continued. However, according to Heiju's information, the actual situation may be that the Yuzhibo clan clashed with the Mai higher-ups. This time, everyone except Shiwan became interested. Oh, the clan that possesses the Xiaolunian. The Yuzhibo are the largest clan in Mai, yet they clashed with the village's higher-ups. Is Mai also about to follow the path of Yunin? The Yuzhibo were even the founders of Mai, but who would have thought they'd come to this? Xiaonan continued. If the Yuzhibo conflict with Mai, it will greatly drain Mui's resources, which will be extremely beneficial for our subsequent capture of the Nine Tails. Moreover, someone has conducted a transaction with our organization. Nowadays, the Shao organization had earned the title of the top assassination organization in the black market. The other party is offering 1 billion for the head of the current Yuzhibo clan leader. According to Heiju's intelligence, the bounty issuer might be someone from Mai. Someone from Mai? What person from Mai could offer 1 billion? Without a doubt, it was most likely a Mai higher-up. This made him even more convinced of the truth of the conflict between the Yuzhibo and Mai. However, this had nothing to do with them. Jiao Du's eyes lit up. 1 billion. His breathing grew even more rapid. So it's a mission. Pipa Shirzong also became interested, a look of excitement appearing on his ferocious face. The Yuzhibo clan leader must be very strong. Yuzhibo Xiaolunian. Perhaps they can serve as my new art. Xia was also extremely interested in the Yuzhibo clan leader. The Shiwan licked his lips excitedly. Unlike them, he had personally witnessed Feng Yao's power. With the ability that could easily pull even him, Shiwan, into an illusion, he could be sure that if Pei In didn't act, the others would be mere cannon fodder. Seeing everyone's heightened spirits, Pei In stepped forward. Well, good. Then let's start assigning the mission. This mission is extremely difficult. All of you will go. Heiju will continue to gather intelligence. Jiao Du will continue to partner with Pipa Shirzong. Xia will partner with Shiwan, and Xiao Nen will also take action. After Pei In finished laying out the plan, he ended the illusory projection technique. In another place, a dark and damp location. Ah, damn, so damn. Dai Tu went berserk frantically, using the Muduan without regard for chakra consumption, seeking only to vent his anger. Heiju, Luhue, Baiju, and Xuanhua, Baiju watched Dai Tu's outburst helplessly. Especially Heiju, who was truly taken aback. With one moment of inattention, Dai Tu's Wanhua Tong was gone. He had also nearly lost his life. If he had not been vigilant and kept a backup plan, Dai Tu first lost one Xiaolunian by using Yixianaki, and then the Wanhua Tong connected to the Shunwei space was also taken. Then there would have been no chance of survival. Heiju also resented it. Dai Tu, that fool, had even let his Wanhua Tong be taken. Dai Tu had stored almost all of Ban's legacy in the mysterious space, and now it had all fallen into the opponent's hands. Dai Tu, don't be sad. I heard that if humans take a dump, they feel much better. Xuanhua Baiju, also known as a Fei, spoke to comfort Dai Tu. However, if Xuanhua Baiju had kept his mouth shut, it would have been fine, but the moment he spoke, Dai Tu exploded. Instantly panting like a bull, his eyes bloodshot, he stared at Xuanhua Baiju with a murderous glare. Shut up. He'll kill you. I've had enough of you, you idiot. Seeing that Dai Tu wanted to kill Xuanhua Baiju, Heiju immediately became anxious. Xuanhua Baiju himself couldn't stand it either, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to coexist with Luhue Baiju. However, Xuanhua Baiju was the only Baiju capable of using Muduan. He was a good asset, he couldn't be lost. Enough, Dai Tu, your anger is useless now. Listen, my higher-ups have already offered 1 billion to hire the Shao organization to assassinate Yuzhibo Feng Yao. Dai Tu looked at Heiju, his newly fitted Freedomo Xiaolunian staring intently at Heiju. His body trembled uncontrollably, his expression agitated. He could get his Wanhua Tong back. At the Ninja Academy, at the school gate, a crowd had already gathered, including elites and ninja clans from the village. Uchiha Feng Yao was among them. Yet everyone deliberately kept their distance from Feng Yao. The ninja clans were better off harboring less prejudice against the Uchiha than the villagers. Feng Yao sneered and paid them no heed. As long as they didn't provoke him, he had no interest in bothering with them. He simply leaned quietly against a large tree beneath whose branches hung a swing. The imposing aura radiating from him startled everyone. It was the unmistakable presence of a true powerhouse. The atmosphere grew tense, and the village's elites and ninja clans were on high alert. Kakashi, watching from the shadows, quickly dispatched someone to notify the third Hokage at the Hokage Tower. You mean Uchiha Fongyao at the Ninja Academy? The third Hokage frowned, his first thought being that Fongyao might again try to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. This made him extremely vigilant. The pressure Fongyao had exerted last night was overwhelming. However, after calming down, the third Hokage reasoned that Fingio's target was likely not Naruto. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released Naruto last night. Based on his interactions with Fongyao so far, the third believed he was not the impulsive, reckless type of Uchiha. Still, precautions were necessary in case Fongyao changed his mind. Reinforce the surveillance. Order Kakashi to keep a close eye on Uchiha Fongyao. Furthermore, if Uchiha Fongyao targets Naruto, retrieve him at once. Understood. The ENBU operative with the dog-face mask used the body flicker technique and rushed off. What's the situation? Kakashi asked the newcomer. The third Hokage has sent more men, but ordered them to hold. If Uchiha Fongyao goes for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, prioritize retrieving the Jinchuriki. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. He continued watching Uchiha Fongyao, his expression complex. This man with just a single action had mobilized the higher-ups. He could not deny his anger over the theft of his friend's Sharingan. Yet Kakashi bore no hatred toward Fongyao. Instead he felt a certain respect. How could he not see the rift between the Uchiha and the village? He asked himself honestly, if he were the Uchiha clan leader, he would be at a loss, resigned to death. But Fongyao, a 14-year-old youth, had awakened the Mangekyō, showing dominance, decisiveness, and resolve that left a deep impression on Kakashi. Losing the Sharingan had both advantages and disadvantages for Kakashi. Last night, after the incident, the third Hokage arranged for a new eye to be implanted. Though he lost the power boost from the Sharingan, his chakra consumption ceased. Because he lacked Uchiha bloodline, he couldn't deactivate the Sharingan like other Uchiha. Thus his Sharingan had always remained active, constantly draining his chakra. Now without it, his chakra reserves surged significantly. Time passed quickly. The Ninja Academy was dismissed. The oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially the ordinary villagers who had feared a battle and dreaded being caught in the crossfire. Parents hurriedly picked up their children and left swiftly. The cheerful children, excited by the end of school, remained oblivious to the earlier tension. Among them, a boy with yellow hair and 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks watched enviously as other children were taken home by their families. He knew nothing of the previous night's events, believing he had simply gone to bed early. When the third Hokage asked him about it that morning, he only remembered doing something on his bed and then falling asleep. The third Hokage sighed at this. Since Naruto didn't recall the incident, it saved him from explaining. He then encouraged Naruto with the will of fire and the promise of villagers' recognition before leaving. Elsewhere, Sasuke's spirits were low. That morning, his brother Itachi Uchiha had left the village to atone for his sins. Naruto walked away from the crowd, enduring their disgusted cold stares and curses about the demon fox heading toward the swing. Seeing them both among the crowd, Fongyao couldn't help but sense a feeling of destiny about them. Naruto walked away from the crowd, enduring their disgusted cold stares and curses about the demon fox heading toward the swing he usually sat on. He had grown accustomed to their glances. Under the third Hokage's brainwashing, while his words of influence, Naruto believed their rejection was due to his lack of recognition. Once he became Hokage, everyone would accept him. He looked at the swing normally, ignored, and saw a big brother standing by the tree, calmly watching him. Naruto felt a vague familiarity but couldn't place it. In Fingio's eyes, he saw none of the disgust, indifference, or even hatred that the villagers showed him. This sparked a long-lost hope in Naruto. With a nervous heart, he gathered his courage, pretended nonchalance, and slowly sat on the swing, saying nothing. Kakashi, the ANBU, and the Ninja Clan shinobi were on edge, fearing Fongyao might strike at the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Fongyao had long noticed them, but chose to ignore them. Fongyao looked at Sasuke, who hadn't noticed him. Lost in his low spirits, Sasuke walked aimlessly. Fongyao called out and waved. Hearing the voice, Sasuke turned and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Fongyao." Naruto realized this big brother was family to the arrogant Sasuke and felt a pang of envy. If only he had a family too. Hey, dead last. Sasuke also noticed Naruto on the swing. The two often clashed in class, and now they glared at each other, then turned away in mutual disdain. Seeing them, Fongyao marveled at how the crown prince and princess were already entangled. He feigned surprise. "Oh, you know each other." Sasuke nodded proudly. "Of course. He's Naruto Uzumaki, the dead last of our class, while I'm the top student." Hearing this, Naruto bristled. "What dead last? I'm going to become Hokage. One day you'll surpass you." "So you're Naruto Uzumaki. Becoming Hokage takes a lot of effort. You need to work hard," Fongyao said with a smile. Naruto blinked, looking at Fingio's gentle smile. This big brother really didn't seem to dislike him. Haha, thanks big brother. They'll definitely work hard. Sasuke snorted arrogantly, a dead last like you. Defeat me first. Argue arrogant Sasuke. They'll beat you for sure. Sasuke couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Naruto. He turned to Feng Yao. Brother Feng Yao, let's go. I have many questions to ask you. Haha, sure. Feng Yao nodded. Sasuke, it's time for a meal. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go together. Sasuke nodded. Feng Yao looked at Naruto. Do you want to join us? Feng Yao smiled gently. Huh, but I don't have any money. Naruto suddenly became nervous. Sasuke was momentarily perplexed as he looked at Naruto. Haha, it's okay. They'll treat you. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up at the mention of a treat. I never lie. Feng Yao found it somewhat amusing, yet felt sympathy. He had promised Minato and Kushina to take care of Naruto, and he wouldn't go back on his word like some Hokage. Oh, big brother, I know a ramen shop nearby that's really delicious. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Oh really? Then let's go. Feng Yao knew that the ramen Naruto was talking about was Ichiraku ramen after all the fame of Otsutsuki Ichiraku had spread far and wide in his past life. Of course, while he was making jokes, Feng Yao was still very interested in Ichiraku. The other party was one of the few in the village who did not reject the Uchiha clan, and that alone made Feng Yao have a good impression of Ichiraku. Uncle Ichiraku. Upon arriving at Ichiraku ramen, Naruto couldn't wait to greet Ichiraku. Ichiraku was one of the few villagers who did not harbor hostility towards Naruto, so Naruto naturally liked to come here. Oh, it's Naruto. And you've brought guests. What would you like to eat? New customers get a 20 discount. Naruto, since you brought in new customers, they'll give you a 50 discount. Ichiraku always wore a kind smile. He didn't believe in the so-called fox demon associated with Naruto. However, he was just an ordinary villager who needed to feed his family, so he could only help Naruto in small ways. Really? That's great. Naruto was overjoyed to hear about his ramen discount. You can order whatever you want, boss. I'll have a bowl of pork ramen. Feng Yao ordered a bowl of pork ramen. Sasuke, this egg is really delicious. Do you want to try it? Sasuke tried to maintain his indifference, but couldn't resist Naruto's enthusiasm, so he reluctantly agreed. Then give me a bowl too. Sure thing. Ichiraku turned and got busy. Haha, Sasuke, it'll make sure you are satisfied. Before long, 3 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Naruto inhaled deeply, so delicious. Sasuke didn't have much of an opinion about ramen. He was eager to understand why his older brother Itachi Uchiha betrayed the clan, even though he seemed to sense that the relationship between the Uchiha and the village wasn't right. After all, Sasuke only pretended to be aloof. He wasn't actually foolish. Feng Yao naturally understood Sasuke's thoughts. Just eat your ramen. Once we return to the ancestral land, they'll slowly tell you everything. Seeing this, Sasuke had to endure his inner impatience. Ah, this is so delicious, hick. Naruto happily rubbed his stomach, feeling that Ichiraku ramen was the best thing in the world. Sasuke finished eating as well. Seeing this, Feng Yao settled the bill. Feng Yao led Sasuke and Naruto out of Ichiraku ramen. Come again next time. Uncle Ichiraku, I will definitely come again next time. Upon reaching the fork in the road, Naruto realized it was time to part ways, and he felt a bit reluctant, his heart heavy, but he still forced a carefree demeanor. Feng Yao, with keen insight, gently ruffled Naruto's hair. See you tomorrow then. My name is Uchiha Feng Yao. You can call me Brother Feng Yao like Sasuke does. Naruto felt a hint of acidity in his nose, his eyes reddening, and he nodded vigorously. Then Brother Feng Yao, see you tomorrow. Naruto waved goodbye and left first. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Sasuke would laugh at him. The hidden Umbu members all breathed a sigh of relief, and Kakashi was no exception. After all, they had all witnessed Uchiha Feng Yao's strength. If it wasn't necessary, they really didn't want to provoke him. Then they quickly followed after Naruto, who was running back. Noticing that the gaze from the shadows had disappeared, Feng Yao didn't mind. Feng Yao prepared to return to the ancestral land with Sasuke. Brother Feng Yao, you seem to be quite nice to Naruto. Sasuke looked at Feng Yao. Sasuke actually felt sympathy for Naruto, not as indifferent as he appeared on the surface. Feng Yao merely smiled and remained silent. It's not just interest, he's your lifelong enemy, Sasuke. Brother Feng Yao, why did my older brother? On the way, Sasuke couldn't help but ask. This time Feng Yao did not remain silent. Sasuke, do you know the relationship between the Uchiha and the village? Sasuke was taken aback, clearly not expecting Feng Yao to ask this. Sasuke thought for a moment and said, we Uchiha are the largest clan in the village. That's right, but do you know why we are the largest clan? As soon as those words were spoken, Sasuke was stunned again. He thought seriously for a while. Is it the Sharingan? Correct, but that's not entirely accurate. Feng Yao glanced at Sasuke. Do you know how Konoha village was established? Before Sasuke could answer, Feng Yao had already spoken. It was founded together by our Uchiha and the Senju, but from the moment the village was founded, the villagers have actually not trusted us, or rather they have rejected us Uchiha. Isn't it ridiculous? The founders of the village are actually being rejected, and our Sharingan has always been coveted. Only strength can prevent us Uchiha from being exterminated. Feng Yao seemed to have immersed himself in his own world, paying no attention to Sasuke, who was already becoming overwhelmed. At this point, Sasuke felt his worldview beginning to collapse. It was the first time he felt that this village, or rather this world, was so unfamiliar. Seemingly noticing Sasuke's change, Feng Yao stopped his monologue. Sasuke, you are still young, I can only say so much. Some things you need to find the answers for yourself. Feng Yao returned to his previous gentle demeanor, ruffling Sasuke's hair, just like he did with Naruto. Done. Feng Yao certainly did not forget his purpose for coming, which was to acquire Indra's chakra. He obtained a few strands of Sasuke's hair to give to Orochimaru for research, believing that Orochimaru would not let him down. As for Sasuke, Feng Yao had high hopes for him. If it weren't for plot-induced deaths and Naruto's persuasive talk, Sasuke's thoughts at the Valley of the End would actually align with the prevailing reality. Unfortunately, Kishimoto's vision was simply too narrow. In the original work, he awakened a single Tomo when his entire clan was exterminated. Feng Yao felt that it wasn't because Sasuke was cold-hearted or lacked talent. On the contrary, Feng Yao believed that Sasuke should have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan at that time. But he was only 6 years old then, and his chakra was likely not concentrated enough to endure the power of the Mangekyō. Thus, Feng Yao believed that Sasuke's Boda's stress response led to the awakening of a single Tomo, which resulted in his fainting. As for Sasuke's character, anyone who has watched Naruto knows well, and his talent goes without saying. Is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra a joke? Brother Feng Yao, I want to become stronger. Could you guide me? Sasuke's eyes were resolute. Young as he was no fool. His clan and the village had already sown seeds of doubt within him. Especially the clan members whose gazes were full of disgust, deeply piercing Sasuke's tender heart. A blaze of fury simmered within him, vowing to prove to the clan that Sasuke possessed talent as well. On a deeper level, Sasuke yearned even more to prove to Fugaku that he was a worthy son, and above all to uncover the truth behind why Itachi had betrayed the clan. Feng Yao pondered for a moment, then offered a faint smile. Of course I can. Thank you, brother Feng Yao. Let's begin right now. Sasuke was far too eager to progress. He could hardly wait to receive guidance from this current strongest member of the Uchiha clan. Feng Yao shook his head. Sasuke, don't be impatient. There's no rush for this day. I have matters to attend to. Same time, same place tomorrow. We'll meet then. All right. Sasuke acknowledged his own haste. Don't worry, I won't run away, Feng Yao said, finding the situation amusing. Activating his divine might, Feng Yao departed from Mai. At the rain-hidden village within Orochimaru's secret base, Feng Yao emerged from the spatial warp. This is Indra's chakra gene. Feng Yao produced several strands of Sasuke's hair and handed them to Orochimaru. Oh, how exquisite. Orochimaru's eyes burned with fervor. Delving into the truth was a splendid endeavor. Orochimaru carefully stored the hair in a glass container. After entrusting Orochimaru with the strands containing Indra's chakra, Feng Yao prepared to activate his divine might and return to Mai. But Orochimaru called him back. Wait, Feng Yao-kun. What is it? Feng Yao cast a wary glance at Orochimaru. Haha, not long ago Pain convened a meeting. Feng Yao gestured for Orochimaru to continue. A mysterious figure posted a bounty with the Shao organization, specifically offering 1 billion for your head. Orochimaru again licked his face with his tongue. Oh, Feng Yao let out a sardonic laugh. Someone willing to shell out 1 billion and name him specifically. The mastermind behind this was undoubtedly the Mai F4. Given his understanding of the third Hokage, he wouldn't make such a decision. So it had to be you, Danzo. That day Danzo's feigned death couldn't fool Feng Yao. He simply didn't want Danzo to die so easily. Did Danzo truly think he hadn't seen through it? Laughable. If the power of the Eternal, I couldn't discern that it would disgrace the reputation of the Eternal Kaleidoscope. As for Koharu and Shuei Humenyen, apologies, did those two even have the nerve? Still, they likely had a hand behind the scenes. So, what arrangements did Pain make? Feng Yao asked after a moment of contemplation. Though every member of Shao was at the shadow level, the only one who gave him any real trouble was Nagato. He had originally planned to wait until he possessed enough power to suppress the 6 paths of pain before confronting Nagato. If Nagato were to join this time, he would have to reconsider. The almighty push of the 6 paths of pain had an immense range. He truly feared it might affect the Uchiha. As for the villagers of Mai, what did they matter to him? Haha, this time Pain won't act, but all of Shao will mobilize. Orochimaru knew full well Feng Yao's terror. Without Pain's involvement, Feng Yao could almost crush the entire Shao single-handedly. Still, it's possible Pain might be secretly following. I see. Then just follow them when the time comes. But don't neglect the extraction of white Zetsu cells and Indra cells. After giving these instructions, Feng Yao activated his divine might and left Orochimaru's lab. Returning to Mai, Feng Yao went to Fugaku's house again. Fugaku wasn't home. Mikoto was preparing dinner while Sasuke practiced shuriken in the yard. Feng Yao went straight to Itachi's room. Who? Itachi sensed the disturbance. His crimson Sharingan activated, a kunai appearing in his hand. It's me. Feng Yao stepped out of the darkness. Clan leader. Seeing it was Feng Yao, Itachi's tense heart relaxed. What is it, clan leader? Itachi was puzzled. He had planned to leave tonight. Your plan to leave the village and join Shao should wait a few days. Why, oi? Itachi asked, confused. An unexpected development. Feng Yao then told Itachi about the bounty on his head, placed by Orochimaru and Shao. Itachi frowned. The third Hokage doesn't seem like the type to do this. It's definitely not the third, it's Danzo. Danzo? Itachi exclaimed, didn't Danzo die? Feng Yao sneered. That was merely a feigned death. I just didn't expose it. After all the heinous deeds he's done, I won't let Danzo die so easily. Itachi nodded. He had heard of Danzo's misdeeds while in the Umbu, and Shui had hinted at them as well. From what I know, the Shao members don't seem to be your match. Itachi was somewhat puzzled. Feng Yao's strength was enough to crush him, and Feng Yao had shared some minor intelligence. There's certainly no match for me, but Pain's abilities have an extremely wide range. If he acts, the clan members could suffer losses. I have ways to deal with Pain. Naturally, what I worry about is Danzo and the others. Feng Yao knew the possibility was low, but people were complex. Rather than betting on others' mercy, he preferred to prepare countermeasures. I understand. Itachi grasped Feng Yao's concern. Given Danzo's character, such an act was entirely plausible. Though Danzo had supposedly been executed, he didn't have to appear personally. The next few days passed peacefully for both the Uchiha clan and Mai. Splash. Naruto and Sasuke both fell into the water. A wave of water splashed up. I can't. Anymore. Naruto crawled ashore like a dead dog, spat out a belly full of water, then lay on the grass, unwilling to move a muscle. Sasuke was much the same, though his pride kept him from looking as pitiful as Naruto. Still, he wasn't in much better shape. The two had drunk an unknown amount of river water that day. Their stomachs bloated. Feng Yao meanwhile lounged in a reclining chair, basking in the sun and sipping juice. Brother Feng Yao, when will this end? Is this tree climbing practice really useful? Sasuke remained silent, but his expression matched Naruto's disbelief. Hearing this, Feng Yao pushed up his sunglasses and glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. Tree climbing trains your chakra control. It's a fundamental skill for any strong ninja. Otherwise, how will you ever learn those powerful jutsu later? Thus 4 days had passed since Sasuke first asked Feng Yao to teach him to become strong. During that time, Naruto discovered Feng Yao training Sasuke and also begged Feng Yao to teach him. In the Ninja Academy, Naruto had never even mastered the 3 basic jutsu. Iruka, as a teacher, didn't put much effort into teaching Naruto. His inner conflict left him uncertain how to face the boy. Feng Yao was the only person besides the third Hokage who had ever shown Naruto kindness, so naturally Naruto wanted Feng Yao to guide him. This greatly worried the third Hokage. During that time, he secretly met Naruto and told him that Fengio's approach held an ulterior motive. But Naruto didn't care about that. He only knew who treated him well. Anyway, Naruto didn't know what Feng Yao wanted from him, nor did he care. He just wanted to grasp this hard-earned warmth. In the end, the third Hokage had no choice but to hope that Jiraiya would return to the village soon. Konoha at present would probably find it difficult to oppose Uchiha Feng Yao. Big brother Feng Yao, can this really be trained? Why don't you just teach me ninjutsu directly? Naruto said cheekily. Feng Yao helplessly covered his face. Don't be impatient. You have to eat one bite at a time. It's only been a few days, and do you think you can become a fatso overnight? Keep practicing. I promise to teach you a special move, and I absolutely won't break my word. But the prerequisite is that you can control the chakra within your bodies. If you can't do that, even if I teach you, you won't be able to learn. It's like building a house. You need to lay a foundation. If the foundation isn't solid, even if you finish the house, it will be useless once the wind blows and the rain comes. Sasuke and Naruto seemed to understand only vaguely. Listening to Fengio's words, they seemed indeed reasonable. It seemed they had been too impatient. Alright, I'm definitely going to be the first to complete it. Naruto shot a provocative glance at Sasuke, and then continued to control his chakra while walking on water. Just you a dead last. Don't dream. Sasuke also taunted Naruto. Smug Sasuke. Hearing Sasuke call him dead last again, Naruto got so angry that he lost control of his chakra and fell into the water. Feng Yao covered his face. This guy can't bear to watch. The special moves Feng Yao planned to teach them were exactly their future signature ninjutsu, Rasengan and Chidori. Feng Yao couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Naruto and Sasuke were only about 7 years old now. If they mastered Chidori and Rasengan ahead of time, they would surpass their peers. But speaking of which, we haven't made a move on those Akatsuki guys yet. I'm so bored and going crazy, and the system hasn't budged lately. Outside Konoha village, a white-haired man sneaked back into the village through a side gate. The 2 gate guardians of Konoha at the main entrance, Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, noticed nothing unusual. Haha, it's been a long time since I've been back to the village. I need to go collect some material. This white-haired man was none other than one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. A pervert. Catch him. That day Konoha's bathhouse erupted. When the third Hokage received the news, he immediately knew Jiraiya had returned. This Jiraiya doesn't come to see me first thing. When he returns, doesn't he know how tense the village is right now? Honestly, I wonder who taught him. The third Hokage was helpless. His 3 disciples, one betrayed the village, one left to gamble, one went collecting what material. Life was really frustrating. What a disgrace. Kohara Uchiha and Hamuramito Kato were speechless. They were also helpless toward Jiraiya. Obviously strong yet not interested in becoming Hokage. Kakashi. A dark figure appeared with a swoosh. It was Kakashi wearing Yinbyu uniform and a dog-faced mask. The short sword on his back was the White Fang's short blade, which had once taken down Sand Shinobi with a single. "He'll trouble you, Kakashi. Get Jiraiya to come see me." Yes. With that, Kakashi used the body flicker technique and left the Hokage building. Konoha's shopping district. Where did he run off to? He must be over there, sisters, let's chase. Jiraiya, disguised as a passerby, watched them leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Phew, good thing I have the transformation technique. Jiraiya didn't notice that all his disguises were exposed in someone's sight. Jiraiya. Fongyao was taking Naruto and Sasuke to eat at Ichiraku Ramen. And everything Jiraiya had just done was observed by his Mangekyō Sharingan. He didn't need to guess if Fongyao knew that Jiraiya had been called back by the third Hokage. The purpose was probably to counterbalance him, and under the guise of the Hokage's authority, prevent the Uchiha clan from competing for the Hokage position. In the original story, Jiraiya wouldn't have returned at this time. So Fongyao figured it out with a little thought. But the third Hokage and the others had miscalculated. He didn't care about the Hokage position at all. Moreover, there had been accumulated conflicts between the villagers and the Uchiha over the years. Perhaps after some time the Uchiha would no longer be Konoha's Uchiha. Jiraiya also noticed Fingio's gaze at this moment. No help for it. Among the crowd, this kid's eyes were staring at him meaningfully. It was hard not to notice. That's the Uchiha kid. And that blonde. Could it be? Jiraiya had seen Naruto when he was born and knew that Naruto, like his disciple Minato, had brilliant blonde hair. Afterwards, Jiraiya had returned a few times, but each time, he only observed Naruto from a distance. Seeing that Naruto seemed to be doing well, he left again to continue searching for the child of prophecy foretold by the great Toad Sage, and also to collect material to polish his work. Naruto. Even as dense as Jiraiya was, he started to catch on. He had heard rumors of what was happening in the village. The third Hokage's letter had mentioned many conflicts between the village and the Uchiha. Naturally, it included that the Uchiha clan head Uchiha Fongyao possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan and had controlled Naruto to make him oppose the village. Jiraiya shed his previous frivolous demeanor. He was a man who valued the bigger picture. In other words, he would never allow anyone to undermine the village's interests. Jiraiya immediately walked toward Fongyao. "Hello, are you Uchiha Fongyao?" Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto, who were playing around behind, naturally noticed Jiraiya. "Sasuke, who's that old guy? Looking for trouble?" Naruto whispered to Sasuke. "Don't know." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. In Konoha, he had never seen this person before. "It's me." Hearing Fingio's confirmation, Jiraiya's expression instantly changed. But he was also somewhat confused. Naruto didn't look like he was being controlled by the Sharingan. "Is there something you need, Lord Jiraiya? If not, I'm taking these 2 little ones to eat," Fongyao said casually. Jiraiya was silent for a moment, not particularly surprised that Fongyao recognized him. Fongyao had some fame during the Third Shinobi World War, a Uchiha genius, second only to Shisui and Itachi. It was normal to have met at the war's end. He looked at Fongyao, then at Naruto. Naruto looked completely confused, thinking to himself that he had never seen this old man before. "Fongyao, you should know what I mean." Jiraiya frowned. There were too many people around and Naruto was right there. It wasn't suitable to discuss the matter of the Jinchuriki with Naruto yet. "What do you think?" Fongyao smiled gently. "Hey old man, are you looking for trouble with brother Fongyao?" Ming Ren stepped in front of Fongyao, glaring at Ziyi. In Ming Ren's small world, Fongyao now held an extremely high position in his heart. Anyone who caused trouble for Fongyao was causing trouble for him. Zuizhu, though silent, had already grasped a shuriken in his hand without notice. Some villagers around, seeing this, quickly distanced themselves from them. But there were also those who enjoyed watching the show. "The demon fox is here too." At this moment, Ziyi still maintained the appearance of his transformation, so some villagers who had seen him before naturally couldn't recognize him. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The Umbu hiding in the shadows were even more drenched in sweat. Ziyi, on the contrary, was utterly astonished. That black-haired kid was obviously from the Yuzhibo clan. But Ming Ren's behavior truly baffled Ziyi. It didn't seem like he was being controlled at all. Could there be some hidden circumstances he was unaware of? As a ninja, Ziyi's hearing was naturally sharp. He knew that the demon fox the villagers had just mentioned referred to Ming Ren. Yet Mingren showed no concern at all. This made Ziyi feel something was off. Feng Yao pushed Mingren aside. Don't be nervous, Mingren, this old man has no ill intentions. Mingren looked puzzled in his eyes. This guy was definitely looking for trouble. Zhuozhu, hearing Feng Yao's words, also put away his kunai. Although Zhuozhu had never seen Feng Yao's strength with his own eyes, the fact that Feng Yao could defeat his father and dear older brother meant he was certainly not weak. Then let's go together. Feng Yao then ignored Ziyi and led Mingren and Zhuozhu to Ilu Ramen. Strange old man. Mingren muttered as they left. Ziyi fell silent and ultimately followed Feng Yao. Those in the shadows all breathed a sigh of relief. That man was Ziyi. They had almost come out to intervene just now, because if Ziyi and Feng Yao had started fighting in the commercial district of Muyi, they would have been in a difficult position. Fortunately, it didn't happen. Meanwhile, Feng Yao arrived at Ilu Ramen shop. Haha, Uncle Ilu, I want an extra chicken leg. Boss, the usual. Ziyi found a seat near Feng Yao and sat down. Ilu Ramen. Boss. Ziyi used to be a regular at Ilu, but he had left the village later. Thinking back, it had been several years since he last came. The ramen was quickly prepared and brought to the table. Ziyi uncharacteristically remained silent, quietly observing Feng Yao and Mingren. Throughout the meal, Ziyi was like an outsider. Mingren and Zhuozhu were quite talkative, and Feng Yao occasionally chimed in. Ziyi was stunned. Mingren's appearance definitely didn't seem. No, it completely didn't seem like he was being controlled. Zhuozhu, Mingren, you two go back first today. I have some matters to discuss with this old man. Feng Yao was somewhat interested in Miao Mushan. Ramen was finished. Zhuozhu, Mingren, you two go back first today. I have some matters to discuss with this old man. Feng Yao was somewhat interested in Miao Mushan. He wondered if Miao Mushan could allow the system, which had been dormant for a few days, to check in. After several check-ins, Feng Yao had figured out the mechanism of the system's rewards. Feng Yao was well aware of the third Hokage's little schemes in having Ziyi return. However, Feng Yao didn't care, as Ziyi was still no match for him. Brother Feng Yao, alright. Hearing that Feng Yao wouldn't take them back this time, Mingren felt a bit disappointed. Then he glared fiercely at Ziyi. Hey old man, if you dare to harm brother Feng Yao, I swear by the name of the future Hokage that'll make you pay. Zhuozhu didn't say anything. Feng Yao was confident that he had few rivals. Ziyi's mouth twitched. Why did he feel like he was the one who was utterly evil? Feng Yao suppressed a smile and waved goodbye. Finally, Zhuozhu and Mingren disappeared from their sight. Why is Mingren so close to you? Ziyi asked. Indeed, Ziyi had noticed that Mingren suddenly became so close to a Uchiha clan member, and he had also seen in the third Hokage's letter that Feng Yao was controlling Mingren. This made Ziyi have to be cautious. Heh. Hearing Ziyi's words, Feng Yao sneered. If you had seen Mingren's situation in the village, you wouldn't ask that. It was laughable that a ninja renowned for intelligence had no idea what kind of life his own disciple had been living in the village. Ziyi frowned. What do you mean? Ziyi thought carefully. He had occasionally returned a few times over the past years, but each time he only took a distant glance and never paid attention to anything else. Of course, he was also aware of some of the third Hokage's practices. For example, Mingren, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was too young, and to protect him and avoid a repeat of Kushina's tragedy. Some measures were naturally understandable. But for some reason, Ziyi subconsciously recalled the villagers' words when they first met. Demon Fox. Feng Yao shook his head and didn't answer directly. Rather than telling Ziyi outright, it was better to let him find out himself. The outcome would be the same anyway. In Feng Yao's view, even if Ziyi knew that the third Hokage was wrong, his choice would never change in the face of the village's interests. Mingren is not under my control, don't worry. As for why Mingren is close to me, you can investigate yourself. It's not a secret anyway. Feng Yao's tone was playful. Ziyi was silent for a moment. Feng Yao, I know you. During the Third Ninja World War, you were also a hero of the village. Why has it come to this? Besides, we are all from the same village. Can't we just sit down and talk things out? Ziyi still wanted to salvage the situation. The village had gained several pairs of Mangekyō, all of which were Muye's power. Why must they fight to the death? Ziyi, don't be so naive, alright. My Uchiha clan only wanted to survive from beginning to end, but what was the result? Slandered our properties, taken forced out of our ancestral land. Ji Shui met a tragic death. A few days ago we were even surrounded. If I didn't possess the Mangekyō, I'm afraid there might not be a Uchiha name anymore. Feng Yao's tone was icy cold. Ziyi said urgently. Feng Yao, those were all Tuanzang's ideas. Now that Tuanzang is dead, I believe the old man will definitely give you an explanation. Explanation? Haha, Ziyi, you should know the relationship between the third Hokage and Tuanzang. Without the third's tacit approval, how could Tuanzang have been so unscrupulous? Feng Yao looked at Ziyi as if he were a fool. Ziyi was momentarily speechless. His heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Of course Ziyi knew, he just didn't want to delve into it, but that didn't mean he didn't understand. He also knew a bit about the Uchiha clan situation. This was also one of the reasons he left the village. Zilai didn't like the third Hokage's methods either. Finally, Jiraiya spoke up, assuring Feng Yao, "I will persuade the old man. But as a loyal supporter of the village, he would never allow anyone to harm it. However, if anyone dares to harm the village, I will never let you off." Feng Yao sneered dismissive. Jiraiya's strength was indeed formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the pinnacle of Konoha's power. Yet compared to him, who possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, there was still a gap. Not to mention the terrifying abilities of the double Tsukuyomi, it would be difficult for Jiraiya to contend with them. But now Feng Yao wanted to go to Myobokuzen to see if he could sign in for Sage Mode, so he would not easily let Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, how about this? Let's have a bet. If you win, my Uchiha clan will never undermine the village's interests. If I win, you will take me to Myobokuzen." Hearing Feng Yao wanted to bet with him, Jiraiya was pleasantly surprised, confident in his own strength. But upon hearing that Feng Yao wanted him to take him to Myobokuzen, if he lost, he immediately looked at Feng Yao with caution. Yet he might have guessed Feng Yao's thoughts and reminded him, "What do you want to do at Myobokuzen? Do you want to learn Sage Mode? What do you think?" Feng Yao showed no intention of hiding. Jiraiya nodded. Apart from learning Sage Mode, he couldn't think of any other reason for Feng Yao to go to Myobokuzen. Could it be for those disgusting insects? "Alright, I promise you, regardless of whether you win or lose, I will take you to Myobokuzen." Jiraiya was not afraid of Feng Yao going back on his word. After many years of traveling, he could tell that Feng Yao was a person of principle. For he saw in Feng Yao a similar arrogance to his good friend Orochimaru. As for Sage Mode, Jiraiya was even less worried. Over the years, many had wanted to learn it, but only a few truly succeeded. Others either died or turned to stone. Even a genius like Orochimaru had not mastered Sage Mode. One must understand that only through cultivation does one know its difficulty and danger. Even for him, he had not fully mastered Sage Mode. He needed the assistance of the sages Shima and Fukasaku to enter it. And all of this was achieved by Jiraiya, enduring years of hardship at Myobokuzen, risking his life to refine it. The process was not without the help of the toads at Myobokuzen. So Jiraiya did not believe Feng Yao could learn it. Not everyone could be a genius like Minato. "Where is the location? If it's outside the village, I need to discuss it with the old man." Feng Yao shook his head, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Since you said that regardless of whether I win or lose you will take me to Myobokuzen, why not go directly to Myobokuzen?" Jiraiya was taken aback, thinking that it seemed to make sense. But he still felt something was off. "Alright, since that's the case." Jiraiya was not one to dither. Once he made up his mind, he acted immediately. Reverse summoning technique. Feeling a chakra tugging at him, Feng Yao did not resist. After a moment of dizzying distortion, the tugging of chakra suddenly vanished. The ground beneath him was no longer the soil of Konoha, but a damp, thick, soft forest floor exuding the scent of decaying leaves and moss. Surrounding light was filtered through towering ancient trees, presenting a hue of pale green, dusky yellow, and hazy mystique. The air was thick with natural energy, and taking a breath felt like stirring the chakra within. Not far away, colossal trees towered above their trunks, as thick as buildings, branches twisting like ancient dragons, and leaves forming an impenetrable canopy. The ground was covered with thick moss, enormous mushrooms, ferns, and strange plants, some even taller than a person. In the distance, one could see the continuous peaks of the Sage's Mountains, shrouded in clouds and mist, with waterfalls cascading down for thousands of feet, the sound of water rumbling, yet not at all noisy. Everywhere were frogs of various sizes: palm-sized green frogs, houses-sized rock toads, and giant toads the size of small hills, some resting, some swimming, and some meditating, creating a scene of serenity. Seeing this scene, even Feng Yao, with his calm demeanor, was still immensely shocked, as if he had stepped into a paradise beyond the world. It was simply another world, and Feng Yao couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life online. Myobokuzen and the three great sacred places, along with a few other locations, might very well be like Kagaya's subspace, each being an independent space, simply put, a small world. Now it seemed that this saying was indeed quite plausible. Jiraiya, seeing Feng Yao's expression, smiled slightly. He remembered when he first came to Myobokuzen, he too was deeply shocked. "Let's go, we'll take you to meet the great sage Toad and the others." Jiraiya initially wanted to hurry to battle, but considering that regardless of the outcome, he decided to introduce Feng Yao to the sages of Myobokuzen first. Feng Yao nodded in agreement, but inside he was excited, because after a few days of silence, the system finally reacted. Detected that the host is currently at the three great sacred places of Myobokuzen. "Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in." Feng Yao chose to sign in without hesitation. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Sage Mode Myobokuzen version. Ding, congratulations for triggering a chain sign-in. Continuous sign-in at the three great sacred places will grant a perfect Sage Mode, the most suitable for humans." Feng Yao's pupils shrank sharply. A perfect Sage Mode. Although he did not know the specifics, if the system claimed it was perfect, it surely wouldn't be lacking. Especially the phrase describing it as the most suitable sage mode for humans made Feng Yao's heart race. Feng Yao had seen the original work of Myobokuzen's sage mode and naturally knew its drawbacks. If it weren't for the terrifying boost sage mode provided to strength, he wouldn't even consider it. He wouldn't bother scheming either. One must know that in the original work, the most intuitive manifestation of sage mode belonged to Naruto. Without sage mode, Naruto was crushed by pain. After entering sage mode, however, Naruto managed to go unknown against pain. I ask you, is that not absurd? This clearly showed that the enhancement brought by sage mode was an exponential qualitative change. Feng Yao felt the sensations brought by Myobokuzen's sage mode. He was extremely satisfied. Feng Yao felt as if he could instantly enter sage mode, as if it was innate. Having accomplished his goal, Feng Yao's mood instantly brightened. He also began to think about the other two great sacred places. The Dragon Cave was easy to find, and Orochimaru should have a way to get there. Orochimaru was already loyal to him, so there should be no problem going to the Dragon Cave through him. The difficult part was the Wet Bone Forest. From what Feng Yao knew, it seemed that only Tsunade had a way to reach the Wet Bone Forest. But the key was that the chances of Tsunade helping a Uchiha were quite slim. Forget it, why think so much? With Myobokuzen's sage mode and the doubled Tsukuyomi's eternal Mangekyō, I have practically touched the threshold of the 6 paths. In a situation where I haven't revealed my full strength, I am already in an invincible position. As for Kaguya, Feng Yao expressed that he was not familiar with her. Soon Jiraiya led Feng Yao to the front of the hall. In fact, Feng Yao had already spotted those toads from a distance. Isn't this little Jiraiya? You rarely return these days. 2 small toads approached. Jiraiya smiled softly, offering no reply, but still spoke respectfully. Sage Fukasaku, Sage. Feng Yao knew these must be Fukasaku and Shima of Mount Myoboku. There was also an orange toad, seemingly asleep, sitting on a cushion. It should be the great toad sage he knew of. This one was even older than the Sage of 6 Paths, a true, living fossil of the ninja world. It was Shima who spoke, accompanied by Fukasaku. Oh, Jiraiya, bringing a newcomer. Last time you brought one, it was that little Minato. Being brought by little Jiraiya, perhaps he has some talent. The two stared at Feng Yao, trying to discern his traits. Hello. Feng Yao greeted politely with a slight smile. These two were also ancient relics, only a few hundred years younger than the great toad sage. Ahem, it's like this. Jiraiya rubbed his nose awkwardly and briefly explained the situation. Fukasaku and Shima realized they had misunderstood. I see an Uchiha with the Mangekyō and seemingly quite polite. Fukasaku and Shima sighed. They knew of the Uchiha, a powerful bloodline clan in the ninja world. Especially Feng Yao's Mangekyō. It reminded them of Uchiha Madara from decades ago, the pinnacle powerhouse of the ninja world. He too was an Uchiha with the Mangekyō. Yes, I'll need your help later, both sages. Jiraiya did not overestimate himself. He had heard of the Mangekyō. The Mangekyō, like the first Hokages would release, was a force that ended the era of chaos. Jiraiya dared not be careless. Without sage mode, relying solely on his own strength, he hardly had confidence to deal with the Mangekyō. But the great toad sage is asleep again. Last time he slept was 10 years ago, about the child of prophecy. Jiraiya looked at the sleeping great toad sage, inwardly shocked. Yes, a few days ago the old sage suddenly fell asleep. It scared us. We thought he was about to return to the Pure Land. Hearing their exchange, Jiraiya's mouth twitched. But the words were casual, yet the listener took them to heart. Feng Yao's mind tightened. A few days ago. If not mistaken, that was the day he awakened his past life memories and the system. He wondered how much of the future the great toad sage could see. Let's go. Since we're going to fight, let's head to the usual place. Fukasaku and Shima led the way, leaving the hall. Feng Yao followed them. Though he didn't know what the usual place was, it should be suitable for battle. Soon they arrived at a large open area surrounded by scattered toad statues. There were also several large toads sparring. They were likely the Gamabunta trio, along with some long toads Feng Yao didn't recognize. Yo, Jiraiya, you rarely come back, said Gamabunta, who looked like a mob boss. Sparring with Gamabunta was a blue toad with 2 sheaths on its back, presumably the third brother Gamahiro. Feng Yao drew a sharp breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of giant creatures. Ah, Gamabunta, you look even stronger. Jiraiya greeted him with a smile. Gamabunta was his summoning beast comrade, having fought alongside him for many years. Humph. Gamabunta turned away proudly. By the way, is that black-haired kid a newcomer? The second brother Gamakin and the third Gamahiro were both taciturn, but they nodded in greeting to Jiraiya. Fukasaku briefly explained the duel between Jiraiya and Feng Yao. Oh, I see. Jiraiya, don't lose, or don't say you know me. Huh. Jiraiya knew Gamabunta's temperament. Alright, Gamabunta. Let's begin. Haha, Feng Yao will use sage mode and summon Gamabunta and the others. Don't say I'm bullying you. Feng Yao smiled slightly. Of course, sage mode and summoning beasts are part of one's strength. Huh. Then. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened, entering combat mode. Fire style Great Flame Sphere. A massive fireball with a blazing tail shot toward Feng Yao. Shima and Fukasaku quickly leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulders. They helped him regulate natural energy. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A giant fireball wrapped in a tail of flames crashed at tremendous speed. Boom. Sparks flew. Then 3 of Jiraiya's clones charged Rasengan in hand ready to strike. Oomph. Feng Yao dodged with a body flicker. He drew his longsword. One of Jiraiya's clones dissipated into smoke. Then he kicked out. Another clone vanished into smoke. Summoning. Boom. Gamabunta slashed with his sword. Feng Yao flickered away midair, and a golden Susanoo skeletal arm transformed into a large bone blade, crashing down. Gamabunta hastily raised his sword to block. TCH, this guy's got some strength. Jiraiya stood atop Gamabunta's head. So this is Susanoo. Doesn't seem so impressive. Gamabunta's mouth twitched. In his mind, can't you see my hand shaking? I can barely hold it. If not for the bad timing, he would have given Jiraiya a few cuts to let him taste his blade's sharpness. Feng Yao gave Gamabunta no respite. The large summon size was too cumbersome. So he quickly formed a giant golden bone fist and shot it at Gamabunta's right cheek with lightning speed. Gamabunta sensed the danger. The next moment Gamabunta was sent flying far away belly up. Jiraiya lost his balance, and Feng Yao seized the opportunity to blast a fireball jutsu at him. But Jiraiya remained calm. This time is enough. As the fireball touched him, he instantly dissipated into... Elsewhere, Jiraiya's eyes snapped open. Sage mode. Red eye shadow appeared around his eyes, red lines crisscrossed his face, his pupils turned into horizontal lines, and he showed partial frog-like features. This was Jiraiya's Sage mode, more precisely an incomplete version. It was due to his inability to fully control natural energy. Sage Art Gomen. Jiraiya spewed a massive stream of viscous toad oil. Like a black torrent, it swept across the entire battlefield, covering the ground, rocks, and vegetation in a thick layer of oil. At the same time, Shima on his left shoulder took a deep breath and unleashed a violent fire-style flames, as red as blood, igniting the oil instantly. Fukasaku on his right shoulder blew a gust of wind, fueling the flames and oil, creating an endless sea of fire in an instant. Feng Yao used body flicker to leap into the sky, avoiding the hot oil. Sage Art Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya's form flickered, appearing behind Feng Yao in an instant. The Ultra Big Ball Rasengan crashed down a chakra sphere with earth-shattering force. However, Feng Yao's eyes were calm, showing no signs of panic. The enormous, giant Rasengan inexplicably passed through Feng Yao. Nanny. Immediately after, Jiraiya also passed through Feng Yao's body. Voidification. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately activated the Sage technique, summoning the toad. The sound wave of the illusion swept through the air. However, the illusion had no effect on Feng Yao. The Sharingan was known to be a natural counter to illusions, let alone Feng Yao's eternal Mangekyō. Using illusions in front of him was like trying to show off in front of an expert. Sage Shima, seeing this, immediately unleashed fire release, sending a line of fire towards Feng Yao. Child's father. Understood. Having worked with Shima for many years, Sage Fukasaku already knew what to do. Sage Fukasaku released wind release ninjutsu, with one hand attacking Feng Yao together with the line of fire. Sage technique, Thousand Needle Jutsu. Seeing this, Jiraiya also used his signature technique, and his originally soft long hair instantly hardened. In the next moment, all the hardened hair shot out like a torrential rain. Thousands of strands of white hair shot out simultaneously, forming a dense shower of needles targeting Feng Yao. Feng Yao's expression remained calm. The attacks passed through him without leaving any traces. Is ninjutsu ineffective? Jiraiya landed on a rock, his gaze wary and serious. Little Jiraiya, that kid's ability seems to ignore physical attacks. I suspect this must be his Mangekyō ability. Indeed, ninjutsu and taijutsu have little effect on that kid, and illusions are his specialty. However, I suspect that ability to ignore attacks must have a time limit. Indeed, little Jiraiya, we can outlast him on Mount Myobokuzen. I don't believe that ability can be maintained indefinitely. Jiraiya, hearing the analysis from the two sages, also felt that Feng Yao's ability could not be sustained forever. On Mount Myobokuzen, where natural energy was abundant, with the help of the two sages, they could exhaust this kid Feng Yao. Feng Yao also landed on a rock, his gaze calm, as if he had just been warming up. Feng Yao merely raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing his inner thoughts. Damn it. Jiraiya was enraged, determined to make this guy recognize his strength today. Summoning Jutsu. 3 large toads appeared, namely the just flown one-tai, the toad Gamma, who carried twin swords, and the toad Kin, who held a large bowl and a round fork. The toad swordsman held a large bowl and a round fork. Go. Is it one against many? Feng Yao formed hand seals with both hands, creating 9 shadow clones. Each clone summoned 3 toads. The golden Susanoo transformed, completing its 3rd stage in a... Moreover, this Susanoo was in its complete form, wielding a straight sword. The 3 toad brothers. The three brothers gazed at themselves, shrouded in shadows, suddenly questioning their existence. Wait, brother, did you cheat? Jiraiya and the two sages also twitched their mouths, simultaneously feeling, damn it, don't underestimate us. Wentai drew his sword and leaped, attempting to leap over the clone, only to be kicked away by a Susanoo, while the other two Susanuos struck with a punch. Wentai landed belly up. Damn it. Jiraiya felt powerless inside, not expecting Feng Yao to be this strong. Plus the chakra was way over the top. Wentai was belly up, and both Toadkin and Toadgama were also being bullied. All means were exhausted. Jiraiya knew he could no longer handle Feng Yao. The previous battles were merely Feng Yao's way of holding back. In this gamble, Feng Yao had won. Sigh. Old man. Feng Yao, stop. You've won. Jiraiya knew he was no match for Feng Yao. It's not a life-and-death situation, why fight to the bitter end? Knowing he couldn't win, why charge and head first? He certainly had no masochistic tendencies. Jiraiya prided himself on not being someone who couldn't take a loss. Hearing this, Feng Yao dispelled the clones, and the 9 clones instantly transformed into smoke and dissipated. After their opponent disappeared, Toadkin and Toadgama lay on the ground like dead dogs. Exhausted, Jiraiya then dispelled Sage Mode, the features on his body receding like a tide. Fukasaku and Shima jumped down from his shoulders, looking at Feng Yao as if he were a monster. Another Uchiha Madara. The younger generation is indeed formidable, truly formidable. With the likes of young Minato before, and this Uchiha kid, now the ninja world is truly a land of talent. The two sages sighed inwardly. Thank you, Jiraiya and the two sages. Feng Yao instantly appeared beside them, smiling slightly, showing no signs of modesty. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. This guy. Kid, was that ability to ignore attacks your Mangekyō Sharingan? Indeed, that was my Mangekyō Sharingan. Shima nodded, not asking further, and neither did Fukasaku and Jiraiya, who everyone had their own secrets. Feng Yao, once you learn the Sage Mode of Mount Myobokuzen, it seems you will become even stronger. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. However, learning Sage Mode is quite difficult. Back then it took Minato several years to master it. Jiraiya's expression even turned somewhat gleeful. Thinking of Feng Yao practicing Sage Mode, needing to apply toad oil and eat colorful bugs. Jiraiya felt his mood lighten. Fukasaku and Shima both agreed. Ahem, did you misunderstand something? Feng Yao coughed lightly, looking serious. Upon hearing Feng Yao's words, Jiraiya and the two sages were stunned. I never said I wanted to learn Sage Mode. Jiraiya sprung up like a carp, his eyes wide open, staring at Feng Yao. Then why are you here on Mount Myobokuzen? Feng Yao was momentarily speechless. Could he tell Jiraiya he was just here to check in? Then Feng Yao straightened up. Can it be that I just wanted to come to Mount Myobokuzen to see the scenery? Feng Yao thought, wait, is this how you see the scenery? The two sages and the 3 toads stood up straight, speechless. Jiraiya twitched the corner of his mouth. In the end, Feng Yao declined the bugs offered by Sage Shima and returned to the ninja world using reverse summoning. Just as Jiraiya was about to use reverse summoning to return, a small toad quickly approached him. Old man Granny and Jiraiya, the great toad sage has awakened and told me to hurry and call you all. Hearing this, Jiraiya and the two sages exchanged glances and headed to the great toad hall. They saw an old giant toad sitting on a mat, his eyes narrowing as if he was struggling to stay awake. Great toad sage, we are here. Oh, it's you guys. Is there something? The great toad sage asked in return. Jiraiya twitched his mouth while the two sages were already used to it. Great toad sage, weren't you the one who summoned us here? Oh, me. Let me think. All right. The great toad sage seemed to remember something and immediately spoke seriously. In the near future, many significant events will occur in the ninja world. I can't remember the specifics, but there seems to be a white figure lonely under the red moon, and many enemies. Not long after the great toad sage fell asleep, Zilai Yi and the two sages wore grave expressions. Although Zilai Yi very much wanted to complain about the great toad sage's flippancy, he absolutely believed in the prophecies the great toad sage made. However, the white silhouette hanging beneath the crimson moon mentioned by the great toad sage. For some reason, Zilai Yi actually thought of that fellow Feng Yao. But Zilai Yi immediately shook his head. A white figure. Feng Yao's entire body was only relatively fair-skinned. How could it be? Shun's sage with a grave expression looked at Zilai Yi and said, Little Zilai Yi, it seems a great war will befall the shinobi world in the future. When you travel in the shinobi world from now on, you must be extremely careful. Yes, the great toad sage also mentioned many enemies, but didn't specify what they are. In short, you must be very cautious from now on. Jima sage also spoke with worry. Haha, Shin's sage, Jima sage, rest assured. I am the teacher of the child of prophecy. How could anything happen to me? But I will also be cautious from now on. With so many powerful figures in the shinobi world, I don't want to be caught off guard someday. Besides, if I can't defeat them, I can always summon you. Zilai Yi laughed heartily, reassuring the two. Alright then, I'll head back now. Jana. Finally, under the gaze of the two sages and the other great toads, Zilai Yi used reverse summoning to return to the shinobi world. The three toad brothers were together at the moment, and Wentai sensed Shun's worry. Old man, what did the great toad sage say that made you all so worried about that fellow Zilai Yi? Wentai had a pipe dangling from his mouth and a short sword at his waist. Ignoring the fist mark on his right cheek, he had resumed his former image of a Yakuza boss. Alas, a great event is about to occur in the shinobi world. Jima Sage relayed the great toad sage's prophecy to the assembled toads. I see. The human world is truly troublesome, fighting every day. Wentai assumed it was the usual human conflicts. In fact, everyone in Miao Mushan thought so. Wentai had no interest in the conflicts of the shinobi world, but he did appreciate Zilai Yi. It seems we are not strong enough yet. At least we can help him when he faces a great enemy. Hama Jin and Hama Guang agreed deeply and decided to double their training from now on. Wentai gritted his teeth. The battle with Feng Yao just now was an utter humiliation to him. That brat named Feng Yao, you just wait. One day he'll trample you under my feet. Toad Wentai had never been so embarrassed in his life. He swore he would make Feng Yao pay. After Feng Yao returned via reverse summoning, he ran into Ming Ren and Zuizhu. Although they verbally despised each other, they seemed to have already developed a hint of the future bond between them. Hey, where's that white-haired uncle? Why didn't he come back with brother Feng Yao? Oh, we've finished our discussions. He's already returned. Feng Yao replied. Brother Feng Yao, let me tell you that white-haired uncle is definitely not a good person. Ming Ren whispered to Feng Yao, showing great disdain for Zilai Yi. Feng Yao's mouth twitched, but he also found it amusing. What would Ming Ren think if he knew that man was his father's teacher, and also his own future teacher? In the future, he was definitely going to take the Uchiha away from Mu Yi and establish themselves in Yuin. Don't be fooled by the current calm between Mu Yi and the Uchiha. But that was only on the surface. Behind the scenes, the conflict with Mu Yi had reached its highest point since the village's founding. The major ninja clans of the village were all watching. Tuansang's death was merely a pawn pushed out by the upper echelons. It was just a temporary compromise by Mu Yi's high-ranking officials, a means to appease the Uchiha. Everyone knew it clearly. The struggle between the Uchiha and the high-ranking officials could only have two outcomes. Either the Uchiha would win or the high-ranking officials would win. But they would never support the Uchiha. Thus the conclusion was obvious in their eyes: the Uchiha would ultimately lose. But no matter what, they never expected that Feng Yao would simply flip the table and refuse to play along with them. That was quite intriguing. As for Ming Ren, Feng Yao definitely could not take him away. As the village's nine-tails Jinchuriki, taking Ming Ren away would not be permitted by either Mu Yi or the Land of Fire. His leading the Uchiha to secede from Mu Yi was due to persecution by the village, giving him a just cause. Other ninja villages and countries would be happy to see that. But if he took Ming Ren, it would be like taking away a great power's nuclear weapon, even if he had the strength to suppress Mu Yi. However, this would arouse the fear of other ninja villages, instantly shattering the balance of power among the great nations. And Mu Yi, lacking the nine tails, would inevitably become a target of greed for other villages. Then the fourth great ninja war might break out prematurely. This was not what Feng Yao wanted to see. And Zilai Yi was actually a good place for Ming Ren to go. It must be said that although Feng Yao did not approve of Zilai Yi, feeling that his character and conduct were somewhat despicable, as a teacher Zilai Yi was relatively qualified. That guy has many flaws, but his strength is decent. TCH, what good is that white-haired uncle's strength if he's not the Hokage? I think Feng Yao is way stronger than him. Ming Ren was still disdainful. Feng Yao smiled faintly without replying. Alright, enough about that. Have you completed the task I gave you? As soon as he said this, Ming Ren and Zuizhu's expression stiffened. Well, Ming Ren stammered. Zuizhu also pursed his lips. He hadn't expected that a simple water-walking exercise would stump him. He was supposed to defeat his older brother and become a strong man like his father. To him, this was an utter disgrace. Hell, let's go. We'll continue tomorrow, but this time we'll go to the Valley of the End outside the village. Feng Yao had waited these few days. The Akatsuki organization should be making their move soon. It was time to provoke the third Hokage. On the other side, the Hokage's office. After listening to Zilai Yi's account, the third Hokage fell silent for a moment. Zhuanqin, Xiaochun, and Shui, Hu Min Yen looked shocked. Even Zilai Yi had been defeated. I understand, Zilai Yi. You may leave now. The third finally said. Zilai Yi looked at the third, but in the end couldn't hold back and spoke. Old man, why must you oppose the Uchiha? Can't we all work together? The third was silent and did not answer. Zilai Yi looked at the third, shook his head in disappointment. This was the reason he didn't like staying in the village. Tsunade must feel the same. Zilai Yi finally left the Hokage's office. Only after Zilai Yi left did Tuansang, who had been hiding in the shadows, emerge. Rijan, we can't wait any longer. Uchiha Feng Yao now completely disregards us, and he's been in contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki these past few days. I suspect the Uchiha are planning another coup. We should strike first. And Zilai Yi, as the Hokage's direct subordinate, actually leans toward the Uchiha. I don't think he has inherited the will of fire at all. The third glanced sideways at Tuan Song and took a deep drag from his pipe. The third Hokage could not possibly be oblivious to Danzo's petty schemes. He was too embarrassed to even call him out on them. Danzo's expression darkened. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what exactly do you mean by that? Jiraiya's nature is precisely like that. He has no interest in power or the like. Out of respect for his old friend, the third Hokage decided to spare him some face. Danzo dismissed it since his criticism of Jiraiya was merely his habitual way of suppressing. Danzo held Jiraiya in contempt as well. A man of cage-level strength, yet he wasted his time on such base and underhanded activities. Writing novels was one thing, but he also made a habit of peeping into women's bathhouses. No wonder his strength had stagnated. All his energy was spent on women. It was only fitting that the disciple mirrored the master. That's right, I'm looking at you, Hiruzen. However, the urgent matter at hand was dealing with the Uchiha, especially Uchiha Feng Yao, whom Danzo had come to utterly despise. His entire stockpile of Sharingan was gone. Without the visual prowess to suppress it, the Hashirama cells within his body began to reject him violently. Left with no choice, Danzo had to amputate his entire left arm. His strength had now diminished by more than half, to the point where even Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura could easily defeat him. This was an insult he could not swallow. The master was right. The Uchiha were inherently evil. Master, you should have mobilized the entire village to wipe out the Uchiha back then. Hiruzen, I've already made contact with Hanzo. He agreed that for 10 billion Ryo he would cooperate with us in besieging the Uchiha. What? 10 billion Ryo? Is Hanzo trying to exploit our crisis? The third Hokage laughed bitterly. 10 billion Ryo. Even for a prosperous village like Konoha, such an expenditure would cripple its finances. Heh. A glint of triumph flickered in Danzo's eyes. I know, so I negotiated with that old fox for several days, and in the end I secured it for Konoha at 5 billion Ryo. For just 5 billion Ryo, Hanzo will act on our behalf. The third Hokage's gaze turned peculiar. Knowing his old friend as he did this seemed uncharacteristic. Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura made no effort to hide their suspicion, both staring at Danzo. Their expressions seemed to say you. Seeing their dubious looks, Danzo's face darkened. He was angered. What are you staring at? Do you doubt my competence and integrity? The others straightened their expressions, but inwardly they rolled their eyes. As if we don't know your capabilities. But your integrity? You have none. They couldn't even be bothered to call him out. Danzo's face grew even darker. Fine. None of you trust me. True, I did skim a tiny bit, but it was all for the good of Konoha. The village cannot exist without its darkness. Otherwise, who would take the blame? Only I, Danzo, could. Finally, the third Hokage turned to Danzo. Are you certain Hanzo will come? I'm not sure if he'll come, but he won't break his word. The Mangekyō is just a small village, and they've been struggling for years. With his greed, he won't let this opportunity slip. Additionally, I've secretly hired an assassin organization. It will be foolproof. When the time comes, the Uchiha will be nothing but fish in a barrel. Danzo gave his assurance with absolute confidence. Hearing this, the third Hokage finally nodded. He was still willing to trust Danzo's ability to get things done. As for 5 billion Ryo, it was neither too much nor too little for Konoha. It fell right at the acceptable threshold. With that thought, the third Hokage's gaze toward Danzo softened slightly. Danzo, you've finally done something right. Upon hearing Danzo's assurance, Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Hamura also breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, the Mangekyō village, the steel city of perpetual rain, or rather the city of rain. This was the capital of the land of rain, and also the location of Mangekyō. The daimyo of the land of rain had long been a figurehead since Hanzo's era. The leader of Mangekyō effectively ruled the entire country, acting as the daimyo. The sky was dim with rain falling incessantly. Mangekyō's technological development was nothing short of exceptional, arguably the finest in the entire shinobi world. Unfortunately, the constraints of shinobi thinking meant they possessed the technology to change the future, but lacked the mindset to do so. From atop a high tower, Pain Tendo gazed down upon the steel city. His red cloud robe fluttered and snapped loudly in the wind. Raindrops fell upon him, but he paid them no heed. He simply stood there silently watching this weeping nation. Nagato, it's time to move. Konan emerged from behind. She too wore a long red cloud robe, her deep blue hair flowing. Behind her stood Sasori, Pippa, Shirzan Kano, Orochimaru, and Zetsu. Where is Uchiha Madara? Pain glanced back. Leader Madara has some matters to attend to, but he will arrive in time. At that moment, Black Zetsu spoke up. After all, now that Obito had lost Kamui, he could no longer act with impunity as before. If Nagato sensed something amiss, it would be troublesome. It better be so. In an underground chamber once Madara's base, now belonging to Obito. With the help of White Zetsu, Obito had transplanted a pair of Freedomo Sharingan. Uchiha Feng Yao, if I do not kill you, I am not human. I will reclaim my Mangekyō. Obito was now consumed with hatred for Feng Yao. His Kimui Mangekyō had been taken, and the Mangekyō he had left with Kakashi was also seized by Feng Yao. As for the items he had stored in the Kimui dimension, they were essentially lost. Fortunately for research purposes, Obito had kept a spare pair of Freedomo in the base, otherwise he would have been left with nothing. When the infinite Tsukuyami was eventually activated, he would never let Feng Yao enjoy happiness. Would release with spike technique. Instantly, countless wooden spikes erupted and spread their destructive power, terrifying. Even without Kamui, I am still the strongest in the shinobi world with my wood release. Obito nodded with satisfaction, lost in his own world. Uzumaki White Zetsu was startled by Obito's display. Obito, why are you using jutsu in the base? Is it to amplify your bowel movement? Uzumaki White Zetsu asked curiously. Still immersed in his invincible fantasy, Obito cast a cold glare at Uzumaki White Zetsu. If not for this White Zetsu's uniqueness and a modicum of strength, he would have gladly killed this imbecile on the spot. What a disgraceful fool. That Black Zetsu had left this Uzumaki White Zetsu behind just to spite him, while he himself went off with the aloe vera White Zetsu to enjoy himself. Even if it was the will of Madara, he deserved to die. Obito ignored Uzumaki White Zetsu, who kept rambling about bowel movements. He put on his mask and stepped outside. Rinnegan. A look of greed flickered in Obito's eyes. Nagato's Rinnegan had a seal placed on it. That seal, besides the deceased Uchiha Madara, only he knew how to manipulate. When Madara transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, how could he have not left a contingency? However, Obito suppressed his greed for the Rinnegan. Nagato's role was still critical for now. Obito did not wish to retrieve the Rinnegan unless absolutely necessary. Nonetheless, he already considered the Rinnegan as his own property. It was merely temporarily housed in Nagato's body. On the other side, at the Uchiha clan's territory, a small white snake was summoned. Oh, is it Orochimaru? This was the token left by Orochimaru indicating that he had information to share. It seems that the Akatsuki's actions have begun. Coincidentally, Feng Yao also had matters to discuss with Orochimaru. The rewards from the previously unlocked system sign-in still required the Dragon Cave and the Wetbone Forest. Feng Yao was extremely envious of this perfect sage mode. Just hearing the system's introduction made Feng Yao's mouth water. As a seasoned web novel reader, Feng Yao had an instinct that this perfect sage mode was definitely extraordinary. In fact, he had a certain guess in his heart. However, considering whether this perfect sage mode was indeed what he envisioned, Feng Yao hesitated. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to acquire this perfect sage mode. Kawaii. The space twisted, and Feng Yao left the Uchiha clan's territory. On the other side, Orochimaru was teamed up with Scorpion, but Scorpion was nowhere to be seen. There was no need to elaborate on the reasons, those who understood knew. Suddenly, the space before Orochimaru began to swirl. Feng Yao appeared out of nowhere and reached out to grab Orochimaru. Then he pulled Orochimaru into the Kimui space. Upon arriving in the Kimui space, Orochimaru looked excited. Even though it wasn't his first time here, it still thrilled him, causing him to marvel at the terror of the Sharingan. What an enviable ability. Feng Yao ignored Orochimaru and got straight to the point. Is it about the Akatsuki's actions? It seems nothing can be hidden from you, Feng Yao-kun. Orochimaru then proceeded to reveal the Akatsuki's actions. Feng Yao paid no heed to Orochimaru's teasing. Had that old dog Danzo. Feng Yao's eyes turned cold. I understand now. For Feng Yao, the only threat to him was pain. Others like Konan, Scorpion, and Kakazu were no match for him. Even if the third Hokage and Danzo backstabbed him, it would only amount to a few more attacks. Because in the face of true power, any schemes and tricks were merely those of a clown. Feng Yao's current strength had already reached the level of the peak Uchiha Madara. Moreover, due to the immense power of Kimui, Feng Yao was even more formidable and troublesome than Madara. In Sage Mode, Feng Yao's strength could even rival that of the Six Paths. Madara's battles with the Five Kages were like child's play. It was no joke. By the way, you have a method to reach the Dragon Cave, right? Upon hearing this from Feng Yao, Orochimaru was taken aback. The Dragon Cave. Could it be that Feng Yao intends to learn the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave? However, learning Sage Mode is extremely difficult and time-consuming. Orochimaru was unaware that Feng Yao possessed a system. With Feng Yao's strength aside from that individual, with the Rinnegan Nagato, the others should not be his opponents. Knowing so many secrets of the ninja world, Feng Yao shouldn't be the type to rush into something desperate. But precisely because of this, Orochimaru became curious about Feng Yao's reason for going to the Dragon Cave. I'll go take a look. Feng Yao nodded. Feng Yao-kun, since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. However, the sages of the Dragon Cave have rather bad tempers. If I fail to treat them well, no need, I'll just stay for a while and won't meet them. Orochimaru understood every word Feng Yao said, but when combined, he couldn't comprehend it. Orochimaru looked perplexed, but he still used the special summoning technique of the Dragon Cave. As the smoke dispersed, Feng Yao and Orochimaru had already arrived at the Dragon Cave. Ahead, a massive cave entrance was carved with snake patterns and the words Dragon Cave, surrounded by deep mountains and thick forests with dense fog everywhere. Looking into the cave, it was dark, cold, and damp with a sweet metallic smell in the air. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in at the Dragon Cave, obtaining the Dragon Cave Sage Mode. Sign-in achievement for the 3 great sacred lands triggered. Mysterious Wood Mountain and Dragon Cave completed. System check panel. Ding. Host Feng Yao. Chakra attributes Fire, Lightning, Yin. Bloodline limit Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Special modes Mysterious Wood Mountain Sage Mode, Dragon Cave Sage Mode. Skills Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Uchiha Swordsmanship, Crow Summoning Technique, Crow Clone, Double Kimi, Izanagi Izanami. Evaluation Overshadow Peak. After signing in, Feng Yao said to Orochimaru, "Let's go back." Orochimaru, "Wait, are you really just here to look around?" Even with Orochimaru's astounding wisdom, he was still baffled by Feng Yao's actions. "Feng Yao-kun, are you serious?" Feng Yao nodded. Orochimaru twitched his lips. In the end, Orochimaru used the reverse summoning technique to take Feng Yao out of the Dragon Cave. Deep within the Dragon Cave, surrounded by rock walls and stalactites, water dripped rhythmically. A dark river could be faintly seen flowing silently. The stalactites resembled snake fangs intermingled. The passage twisted like a maze with visible snake skins and shadows. The further in, the wider the space became until reaching the deepest point. Here, massive stone platforms were everywhere, permeated with an eerie aura. A gigantic white phosphor snake, its body incredibly large, coiled upon the throne of the colossal temple. She had orange-yellow vertical pupils, wore a purple headdress, and a huge green gem hung on her chest, quietly holding a pipe. She was the master of the Dragon Cave, the white snake sage who had lived for thousands of years. This aura, the human called Orochimaru, has returned along with another chill energy. Are they the descendants of those outsiders? Orochimaru, how is your Edo Tensei technique coming along? Can it restore all the strength of the deceased, eh? Orochimaru did not expect Feng Yao would suddenly ask him about Edo Tensei. He pondered for a moment and said, "To be honest, I believe my Edo Tensei technique is approximately at the level of the second Hokage. However, restoring all the strength of the deceased is probably unrealistic, but I can attempt improvements." Upon hearing this, Feng Yao nodded. It seemed he had made an assumption. The Edo Tensei technique that Orochimaru currently mastered was far from being perfected during the Fourth War. Indeed, Feng Yao wanted to use Edo Tensei on Shisui. Shizui's corpse had been buried by Itachi. Now that Itachi had opened his heart, things were naturally different from the original story. Feng Yao did not dare to say he fully trusted Orochimaru, but he did have some faith in him. Not only did he hand over Shizui's other Mangekyō Sharingan to Feng Yao, but when Feng Yao inquired about the whereabouts of Shizui's corpse, although Itachi hesitated for a moment, he still informed Feng Yao. Currently, Uchiha's top combat power was still lacking. Just him, Fugaku, Itachi, and Shisui could barely count as half. Others were at best elite Jonin level. Thinking about Uchiha's development, it couldn't rely solely on him. More powerful allies were needed. Uchiha's powerhouse. Feng Yao suddenly recalled that in the original story, a future Mangekyō powerhouse, Uchiha Shin, seemed to be an experimental subject of Orochimaru. By the way, do you have an experimental subject named Shin here? Nothing can be hidden from Feng Yao-kun. Hearing this, Orochimaru showed no surprise. If there were anything in this world that Feng Yao didn't know, that would surprise Orochimaru. Feng Yao nodded, curious about Shin. Take me to see him. Orochimaru nodded. Of course, no problem, Feng Yao-kun. With that, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Reverse summoning technique. A plume of smoke rose and Feng Yao and Orochimaru vanished from the dense forest. Land of Rice, Hidden Sound Village, Orochimaru's experimental base. Feng Yao and Orochimaru appeared in a base filled with experimental equipment. Kabuto and some of Orochimaru's subordinates were processing files and experiment reports. Who goes there? Everyone immediately became alert, ready to fight. Don't panic, it's me. Orochimaru's cold voice rang out. It's Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto, seeing this, called out to the others. I didn't expect you to convince the daimyo of the Land of Rice so quickly to establish the Hidden Sound Village. Haha, without the information Feng Yao-kun provided, it would have taken me much longer. It's still under construction, but this place indeed houses my laboratory. Feng Yao nodded. Lord Feng Yao, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto and the others stepped forward to greet them, including several villagers of the Hidden Sound Village from Feng Yao's memory. Orochimaru gestured for the others to continue working. Kabuto, bring Shin's files over. Yes. Shortly, Kabuto brought Shin's files. Good, go ahead with your work. Orochimaru dismissed Kabuto and handed the files to Feng Yao. Feng Yao opened them and looked. Some information about Shin. As for his identity, we both know it. Just one of Danzo's informants. But he is a clever man with his own mind and knows what to do. Orochimaru was naturally aware of Kabuto's identity. Although he also, as for his identity, we both know it. Just one of Danzo's informants. But he is a clever man with his own mind and knows what to do. Orochimaru was naturally aware of Kabuto's identity. Although he also gave him important tasks, he would not teach him the fundamentals. Later, Kabuto's strength was entirely developed through his own exploration. In this world where bloodlines reign supreme, Kabuto's success can be called defying fate. Feng Yao admired him. Alright, since it's Feng Yaoken's words, it seems I should indeed pay more attention to you. Orochimaru trusted Feng Yao greatly. He had also recognized Kabuto's talent, but previously worried about Kabuto's rebellion. But with Feng Yao as a guarantor, Orochimaru had no more concerns. Feng Yao nodded. Feng Yao said this precisely because he hoped Orochimaru would nurture Kabuto. Relying solely on Orochimaru was far from meeting Feng Yao's requirements. Later, after the Uchiha settled in the Rain Village, Feng Yao was still considering whether to recruit Beiliuhu, who was also a scientific genius like Orochimaru. As for Beiliuhu's personality issues, Feng Yao found them a bit troubling. Other aspects were fine, but his desire to rule the world was rather thought-provoking. If it really didn't work, then he would have to use some special means. But that was a matter for later. Arriving at a laboratory, Feng Yao saw a teenage boy lying on a bed. Pure white, short hair, no eyebrows, large eyes with slightly sunken sockets, a relatively thin and small stature, wearing a white sleeveless experimental coat, and a pale complexion. That was Shin. He was sitting on a simple hospital bed. Shin's physique is very special. It has no rejection reaction to any Kekkei Genkai. Come to think of it, it was he who approached me initially. Orochimaru said slowly. Feng Yao nodded. Feng Yao naturally understood Shin's physique from his past life. Otherwise, how could a person without any Uchiha blood evolve a 3-tomo Sharingan into a Mangekyō? This sufficiently demonstrated Shin's uniqueness. Shin was also a troubled youth. According to the files Orochimaru provided, Shin was a war orphan of Konoha. Add to that his being subjected to long-term human experiments and body modifications by Orochimaru since childhood. Without a normal childhood with emotional deficiencies and lacking proper education, his worldview became completely distorted. This led to the later Shin's belief only in power and survival of the fittest, thinking that ease and peace would degenerate ninjas, and that only war could drive evolution. It must be said that many talented individuals end up in tragedy due to a lack of education. This made Feng Yao exclaim that education is truly a century-long plan. Shin had already noticed the arrival of Feng Yao and Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. Don't be nervous. This is Uchiha Feng Yao. He specifically asked to see you. At this time, Shin was not yet as deranged as in the later days. Thus, he was a bit nervous facing Feng Yao, since even the immensely powerful Orochimaru in his eyes treated Feng Yao with respect. But upon hearing Uchiha, he suddenly felt a sense of closeness. Don't be nervous, I value your talent. Shin's intelligence was not low. He immediately asked, is it my special physique? Yes. With that, Feng Yao used Kemui, and a nutrient solution bottle containing a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan appeared in his hand. He handed it to Orochimaru. Transplant these eyes into him. Hearing this, Orochimaru was surprised. I didn't expect Feng Yaokoin to value Shin so much. Yes, Feng Yao planned to thoroughly reform Shin. Since Shin could regard Itachi as his spiritual pillar, why couldn't he? From now on you will be called Uchiha Shin. Are you willing? I am willing. Shin didn't know why, but hearing the name, Uchiha Shin, felt so familiar and his heart suddenly surged with excitement. Uchiha Shin. I have a name, Uchiha Shin. Shin felt a sense of belonging. His parents died in the war, but he had been very clever since childhood. He witnessed the darkness of Konoha's high-ranking officials, and thus he hated them. In the past, he only wanted to learn Lord Orochimaru's cloning technique, possess a powerful body, and then defeat everyone who bullied him. But gradually, from some point, he became lost and numb. Good Uchiha Shin. I am Uchiha Feng Yao, the current clan head of the Uchiha. For now you will stay here with Orochimaru. Once I lead the Uchiha to leave Konoha, I will come to take you away. Upon hearing the word Konoha, a flash of hatred crossed Shin's heart. Lord Feng Yao, what happened? As for the specifics, Orochimaru will tell you. He had no intention to Orochimaru, taking Shin. But don't worry, he'll compensate you with something else. After all, recruiting Orochimaru's man, right in front of him, Feng Yao had to placate Orochimaru. No problem. I believe Feng Yao's compensation won't be bad. Meanwhile, Akatsuki had already set their plan against the Uchiha into motion. The Umbu, under the third Hokage and the Root, having received reinforcements, stood ready at a moment's notice. Konan, go. Within a forest, Konan gave the order. By her side stood Pain of the Heavenly Path. Proceed according to the plan. Paper wings fluttered behind Konan. Yes. Kakuzu, Sasori, Orochimaru, and Zabuza followed. Konan slipped directly through the rear gate of Konoha. Behind her, the hidden pain of the heavenly path kept guard. I never thought I'd return. Kakuzu's eyes were complex. In those days, he had been a jonin of Takigakure. The Takikage was dissatisfied that the first Hokage Hashirama Senju had given them only one-tailed beast. The Takikage felt that Hashirama looked down on him. So he sent Kakuzu to assassinate Hashirama Senju. In the end, Kakuzu was terrified by Hashirama. After a fierce battle, he fled back to Takigakure. And what was the result? I risked my life on the front lines carrying out your mission. Now the village is afraid that the assassination attempt on the Hokage will anger Konoha. Why didn't you think of that earlier? So the village announced to the outside world that everything was Kakuzu's own doing. They immediately branded him a rogue ninja and threw him into prison. From then on, Kakuzu saw through the hypocrisy of Takigakure's leadership. Breaking out of prison, he slaughtered nearly all of the village's high-ranking officials. Finally, he took the secret technique Earth Grudge and left the village. He began his career as a bounty hunter. Konoha, I will make you feel the pain I suffered back then. I heard the son of White Fang is called Kakashi. Had better not cross my path, or I'll make him wish he were dead. Beside Kakuzu, Sasori's gaze was icy, his eyes burning with hatred. Years ago, his own parents had died at the hands of Konoha. Now that he was back in Konoha, he would make them taste suffering. Let them know the agony of losing loved ones. Zabuza, however, was cautious about Konoha. During the Third Great Ninja War, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he had been tasked with a decapitation strike mission. Unexpectedly, they encountered 3 children on the way. They had intended to dispose of them quickly. Then suddenly a bull-haired man in a green spandex suit appeared. Shouting words like passion and youth that Zabuza couldn't understand, he charged at them. As a result, the 7 ninja swordsmen were nearly annihilated. To this day, Zabuza still has psychological trauma from that bull-haired man in green, terrified that he might be kicked. Orochimaru spoke wistfully. Konoha is indeed a beautiful place, but the shadows run deep. That was the Uchiha clan grounds. As Konan's paper form descended upon the Uchiha compound, her body fragmented into scattered sheets. Fireballs streaked toward her. They exploded in midair, colliding with the papers. What? Was our intelligence leaked? Kakuzu and Sasori were shocked. Within the Uchiha compound, hidden Uchiha elites emerged one after another. At their head stood Setsuna and Fugaku. Their crimson Sharingan gleamed. Their faces were cold and stern, just as the clan leader predicted. The sight was awe-inspiring. Cold sweat broke out on Kakuzu and the others. As far as the eye could see, all were 3-mo Sharingan, nearly several dozen of them. Especially in the dead of night, those scarlet eyes seemed to glow like wolves spotting prey. The pressure was overwhelming. Ask yourself, wouldn't you be terrified by dozens of glowing red Sharingan staring at you? Damn it. Zabuza gritted his teeth, his executioner's blade already in his hand. He had personally experienced the might of the Uchiha. During the Third Great Ninja War, a single Uchiha Jonin with 3 tomo required at least 2 Jonin to handle. Especially sure sway of the body flicker back, then whom even he admitted he couldn't defeat. They had thought that by launching a surprise attack they could catch the Uchiha off guard. But they were the ones caught off guard. Attack! Uchiha Setsuna's voice rang out sharp and cold. Whoosh. Boom. On the other side, Obito and Black Zetsu heard the sounds of battle approaching. Their faces turned pale. What's happening? Did they get discovered? That Nagato is nothing but a blundering fool. Obito was furious. If that bastard Feng Yao caught wind of this, how would he ever retrieve his Mangekyō? And without the Mangekyō, what would become of Rin? Feng Yao, if you dare desecrate Rin's body, I swear, Obito, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Obito calmed down. Black Zetsu was truly exhausted. This idiot still hadn't realized why Feng Yao knew about his Mangekyō. And if Feng Yao saw Rin's body hidden in Obito's Kamui dimension, it would be hard for Feng Yao not to connect the dots. In fact, Black Zetsu felt that Feng Yao might have already figured out Obito's identity. If that was all, it was bearable. It proved Feng Yao was incredibly shrewd. Black Zetsu wasn't afraid, he had plenty of patience. But if it was the Mangekyō's ability, the one Black Zetsu dreaded, then trouble loomed. At this thought, Black Zetsu genuinely wanted to slap Obito senseless. Why did you have to come and wipe out the clan? Why weaken Konoha? Did you think I couldn't see through your little schemes, eh? Now you've lost your Mangekyō. The descendants of Indra, all of them are insane. Not a single one is sane. Uchiha Madara was like that, and so is Uchiha Obito. If his plan failed because of Obito, Black Zetsu swore he would never let Obito off. Obito Danzo has brought his men. Black Zetsu spoke. Obito was overjoyed. Black Zetsu, go and tell Danzo that the Uchiha's main force is already engaged with the Akatsuki. Before Obito could finish, both Black Zetsu and Obito sensed a sudden danger. They dodged separately. Who? Obito ground his teeth, his 3-mo Sharingan scanning the surroundings. Caw, caw, caw. A swarm of crows flew past, finally coalescing into a figure. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down at Obito and Black Zetsu from above. That familiar entrance made Obito instantly recognize who it was. Itachi, are you betraying me? Obito snarled. It was he who had awakened Itachi's Sharingan in the first place. Years ago, Obito had casually killed Itachi's 2 teammates to trigger the awakening. Sure enough, they were all ungrateful wretches. Betrayal? What betrayal? I think you're the one who's betrayed. Uchiha Madara, or rather Uchiha Obito. When Itachi uttered Obito's name, both Obito and Black Zetsu were stunned. Obito kept up the pretense, Uchiha Obito. Ha, whose worthless name is that? My name is Uchiha Madara. But Black Zetsu knew that Itachi must have discovered something. Even more frightening to Black Zetsu was the ability of Feng Yao's Mangekyō. He dared not think about it. The mere thought was too despairing. Itachi said nothing, but his hand had already reached for the short sword on his back. Behind him, a dozen figures descended silently, their crimson eyes fixed on Black Zetsu and Obito. Huh? You snorted coldly. Tianzhao. Black flames instantly ignited on Dai-Tu. Dai-Tu let out a miserable scream. Without the Mangekyō, his intangibility was completely unusable. The means that could have previously dealt with Tianzhao had now turned against Feng Yao. Heiju acted decisively, immediately grabbing Dai-Tu and burrowing into the ground. But he was interrupted by several shuriken. Sensing the threat, Heiju leaped away instantly. As expected, another cluster of black flames appeared on the spot, another Tianzhao. Blood tears streamed down from Yu's Mangekyō. Damn it! Heiju wanted to save Dai-Tu, but he was surrounded by several Uchiha. Heiju could only helplessly watch Dai-Tu's miserable screaming. He wasn't too worried that Dai-Tu would die. Sure enough, Dai-Tu couldn't bear it any longer. Dai-Tu activated his Anaji, sacrificing 1-3 Sharingan. Dai-Tu suddenly appeared beside Heiju. Under his mask, Dai-Tu's left eye was already pale, his face deathly pale, and sweat poured like rain. Clearly Tianzhao had caused him great suffering. At this moment, Dai-Tu gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Feng Yao, I will not let you off. Xian would get me out of here quickly. A white figure suddenly emerged from beneath Dai-Tu's feet, grabbing him and pulling him into the ground. Several Uchiha tried to stop them. Cutting technique. Dai-Tu activated would release cutting technique from himself. Countless wooden spikes burst forth from the ground, blocking their advance. What does poop look like? I'm so curious. After saying this, Xian Wabaiju pulled Dai-Tu underground and withdrew. Seeing that Dai-Tu had left, Heiju also burrowed into the ground and fled. Why didn't you pursue? An Uchiha clan member angrily demanded accusations at you. The other Uchiha also clearly held a prejudice against you. You merely said calmly, the mission assigned by the clan leader hindered their attack. Yu's Mangekyō gazed into the distance. He could see that direction often held a large number of personnel, either from the Umbu or the root. Among them was a chakra signature very familiar to you. Yu's expression was complex. He observed the surroundings. Terrifyingly, as if manipulated by some consciousness, the nearby villagers had mysteriously vanished. Chilling. At the Hokage building, the third Hokage had donned battle armor he hadn't worn in years. In his hand was the adamantine staff, transformed from Saru. Behind him stood Danzo, his single eye glinting with a cold light. Danzo's gaze was like a viper's. The third Hokage smoked smoke, shrouding his face. Old man, someone attacked the Uchiha. At that moment, Jiraiya used the body flicker technique to appear beside the third Hokage. Seeing the third neatly dressed and a resurrected Danzo, his heart clenched. A sense of foreboding instantly surged. Old man, you. Jiraiya looked at the third in disbelief. The third took a deep drag of his cigarette and said calmly, Jiraiya, I have no choice. The existence of the Uchiha has gravely endangered the village's safety. Later you hold off while Danzo and I deal with Fuyu. As for Feng Yao, someone will handle him. Old man. Jiraiya tried to persuade. Enough, Jiraiya, if you still recognize me as your teacher. The third severely reprimanded Jiraiya. Jiraiya, the Uchiha have long been estranged from Konoha, yet you still speak for them. I've said it long ago, we should have followed Master's words and eliminated the Uchiha early. Now look what's happened. 4 Mangekyō users emerged. If not for Shizui's death, otherwise the situation would only be worse. At the mention of Shizui's name, the third glared fiercely at Danzo. You drove Shisui to death. Are you proud of that? Shisui had been the lubricant between the village and the Uchiha. If not for Danzo forcing Shisui to his death, would the conflict between the village and the Uchiha have become so intense? By the time the third learned of this, it was too late. Shisui had already jumped off a cliff. Since things had come to this, he could only let it slide. Jiraiya was crestfallen. He looked toward the Uchiha direction, his heart filled with shame. Yes, I should have known. Feng Yao, you were right. At this moment, Jiraiya felt utterly lost. Meanwhile, the battle was at a stalemate. Kakuzu had already lost 3 hearts. Sasori had brought out the puppet of the third Kazekage. Orochimaru moved with considerable agility. Juzo Biwa fared the worst. His strength was at most elite jonin, nothing compared to cage-level fighters like Kakuzu Sasori and Orochimaru. Thus, he bore the most injuries. Konan also responded hastily, dodging constantly. Hidden in the shadows, the Deva Path Pain saw this, and knew he could no longer hold back. The Asura Path, Naraka Path, Human Path, Animal Path, Preta Path, along with the Deva Path, all appeared within the Uchiha compound. The 6 paths of pain repelled the enemies surrounding Konan, Kakuzu, and the others. How is it? Deva Path Pain asked, his voice cold. But Konan detected Nagato's concern from his tone. I'm fine. Konan panted heavily. Clearly her chakra had been depleted significantly. Kakuzu and the others were more or less injured. They all gathered behind Pain. A bag of rice must carry how many floors? A bag of rice must carry 2 floors. I said if you want a bag of rice I can give it to you for free. A voice came from behind Deva Path Pain. Deva Path Pain twisted around and threw a punch backward, but a hand firmly caught the punch. Deva Path Pain saw the figure before him clearly. A stern-faced, deep blue robes, long black hair, a flying knife at the waist, and a large war fan on the back. Whoosh. Kakuzu Sasori and the others also panicked, using the body flicker technique to distance themselves from Pain and Feng Yao. They hadn't even registered how Feng Yao had appeared before them. Even Deva Path Pain. Seeing this, the other 5 paths scattered. It's the clan leader. The Uchiha cheered upon seeing Feng Yao and Deva Path Pain. This place isn't suitable for battle. Come with me somewhere. Feng Yao smiled. Kamui activated. Deva Path Pain, or rather Nagato, sensed the spatial flux. This power was very similar to Uchiha Madara. Pain tried to use repulsion, but before he could, he was forcibly drawn into the Kamui dimension. Upon landing in the Kamui dimension for a split second, Pain instantly summoned countless black rods and hurled them in all directions. Quite cautious, Feng Yao activated his intangibility and sped through. Only then did Pain get a clear look at this space of solid earth. That was Pain's first impression of this dimension. Are you? Feng Yao, deep beneath Mangekyō. Nagato calmed down. Finding that his connection with the 6 paths of pain wasn't severed, he sighed inwardly with relief. Indeed, a god is invincible. Curious if the chakra connection has been severed. Feng Yao said with a mocking tone. The Deva Path of Pain showed no abnormality, but Nagato far away experienced a massive spiritual shock. Chakra threads. How does this guy know? Recalling the abilities this man had used earlier so similar to those of Madara. Could it be? Feng Yao looked at the Deva Path of Pain with amusement. Though the Deva Path of Pain remained expressionless, Feng Yao knew that Nagato would certainly be wary. After all, his Kamui dimension could sever chakra threads. The 6 paths of pain were essentially puppets, and the connection between the puppets and their user was through chakra threads. Compared to Sasori, Nagato's chakra threads were simply more advanced. Feng Yao did not manipulate the Kamui dimension to cut off the chakra threads. After fusing into the eternal Mangekyō, no related issues were detected. Feng Yao's control and mastery over the dual Kamui grew ever stronger. Are you Madara? Asked the Deva Path of Pain expressionlessly. Those purple Rinnegan eyes stared fixedly at Feng Yao as if trying to see through him. The pattern of those eyes seemed different again. Nagato recalled that the Mangekyō pattern of that Madara was a 3-bladed shuriken. But this man's Mangekyō pattern was a complex spiral. Madara. Feng Yao let out a scoff. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Feng Yao, current head of the Uchiha clan. And from what I know, that guy Madara would never stoop to hiding behind a mask. Nagato immediately realized this man was not the one who called himself Madara. Their voices and actions were different. Moreover, he seemed to know about the one who claimed to be Madara. But by the same token, this Uchiha Feng Yao also seemed aware that the 6 paths of pain were merely puppets. If he also knew his hiding place, it would be troublesome. This made Nagato deeply wary of Feng Yao. Hence, Nagato had not yet launched an attack. It seems you know that self-proclaimed Madara. What is your relationship with him? Relationship? He is of my clan, but also an enemy. Feng Yao said with a mocking smile. And has he stopped being arrogant before you lately? Of course, Nagato knew who Feng Yao was referring to, and recently that guy had indeed stopped flaunting himself before Nagato. Nagato did not understand what Feng Yao meant by this, but his intuition told him that something unknown had happened. What do you mean? That guy is called Uchiha Obito. Pain remained expressionless. Nagato had never believed the self-proclaimed Madara was the real Madara. Now that Feng Yao had spoken this truth, Nagato thought inwardly, so it is. But it was merely a confirmation. And his Mangekyō has already been taken by me. Feng Yao smiled slightly. Do you understand now? You mean that self-proclaimed Madara has lost his ability to come and go freely? Nagato felt both joy and worry. He was glad that the ability he most feared, that guy's unhindered mobility, was now gone. Yet he was troubled that this ability had fallen into another's hands. But if this Feng Yao could join the Akatsuki, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to his plans. With that thought, Nagato felt it necessary to recruit Feng Yao. He said, Uchiha Feng Yao, do you know why the Akatsuki attacked your Uchiha clan tonight? Enlighten me. Feng Yao smiled, knowing the answer, but feigning ignorance. Because the Konoha higher-ups paid a hefty sum for us to take your head. Feng Yao remained silent, his expression calm. But in Nagato's eyes, this was Feng Yao maintaining his composure. You see, even Konoha, hailed as the greatest shinobi village, is rife with darkness. Is this not a continuation of war? People scheme and vie for power and profit, but I, leading the Akatsuki, aim to end the wars of the shinobi world. Do you see these eyes, Oi? The Rinnegan. The eyes of the sage of six paths. Uchiha Feng Yao join the Akatsuki, and together we shall bring peace to the shinobi world. The Deva Path of Pain sincerely extended the invitation to Feng Yao. Pain, to be honest, I do have the intention to join the Akatsuki, or rather to join Mangekyō. Feng Yao smiled slightly. He hadn't expected Nagato to be the one to first invite him to the Akatsuki. Pain frowned. That Feng Yao knew about the Akatsuki and Mangekyō did not surprise Nagato. He had already mentally prepared himself. Joining Mangekyō. It seems you know a lot. The Deva Path of Pain's voice turned cold. Indeed, I know a great deal, for my eyes can see the future. Feng Yao said calmly. Yes, Feng Yao decided to use his Mangekyō's ability to demonstrate foresight. As for Kamui, he could claim it was a copied ability from the other eye. Otherwise, many of Feng Yao's actions would not hold up to scrutiny. The identities of the system and the time traveler were his deepest secrets, which he would never reveal to anyone. The future, the Deva Path of Pain sneered. Indeed, I can not only see the future, but also the past, Feng Yao said with a mocking smile. The Deva Path of Pain fell silent. He stared fixedly at Feng Yao's eyes, trying to detect even the slightest hint of deception. But Feng Yao remained unabashedly confident. Nagato, do you still not believe me? Yahiko, do you remember that name? The Deva Path of Pain is made from Yahiko's corpse, isn't it? In distant Mangekyō, Nagato's heart trembled at the mention of Yahiko. This time Pain remained silent, but his eyes still bored into Feng Yao. Did Yahiko's dream come true in the future? Feng Yao shook his head. Come true. Nagato, the waters of this shinobi world run deep. Achieving peace is not that simple. For instance, your Rinnegan was never originally yours. Pain remained silent, his gaze cold as he stared at Feng Yao. What do you mean? Uchiha Madara. Your Rinnegan evolved from Madara's eyes. Obito and Black Zetsu are the contingencies he left behind. The Deva Path of Pain showed no reaction. But in faraway Mangekyō, Nagato, emaciated and gaunt, burst into manic laughter, his voice filled with sorrow. So that's it. This explained everything. Nagato was no fool, he had long suspected his Rinnegan. The only clue had been the masked man named Obito. But that man would never tell him the truth. Now with Feng Yao's words, Nagato could already piece together part of the Why did these sage eyes consume such an immense amount of chakra? Why could his Rinnegan not be deactivated? Because these were never his eyes to begin with. Why did the one calling himself Madara know so much? It turned out to be the true Madara's contingency plan. From the moment of his birth, he had been nothing but a plaything in others' eyes. He was merely a vessel to nurture these eyes. Calling himself a god, Nagato felt nothing but ridicule toward himself. His face was etched with desolation, guilt, and a hint of concealed unwillingness. Finally, what took over was a frenzied resolve. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Feng Yao, I believe you now. But even if the Rinnegan isn't mine, so what? If you have the guts, let the Real Madara come and take it himself. My goal, Yahiko's ideal, a world without war, I will still pursue it. Feng Yao glanced at Pain with satisfaction. Pain's violet Rinnegan blazed with madness and determination. Feng Yao, state your purpose. As long as you can help me achieve peace in the shinobi world, I will agree to anything. Feng Yao smiled faintly. Nagato, you need not worry. My stance is the same as yours. It's just that my primary goal is to first ensure the survival of the Uchiha clan. As for the secrets that follow, we can discuss them slowly once we return to Mangekyō. Soon Feng Yao and Nagato reached an agreement. The Uchiha's involvement indeed caught Nagato off guard, but it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. It would hardly affect the plan to capture the tailed beasts. After all, the ultimate outcome would be him crushing the entire shinobi world and making it taste pain. Soon Feng Yao and the Deva Path Pain warped out of the Kamui dimension together. At that moment within the Uchiha compound, since the Deva Path Pain had been pulled into the Kamui dimension by Feng Yao, the other 5 paths of pain did not attack under Nagato's control. Thus inside the Uchiha compound now, the Uchiha members were locked in a standoff with the Akatsuki. The silence was terrifying. Then space twisted and 2 figures appeared, shattering the stillness. It's the clan head. Leader. Feng Yao looked at Fugaku and Setsuna, nodding. Proceed with the plan. Fugaku and Setsuna nodded. Pain saw this and realized Feng Yao had been prepared all along. His trust in Fengio's Mangekyō abilities deepened. Conan. After a moment, Feng and the Devapath Pain locked eyes, their battle intent surging. They both used the body flicker technique to leave the Uchiha compound. Boom. From a distant valley came the intense sounds of battle. With Feng and Pain gone, those left on the scene resumed their fight. This time I'll unleash my perfect puppet. With a hint of reluctance in his eyes, Sasori once again brought out the human puppet of the third Kazekage. Clearly losing a few puppets earlier had displeased him. The Uchiha, worthy of being my comrades. Kakuzu had earlier faced over a dozen Uchiha alone. Though he barely managed and lost 3 hearts, Kakuzu always maintained a humble attitude toward those strong. The Uchiha clan, renowned alongside the Senju, must possess considerable wealth. Hehe sensei, it seems you've truly grown old. In your hands, Konoha. Orochimaru mused. Fugaku and Setsuna came forward to confront him. Lord Fugaku, your strength has grown noticeably. Orochimaru sneered. Lord Orochimaru flatters me. Your own strength is formidable. Fugaku replied modestly. Fugaku and Setsuna then engaged Hoshigaki Kisame. Konan, Kakuzu, and Sasori used their area attack abilities to fend off several Uchiha at once. This time, however, both sides acted in tacit understanding. On the other side, the third Hokage and Danzo, having heard the commotion, decided to act immediately. Sai Uchiha, you leave me no choice. This time Hiruzen Sarutobi steeled his resolve and personally led the Umbu and the village's elite. The Uchiha clan ultimately had only 20 to 30 shinobi with 3 Tomo Sharingan or above, and even counting those with Jonin-level strength, it was barely over 40. Konoha, however, possessed hundreds of Jonin. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't bring all of them, he still led over 100 Jonin and several hundred Chunin, most from his Sarutobi forces and the Shimura Utatane and Mitokado clans. His aim was to crush the Uchiha swiftly with overwhelming force. As for the other clans, they chose to observe, though a few sent a handful of their own shinobi. That much was obvious. Meanwhile, the third Hokage and Danzo, as disciples of the evil old Senju, had discovered the flaw of the Mangekyō from the old Sun just past research. The Mangekyō's ocular power was finite. Continued use would lead to blindness. Only by fusing the eyes of a blood relative could the power be restored. When the third Hokage first learned this, he was overjoyed. He had the patience to wear down the Uchiha, planning to act gradually. Yet unexpectedly, Danzo used his money to hire the renowned shinobi assassination organization, Akatsuki. This time Akatsuki had deployed almost all its forces. According to intelligence, every member of Akatsuki was a rogue ninja from various villages. Their strength was almost all at elite Jonin level, with even cage-level powerhouses. It was said their leader possessed cage-level strength. Moreover, according to Danzo's investigations, Orochimaru seemed to be within this organization. Orochimaru. The third Hokage's feelings toward Orochimaru were complex. However, the third Hokage held great respect for Orochimaru's abilities. This was precisely why he had suddenly become so decisive. Enemy Uchiha cage-level strength, Fugaku, and Itachi. Jonin-level strength, 20 to 30. Allied side, including himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi, at least 4 cage-level fighters. Jonin, over 100. Chunin, several hundred. Summary, no matter how you looked at it, hundreds against 30. This time the advantage was on our side. Surround them. Today the Uchiha have no escape. Danzo sneered, his eyes brimming with the excitement and elation of long-awaited revenge. The shinobi pressed forward, encircling the entire Uchiha compound. A small number hesitated, but ultimately chose to follow the crowd. Jiraiya stared at the besieged Uchiha compound. He couldn't help recalling Fingio's disdain and mockery from a few days ago. All the Uchiha ever wanted was to survive, yet what happened? We were falsely accused, our assets confiscated, driven from our ancestral land, and Shursui was cruelly killed. Fingio's words seemed to echo in his ears. No, that's not right. The Ninetales was controlled by the Sharingan, and that day Feng Yao also. Jiraiya tried to convince himself. But then he remembered Naruto. That day when he questioned the third Hokage, the third didn't seem flustered, as if he had anticipated it. This is all to protect Naruto. Yes, the old man was right. Naruto was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. With this approach, the enemy wouldn't. Jiraiya tried to persuade himself, hoping it would ease the pain in his heart. Zillai, follow me. Third Hokage called out to Zillai. He felt helpless regarding Zillai. Zillai, you're too indecisive. In the future, how can I entrust my to you? Tuanzang spoke with righteous indignation, but in truth, he wished Zillai would remain like this forever. In the future, once the third Hokage died, his chances of competing for the Hokage position would be even higher. Enough. Act quickly. I leave Fugaku to you, Zillai. He'll deal with Itachi. Tuanzang, you handle that guy, Shana. This old man was just about to do that. Third Hokage and Tuanzang led their men to attack. Zillai hesitated painfully for a moment. Finally, gritting his teeth, he still went after Fugaku. However, Zillai was stunned. Because the person exchanging blows with Fugaku was Dashuan, clad in a flowing cloud robe. Dashuan. Zillai hadn't expected Dashuin to be here as well, and he was locked in a fierce battle with Fugaku. Yo, it's Zillai. Dashuin and Fugaku both noticed Zillai's arrival. At the same time, they also noticed the arrival of third Hokage and Tuanzang. Seeing this, Fugaku felt a surge of relief in his heart. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't dare imagine how the Yuzhibo could escape this predicament. Then Fugaku and Dashuin exchanged a glance. They both turned their heads, and before Zillai could react, attacked him simultaneously. Zillai. Meanwhile, third Hokage and Tuanzang also led their ninjas to charge at the Yuzhibo. However, the first to notice something amiss was the Umbu beside third Hokage, Kakashi. Something's wrong, extremely wrong. The Yuzhibo members did not panic. Instead, they quickly distanced themselves from the Shao organization members. However, they showed no surprise at the sudden appearance of the ninjas. Even Kakashi could sense it, so third Hokage as the Hokage naturally could see it as well. At this moment, third Hokage thought to himself, not good. Sure enough, while Dashuin and Fugaku attacked Zillai together in the distance, the Yuzhibo members and Shao organization members also coordinated an assault on the ninja force led by third Hokage and Tuanzang. Great Fireball Technique. Phoenix Flower Claw Red. The Yuzhibo members each unleashed their signature ninjutsu. Great Flame Technique. Iron Sand Shower. Water Release Water Tornado. Countless paper shurikens also attacked the Mai ninjas, instantly triggering a massive explosion. Boom. Dodged. Third Hokage shouted desperately. He noticed that over there Zillai was being attacked by Fugaku and Dashuin together. His heart sank. He was already vaguely regretting listening to Tuanzang's nonsense. Tuanzang, you waste. Can't even figure out the Shao organization. What use are you? Then he swung the adamantine staff in his hand and prepared to move forward. Unexpectedly, countless crows gathered like a mountain before him, coalescing into a figure, Itachi. A red light flashed from his Mangekyō eyes. Third Hokage noticed this familiar sight. He immediately realized that Itachi had arrived. He quickly leaped away from his spot. Itachi. Third Hokage's expression grew complicated upon seeing Itachi. Third Hokage-sama, take this. Itachi's face was cold. After being pulled into his Izanami by Feng Yao and undergoing a transformation, he had seen through third Hokage's hypocrisy. Great Fireball Technique. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Seeing that Itachi's attitude had changed, third Hokage had no choice but to confront him. Itachi then let this old man see just how powerful the Mangekyō is. On the other side, Tuanzang faced off against Yuzhibo Shana. Damn it, you Yuzhibo are indeed an inherently evil clan. Tuanzang said fiercely. This time he had brought almost all of his root operatives, aiming to completely annihilate the Yuzhibo. As a result, in the first wave of assault, his root suffered heavy losses. How could he not hate this? Inherently evil. Tuanzang, the inherently evil one, is that old Senju. You, my higher-ups, as his disciples, what haven't you done over the years? And you still have the nerve to call us Yuzhibo inherently evil. But Yuzhibo Shana spat fiercely. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Tuanzang was not to be outdone. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. After a wave of battle, Tuanzang was panting heavily. He discovered that his stamina and chakra had severely declined. Damn it. Tuanzang was unwilling. Having lost the support of the Sharingan and Hashirama cells, his physical attributes had severely deteriorated. Ha ha ha. Tuanzang, you old dog. Today I will kill you, this inherently evil disciple of the old Senju. Yuzhibo Shana laughed excitedly. He had long been displeased with Tuanzang. Protect Lord Tuanzang. Seeing Tuanzang injured, the root operatives immediately charged forward to block Yuzhibo Shana. With unwilling eyes, Tuanzang eventually fled to save his own life. Third Hokage, who was battling Itachi, surveyed the scene. His heart darkened. The situation was extremely grim. That bastard Tuanzang had disappeared somewhere. His most valued Kakashi was also pinned down by a member of the Shao organization, unable to multitask. Zillai was being dominated by the combined assault of Dashuin and Fugaku. Zillai's strength relied on his cooperation with the toads of Mount Miyamoto. However, they were inside Mai, and Zillai, concerned about the village, could not fully unleash his power. Third Hokage knew this could not continue. Itachi, stop. I admit defeat. If this continues, Mai will suffer mutual destruction, and only other ninja villages will benefit. Itachi said, nothing, continuing his cold attacks. Damn it. Seeing no response from Itachi, third Hokage was also helpless. Just then on the roof beam, Feng Yao's figure slowly materialized. Seeing Feng Yao appear, third Hokage and Zillai's eyes narrowed sharply. The other Yuzhibo members, seeing Feng Yao appear, immediately stopped attacking and distanced themselves from their opponents gathering around Feng Yao. The Shao organization members also retreated to the side of the Yuzhibo. The Mai ninjas also retreated and gathered around third Hokage. And Tuanzang somehow had also come to third Hokage's side. Feng Yao looked at third Hokage and Zillai with a mocking gaze. Yo Lord Hokage, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour bringing so many ninjas to our Uzibo? Zillai opened his mouth looking at Feng Yao with a complex expression, his ears still faintly echoing Feng Yao's earlier words. But upon seeing the Shao organization members, especially Shao Nan, his pupils contracted sharply. Seeing Feng Yao's mockery, third Hokage showed no sign of disgrace. He spoke. Feng Yao, stop this. If this goes on, I will inevitably suffer mutual destruction, and only other ninja villages will benefit. You Uzibo just want a Hokage, right? Fine, I agree. In the next Hokage election. Enough. Feng Yao interrupted third Hokage, sneering. Third Hokage, do you really think I care about the position of Hokage? With my current strength, even if I were to rule my village immediately, no one could stop me. Third Hokage and Zillai frowned, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Feng Yao's words. Third Hokage, it was Mai that betrayed the Uzibo. Mai was supposed to be a village built by our Uzibo and the Senju together. Yet since the village's founding, you have never regarded the Uzibo clan as one of your own. If so, what use does our Uzibo have for this Hokage position for this village? Upon hearing Feng Yao's words, the third generation was immediately struck by a premonition of doom. Feng Yao, it is not as you claim. The position of Hokage demands one who can stabilize the overall situation. And you say the village has never regarded the Uchiha as its own. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. At this moment, Jiraiya also stepped forward. The village was now on the brink of destruction. If the Uchiha continued to engage in internal conflict with the village, it would truly endanger everything. Feng Yao, what the old man says is true. I know the Uchiha's predicament in the village. It is entirely the result of oppression by certain high-ranking individuals. The will of fire should not be like this. It should not be a currency for everyone's selfish desires. As he spoke, Jiraiya glared fiercely at Danzo. In Jiraiya's view, the Uchiha being driven to this point was entirely because of Danzo. For the sake of power, he eliminated dissidents and spread terror. 9/10 of the darkness in politics was linked to Danzo. He was nothing short of a cancer on the village. Danzo's face darkened under the glare. The third generation remained impassive, though shame stirred within. But now words were meaningless. What mattered most was stabilizing the Uchiha first. Pain stood in the shadows watching this farce. The members of the Akatsuki also observed the drama in silence. Konan, especially as Jiraiya's disciple, knew that Jiraiya had recognized her the moment he saw her. Darkness. Pain gave a bitter smile, recalling the era of Hanzo's rule in the Rain Village. Back then, war bred corruption within the village, making survival itself a struggle amidst chaos. Yet the village's high-ranking officials continued to plunder from below. At that time, Yahiko still believed in Hanzo, and he and Konan thought it was all because of a few corrupt elements. But reality dealt them a cruel blow. Yahiko's death in particular had Danzo's hand in it. Instantly, Pain's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Danzo's scalp crawled, feeling as if a ferocious beast had locked onto him. He searched left and right, but could not locate the source of the killing intent. So Danzo settled on a conclusion, cursing inwardly that inherently evil Uchiha. Nauseating. Kakuzu deeply empathized with the Uchiha's plight. The hypocrisy of the village's high ranks, their unscrupulous pursuit of profit and elimination of rivals. Kakuzu's own ordeal years ago was strikingly similar to the Uchiha's. You stinking snake, your leaf village is utterly rotten. Sasori sneered at Orochimaru, enjoying the spectacle. Every village has its dark side. The Sand Village's Kazekage betrayed Pakura, too, didn't they? Orochimaru chuckled. Oomph. At the mention of the Sand Village, Sasori fell unusually silent. Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to speak further with Sasori. Perhaps snakes and scorpions are naturally at odds. Orochimaru and Sasori truly despised each other. Orochimaru gazed at the third generation, his emotions tangled. Third generation, you have grown old. Ha ha ha. Feng Yao laughed loudly. Jiraiya, then where were you before? Now that your tail is on fire, you come out and say these things. Feng Yao's words left Jiraiya mortified. Shaking his head, Feng Yao turned to look at Setsuna and Fugaku. All the clansmen have been evacuated. Setsuna, Fugaku, and the other Uchiha rejoiced. What did that mean? The third generation sensed disaster upon hearing Feng Yao's words. Sure enough, what Feng Yao said next confirmed his worst fears. Feng Yao fixed his gaze on the third generation, his expression icy, the Mangekyō gleaming in his eyes. Third generation, as of today, I declare that the Uchiha formally secedes from the leaf. Boom. These words crashed like a boulder into a calm pond, sending up colossal ripples. The faces of everyone present turned pale. They stared at Feng Yao in disbelief, never imagining that the Uchiha would actually attempt to leave the leaf. Jiraiya's expression shifted. Feng Yao, this is defection. Moreover, in the previous great ninja wars, your Uchiha made enemies in other villages. Even if you possess the Mangekyō, it has its flaws. One day it will go blind. Then how will you fend off the enemies from the other four great nations? Exactly, Jiraiya speaks the truth. Feng Yao the Uchiha are part of the leaf. As the third Hokage, I will never allow you to secede. The third generation stepped forward to speak firmly. He had not expected Feng Yao to lead the Uchiha out of the leaf. The Uchiha were a renowned clan in the ninja world. Once they left, though, he knew not what would become of them. The leaf's honor would be trampled. For the Uchiha were one of the founders of the leaf. If one of the founding clans seceded, how could the leaf retain its dignity? And where would that leave the third Hokage? Danzo, on the other hand, was delighted. If the Uchiha withdrew, he could openly study the Sharingan. Heh. Third generation, what are you hesitating for? The Uchiha are about to betray the village. Danzo stepped forward, glaring malevolently at Feng Yao. Uchiha Feng Yao, your clan's audacity knows no bounds. The second Hokage should have eradicated every last one of you. What are you all standing around for? The entire Uchiha clan is in rebellion. Kill them all, spare no one. Danzo, stop. The third generation issued a harsh warning. Danzo, you barely have any root operatives left, and now you want to send my people to die? You're quite the benefactor indeed. Most of the surviving ninjas on site were from the Umbu, the Sarutobi clan, and other families. After all, they had only come to help. For what pay? Just a few coins. They would only go through the motions. Feng Yao's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Heh, I've lost interest in playing your boring games anymore. Instantly, a golden Susanoo rose from the ground. In an instant, it went from a skeletal frame to its complete form. This is a parting gift. The 100 soft-meter stall golden Susanoo drew its blade. A flash of golden light swept through. Mountains were shattered, the earth overturned. Everything, including the Uchiha clan grounds, was annihilated into nothingness. Where the sword light passed, everything was raised flat. The third generation and Jiraiya stared in disbelief. Stop! They both cried out, their eyes splitting. That direction? The third generation's heart sank. It was the Sarutobi clan's territory. His eyes turned bloodshot. Danzo too felt a powerful premonition of doom and instantly realized the truth, his eyes wide. The third generation and Danzo watched helplessly as the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, along with thousands of their people, were leveled to the ground. Sasori couldn't believe it. Was such terrifying power truly within human capability? This power. Kakuzu was shaken. He recalled his lifelong nightmare, Hashirama Senju, whose mere gaze and dreadful pressure had once made him tremble with fear. Even their leader, Pain of the Six Paths, did not give him that same feeling as Hashirama. Yet now, after all these years, he felt that identical, overwhelming dread again. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. Is that even human? Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth gaped wide enough to hold an egg, his eyes fixed on the horrifying sight. Was this hell? Unlike the others, Orochimaru's eyes burned with excitement as he gazed at the colossus that stood like a mountain. His gaze was fervent, fixed on the giant that loomed like a mountain range. Opt! Help! Run! Inside my village, the sword light of Susanoo created a massive fissure. Wherever the crack passed, casualties were severe. Many people, unaware of what had happened even in their sleep, were annihilated beneath the sword light. Zilai, witnessing this scene, his eyes bloodshot and his breath like a raging bull, demanded, Feng Yao, the villagers are certainly innocent. Why must you harm them? Uchiha Feng Yao, I Tuansong swear that I will slaughter every last one of you. Tuansong gnashed his teeth. Meanwhile, the third Hokage stood utterly devastated. Feng Yao's strength had already surpassed all bounds. Even if he and Zilai joined forces, they would likely be crushed by him. Feng Yao stood at the brow of the complete Susanoo, his gaze indifferent. If one intends to eliminate the Uchiha, one must be prepared for retaliation. In the third Hokage's hand, the adamantine staff had reverted to the monkey sage. The monkey sage stared in terror at the golden Susanoo, towering hundreds of meters high. His expression was uglier than tears as he said, Monkey, I knew that whenever you summon me, nothing good comes of it. See what terrifying being you've provoked now. The third Hokage's eyes were bloodshot, ignoring the monkey sage's complaints. The third Hokage knew that this was Feng Yao's revenge, retribution against the village's higher-ups for their earlier plan to eliminate the Uchiha. Yet he did not let his fury cloud his judgment. Given the situation, they had to stop Feng Yao. He understood that Feng Yao was now invincible and could not sustain further damage. Feng Yao's power had completely transcended the scope of ordinary Mangekyō abilities. A Susanoo hundreds of meters tall. The third Hokage had only ever seen such from Uchiha Madara. According to his teacher's research, only Uchiha Madara in the lineage of the Uchiha had possessed a Susanoo of such immense size, because Madara had fused his blood relative Uchiha, Izuna's Mangekyō. But as far as he knew, Feng Yao had no blood relatives. Or even if he did, the odds of them having a Mangekyō were astronomically low. So how did Feng Yao achieve this? Now he understood. Were Feng Yao's earlier words merely arrogant? With such strength, the Uchiha clan could easily stage a coup and seize control of Mai. Zilai too was seething with anger. At the same time, he was consumed by grief. His dissatisfaction with Tuansong reached its peak. If the village had coexisted peacefully with the Uchiha Feng Yao, would have been a pinnacle asset for Mai. Then with many formidable experts, Mai would have nothing to fear from the union of the other four great nations. Now internal strife plagued the village at every turn, or if this continued, Mai would surely fall. Over at the Akatsuki, Conan's expression was grave. Evidently she too was stunned by Feng Yao's display. Conan couldn't help but worry. When such a terrifying being came to Yuin village, would the Akatsuki still have the final say there? Pain's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze wary of Feng Yao. Though he knew Feng Yao was powerful, he could certainly produce that level of destruction himself. Yet he had always believed Feng Yao's strength lay in unpredictable special abilities. In a direct confrontation, Nagato thought Feng Yao would be no match for him. But now Nagato realized he was mistaken. Or rather, he should have known from the moment he learned that the Rinnegan was not. The shinobi world was far deeper than he imagined. He had been viewing it with an unbeatable arrogance. That was absolutely impermissible. Ha ha ha. Clan leader magnificent. Clan leader magnificent. The Uchiha shouted fervently, their eyes blazing with fanaticism as they gazed upon the colossal divine demon. This was their clan leader, the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Meanwhile, seeing the disbelief and terror on the faces of the ninjas on the third Hokage's side, they felt an immense satisfaction. What a relief. See, you people of Mai, the Uchiha are not bound to you. Once you ignored us, now we are beyond your reach. That was precisely the mindset of the Uchiha at this moment. Excellent, excellent. Shunna, like the other Uchiha, burned with fervent passion. It was an indescribable faith, or rather a spiritual totem. Fugaku and Itachi were also utterly shaken. A Susanoo of that magnitude was beyond their capability. The third stage, the complete Susanoo, was their limit. This size was unquestionably the complete Susanoo. Fugaku and Itachi exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Feng Yao's eyes were eternal Mangekyō. In the history of the Uchiha clan, only one person had possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. That person was Uchiha Madara, peer of the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. Fugaku felt a surge of relief. With such a formidable clan leader, the Uchiha were sure to thrive under Feng Yao's guidance. Fugaku further aligned himself with Feng Yao's thinking. After all, the power spoke for itself. As for Itachi, his gaze was full of complexity. The colossal golden Susanoo, its eyes gleaming red, fixed its oppressive stare upon Mai. That is. Within Mai, countless villagers were jolted awake by the thunderous roar and screams. Some grumbled as they stepped out of their houses. Yet the moment they saw the giant golden titan, their cursing came to an abrupt halt. Their cursing stopped abruptly, their gazes vacant as they stared at the being that seemed to have stepped out of myth. The stick in his hand dropped to the ground unconsciously, but he didn't even notice. I must be dreaming. Yes, I'm definitely dreaming. His voice trembled, and inwardly he began to regret ever coming out. Some ninjas were also roused from their sleep. They walked out of their houses clutching kunai, only to be met with the terrifying pressure of the giant. Their eyes went blank, unable to believe what they saw. They rubbed their eyes frantically, but no matter how many times, the golden giant still gazed down at Mai like ants. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Is Mai coming to an end? That was the epitome of countless villagers. At this moment, Mai appeared so minuscule in Feng Yao's line of sight. Seeing this, the third Hokage quickly shouted, Feng Yao, what are you planning? Targeting the Uchiha was something Tuan Tsang and I spearheaded. If you have a grievance, take it out on us. Feng Yao, stop harming the village any further. Otherwise I will shed my last drop of blood to stop you. Zilai declared loudly, his gaze turning unyielding. Damn it. Hearing the third Hokage's words, Tuan Tsang's expression soured. His eyes were dark and venomous as he looked at the complete Susanoo of barely concealed greed flickering within. But when he saw Feng Yao's Susanoo, the overwhelming sense of suffocation rushed at him. It made Tuan Tsang realize that both he and the third Hokage were now in grave danger. Thus Tuan Tsang shielded himself behind the third Hokage. Finally Feng Yao dismissed Susanoo. The Uchiha gathered around him, their eyes burning with adoration. Feng Yao turned to the third Hokage and the Mai ninjas. Instantly more than half of them stumbled backward in fear, some even collapsing to the ground. The third Hokage, Zilai, and Tuan Tsang saw this, and their expressions darkened. But inwardly they were resigned. Feng Yao's monstrous strength truly left them feeling powerless. I will say this one last time, the Uchiha officially secede from Mai. Let's go, Feng Yao declared dominantly, then turned and headed toward the forest outside Mai. Yes. The Uchiha marched with fierce determination, casting one last glance at Mai and the ruins of the Uchiha compound. Finally they followed Feng Yao's footsteps. The Akatsuki members looked at their leader Pain. Pain nodded. He too departed into the forest. Seeing this, the rest of the Akatsuki followed their leader. Only the third Hokage and his group were left with ashen faces. Zilai dearly wished to chase after and persuade the Uchiha to return. But the truth was that Mai had indeed lost the Uchiha. Soon only one night had passed. Through deliberate exaggeration by certain individuals, the news spread the Uchiha clan had wounded the third Hokage and defected en masse. The third Hokage had sacrificed his own clan to repel the Uchiha. The golden giant that had appeared in the Uchiha compound the previous night, the deep ravines within Konoha, and the colossal wreckage beyond the village, all spoke of the devastation. Every villager in Konoha now knew. Near the ravines, countless casualties were being transported to hospitals for treatment. Some expressed gratitude for the third Hokage's benevolence, willing to sacrifice his entire clan to protect the village. Others worried about the Uchiha's ability to control that colossal towering figure. What if they returned for Many Konoha villagers had long harbored resentment toward the Uchiha. Now with such an incident unfolding, they all joined in condemning the clan. The Uchiha's reputation in Konoha was well known, coupled with their inherently upright and blunt nature and their role in the police force, a role that inevitably bred enmity. It was no wonder. The Nine-Tails rampage years ago had only deepened the villagers' animosity toward the Uchiha. Back then, many villagers had lost family members to the Nine-Tails onslaught. Most had seen that the beast's eyes bore the Uchiha's Sharingan. The Sharingan had always been renowned for its terrifying Jinjutsu capabilities. It went without saying that many villagers either firmly believed sought an outlet for their grief or simply piled on. Emotions ran the gamut. The result was that most villagers believed the Nine-Tails had been unleashed on orders from Uchiha's higher-ups. The decision by Konoha's leadership to relocate the Uchiha to the village's outskirts only reinforced this theory. Days earlier, rumors had circulated that Elder Danzo had perished at Uchiha hands. Today, another catastrophe struck. Thus, most villagers' hatred for the Uchiha had already reached its peak. So when they learned of the Uchiha's collective defection, the villagers' first thoughts were either the Uchiha finally got what they deserved, or the Uchiha were never well-intentioned after all. I knew that group of Uchiha were no good. Look at all these deaths. The Uchiha deserve to die. Exactly. I'm sure they were the ones who released the Nine-Tails. Just because they're a prestigious clan, they think they can act with impunity. Right now, Konoha is finally clean. Look what they've done to the village. They got off too easy. They should all be branded rogue ninja and executed. Now that they've left Konoha, they'll surely regret it. Just wait. Maybe a few months from now they'll rue this decision. A minority sensed something amiss, like Master Tucci and a few rational individuals. But in the face of overwhelming evidence, their voices were quickly drowned out by the majority's clamor. They directed their hatred and resentment toward the Uchiha. In an instant, the Uchiha became a villainous clan reviled by all in Konoha. At the same time, some celebrated the Uchiha's departure. The ninja clans of Konoha were especially elated. Though the Sarutobi and Shimura were gone, the families of Konoha's higher-ups, like Mitokado and Udatane, still remained. Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu were also relieved their families had been stationed in Konoha's commercial district, escaping the disaster. As for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, though most perished, a handful survived. For instance, Sarutobi Asuma and certain Shimura agents dispatched by Danzo as spies. With the Uchiha gone, the interests they once held in Konoha were swiftly carved up by the other ninja clans. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was no fool. The other clans, to varying degrees, understood the reasons behind the Uchiha's departure, which needed to be placated. The villagers assumed that with the Uchiha gone, life would carry on as usual, but they would soon realize otherwise. Meanwhile, the incident had occurred at night, and by morning intelligence had reached the hidden villages of other nations. The land of Earth. Iwagakure. The third Tsuchikage Inoki stared at the report on his desk for a long while before murmuring, "A golden giant hundreds of meters tall. The Susanoo of the Uchiha. And those vast ruins and ravines." Inoki's expression grew grave. For some reason, Inoki was reminded of a shadow from his past, Uchiha Madara. Inoki had witnessed Madara's Susanoo, a towering chakra giant of blue which had haunted him his entire life. Could it be? Suddenly entertaining a possibility, Inoki quickly shook his head, muttering impossible. Yet an instinct deep within told him it might be true. In stark contrast to the diminutive Inoki, Kitsuchi was a burly man. He rumbled, "Father, what do you intend to do?" Inoki pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Go and make contact with those Uchiha. See if they're willing to settle in Iwagakure. If they are willing, we can offer them some appropriate benefits. Remember, no conflict with them." After Kitsuchi left, Inoki inwardly lamented the terror of Konoha. Almost every era, every few years, monstrous talents emerged. Unlike his own Iwagakure, which lacked any rising stars. The only ones worth mentioning were Deidara and his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, the land of wind. Sunagakure. The fourth Kazakage Raza, Ochio, Ebizo, and other Suna higher-ups sat around a massive desk. Raza studied the intelligence brought back by the spy. After a long pause, his face grim with caution, he said, "Speak your minds." After hearing Raza's analysis, Chio snorted coldly. Those Uchiha betrayed even the village they founded. What loyalty could they possibly have? Kyo's son and daughter-in-law had both fallen to Konoha ninja, so her hatred of Konoha was absolute. Let the Uchiha join Suna. Not a chance. She would be doing well not to ambush the Uchiha out of spite. Raza nodded inwardly, also reluctant to have the Uchiha and Suna. Whether the golden giant was real or not, the vast ruins and deep ravines were undeniable. A simple scout could verify them. A power capable of such destruction meant the Uchiha were likely very strong. If they joined Suna, would he still be the Kazekage in charge? Very well then. The Uchiha are out of the question. The Land of Lightning. Kumogakure. The fourth Raikage summoned Mabui into his office. Mabui had dark skin and white hair. Dare we take a team to the Uchiha? For what? Ask if they're willing to live in Kumogakure. If not, who find a chance to capture a few Uchiha members? Our village needs more bloodline limits. Darui nodded. Understood. The Land of Water. Kirigakure. In the office, Yagura, Meiterumi, Genji and other Kiri higher-ups unrolled an intelligence scroll and glanced at it. After a long silence, Meiterumi spoke incredulously. This intel must be false. A giant hundreds of meters tall. Are you joking? But her words were met only with hushed silence. Genji, the eldest in Kirigakure, knew more than the rest, and his expression was graver than anyone else's. Yagura harbored deep wariness, even hatred, for the Uchiha. After all, he had been controlled by Uchiha Sharingan for over a decade, his entire village manipulated behind the scenes. No one could bear such an ordeal. Even now he bore psychological scars from the Sharingan. Though uncertain whether the Uchiha masterminded it, Yagura's loathing for them was unwavering. It is the U country. In the U hidden village, it still rains all year round. In fact, Feng Yao knew that the U hidden village simply had abundant rainfall, but it did not mean it was perpetually raining. The true reason for the continuous rain was Nagato's jutsu, the rain tiger owl technique. It was a large-scale reconnaissance ninjutsu. Anyone who entered the range of the rain tiger owl technique would be sensed by Nagato as long as they were touched by the rain. This was precisely why Feng Yao had directly used Kimui to teleport to Orochimaru's laboratory when he went to see him earlier. Behind Feng Yao, a spatial distortion appeared, and one by one Uchiha clansmen emerged from it. They looked at their surroundings in astonishment. Pain led Feng Yao into the U hidden village. From now on, you Uchiha are members of the U hidden village. Later I will have Konan announce it to all the major ninja villages under the name of Hanzo the Salamander. Feng Yao nodded. Hanzo had long been dead, but the news of his death had never been disclosed. Nominally, Hanzo remained the leader of the U hidden village. The news of Uchiha's secession from Mu Yi had probably already reached all the major ninja villages. The Uchiha were a prestigious clan of the ninja world, possessing the terrifying bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Illusion copying and reconnaissance were all top tier. A 3-to-mo Uchiha was at least at Jonin level. Confronted with such a formidable lineup, all the major ninja villages found it unbearable. Feng Yao understood, and Nagato naturally understood as well. Yet neither of them was afraid. One possessed the dual Kimui eternal Mangekyō, the other the Rinnegan, both nearly at a level surpassing Kage. With the addition of the strong members of Akatsuki and the Uchiha, there were at least 5 or 6 cage-level individuals. Such a lineup was in no way inferior to the 5 great nations. The only gap was in low-level combat strength. After all, the U country was a small nation. But for Feng Yao and Nagato, this was a trivial matter when it came to large-scale high-power ninjutsu. Those in the know understood. What about the tailed beasts? Wouldn't a single-tailed beast ball spell doom? Feng Yao indicated that their thinking was too narrow. Then they would be made to understand what it meant to be the eternal stern father of the tailed beasts. Konan, go settle the Uchiha. Pain assigned the task to Konan and left. The other members of Akatsuki departed together. The U hidden village had always been managed by Konan. Clearly Konan also knew something Feng Yao guessed that Nagato had told her. Let's go. Konan spoke softly, carefully observing the Uchiha clansmen. Feng Yao nodded and followed Konan into the U hidden village. The rest of the Uchiha followed closely behind. The surrounding buildings were full of a metallic feel, all types of structures of various sizes. The environment was damp and chilly. Seeing such architecture and environment for the first time, the Uchiha clansmen were all filled with curiosity. Who was that? Why has the Angel Sama brought so many strangers in? Probably new recruits. No, those are Uchiha. Some ninjas who had been on the battlefield recognized the fan crest on the backs of the Uchiha. It was the unique emblem of the Uchiha. Uchiha, aren't they from Mu Yi village? Why are they in our U hidden village? That goes without saying. It must be the divine envoy. With the Uchiha joining, the village will surely become much stronger. Look at the Uchiha as expected of a great clan, so many people. The villagers and ninjas of U hidden village all noticed the Uchiha wearing expressions of curiosity and buzzing with discussion. Among the crowd, a few children around 7 or 8 years old also stared at the Uchiha group with curiosity. Feng Yao, however, recognized one of the children. It was Ziyonghua, who would become one of the 6 paths of pain in the future. Walking ahead, Conan saw the villagers gathering and said, "From this day forward the Uchiha will become members of Yu Hidden Village." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Yu Hidden Village cheered endlessly. The villagers celebrated the Uchiha's joining. Listening to the surrounding chatter, the Uchiha clansmen all revealed excited expressions on their faces. The Uchiha clansmen held their heads high, trying hard to maintain an aloof demeanor, but the upward curve of their mouths betrayed their hearts. The Uchiha were like that, aloof and tsundere. Compared to the villagers of Muyi, the Uchiha felt the warmth of Yu Hidden Village, which gave them a sense of belonging as they set foot on unfamiliar land. Their original anxiety about the future vanished in an instant. The Uchiha had already begun to look forward to life in Yu Hidden Village. Haha, so our Uchiha clan still has so many merits in the eyes of others. Fugaku and Setsuna were both flattered. In Muyi they had never experienced such a welcome. Not being cursed, that was already good. Although Itachi showed no reaction, he was deeply shaken inside. Afterward, Conan arranged the Uchiha clan territory in the central area of Yu Hidden Village as a gesture of welcome. The Uchiha clan thus settled down peacefully in Yu Hidden Village. Soon the news of the Uchiha clan joining Yu Hidden Village spread throughout the 5 great nations. What country? Muyi Village. Bang! Rijan, the entire Uchiha clan has defected from the village. What are you hesitating for? Give me some umbu and funds, and I will immediately go after them. Danzo said, aggressively looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi and getting straight to the point. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Danzo. Do you think I can't see through your intentions? Chasing after the Uchiha. Why weren't you so brave last night? Shimura Danzo was humiliated and angered by Hiruzen's stare. Of course he knew what Hiruzen meant. The 2 billion ryo that had been used to hire Akatsuki half was a deposit, half was the startup fund for Root. As for full payment, that was impossible. Danzo had originally planned to eliminate Akatsuki as well, but unexpectedly, he was backstabbed instead. His Root laboratory was also invaded, and the entire 2 billion ryo went down the drain. Danzo was furious. Frijan, are you just going to let the Uchiha join Yu Hidden Village like this? Danzo said resentfully. He hadn't expected that after all the twists and turns it would end up benefiting Hanzo. Danzo even suspected that Akatsuki was secretly controlled by Hanzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep puff of his pipe, his gaze profound. Then what do you want to do? That's Susanoo of Uchiha Feng Yao. Are you going to risk your life to trap him? Danzo recalled the 100 soft-meter stall Susanoo from the previous night, and his heart trembled. Yet his greed for the Sharingan overcame his inner fear. Rijan, that kind of large-scale technique must have consumed a lot of chakra. Maybe Uchiha Feng Yao's chakra was already depleted at that time. Otherwise, why didn't he kill us directly? Instead, he retreated with the remaining people. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. It was indeed possible, but he dared not gamble. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought for a moment. Even if Feng Yao's chakra was bottomed out, there were still Setsuna, Fugaku, and Itachi, as well as Akatsuki. If we fight them heated, the only ones to suffer losses would be our Muyi. Seeing that his purpose was not achieved, Danzo gritted his teeth and said, Rijan, you are too indecisive. Enough Tuan-song, I am the Hokage. Rijan, you will regret this. Bang. With a loud noise, the office door was slammed shut by Shimura. The news of the Uchiha joining the Hidden Rain Village spread throughout the ninja world. In the land of lightning, the Hidden Cloud Village. They had already selected their personnel, preparing to take the Two Tails, Jinchuriki Yujito, and several Jonin to seek out the Uchiha. Unexpectedly, the news of the Uchiha joining the rain arrived. Darui, Yujito, and the others were stunned. Darui, what do we do? Yujito asked in confusion. TCH, what a hassle. Darui scratched the back of his head in frustration. In the end, he decided to go ask the 4th Raikage. Since they've joined the Hidden Rain, their enemies. Go and secretly capture some Uchiha members. Samui still worriedly said, Lord Raikage, but according to intelligence, the current Uchiha clan head Uchiha Feng Yao seems to possess a technique with extremely terrifying destructive power. The scouts have also reported back that there is indeed a wasteland stretching hundreds of li outside Konoha. Upon hearing this, the 4th Raikage hesitated. Although he thought the giant of several hundred meters was absurd, the rubble outside Konoha didn't seem fake. Its power was even more terrifying than a tailed beast ball. Finally, commanded, Darui, if you can snatch them, do it. If not, prioritize your lives and retreat immediately. Darui nodded and was about to leave. Wait. Is there something else you need to command, Lord Raikage? Darui asked. Let Killer Bee go with you. Have Yujito stay so that fellow isn't loafing around all day causing a ruckus in the village. In the land of Earth, the Hidden Rock Village. Father, there's news. Huangtu brought the intelligence before Inoki. After reading it, Inoki looked regretful. Sai Hanzo got lucky. Father, should we? No need. The Uchiha joining the rain is fine. It can both annoy and weaken Konoha without strengthening the other great nation's power. Just keep an eye on the rain from now on. Huangtu nodded upon hearing this. The main priority now is to recuperate and train the next generation. Thinking of this, Inoki showed a worried expression. In the Third Great Ninja War, the Hidden Rock Village suffered heavy losses, especially among the younger generation, which was nearly wiped out. This left the village in a state of lacking successors. The Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village similarly adopted a wait-and-see attitude. The mist, like the rock, needed to recuperate. After the Blood Mist policy, the Mist's high-end combat power and younger generation had suffered severe blows. Being able to defend themselves was already good. As for the Sand, they simply lacked the strength, and Raza also dared not let the Uchiha join the Sand Village. Overall, regarding the Uchiha joining the Hidden Rain apart from the Hidden Cloud, having some objections, the other three great nations were happy to see it. In a certain mysterious underground location, Obito looked at the message returned by White Zetsu in disbelief. He immediately became furious. Are you saying that Nagato actually managed to get the Uchiha clan to join the Hidden Rain Village? What is Nagato anyway? What ability does he have to make Uchiha Fongyao betray Konoha and join the... He couldn't accept it. In his eyes, Nagato was nothing but a waste, merely a vessel to nurture the Rinnegan, a tool for collecting the nine-tailed beasts. As a result, the other party had taken in the Uchiha, who had caused him heavy losses. Wasn't that a slap in his face? Thinking of the mocking expression on Pain's face that he detested so much, Obito became utterly depressed. Impossible. It's definitely fake. It must be Konoha's conspiracy. Obito's eyes were bloodshot, panting like a bull. Black Zetsu was also extremely troubled. He never expected the development of events to be so surprising. He couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. At that time, Black Zetsu had the Swirl White Zetsu take Obito away while he hid in the shadows to observe. When he saw Uchiha Fongyao use the complete body Susanoo, Black Zetsu was stunned. The complete body Susanoo was one of the ultimate powers of the Sharingan. In his memory, throughout the thousands of years of ninja world history, only Otsutsuki Hagoromo Indra and Uchiha Madara had been able to use this power. But now there was one more. This complete body Susanoo required an extremely terrifying amount of ocular power and chakra to support. An ordinary Mangekyō definitely couldn't have that much ocular power and chakra. At most it could reach the third stage of Susanoo. There was also a high risk of blindness. Then the truth was simple: either Uchiha Fongyao, like Uchiha Madara, possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, or Uchiha Fongyao had experienced atavism. Regardless, for the old schemer Black Zetsu, nothing could stop his ambition to resurrect Mother. What especially delighted Black Zetsu was that Fongyao later actually returned to the ancestral land and took away the steel that he had tampered with. What did this indicate? It meant that the other party also agreed with the infinite Tsukuyomi. This made Black Zetsu overjoyed. He had originally been thinking about how to deal with Uchiha Fongyao. Now it was great. Easy gains without any effort. When the time came, Black Zetsu only needed to appear before Fongyao at the right moment and state his intentions. The probability of Fongyao agreeing was extremely high. With such a powerful figure as support, along with the contingencies of Uchiha Madara and himself, Black Zetsu, when the time came to capture the nine-tailed beasts, become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and resurrect Mother, would that be far off? Thinking of this, Black Zetsu was extremely excited. But reality gave Black Zetsu a headache. The reason was exactly this: Obito absolutely disagreed. Obito now bitterly hated Fongyao. Uchiha Fongyao, if you hadn't ambushed me and stolen my Mangekyō, how could you possibly be my opponent? Obito was full of hatred. Everything was because of Fingio's ambush, and he lost his Mangekyō. He also regretted in his heart. Why did he have to go and massacre the clan? Having lost his Mangekyō and Kamui, he could no longer put on an act before Pain, nor maintain his mysterious and unfathomable image. How painful. Most importantly, Rin's corpse. Rin's corpse was in his Kamui space. Fongyao, you beast. If you dare touch Rin's corpse, I won't let you off. Obito wished he could go back in time and slap himself. Therefore, when Obito learned of Black Zetsu's matter, he felt terrible. His eyes were full of jealousy, disgust, and unwillingness toward Fongyao. I've lost everything, and now you want to steal the ideal of infinite Tsukuyomi too. Are you even human? Black Zetsu frowned. Obito, you need to consider the bigger picture. Black Zetsu truly couldn't stand this idiot Obito. He was cut from the same cloth as that Swirl White Zetsu. If it really came down to it, Black Zetsu would have no choice but to abandon Obito. At that time, Fongyao could also replace Obito in executing the infinite Tsukuyomi. Luckily, Obito wasn't completely stupid. In his eyes, Black Zetsu was the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will. Therefore, his temperament and methods were likely the same as Uchiha Madara's. Truly a cunning old schemer. What if Black Zetsu gave up on him and chose Uchiha Fongyao instead? Then what? Thus, no matter how much Obito hated Fongyao, he had to set it aside for now. If we're going to cooperate with Fongyao, he must return Rin and my Mangekyō. Obito raised a condition. Black Zetsu frowned. At that time, he had also seen Finjio's Mangekyō ability, which was extremely similar to Obito's. The fear was that Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan was gone. Although it seemed far-fetched, unless the Mangekyō belonged to blood relatives, the probability of fusing into an eternal Mangekyō was extremely low. Black Zetsu had never heard of Obito having any blood relatives. On second thought, Black Zetsu figured this. When the time came, he could test whether Finjio's eternal Mangekyō came from his own bloodline atavism or from fusing with Obito's Mangekyō. If it was truly gone, then he would have no choice but to sacrifice Obito. Then he'll go ask when the time comes. On the other side, in the land of fires, Konoha Naruto rushed excitedly to the ninja academy only to be stunned when he heard the news that the entire Uchiha clan had defected from the village. Naruto scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for any trace of Sasuke. Yet he could not find him. A sudden sense of dread clawed at his heart. Naruto charged into the crowd, hoping to catch even a glimpse of Sasuke's back. But there was none. What did you just say? The Uchiha defected. Naruto grabbed a peer who was condemning the Uchiha, his eyes wide with disbelief. The boy, upon seeing Naruto, sneered with contempt. Dead last, the Uchiha deserted last night. Hearing this, Naruto found it impossible to believe. Someone asked, "Hey, dead last, weren't you always hanging around the Uchiha?" The moment those words were spoken, others began to catch on. After all, recently Naruto had indeed been spending time with Sasuke and Fongyao. Even the girls in class who had crushes on Sasuke like Ino and Sakura hadn't received such treatment. Thus the Konoha villagers' tradition of bullying flared up again. This dead last always sticks close to Uchiha Sasuke. Sooner or later he'll defect too. Needless to say, that's why everyone calls him the Demon Fox. I bet he's an Uchiha spy. Could be. The gazes of those around him shifted, filled with suspicion and hostility. Words like Demon Fox, dead last, and spy stabbed into Naruto's heart like countless thorns, each one piercing deeply. Especially when they mentioned Sasuke, his anger burned. I'm not a dead last anymore. I'm strong now. And Sasuke would never betray the village. There must be a misunderstanding. A boy snickered dismissively. You a dead last strong. Hilarious. You dead last forever. Demon Fox, traitor. I'm not. Naruto's eyes turned crimson as he shoved the boy. The shoved boy, furious that a dead last would dare push him, rallied a few others, and they swarmed Naruto. Naruto's taijutsu had improved after days of training with Fongyao, but he was outnumbered and soon lay on. Just as a hidden ANBU operative was about to intervene, an angry voice rang out. Stop! The newcomer, a man with white hair, was Jiraiya, his face contorted with rage. An adult is coming, run. The boys who had been fighting scattered at the sight of an adult, and the onlookers quickly. Jiraiya ignored the fleeing boys. He approached Naruto to check his injuries. Thankfully, just minor bruises, and let out a sigh of relief. Old man. Naruto recognized Jiraiya and eyed him warily. But since Jiraiya had indeed rescued him, Naruto recalled Fengyao's teachings. Thanks, old man. Looking at Naruto's stubborn face, Jiraiya felt a pang of guilt and deep sorrow. Seeing how expertly Naruto arranged his clothes, he knew this was far from the first time Naruto had been beaten. I failed you, Shumin Jixinai, letting Naruto suffer in the village. Jiraiya had always known. With Danzo so sinister, how could the third Hokage keep him in check? Old man, brother Fongyao and Sasuke, did they really defect? There must be a misunderstanding, right? Naruto's eyes glimmered with hope as he looked at Jiraiya. Meeting Naruto's bright gaze, Jiraiya opened his mouth, but hesitated. What could he say? That the Uchiha had betrayed Konoha. That Konoha had intended to eradicate the Uchiha. Naruto was still so young, Jiraiya didn't want him to be exposed to the village's darkness. Well, I don't know either. In the end, Jiraiya chose to keep silent. I see. Naruto's face fell. Then his eyes brightened again. No, I'm going to find brother Fongyao and Sasuke and bring them back. No. Why? Naruto's eyes turned bloodshot. Do you also think I'm a demon fox, old man? Jiraiya froze, words caught in his throat. His guilt deepened. No. Jiraiya knelt down, looking Naruto straight in the eyes. It's about strength. Right now you can't even defeat children your own age. Even if Fongyao and Sasuke were willing to listen to you, they have clans. People who don't know you. Would they trust someone who can't even beat kids his own age? Naruto was taken aback. Yes, Fongyao and Sasuke had families. He envied them. Unlike him, an orphan. Then, what should I do? Naruto grew frantic. Jiraiya paused, then smiled. Naruto, I am a friend of your brother Fongyao. There really are some misunderstandings, but you'll need much more strength before you can learn the truth. Naruto's eyes lit up. He knew it. Brother Fongyao, such a good person, could never betray the village. And Jiraiya took a deep breath. I was also your father's teacher. Father. Hearing that word, Naruto stood frozen. Yes, that's right. Your father was a great man. Naruto's eyes reddened, his nose stung, and he burst into loud sobs. Then, what? So he did have parents. He wasn't an unwanted orphan. Jiraiya, feeling guilty, embraced him. Jiraiya's eyes were full of pity. Naruto must have endured so much alone all these years. His resolve to change Konoha strengthened. When Naruto finally stopped crying, he choked out. Then why does everyone call me a demon fox and say I'm an unwanted orphan? Those villagers don't know the truth, they just talk nonsense. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. He knew exactly why. It was all tacitly approved by Konoha's higher-ups. Dirty political machinations. Jiraiya agreed with the third Hokage's ideals, but not his methods. Finally, Jiraiya told a white lie. Your mother and father are on a secret mission far away and won't be back for a long time. Because it's a classified mission, ordinary people don't know about it. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled. Yes. Just a few days ago your father asked me to come see you, and he wanted me to take you as my apprentice. Jiraiya chuckled. Apprentice? Are you strong, old man? Naruto asked curiously. Hey, I'm the legendary Great Toad Sage. What do you think? Jiraiya said proudly. Sage, by the way, brother Feng Yao said you're the pervy sage. Is that true? Naruto suddenly remembered Feng Yao's teasing about Jiraiya. Jiraiya was petrified. Pervy sage. What the heck? My glorious reputation, ruined. Uchiha Feng Yao, you're so ruthless. I'm never letting you off. Even the third Hokage watching from the shadows couldn't hold back his amusement. Serves you right for going to the women's bathhouse so often. At last Jiraiya accepted Naruto as his apprentice. The third Hokage, observing from the shadows, breathed a sigh of relief, yet his heart was heavy with worry. Naruto seemed to have formed an exceptionally strong bond with Feng Yao and Sasuke. Originally, the third Hokage had planned to keep Sasuke in the village after the Uchiha clan's annihilation, allowing him to forge a connection with Naruto. But now matters seemed to have spiraled out of control. The critical issue was that Konoha couldn't defeat the Uchiha clan. With Feng Yao in the picture, Sasuke was manageable, but Feng Yao, he was truly a madman. The ruins outside Konoha had yet to be cleared. The third Hokage felt that Feng Yao's strength was already comparable to the legendary Madara Uchiha. If that blade were to strike the village twice, few would survive. The mere thought filled the three of them with helplessness and lingering dread. Recalling their intense persecution of the Uchiha, the third Hokage trembled with fear. If Feng Yao had been more aggressive or harbored ambitions for the Hokage position, it would have been catastrophic. Now that Jiraiya had taken Naruto as his disciple, he likely wouldn't leave the village anytime soon. This would give Naruto a proper place to stay and deepen their bond. Konoha was now in turmoil. Having lost the Uchiha clan, its prestige in the ninja world had plummeted. It urgently needed a powerful figure to stay and deter hidden enemies. Jiraiya, a hero of the Second Great Ninja War and one of the legendary Sannin, was more than capable of intimidating foreign threats. The third Hokage sighed. How did things come to this? Danzo, that good-for-nothing friend, was always stirring up trouble, leaving the third Hokage to clean up his mess. Tsunade was off somewhere with Shizune gallivanting around. And Orochimaru, thinking of him, filled the third Hokage with complex emotions. He shook his head in the end. None of them ever gave him peace of mind. In the Rain Village, Feng Yao ordered Shisui and Fugaku to settle the clan members and handle miscellaneous affairs. Honestly, why must I deal with everything? Those trivial matters were far more familiar to old-timers like Shisui. So Feng Yao boldly delegated authority. At first, a few stubborn elders objected, insisting it would undermine the clan leader's dignity. Fugaku. Feng Yao had to explain that he would leave minor affairs to them, while he only made major decisions. In the end, Shisui and the others relented. Watching Shisui and the others organize the clan members in an orderly manner, Feng Yao nodded with, that's more like it. They'll leave these small troubles to Shisui. They're good at it. If they asked me about everything, I'd end up as drained as Naruto. At the same time, Feng Yao glanced at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Though Itachi's expression remained calm, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he saw the smiles on his clansmen's faces. Feng Yao knew that while Itachi had changed his stance, he hadn't fully integrated into the Uchiha. After all, many of Itachi's past actions would have warranted execution. Despite the various events that had reduced the animosity of other Uchiha members toward Itachi, complete acceptance would still take considerable time. Feng Yao felt it necessary to offer some guidance. Itachi, don't rush. The clan members are just tsundere. They already trust you, but can't bring themselves to admit it. Itachi nodded. Feng Yao, I think this is fine. As long as the clan accepts me in their hearts. Feng Yao nodded, understanding Itachi's sentiment. Feng Yao, I'm going to check on Sasuke. He's probably been waiting too long. At the mention of Sasuke, Itachi's gaze softened. Go ahead, Feng Yao waved his hand. Feng Yao sighed. Ah, this is what it means to be a brother Khan. Terrifying. Then he went to his temporary assigned system sign-in. Feng Yao rubbed his hands excitedly. He wondered what goodies awaited him this time. What, you ask? Why he still wants more when he's already this strong? Come on, who would ever turn down more treasures? Earlier when he arrived at the Rain Village, the system had given a prompt, but there were too many eyes around, and pain was present. He couldn't risk any trouble. So to be safe, Feng Yao chose to sign in now. Ding. Signed in at Rain Village. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Hanzo's peak strength. Strong Kaguya. In the next moment, Feng Yao gained many instincts that felt innate. His chakra and taijutsu were also the most noticeable improvement was in swordsmanship. While before he barely reached Kaguya level with pure swordsmanship, now relying solely on the blade, he was a strong Kaguya. Feng Yao marveled at the terror of Hanzo's swordsmanship. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 swordsman in the ninja world. Unfortunately, Hanzo had abandoned his original principles, otherwise the Rain country might have risen to become the 6th great nation alongside the 5 great nations. Water body flicker. Feng Yao's figure vanished and reappeared elsewhere. So fast, and this is indoors. In the rain it would be incredible. Feng Yao nodded appreciatively. The water body flicker was Hanzo's signature technique. Essentially a combination of water release substitution and body flicker, it was not particularly sophisticated. Many Rain Village shinobi could use it. But as always, there are no useless techniques, only useless ninja. This was Hanzo's water body flicker developed and pushed to its absolute limit. It was mainly with his peerless swordsmanship and maximized water body flicker that Hanzo had ruthlessly crushed Orochimaru Tsunade and Jiraiya during the Second Great Ninja War. And of course there was also Hanzo's poison from the salamander. Feng Yao took out a summoning scroll. It was Hanzo's massive summoning beast Abuse. Abuse as a rare large summoning beast was a valuable combat asset. With its immense size and poison abilities, its strength was no less than Kaguya level. Check-in. Feng Yao entered the Kamui dimension. He unrolled the summoning scroll, drew blood. Poof! In a mysterious riverbed. A giant salamander-like beast was sleeping. Suddenly Abuse sensed the summoning scroll's call and opened its round eyes, revealing a human-like surprise. In the Kamui dimension, Abuse appeared before Feng Yao, a colossal salamander. But when it saw Feng Yao, its surprise vanished, replaced by astonishment. This isn't the master. Feng Yao read its thoughts. Abuse, Hanzo is dead. Upon hearing of Hanzo's death, Abuse showed sorrow, tears dripping from its round eyes. Feng Yao looked at the salamander with complicated feelings, a pang of sympathy in his heart. Abuse and Hanzo had fought side by side for many years, their bond deep. Abuse couldn't speak, but its intelligence and emotions were no less than a human's. After all, not all large summoning beasts could speak human languages like the 3 great sacred places. I have inherited Hanzo's legacy. Are you willing to form a contract with me? Abuse nodded. As a large summoning beast with abundant natural energy, it could sense Feng Yao's power and deemed him worthy of a contract. Thus Feng Yao signed the summoning contract with Jingfu. Up to now, Feng Yao's summoned beasts included Ya and Jingfu. Feng Yao departed from the Kamui dimension. Brother Feng. Patriarch Feng. It's the Patriarch. As he walked along the road, Uchiha members greeted him one after another. Their gazes were so fervent that one might mistakenly think they intended to assault him. Feng Yao's strength and accomplishments had already spread throughout the Uchiha clan. His decisiveness and temperament perfectly matched the image of the patriarch they held in their minds. He possessed immense power, unparalleled wisdom, protected his own, and never suffered losses. The list could go on indefinitely. Yet Feng Yao wanted to teleport away with Kamui simply because he could no longer bear those eyes. Feng Yao. A clear voice came from behind him. Upon hearing it, Feng Yao stopped in his tracks. He turned around to see a girl about 11 or 12 years old. She had long black hair, an oval face with a trace of baby fat, a small teardrop mole beneath her right eye, and a gentle, serene demeanor. She wore a deep purple high-collared top and shorts exuding a girl-next-door vibe. Quan. Perhaps it was because the original story now had an additional Uchiha clan member like Feng Yao. When Quan was small, she was bullied by villagers from Konoha. At that time, Feng Yao had not yet awakened his memories, but his ingrained kindness would not allow him to stand idly by. Thus a classic rescue unfolded. He single-handedly fought against many foes and won. Later, as everyone knows, he and Quan became childhood sweethearts. Feng Yao, thank you. If it weren't for you, the Uchiha would have been in great danger. She appeared deeply frightened and patted her chest, which had already begun to show a hint of budding maturity. Feng Yao pretended to cough and said seriously, the Uchiha are my family. Oh, of course I have to protect them well. Feng Yao, you must have worked very hard these days. Quan did not notice Feng Yao's subtle movement. She just looked at him with eyes full of concern. Those eyes, how should one describe them? They made Feng Yao momentarily dazed. Feng Yao stared blankly at this girl. These days he had been busy dealing with the survival issues of the Uchiha clan. But actually Feng Yao had long since noticed. Quan was very sensible. She knew that Feng Yao had become the patriarch and had many matters to attend to, so she did not seek him out. Instead, she quietly watched over him from behind, silently supporting him. Feng Yao. Feng Yao responded instinctively. I brought your favorite Tangyuan. Her eyebrows curved like crescent moons, radiating a soft and clean girl-next-door charm. Her temperament was gentle, yet slightly shy, simple, and neat as she looked at Feng Yao with expectant eyes. Alright, let's eat together. Quan's eyes seemed to brighten. She moved close to Feng Yao. She opened the tang yuan. Taste it. Quan brought the tang yuan to Feng Yao's mouth, her eyes full of anticipation. Feng Yao took a bite and smiled delicious. In truth, he didn't particularly like tang yuan. What he cherished was sharing a meal with someone he loved. The people around watched this scene and without exception revealed affectionate smiles. They all consciously gave the two enough space. Chana also witnessed this sight and smiled with inner satisfaction. This was what you should be like. On the other side, Karen, do you really know that Uchiha Patriarch? Ziyonghua looked surprised. Of course. I told you the one who saved me and my mother just now was Brother Feng Yao. Karen lifted her head, unable to conceal the joy in her eyes. So are you going to look for him? Might need to ask my mother first. And what do you mean you? We're all going. Karen had become much more cheerful in aim. Under Orochimaru's arrangement, she and Kana caught Nagato's attention. Nagato hadn't expected to meet his clansmen again in the village hidden in the rain. He promptly arranged proper accommodations for Kana and her daughter, and even enrolled Karen in the ninja academy. At the academy, Karen and Ziyonghua were of the same age and gradually became good friends. Thus the current scene unfolded. At that moment, Karen brought Ziyonghua home. Mother. Karen ran back inside cheerfully. Kana was at home working on a handicraft. With the tacit approval of Orochimaru and Nagato, Kana made a living by sewing clothes in aim. At least it was enough to support herself and her daughter. Hello, Auntie. Ziyonghua politely greeted. Ah, it's Ziyonghua and Karen. Come in quickly, but still raining outside. What's made you so happy? Kana looked tenderly at her daughter's delighted expression. Her face no longer bore the pallor of the previous night, but had gained a healthy glow. It's Brother Feng Yao, the brother who saved us. He's come to the village. And there are many others. When Kana heard Feng Yao's name, she paused for a moment. That man, she would never forget him. He had appeared out of nowhere like a savior, rescuing her and Karen from that hellish place. At that time, she felt that her life was nearing its end. If she died, Karen would be next. She dared not imagine what would become of Karen after her death. Now, after these days of recuperation under Orochimaru's care, although the lost vitality could not be fully restored, she was already quite satisfied. Karen had a bright future ahead and a close friend in Ziyonghua, with whom she played happily. That's really wonderful. Mother, I want to go see Brother Feng Yao. Karen's eyes shone brightly. All right, but don't trouble him too much. Kana hesitated for a moment. Okay, Ziyonghua, let's go quickly. Oh, goodbye, Annie. Kana shook her head, feeling a mix of emotions. This child. Patriarch, there's a child who says she knows you. Her name is Karen. Feng Yao, who was spending time alone with Quan, received a notification from an Uchiha clan member. That Uchiha scratched his head apologetically. Damn, the Patriarch wouldn't hold a grudge for interrupting their rendezvous, would he? Oh, Karen, let her come over. Feng Yao hadn't expected Karen to find him so soon. Understood. Karen, is she a girl? Quan, who was beside him, asked curiously. Yes, earlier. Feng Yao recounted the ordeal of Karen and her mother. Quan listened with indignation, feeling great sympathy for Karen. How despicable. Those grass ninjas are absolute beasts. Indeed, this world is utterly rotten. Feng Yao nodded. The world of Naruto was simply terrible. Only by breaking and rebuilding could it be set right. This was why he had decided to unify the shinobi world. The destruction of the Uchiha was just a microcosm of the shinobi world's distortion. As long as the shinobi world existed, the annihilation of the Uchiha was only a matter of time. Brother Feng Yao. Karen, with a radiant smile, ran over, pulling a nervous Ziyonghua along. But when she saw Quan beside Feng Yao, a sudden sense of loss and discomfort welled up in her young heart. Karen, you've grown taller since I last saw you. Feng Yao remarked with a smile. And who is this? Feng Yao glanced at the hydrangea beside Karen, feigning ignorance. Seeing Feng Yao look her way, hydrangea immediately tensed up, her usual calm and composure vanishing as she stammered. I am hydrangea. Karen's friend. At that moment, hydrangea had not yet been taken as a disciple by Conan, so Feng Yao was the most significant figure she had ever encountered. In her eyes, even Conan, the angel who ruled the Hidden Rain village, had to personally receive him. With such a large entourage, who else could he be but a great figure? Don't be nervous, just relax. Feng Yao gave a helpless smile. Of course he knew who hydrangea was. The path of a lowly. Who doesn't know that? Watching her tense up, Feng Yao found her somewhat endearing. Damn it, Conan. Just because she changed her mind a little, you had to put her to death. You deserve to have your heart torn out. Serves you right. Quan, standing nearby, looked at hydrangea with pity. She had heard from Feng Yao that most children in the Hidden Rain village were orphans, often lacking surnames or named after other things. Hydrangea was clearly one of them. What a tragic land, the country of rain. This is Uchiha Quan, a very close friend of mine. Hello there, I'm Uchiha Quan. Quan smiled warmly, her eyes curving as she waved. Hello, Sister Quan. Karen, though still struggling with the emotions inside, said naturally with hydrangea. And here are some tang yuan for you. Quan generously handed over the box. Karen and Hydrangea looked at Feng Yao, who nodded helplessly. Thank you, Sister Quan. Is it good? It's delicious. Hydrangea's eyes lit up as she ate, and Karen felt the same. In the Hidden Rain, desserts like Tangyuan were rare. Because the Land of Rain was a small nation unlike the Land of Fire or Konoha, which occupied fertile lands with developed agriculture and commerce, open-mindedness, and numerous missions from the ninja world. The Land of Rain, with its small territory and large population, suffered from material scarcity and insufficient resources. Making Tangyuan was far less efficient than producing more filling food. Such was the tragedy of small nations in the Naruto world. Feng Yao smiled slightly and looked at Karen. How have things been in the Hidden Rain? Has anyone bullied you? At the mention of the Hidden Rain, Karen's eyes lit up, and she began chattering incessantly, sharing every detail of her life there. Feng Yao nodded with a smile, and Quan also covered her mouth, her eyes curving with amusement. Karen's personality now was very similar to the one Feng Yao remembered from his past life. Hydrangea secretly watched Feng Yao, surprised inwardly. A powerhouse, yet without any airs at all. Just then, numerous white papers fluttered down from the sky. The papers slowly coalesced into a figure. It was Conan. She cast a brief, indifferent glance at Karen and the others, paying them no mind. Uchiha Feng Yao Pain needs to see you. Feng Yao nodded, understanding that Nagato was eager for an answer. Quan, Karen, Hydrangea, I have to go and get along well. Quan and the other two nodded. Let's go. Conan led Feng Yao to the tallest tower in the Hidden Rain. It bore remnants of an archaic industrial system. Feng Yao marveled once again at the skewed development of the Naruto world. He followed Conan's steps into the tower. Feng Yao could have used Kimui as well, but he felt it would be disrespectful to Conan and Nagato to appear before. It would seem too presumptuous of him. He was very polite after all. You're here. Pain stood at the head. Aren't you planning to come out in person? Feng Yao raised an eyebrow. Nagato was not surprised, as someone who could see the future would naturally know that Pain was a puppet. No. Feng Yao nodded without insisting. Conan did not leave. She was the one Nagato trusted most now. Feng Yao did not ask her to leave either. All right, since you want to know the answer, look into my eyes. Feng Yao smiled. That is, if you're not afraid, he'll control you with Jinjutsu. Hearing this, Conan frowned. Fine. Pain stepped forward. Pain. Pain gave Conan a Nagato actually fully believed Feng Yao's words by now. A once could be coincidence, but several times was not. Come on, let me see what the future holds. Very well. Feng Yao looked at Pain with approval. He activated his Mangekyō and cast a Jinjutsu. Encompassing Conan as well, they all entered the world of illusion. In that illusory world, they saw the future course of the ninja world. They saw the future new members of Akatsuki Kisame Uchiha, Itachi Hidendatara. They saw them capturing tailed beasts, saw Pain entering Konoha through the back gate, destroying the entire village for the sake of a bag of rice. They also saw Naruto's talk no jutsu, how Nagato believed in the world Naruto spoke of, gave up his life to perform the Rinne rebirth, resurrecting all of Konoha. Then Conan had her heart torn out by Obito, who retrieved the Rinnegan. Then Obito initiated the Fourth Ninja World War, resurrected Uchiha Madara, who became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, only to have his heart torn out by Black Zetsu, transforming into a strange woman, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Subsequently, Kaguya was resealed by Naruto and Sasuke. And further in the future, 30 years later, the Hidden Rain did not experience the development and peace Naruto had promised. Instead, it grew even worse. Perhaps Naruto had the heart to help the Hidden Rain, but strength was everything. Without Nagato and Conan, the Hidden Rain was just a small nation to be exploited by the other four great nations. The Hidden Rain was completely marginalized. Though nominally part of the so-called Ninja Alliance, there was no reconstruction, no economic aid, no governance. It descended into utter chaos. Peace belonged to the five great nations. Small nations only grew more turbulent. The entire Hidden Rain village became virtually a dumping ground for the whole ninja world. Then came the invasion of the Otsutsuki, with Momoshiki becoming Momosage Ishiki, overwhelming Naruto and Sasuke, and Ishiki's death. It ended abruptly there. Feng Yao held nothing back. If he hadn't had the system, he certainly wouldn't have revealed everything. But he did have the system. It was his greatest trump card. He did this because he hoped Nagato and Conan would trust him, quickly making his future plans easier. Pain and Conan had already emerged from the Jinjutsu world. Conan was the first to awaken, and seeing the Hidden Rain's future, her heart was filled with complexity. She now increasingly wished that Feng Yao had come to deceive them. Otherwise, it would be too despairing. Not to mention the far-off invasion of the Otsutsuki. Just the shadowy manipulator Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the Otsutsuki hidden in the Pure Land. Those were already formidable enough. Could those levels of destruction really be wrought by mere ninjas? Ha! Pain burst into laughter. Pain laughed maniacally, as if mocking his own pitiful state, venting his fury and hatred. Pain. Shaonan looked at him with concern. Feng Yao remained expressionless. He simply watched Pain in silence, knowing that Chong Min needed to let off steam. Pain. Xiaonan looked at him with concern. Feng Yao remained expressionless. He simply watched Pain in silence, knowing that Chong Min needed to let off steam. Considered his power belonged to another. He was merely a vessel to nurture those. All his actions were merely guided by others, sewing a garment for someone else to wear. The ideals he held dear, the goals he pursued, they seemed nothing but a joke. It was a miracle he hadn't collapsed entirely. Alas, Chong Min was a pacifist at heart, albeit with extreme methods. Pain stopped. His face turned calm, but those deep purple Rinnegan gleamed with cold light. Follow me, Pain said. Xiaonan's expression shifted, but she did not stop him. It was a deep, dark underground chamber. Chong Min sat upright, pale as jade, gaunt as a skeleton with long red hair draped over his shoulders, resembling a decrepit old man. This was Chong Min. Chong Min laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face. Chong Min. Xiaonan's eyes were filled with sorrow. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the world spoken of by Zilai and Mingrun is the false one. Only through pain can the shinobi world achieve peace. I want to shoulder the burden. Chong Min was disillusioned with the world of mutual understanding that Zilai and Mingren had described. In his rage, Chong Min only wanted the world to feel pain. Seeing this, Feng Yao knew he could not let Chong Min continue down the wrong path. Alas, what a miserable shinobi world. Indeed, education is a century-long plan. The nation did not deceive me. Enough, Chong Min, stop your extremist thoughts. The world Mingren spoke of is correct, but all of you have overlooked other factors. This time Chong Min and Xiao Nin were dumbfounded. Wait, you Ujibwa are calling us extreme. What? In the end, though still furious, Chong Min calmed down. He wanted to hear Feng Yao's thoughts on peace. Xiao Nin felt the same, lost in confusion. Could peace ever truly be realized? Was there really peace in this world? Thought, power, and system. What do you mean? Pain asked. Xiao Nin also looked at Feng Yao curiously. They understood power, but what did the other two mean? We have always lived within a system. I call it the shinobi. Feng Yao did not start with ideology, but stated a fact, speaking slowly. Within the shinobi system, we spend our entire lives trapped in carefully designed pitfalls. War is essentially the uneven distribution of resources. On the surface, it is the shinobi of the 5 great nations fighting to the death, but behind it is the nobles of the great nations who are maneuvering. But shinobi are indoctrinated to obey the daimyo, carry out missions, and slaughter each other, forever trapped in the cycle of hatred. Within this system, shinobi's minds are imprisoned. They do not think their own villages or nations are wrong. They only believe their suffering is brought by other nations. To protect their own country and village, they go out to kill enemies and ultimately fall into hatred. Hearing this, Chong Min and Xiao Nin were deeply shaken, for what Feng Yao described was what they had experienced. Chong Min and Xiao Nin had always believed that big nations bullied small ones, and the suffering of small nations was caused by the big ones. But now from Feng Yao's words, it seemed not to be the case. Shinobi are a profession dedicated to killing. Yes, that is true. But with chakra, why are we still called shinobi? We have all kinds of power. We can build houses, reshape terrain. Why do we still obey the words of ordinary people? The fact is that the nobles who are ordinary people have placed a shackle on shinobi who possess power, the shinobi system. Thus, shinobi become tools of the nobles, never to rebel. Yet you are utterly unaware and even take it for granted. All shinobi spend their entire lives within this shinobi system, trapped in eternal hatred. That is the reason why peace is so hard to achieve in the shinobi world. In the future, Mingren eases this hatred, but the shinobi system and the noble system still exist, and the imbalance of resources remains. At this point, Feng Yao paused. In the future, Mingren indeed made many efforts for peace, but unfortunately he too could not break free from these limitations. This is a societal issue. In such a distorted world, without external force to shatter it, it might forever remain trapped in this cycle. And to achieve peace, we must break free from the ideological constraints of the shinobi system, destroy the noble system, and liberate thought. Chong Min and Xiao Nan were profoundly shocked hearing such outrageous words for the first time, yet they felt them so reasonable. And to break the noble system, first we need power. With power in hand, the noble's resistance is nothing but a paper tiger. Finally, there is the system. Do you know where the greatest flaw of the one nation, one village system lies? Before Chong Min and Xiao Nan could answer. First, shinobi are reduced to tools of the nobles. I have already made that clear. Second, the daimyo and nobles control territory, finance, administration, and diplomacy, reaping the spoils of war while almost never stepping onto the battlefield. The kage and shinobi wield military force, bearing all the casualties and risks of war, yet their merits and resources are divided among the upper class. This creates a distorted structure. Those who risk their lives hold no power, and those who hold power do not risk their lives. Third, it directly transforms national conflicts into conflicts between shinobi villages, which is the immediate cause of hatred. With all this in place, the fate of nobles holding power and shinobi risking their lives is solidified, turning conflicts of interest between nations into hatred among shinobi. Therefore, to achieve peace, the one nation, one village system must be abolished. Changmin and Xiaonan were stunned. What on earth was this guy talking about? Such profound vocabulary, such deep concepts. Was he really a Ujibwa? But they understood the gist. The one nation, one village system deepened hatred among shinobi. And the root was the noble system or class. So what exactly is your goal? Payan asked. Xiaonan looked over her gaze complex. In truth, Changmin and Xiaonan had already guessed what Feng Yao intended to do. In a daze, they even saw the shadow of Mi Yan in Feng Yao. To unify the shinobi world, break the noble and shinobi systems, and establish a brand new unified nation. Regardless of region, regardless of status. Liberating thought is to gain the recognition of the entire shinobi world for unification. Breaking the system is to construct an entirely new national system. Mastering power is the foundation to protect this achievement. Only thus can we end hatred and achieve. Changmin and Xiaonan felt their blood boil. They stared at Feng Yao in a daze. Is it you? Feng Yao and Yahiko's figures seemed to overlap. How long had it been? How long since he had felt his blood boil like this? The last time was when he was with Yahiko. Back then they were homeless and just as lost until Yahiko appeared and proclaimed the ideals and aspirations in his heart. And now this man named Feng Yao appeared just like Yahiko did back, then proclaiming his own ideals and aspirations. Perhaps this time Feng Yao was the right one. Nagato and Konan both harbored the same thought. Then, Nagato fell silent for a moment. What should we do? Konan looked toward him with hopeful eyes. The wariness in their eyes had vanished. Feng Yao smiled. The power of persuasion had succeeded. Step 1. Break the old mindset, starting right here from the Rain Country. The first step to breaking the mindset is education. The devastation of the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars had reduced the daimyo of the Rain Country to a mere figurehead, and even that daimyo had been killed by Hanzo. The daimyo of the Rain Country was already a figurehead in name, and even he had been killed by Hanzo. The nobility within the country had also moved away one after another. Staying here meant never knowing when they might be killed. The daimyo of the Rain Country was already a figurehead in name, and even he had been killed by Hanzo. The nobility within the country had also moved away one after because here his chances of unifying the ninja world were extremely high with minimal obstacles. Education? Konan asked in confusion. Exactly. Thoughts are the product of education. In the future, even if you unify the ninja world with overwhelming power, if the ideology is unstable, it will still be a castle in the air. My idea is to start from the Rain Village, broaden minds, and cultivate talent. Alright, I'll entrust the Rain Village to you, and I can entrust the Akatsuki to you as well. I hope you won't let me down. Nagato was silent for a long time, then gave Feng Yao a deep look. Konan's eyes were also filled with complex emotions. The Rain Village and the Akatsuki were their life's work, yet now they were handing them over to a man they had known for only a few days. After this, what should the Akatsuki do? Feng Yao pondered, then looked at Nagato and Konan. Business as usual. You've seen the future. Strength is the foundation. First, keep strengthening yourselves and gathering power. Nagato and Konan nodded. Not to mention Black Zetsu and Obito, there was still the future Uchiha Madara Otsutsuki Kaguya and the even more distant Otsutsuki invasion. These were all swords hanging over their heads. What about Obito? Konan remembered how he had stabbed her in the heart in the future. She was determined to get her revenge no matter what. Obito? Feng Yao sneered contemptuously. I've taken his Mangekyō. The only reason he's still alive is Black Zetsu's help. He won't last long. Hearing this, Konan nodded. When you kill him, make sure to call me. The corner of Feng Yao's mouth twitched. Indeed, women never forget a grudge. I trust you, Feng Yao. Nagato's gaze was warm, no longer carrying the gloom it once held. Yet his face remained pale, a result of the drain on his life force. Feng Yao nodded. He genuinely hoped Nagato would become a powerful ally in the future. Looking at Nagato, he saw that even the special constitution of the Uzumaki clan had been worn down to this extent, and Nagato was one of the most gifted members of the Uzumaki clan. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the Rinnegan truly was. Once Orochimaru perfected his research on Hashirama cells, he could have Nagato consider implanting them. Hashirama cells possessed the astonishing ability to restore vitality automatically, which might help Nagato recover. Looks like some rodents have slipped in. Through the Rain Tiger, at will technique Nagato sensed strangers entering the Rain Country. The chakra of the intruders was lightning-natured. One of them possessed an extraordinarily vast chakra. Nagato relayed the information to Feng Yao. Feng Yao immediately knew which village it was. Probably those Cloud Village guys. They're obsessed with Kekkei Genkai. As for the one with immense chakra, it must be a Jinchuriki. Likely the 2 tails, or the 8 tails. Nagato nodded in agreement. Leave those pests to me. Good. Nagato nodded. Feng Yao used Kimui to leave. Now only Nagato, Konan, and the Deva Path Pain remained. Nagato. About Feng Yao's words. Konan hesitated. She feared that the future he described might be false, a trick to earn their trust and seize the Rain Village and the Akatsuki. Over the years, Konan had learned a great deal about politics while governing the Rain Village. Yet her intuition told her that this future was real. This left Konan conflicted, her heart a tangle of complexity. Nagato remained silent. He felt the same way. But everything Feng Yao did seemed to say trust me. Moreover, even if they didn't trust him with Feng Yao's strength, he could have simply taken everything by force. Why would he go through so much trouble to deceive them? Nagato could sense that even in his prime with the 6 paths of pain, he might not be a match for Feng Yao. And given the grim future they had seen, Nagato could think of no way to break the cycle. Instinctively, Nagato followed his heart, feeling a strange sense of relief. Konan, don't you think Feng Yao is very much like Yahiko? Konan froze at the question. Yes, Feng Yao was very much like Yahiko. The same confidence. The difference was that Feng Yao possessed overwhelming strength. He also seemed to see the world more clearly. Very much like him. Konan's eyes were complex. That's why I choose to trust him. Nagato's gaze was profound, and the truth had already proven that his future plan, making the world feel pain to achieve peace, was impractical. On the contrary, it would only intensify chaos. Feng Yao's earlier analysis had confirmed this. Still, we need to keep an eye on him. Konan act as his deputy and see what he does. Understood. Konan nodded. She too wanted to see whether Feng Yao's words were true or false. Darui, along with Ujito and over a dozen elite cloud shinobi, infiltrated the rain country in secret. Raindrops fell upon them. But what they didn't know was that from the moment they stepped into the rain country and touched the rain, they had already been exposed. They had already been detected by Nagato's perception. Such was the rain tiger at will technique. Terrifying to the extreme. The rain in the rain country is way too heavy. Darui grumbled. Rain and rain falls too hard. Darui's raps fall short, Killer Bee said while wearing his sunglasses. Oh, Killer Sama, your rap. Darui sighed helplessly. The next moment, Killer Bee's movements changed. Behind the sunglasses, his eyes sharpened. He hurled the kunai from his waist straight at Darui. Look out. His tone shed its rap cadence, becoming serious. Darui instantly sensed the danger, and relying on years of ninja experience, reacted immediately, using the body flicker technique to leap away. And standing right behind Darui was none other than Feng Yao. The several shuriken thrown by Killer Bee passed through Feng Yao and struck the trees with force. Phasing. Darui-sama. Killer-sama. The dozens of teammates behind them immediately rushed forward and formed a circle. Careful, this guy is strong. Killer Bee shouted, his expression deadly serious. Because Gyuki, the 8 tails inside him, was telling him that this man felt terrifying. Killer Bee, retreat now. This man is terrifying. Gyuki spoke gravely in Killer Bee's consciousness. A tailed beast's perception was incredibly acute. The chakra and pressure radiating from this man reminded Gyuki of someone, Uchiha Madara. And Killer Bee was even more shocked. Gyuki was a being that even the third Raikage, who had once broken off one of its horns, had never received such a high appraisal from. Feng Yao stood atop a tree. His eyes glimmered with a red light, his deep blue coat billowed loudly in the wind, his long hair danced, and a long sword hung at his waist, while a large fan rested on his back. He gazed calmly at the group of cloud-hidden ninjas before him. In the space of the tailed beast of Kurabi, the 8 tails, its appearance was quite peculiar. Its head resembled that of a bull adorned with 4 menacing horns, one of which was even broken. It possessed 2 robust arms akin to those of a human, while its lower body resembled an octopus sporting 8 octopus legs, all of which were a light purple color. The 8 tails trembled all over. The immense and cold chakra it emitted was something he had only encountered in 3 individuals. One was the Sage of 6 Paths. Another was Indra. The last was Uchiha Madara. Kurabi, retreat quickly. This guy is not someone we can handle. Especially do not look into his eyes. Kurabi looked at the 8 tails in disbelief. Hey Gyuki, there's no time to explain, let's go. At that moment the 8 tails was extremely anxious. The Sharingan was particularly effective against tailed beasts. Especially the Mangekyō Sharingan, which could incapacitate a tailed beast in an instant. As for why he was certain Feng Yao possessed the Mangekyō. What a joke. With chakra as vast as that of Uchiha Madara, who had previously dominated them, if one were to say he was not using the Mangekyō, the 8 tails would simply consume him. Though Kurabi found it hard to believe, years of mutual understanding led him to trust that Gyuki would not deceive him. Darui, everyone, mission cancelled, we retreat. Everyone immediately revealed puzzled expressions. What? Lord Kurabi, why? Is it because it's just one person? What is there to fear with so many of us? Feng Yao naturally would not give Kurabi the chance. He knew that tailed beasts had terrifying sensory abilities. Unfortunately, Karabi and Gyuki still underestimated the power of the Mangekyō. Feng Yao smirked. Be quiet, Karabi. The three-tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into the Mangekyō. Feng Yao appeared before Karabi in a flash. Karabi and Gyuki sensed something was wrong and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Kirabi's whole body trembled, and his gaze became hollow. Lord Karabi. Everyone was taken aback. Several bolts of lightning surged forward. However, they all passed through Feng Yao. It was Darui and several cloud-hidden jonin. They looked at Feng Yao with grave expressions. Damn it. Darui gripped his ninja blade tightly, his heart already in turmoil. Go rescue Lord. The remaining cloud-hidden ninjas, seeing Karabi under control, began to unleash ninjutsu. Fire release Great Fire Dragon Technique. Wind release Great Windmill Technique. Lightning release Lightning Dragon. Darui and those beside him seized the opportunity as well. Lightning release Lightning Dragon. At this moment, Feng Yao and Karabi were already surrounded. Various ninjutsu surged forward with terrifying and violent momentum, all aimed at Feng Yao. Humph! Feng Yao snorted coldly and instantly ascended to the sky. He grasped a large fan on his back and swept it down forcefully. Suddenly a tempest erupted. A gigantic tornado instantly swept through the entire forest. Trees were uprooted with brute force, and debris flew through the air. Karabi stood frozen in place due to his control caught up in the terrifying winds and trapped in the vortex. All ninjutsu attacks seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, losing all direction. They began to dance in the wind, bombarding everywhere chaotically. Not good. Darui sensed something was wrong, his face turning pale. Quickly retreat. The other cloud-hidden ninjas were already terrified and fled in panic. Those who ran slowly had already been swept away by the raging winds. Run! What the hell is this monster? My head hurts so much. What is going on? The awakened Karabi was still trying to grasp the situation when the natural disaster before him left. My head hurts so much. What is going on? The awakened Karabi was still trying to grasp the situation when the natural disaster before him left him bewildered. Previous memories surfaced. Being controlled by the illusion of the Mangekyō, even the controlled had memories from when they were under control. Damn it, bastard. Instantly, as the memories emerged, Karabi understood what was happening. Gyuki, hurry and leave. This man is terrifying. We are no match for him. In the spiritual world, Gyuki's expression was serious. It had just awakened and understood what was happening. This confirmed the Eight-Tail's suspicions. To be able to control it so easily, it could only be the Mangekyō. It recalled Uchiha Madara. With just a glance, he had also been ensnared by the illusion. However, Gyuki was not afraid of Feng Yao. Even if he lost his freedom, they as tailed beasts would eventually be revived no matter what. But what he feared was that Karabi might lose his life. Over the years, the bond between the Eight-Tails and Karabi had grown deep, and Karabi was among the few humans who treated it as a true friend. Damn it, bastard, I'm sorry, Gyuki. I can't leave, my friends are still in danger, I must go save them. Karabi looked at his comrades in peril, unable to tolerate abandoning them to flee. Sigh. Gyuki sighed, I knew it. Fortunately, Gyuki sensed that the malice from the opponent was not great. The previous urgent situation made it recall the shadow of the past, leading to some preconceived notions. Karabi instantly transformed into his tailed beast form. He became the complete Eight-Tails. Roar! It's Lord Karabi, someone shouted. Feng Yao stood at a distance on a large tree holding the Uchiha fan. He quietly observed the emergence of the Eight-Tails. The enormous form of the tailed beast instantly halted the rampage of the fierce winds. Trees and boulders fell only to be easily brushed aside by the Eight-Tails. You all run. He'll hold him off. Kirabi's voice echoed from the Eight-Tails. Damn it. The cloud-hidden ninjas clutched their chests in despair and could only retreat. Darui furrowed his brow tightly, but he also knew the terrifying strength of the opponent and had to lead everyone away. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Is this the power of Uchiha? Damn it. If even someone with strength like Uchiha couldn't survive in Konoha and was forced to leave, how strong must other Konoha ninjas be? Hehehe. Karabi, are you going to dance too? Feng Yao laughed heartily, activating the eternal Mangekyō, his red light flashing. His deep blue coat billowed loudly. Don't get too arrogant, bastard. Karabi roared in anger, controlling the Eight-Tails to charge at Feng Yao. Boom. Instantly, it unleashed terrifying destructive power. Giant trees snapped and dust billowed. Was that it? The cloud-hidden ninjas watching from a distance couldn't help but question internally. However, Darui's expression was tense, his brow furrowed. Darui was more rational. Such an attack would likely not inflict significant harm on the opponent. Boom. A golden arc slowly emerged, two golden blades slicing through the air, dispersing. Wind Yao was seen being protected within golden chakra ribs, which extended into two chakra arms, each wielding a menacing chakra curved blade. Everyone was astonished. They had never seen such a peculiar ninjutsu. But for some reason it looked somewhat cool. Nyogue, what is that? I've never seen it before. Could it be a bloodline limit of the Uchiha? Kirabai was also uncertain. This is not good in a ninja. Dual intelligence is paramount. I must ask Nyogue. The Eight Tails Nyogue has lived for over 1,000 years and naturally knows that the Uchiha are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. And Susanoo is a unique ability of the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan. Not to mention Uchiha Madara once used Susanoo to mercilessly beat them the tailed beasts. By this is Susanoo a power possessed by all members of the Uchiha clan after awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan. Nyogue explained to Kirabai in the spiritual realm. Nyogue was extremely wary of Wind Yao. If he hadn't sensed much killing intent from Wind Yao along with Kira by wanting to save his comrades in the village, he would have already fled with Kirabai. Oh, I see. Seems it's not that impressive after all. Nyogue suddenly halted, casting a complex glance at Kirabai. What's wrong, Nyogue? Kirabai asked in confusion. Kirabai, let's dance together. Wind Yao grinned, fully unleashing the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In an instant, golden chakra began to surge wildly. The overwhelming chakra enveloped the entire area. Super beast armament. No, it's Susanoo. At that moment, both Kirabai transformed into the Eight Tails, and the other Yunin ninjas present, including Darui, were all astonished. The golden chakra ribs rapidly extended, gradually forming a fearsome chakra half-skeleton. Countless chakra lines resembling human muscle fibers surged forth, filling the ribs and arms. And it continued to expand wildly. Second stage, Susanoo. Third stage, Susanoo. Complete. Boom. Suddenly the golden giant seemed to obscure the sky, its red eyes flashing bright. Kirabai looking up. Staring at the golden warrior giant which towered over the Eight Tails by more than a head, Kirabi's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an entire pillar. Darui and the other ninjas looked up, dumbfounded at the astonishing sight. That is a god, someone murmured. The worldview of the crowd seemed to collapse. In their understanding, such gigantic beings only existed as tailed beasts in the ninja world. But now another existence appeared, one even larger than their Yunin's Eight Tails. Darui's heart was also filled with shock. He regretted following Raikage's orders to lead the team here. Let's go get further away. Darui gritted his teeth and shouted. He couldn't imagine the terrifying destructive power if this giant were to engage the Eight Tails. This giant could crush them as easily as squashing ants. At this moment, he also recalled the information received earlier in Konoha about the golden giant, the massive ruins, and the deep trenches. He had thought it was merely Konoha's cover-up, exaggerating the situation to prevent the Uchiha from leaving the village. But in reality, damn it, everyone reacted to Darui's shout and quickly fled. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Eight Tails Nyogui's eyes trembled. It was this form that Uchiha Madara, who had defeated all the tailed beasts, also possessed. Bastard. Kirabai felt displeased seeing such arrogance for the first time in his life. Underestimate my brothers working together, and you'll see. Nyogue looked complex, ultimately shaking his head. Let's go, Nyogue. Alright. Kirabai was unaware that Nyogue had been beaten by Susanoo before, and for the sake of face, Nyogue did not tell Kirabai. Thus the Eight Tails Nyogue had to brace himself and join in. He clenched his fists with his arms seemingly covered by a layer of hard shell. The 8 octopus tentacles swung flexibly, quickly closing in on the complete Susanoo. The fists collided. The 8 tails with both fists clenched struck fiercely at the golden Susanoo. The golden Susanoo moved as well. It grabbed the 8 tails' fists. Boom. Suddenly the earth shook and mountains trembled. The massive body of the 8 tails was firmly caught by the complete Susanoo due to the immense force of inertia. Just like that, the two giants gazed at each other, one looking up and the other looking down. Meanwhile, in the prism at Susanoo's forehead, Wind Yao smirked and widened his eyes. The 8 tails seemed momentarily dazed, its eyes suddenly becoming hollow. Its massive arms drooped down. TCH, just showing off. Do you really think I want to clash with you, Hedon? The destruction caused here is all part of my Rain Country's property. Wind Yao released the complete Susanoo, leaping out of Susanoo's forehead prism, landing effortlessly on the 8 tails' head. Kirabai, Nyogue, the nearby Darui, and the other Yunin ninjas. As Kirabai fell into the illusion, his last thought was, damn it, this is unplayable. At this point, Darui and the others were already anxious. Kirabai must not be harmed. Kirabai is one of Yunin's 2 Jinchuriki, the brother of the 4th Raikage, and a top-notch combat force of the village that cannot be lost. Yunin can do without Darui, but they absolutely cannot do without Kirabai. Wait, we are ninjas from the land of lightnings, Yunin village. This Uchiha ninja, you are attacking us without distinguishing right from wrong. Do you want to provoke a war between the 2 nations? Wind Yao snorted coldly. You Yunin with so many ninjas and the 8 tails Jinchuriki, I remember you are called Darui, and you seem to be the bodyguard of the 4th Raikage. With this lineup, are you here to play? Darui knew this explanation wouldn't suffice. Faced with Wind Yao's dominance, he was more concerned about Kirabi's safety. He could only reveal the purpose of their visit. Of course, he only mentioned that the fourth Raikage wanted to invite the Uchiha to join Yunin village, naturally omitting some unfriendly details. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The Uchiha clan joined the Rain village the day after leaving Konoha. The news must have reached you in Yunin long ago. Wind Yao sneered. He knew the traditions of Yunin. It was a deception. It seems you Yunin still lack sincerity. It's best this way. Hirabai will temporarily remain with us Uchiha. You Yunin better come up with enough bargaining chips in exchange. Wind Yao said, activating Kamui. He sucked the massive 8 tails into the Kamui space, vanishing from sight. Only the stunned Darui and the others remained. What now, Lord Darui? Someone asked. TCH, this is troublesome. Darui gritted his teeth, feeling powerless. Sigh, what else can we do? Notify Lord Raikage. Within the Shinwei space, the 8 tails stood motionless on the land, its eyes hollow. Feng Yao leaped down from the bull's head, the first stage of Susanoo manifesting as skeletal ribs and an arm around him. A chakra blade formed on the arm and slashed down at the octopus tentacle of the 8 tails. In an instant, one of the beast's tentacles was severed. The colossal 8 tails then vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving only a prone killer bee on the ground. Feng Yao departed from the Shinwei space. In the hidden Rain village, Nagato had watched the entire one-sided battle through the Rain Tiger Owl technique. The 8 tails was like a plaything in Feng Yao's hands, effortlessly subdued. Had this been before, Nagato might have felt wary, but after embracing Feng Yao's ideals and glimpsing the future, his mindset had changed. A spatial vortex appeared beside them. Nagato and Conan both knew it was Feng Yao. He emerged and said casually, how was it? The battle with the Cloud Shinobi was partly to demonstrate strength. Though I had shown it in Konoha earlier, there was no point of reference there. Now through the fight with the tailed beast, my power can be more intuitively understood. Able to attack and defend, truly formidable. Begin the projection technique. Nagato nodded. Feng Yao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Nagato noticed his expression and smiled. Since we choose to trust you, we will give it our all. Feng Yao found it intriguing. He was astonished by Nagato's decisiveness. Yet recalling the original Nagato's temperament, he understood. Elsewhere in an unknown underground base, Obito, Nagato is calling a meeting, said Heiju to Obito. Obito frowned, enraged at how Nagato had slipped from his control. Now having lost the leverage against him, the Akatsuki was likely becoming Nagato's sole domain. You go. See what trick he's up to this time. Heiju nodded. He was always the one to go. Wait. Obito stopped Heiju, suddenly agitated. Perhaps Nagato is calling to announce Uchiha Feng Yao's entry into the Akatsuki. Perfect, Heiju. When the time comes, probe his depth as you see fit. Obito was nearly insane with fury, unable to stop himself from thinking. That despicable Feng Yao. What would he do if he saw Rin's body? Would he destroy it? Or simply throw it out of the Kamui dimension? Damn it. Feng Yao, you'd better not touch Rin's body, or it'll make your life a living hell. Heiju watched Obito with utter exasperation, then shook his head. He had already lost hope in Obito. In his heart, Heiju was already considering when to abandon him. In the dim space, Feng Yao, Pain, and Conan stood atop the head of the demonic statue of the outer path. The statue was bound by several twisted chains, its face ferocious. Feng Yao gazed at it with wonder. As the husk of the Ten Tails, the demonic statue of the outer path fascinated Feng Yao. In the original story, Kaguya had been sealed on the moon by Hagoromo and Hamura, and the statue was sealed alongside her. It was only after Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan that he summoned the statue from the moon to the earth. Soon several illusory figures materialized, one by one, arranging themselves around the statue. Kakuzu, Sasori, Orochimaru, Shursue, and Heiju all appeared. But if one observed closely, both Kakuzu and the others would subtly glance at Feng Yao. The previous night's events had left a deep impression on them. The towering giant that blotted out the sky, the massive chasm, and the 100-mile wasteland carved by a single sword strike convinced them that this man possessed earth-shattering power. Feng Yao looked up at them. As his dark gaze swept over Kakuzu and Shursue, they instinctively tensed up. Even knowing they were mere projections, Feng Yao's oppressive presence was overwhelming. Orochimaru, however, remained unaffected, having long known of Feng Yao's power and the secrets of this world. Orochimaru grinned, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Feng Yao paused for a moment on Heiju. Heiju, sensing the attention, offered a friendly smile. Feng Yao nodded and looked away. Pain observed the expressions of the others, then stepped forward. Everyone turned their attention to Pain. I have decided to step down as the leader of the Akatsuki. The new leader shall be Uchiha Feng Yao. Pain declared slowly. The words struck like a pebble into a placid lake, shocking everyone. Yet astonishingly, no one objected. Even Heiju only frowned. If it had eyebrows. Now who opposes? Who supports? Silence fell. The first to speak was Sasori. I support. He cared little for leadership, only for art. Moreover, he had witnessed Feng Yao's power that night, clearly no weaker than the previous leader. I support, added Kakuzu. Kakuzu was a man of experience. Feng Yao's oppressive aura rivaled that of the first Hokage that night had cemented Kakuzu's belief Feng Yao was another powerhouse on the level of the god of shinobi or the demon of the shinobi world. Such a strong individual becoming the new leader was perfectly acceptable. We also support. Orochimaru's Shursue and Heiju chimed in. Orochimaru had long been aligned with Feng Yao, so he had no objections. Shursue held Feng Yao in awe. Heiju, having already regarded Feng Yao as one of his own, was elated inwardly. He had feared that Nagato might not initiate the infinite Tsukuyami after capturing the tailed beasts. Now with these people's power, capturing them would be effortless. Mother, I will soon free you. Pain nodded expressionlessly, but inside he was conflicted. Konan, standing beside Feng Yao, felt similarly. After all, the Akatsuki was the fruit of years of effort by them and Yahiko. Now it was being handed to Feng Yao. Yet to achieve peace and their ideals they had staked everything on him. Very well. From now on, Uchiha Feng Yao is the leader of the Akatsuki. Leader. And so before all witnesses, Feng Yao became the new leader of the Akatsuki. Feng Yao stepped forward, surveying the assembly. The Akatsuki will continue as usual. For daily matters you will still coordinate with Pain and Konan. Understood. Soon the meeting disbanded, and everyone deactivated their projection technique. Elsewhere in the land of lightning, hidden Cloud Village. Bang. The fourth Raikage slammed his fist onto the desk, shattering it to pieces. Damn it. The Uchiha have gone too far. Mabui, standing by, watched the utterly shattered desk and shook her head, helplessly pressing a hand to her. Lord Raikage, how many times has this been this month that you've broken the desk? Mabui had dark skin, a cascade of silvery white hair, and a pair of clear emerald green eyes. She wore a loose gray outer garment over a fishnet bodysuit, her figure full and curvaceous, the deep cleft between her breasts an endless abyss, her demeanor capable and ethereal. As the Raikage secretary, Mabui was effectively the one managing many of the village's affairs. Let's not talk about that. AI said, a bit guilty, then turned serious. Now that Killer Bee has been captured by the Uchiha, what do you think, Mabui? The fourth Raikage AI had dark skin, a towering and burly physique, muscles taut and solid, and his short light golden hair was slicked back smoothly. Mabui cast a helpless glance at AI, but she knew the gravity of the situation. She immediately turned serious, took a document from the side, and handed it to AI. Lord Raikage, the intelligence has been relayed by Darui, but the opponent's strength. AI took the file, glanced at it, and a surge of impulse rose in his chest. His hand involuntarily reached out to strike something. But he came to his senses. The desk had already been reduced to splinters. The fourth Raikage took a deep breath. He looked at Mabui and frowned. Is this really the intelligence written by Darui himself? Mabui nodded lightly, her eyes solemn. Though I can hardly believe it, either it was indeed penned by Darui himself. The messenger ninja who brought it back confirmed it. Moreover, Mabui hesitated for a moment. Samui and I speculate that the Mangekyō Sharingan has a strong restraining effect on tailed beasts. Instantly the fourth Raikage's heart churned with turbulent waves. The information was simply too earth-shattering. The Sharingan was that terrifying. Yet this also made the fourth Raikage grow cautious. Deep down he craved even more for Kumogakure to possess the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. What a pity. As for the intelligence Darui had sent back, AI did not doubt it. Darui was his personal guard and his trusted confidant. There was no question about his loyalty. But that made it all the harder for AI to accept. Even the Eight Tails was no match for that golden giant. Or rather, the Sharingan could effortlessly control even a tailed beast. AI felt a pang of resentment. In their Kumogakure, if the Eight Tails or Two Tails ever went out of control, they would have to sacrifice countless Cloud Ninja lives just to subdue them. Yet the other side subdued a tailed beast with a single glance. He couldn't help recalling earlier intelligence from Konoha. Don't let Ace rough exterior fool you. He was a man of subtlety beneath the brute. AI was no less shrewd than political players like Unfei Risen and Daimyo. Kumogakure had always upheld a tradition: worship the strong, promote the capable, and demote the incompetent. Though it seemed harsh, every villager was surprisingly satisfied. There was no injustice or oppression. In fact, the village was even remarkably united, believe it or not. They simply disdained playing those political games, but that didn't mean they were clueless. After grasping the cause and effect, AI sneered. Konoha is as short-sighted as ever. They actually drove the Uchiha away. Mabui said nothing, but inside she agreed wholeheartedly. As Ace external brain, she naturally could follow the same train of thought. Mabui continued. Lord Raikage, according to the intelligence, the Uchiha, who fought Lord Killer Bee, should be the current clan head of the Uchiha. Uchiha Feng Yao. And the various abilities Feng Yao displayed, such as the Golden Giant, and the power of phasing through, likely stem from his Mangekyō. AI narrowed his eyes. The Mangekyō, Kumogakure, naturally had records of it. Legend spoke of the Uchiha clan's ancestor Uchiha Madara. That powerhouse renowned alongside the first Hokage of Konoha Shinshōjujin was a wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan, and through the intelligence relayed from Konoha. Now it seemed the Uchiha had more than just Feng Yao with the Mangekyō. It appeared that the former clan head Uchiha Fuyue and his eldest son Uchiha Yu also possessed the Mangekyō. If every pair of Mangekyō was as formidable as Fengyo's, then the Uchiha were truly terrifying. But the powerful usually shared a common flaw: overconfidence. AI was somewhat wary of Uchiha Feng Yao. Yet he did not believe that he the Raikage would lose to Feng Yao. Besides, he intended to go meet Feng Yao. After all, Feng Yao had harmed his brother, and as the elder brother he had to make a statement. AI gave a cold snort and rose to his feet. Though he greatly admired the Uchiha clan, that was no excuse for them to hurt Killer Bee. Bargaining chips, huh? Fine. Mabui informed Samui and Dodai. They'll go see for myself just how formidable that so-called golden giant is. What did you say? Obito's eyes went wide with disbelief. That Feng Yao bastard became the leader of the Akatsuki. Impossible. How could that arrogant Nagato allow it? Obito's eyes were bloodshot, a mix of jealousy, resentment, and rage churning within him. Black Zetsu looked at Obito's eyes and helplessly nodded. Damn it. Every last one of them deserves to die. Obito's gaze was wild. He couldn't accept it, that Feng Yao had so easily become the leader of the Akatsuki. Hey Obito, don't be mad. I heard that humans feel much better after they poop. But to poop you have to feel the urge. White Zetsu appeared beside Obito, still curious about that sensation of wanting to defecate. I've had enough of you, you damn thing. Obito whipped around, eyes bloodshot, panting like a bull. Today he was determined to kill that wretched creature, always hanging around and disgusting him. Wood spike technique. Instantly, countless vicious wooden spikes erupted from the ground. Obito, that's enough, no need to go that far. Black Zetsu saw Obito attacking White Zetsu and quickly intervened. Fortunately, White Zetsu sensed Obito's killing intent and swiftly burrowed underground. The next instant it emerged behind Black Zetsu. Obito, why do you want to kill me? I only wanted to know what the urge to poop feels like. What did I do wrong? White Zetsu was deeply hurt. Black Zetsu inwardly sneered at Obito. Truly a waste, always venting his frustrations on his own people. Of course, Black Zetsu also knew that White Zetsu had gone too far. The usually silent aloe White Zetsu looked at Obito with sympathy. Poor child. You too. He'll kill you. Obito clenched his teeth. Enough. White Zetsu, you go outside and stay there. Stop pissing off Obito. Black Zetsu had no choice but to step in again to stop Obito. Alright, bye-bye Obito. White Zetsu obediently left. Obito was thoroughly disgusted. He swore he would kill White Zetsu for sure. Enough Obito, how long are you going to throw this tantrum? Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Obito had no choice but to force himself to calm down. Drawing a deep breath, Obito looked at Black Zetsu and asked coldly, have you contacted Feng Yao? Black Zetsu was displeased with Obito's attitude, but he simply shook his head. Obito was clearly a lost cause, and he no longer held any hope. If it was ultimately confirmed that Obito's Mangekyō could not be retrieved, Black Zetsu finally shook his head. How could that be possible? Rest assured, I will contact him as soon as possible. Obito took a deep breath and nodded. Yet he remained resentful inside, filled with anger and hatred toward Feng Yao. After speaking, Black Zetsu left the base. Several days later, Feng Yao arrived at the newest Rain Hidden Laboratory. Feng Yao knew that technology was the primary productive force, so after taking control of the Rain Hidden Village, he established this experimental base. He fully supported Orochimaru's research. The experimental base was newly established and still relatively small, but well-equipped, as Orochimaru already had these scientific research equipment and foundations. However, previously they had been conducting research in secret. The team was also relatively small. Aside from Kabuto, there were a few others. Talents from the Rain Hidden Village recommended by Konan, then carefully selected by Orochimaru. The Rain Country obviously had a technological foundation, as evidenced by the Rain City, which was now the Rain Hidden Village. Lord Feng Yao. A young boy approached joyfully. It was Uchiha Shin. Shin's physique was very special. The pair of 3-tomo Sharingan that Feng Yao had given him earlier had already been transplanted by Orochimaru onto Shin's eyes. There was no rejection reaction. He could easily close and open his Sharingan. Anyone unaware of the truth, seeing Shin freely activate his Sharingan, would think he was truly a member of the Uchiha clan. No, or rather, Shin now regarded himself as a member of the Uchiha clan. Feng Yao nodded and asked gently, how are you feeling? Any signs of rejection? Orochimaru had injected Shin's body with the Hashirama cells that were still under experiment. He wanted to see if Shin could perfectly master both wood release and the Sharingan. This also served to test the progress of the Hashirama cells integration. Upon hearing this, Shin immediately exclaimed excitedly, Lord Feng Yao, there is no rejection at all, and I feel I can easily use wood release and the Sharingan. Good. I am in need of a bodyguard. Would you be willing? Feng Yao nodded with satisfaction. The biggest problem with Hashirama cells was their strong rejection and invasiveness. Essentially, Hashirama cells were gene carriers of the divine tree. Shin's special physique could even fuse with the divine tree's genes, and the rejection was almost negligible. This was truly extraordinary. With Wood release and the 3-tomo Sharingan, Shin's power had already reached a cage-level foundation. All he lacked was combat experience. I am willing, Lord Feng Yao, Shin said excitedly, immediately agreeing. He now regarded Feng Yao as the sole meaning of his existence. His sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan was also growing. Good, then from today onward you will stay by my side. Feng Yao nodded. Given his own strength, he naturally did not need a bodyguard, but Shin had high talent and most importantly loyalty. Lord Feng Yao. At this moment Kabuto approached respectfully from the side. He had been there for a while, but had not interrupted. Kabuto understood that Shin had become Feng Yao's personal guard. Brother Kabuto, Shin called out. Kabuto gave Shin a slight nod. It was Kabuto who had overseen Shin's Hashirama cell transplant. Where's Orochimaru? Feng Yao nodded. Kabuto looked at Feng Yao with slight apology in his eyes. I'm very sorry, Lord Feng Yao. Lord Orochimaru is currently not at the experimental base. Oh, so are you now in charge of the Hashirama cells? Feng Yao knew Kabuto's capabilities. Assigning Kabuto to experiment with Hashirama cells meant that Orochimaru had also discovered Kabuto's talent in scientific research. Yes, and I have to thank Lord Feng Yao for your guidance, Kabuto said with gratitude in his eyes. Since the day Feng Yao had commented on him, Orochimaru had started to pay significant attention to his research abilities. That is your own ability. Feng Yao's only requirement of Kabuto was loyalty, but currently Kabuto seemed to take this lightly. How is the research on Hashirama cells going? Lord Feng Yao, by adding white Zetsu cells to the Hashirama cells, its rejection has been greatly reduced. Kabuto led Feng Yao and Shin to a laboratory. It was a lab dedicated to the study of Hashirama cells with clearly arranged equipment. Just then a small white snake appeared in Feng Yao's sight. The next moment the snake turned into smoke, and from the smoke stepped out Orochimaru. A rare guest, Feng Yao-kun. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Shin both said respectfully, stepping aside to wait quietly. I didn't expect you not to be in the lab. Feng Yao was somewhat surprised. After all, based on his understanding of Orochimaru, wasn't this guy supposed to be eager to stay in the lab every day? And it's about the tailed beast chakra cultivation you mentioned last time, Feng Yao-kun, Orochimaru said with excitement. The 8-tails octopus tentacle is too large, so I want to build another lab. I went to the land of fields you mentioned last time and took a look. It's very suitable as an experimental base, and it can also help you take over the land of fields, Feng Yao-kun. Orochimaru's pale face revealed a creepy smile. By the way, I also recruited a few promising little ones. Feng Yao-kun, do you know? This world is simply too wonderful. Orochimaru's eyes were fanatical. If not for limited energy, he would truly wish to handle all the research and explore all the truths by himself. Feng Yao's heart stirred. The Otoge cure had been established. He wondered what rewards this would bring. Of course, no problem. Orochimaru had no objection to Feng Yao's wish to see it. Let's talk about the Hashirama cells first. The land of fields can wait. Feng Yao had no great desire to check in at the Otoge cure. Moreover, he wasn't sure if he could check in. After all, he had previously used Kamui to visit the 5 great villages, but no check-in prompt had appeared. So compared to checking in, he was more concerned about the Hashirama cells. Of course, Feng Yao-kun, Orochimaru nodded. Thanks to the previous white Zetsu cells, the research progress on Hashirama cells has made great strides, and their rejection reaction has been greatly reduced. Orochimaru naturally knew Feng Yao's thoughts. Fugaku and the others are now ready to receive the Hashirama cells. Moreover, when Uchiha members receive the cells, the rejection is several times lower compared to ordinary Kekkai Genkai ninja. As Orochimaru said this, he involuntarily licked his lips. Feng Yao nodded. He roughly understood. First, Hashirama cells were essentially biological cells formed by the fusion of the divine tree's genes and the Otsutsuki bloodline. And the Uchiha clan were essentially descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, possessing Otsutsuki genes in their cells naturally, making them more compatible with Hashirama cells. Wasn't the rejection naturally lower? After all, the Naruto world was essentially a world where bloodline reigned supreme. Ordinary people who received Hashirama cells would face a nini out often chance of death. Yamato could only be called a 1 in 10,000 lucky survivor. Good, then proceed with the transplant immediately. Kabuto sends someone to inform Elder Setsuna, Fugaku, and Itachi that they can receive the Hashirama cells. Yes, I'll see to it right away. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, nodded, and left the laboratory. Orochimaru, I have taken Shin as my guard. It shouldn't interfere with your research, right? Feng Yao looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled magnanimously and said, of course not. Besides, I have already stored Shin's cells. Shin, since you have become Feng Yaojin's guard, you must protect him well. Orochimaru looked at Shin. Yes, rest assured, Lord Orochimaru. I will do my utmost to ensure that Lord Feng Yao is not harmed. Shin's gaze was solemn and his tone resolute. Orochimaru did not have an omniscient perspective like Feng Yao, who knew Shin's future. However, with his unique insight, Orochimaru was certain that Shin's future achievements would by no means be low. He could even awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan without possessing the Uchiha bloodline. Let's go, Orochimaru. Let me see the Inin village you mentioned. Bang! The large blue serpent and the three figures turned into smoke and vanished from the laboratory. Meanwhile, in Tian country, Inin village, Orochimaru and the large blue serpent and the three figures turned into smoke and vanished from the laboratory. Meanwhile, in Tian country, Inin village, Orochimaru and the other two appeared inside a thatched hut. The three walked out of the thatched hut. The surroundings were extremely dilapidated. The entire village resembled a scene after a war. Almost all the houses were thatched huts. Many ordinary people were being mobilized to build the village. Feng Yaojuan, this is Inin village. At that moment, Feng Yao received a system prompt in his mind. Ding, detected Inin village. Would you like to check in? Check in. Feng Yao silently said in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained Perfect Edition Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Perfect Edition Impure World Reincarnation Technique requires no living sacrifice, but consumes a large amount of chakra. Only the DNA of the deceased is needed to perform the reincarnation. The reincarnated individual can fully exert their strength from life, and the caster can perfectly control the reincarnated. Note the precondition for the reincarnated is that their soul must be in the Pure Land. Impure World Reincarnation. A game-breaking jutsu in the Naruto world. In other worlds, death is death. But in the Naruto world, the dead can be summoned. Isn't that amazing? Feng Yao's heart trembled. The perfect version of the Impure World Reincarnation. No living sacrifice is needed, only the deceased DNA is required to directly perform the reincarnation. Most crucially, the reincarnated can exert their full strength from life, and the caster can completely control the reincarnated. This is the most terrifying part. Although the Impure World Reincarnation improved by Orochimaru was much better than the second Hokage's version, there were still some issues. The most obvious was that the caster could not control the reincarnated, or the control was weak. Actually, the living sacrifice was not a problem. Even if it required a living sacrifice, Feng Yao didn't mind. That's right, as some may have guessed, it's White Zetsu. White Zetsu naturally possesses Hashirama cells and has extremely strong vitality, making it the perfect choice as a sacrifice for the Impure World Reincarnation. In the original manga, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Orochimaru used only 4 ordinary White Zetsu as sacrifices to reincarnate the 4 Hokage. All 4 Hokage could exert their full strength from life. They even seemed stronger than in life. This shows how amazing White Zetsu is. They are simply natural sacrifices. Moreover, White Zetsu has many other outstanding aspects, such as biotechnology. They are a true treasure. Suddenly, Feng Yao's eyes lit up. He had to capture them vigorously. After capturing mass production, a certain White Zetsu who was observing a human defecating felt a chill down his spine. He looked around with a suspicious expression. Then he scratched his head. He continued observing, hesitating inwardly whether to ask what the feeling of defecation was. Feng Yaojun. At that moment, Feng Yao snapped back to reality. His mental storm had only taken a few seconds in the outside world. The village is acceptable. What about the daimyo of Tian country? Hehe, I haven't consulted him yet. Consult. Feng Yao laughed. No need to consult. From now on, Tian country will fully support the establishment of Inin village. Since he wants my people to go and consult him. Tian country daimyo, you have already courted death. Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile. He naturally understood Feng Yao's subsequent intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have volunteered himself. Ever since he witnessed the truth of this world and heard about the world Feng Yao intended to build, Orochimaru's thinking had changed. Orochimaru no longer cared about the so-called daimyo because he had long agreed with the world Feng Yao spoke of. Lord Orochimaru. At that moment, a young girl walked over. It was Honglin, Orochimaru's subordinate. Feng Yao had previously met her in Yuin. Honglin, though a young girl, already exuded the aura of a mature woman. Her skin was pale with black eyes and slender eyebrows, her lips painted with a signature Wynard lipstick. She wore a high ponytail, a green asymmetrical outer robe with a white fur collar, and a white mountain pattern on the back. Inside, she wore a Wynard tight combat suit, a hemp rope belt, brown leather gloves, and long leather boots. Her figure was tall, cold, and beautiful, exuding a sharp aura. Lord Feng Yao. Honglin had clearly seen Feng Yao before, and she immediately became flustered and nervous. A blush flashed across her cheeks. She was at the age of a maiden's budding feelings. Seeing such a handsome man as Feng Yao, how could she not be moved? It's no joke that the Uchiha are all handsome men and beautiful women. A certain Uchiha clan leader, what about me? Shin watched Honglian with a wary gaze. This woman is suspicious. Hehe Feng Yaojuan, it seems Honglian is a bit nervous. Orochimaru watched Feng Yao with a sly smile. Feng Yao naturally understood Orochimaru's teasing. He could only rub his nose and change the subject. Honglian, is there something? Yes, well, Lord Orochimaru asked me to find a few people in the laboratory. I only found Kidamaru Sakan and Yukon. Please punish me, Lord Orochimaru. It's okay, Honglian. You did well. Where are they? They are in laboratory no. 8. I understand. You may go. Naturally, Feng Yao had also informed Orochimaru in advance about the future Otoge Cure 4. In the original, Orochimaru collected many special humans in pursuit of immortality, Kimimaro Yugo Suigetsu, and many other special orphans. They were either neglected due to special constitutions or tragic experiences suffering inside. It was Orochimaru who took them in regardless of the outcome. At least Orochimaru gave them the courage and hope to live. As Honglian left, she secretly glanced at Feng Yao. Noticed by Feng Yao, she blushed and ran away. Feng Yao shook his head. My damn charm. But still, this Honglian is quite cute. No, Feng Yao, you beast. She's only 12. How can you have such thoughts? Ahem, at least 18 years old. Feng Yao reproached himself. Alright, back to the topic. Feng Yaojuan, would you like to come with me to see the future Otoge Cure 4? Orochimaru said. And the cultivation of the 8 tails chakra. Feng Yao's heart stirred. The concept of tailed beast cultivation was a notion he had supplied to Orochimaru. In his past life, when reading the original work, he recalled that Kato of the Fire Temple had artificially cultivated and created the false 9 tails Jinchuriki Sora by collecting the scattered tailed beast chakra of the 9 tails. As it stood, Orochimaru had evidently made some progress even within these few short days. Yet this was merely a spuro-femin idea for Feng Yao. If it succeeded, all the better, if not, it mattered little. Moreover, compared to the sound for Feng Yao was far more intrigued by Kimimaro. At this point in time, he wondered whether the Kaguya clan had already been annihilated. With his presence as a butterfly, the situation might have already changed. Feng Yao was uncertain of the Kaguya clan's current state. Obito had been rendered toothless by his premature intervention, his Mangekyō seized. Thus the 4th Mizukage had broken free from Obito's control. Regrettably, the water country remained in isolation, making it difficult for the outside world to glean information from within. Feng Yao felt it was time to journey to the water country. Beyond that, there were other troubles to resolve. No, Orochimaru, you go ahead. Feng Yao said. I still have matters to attend to. Orochimaru nodded. In that case, Feng Yaokuin, may your journey be smooth. Feng Yao nodded, activated Kimyui, and departed from the Hidden Sound Village with Shin. The Hidden Rain Village. The Rain Experimental Base. Inside the laboratory, Setsuna, Yashiro, and others stood before the glass. Fugaku stood nearby with a small white graft on his arm. It was fusing with Fugaku's flesh at a visible pace, showing little sign of rejection. The group gazed at Itachi lying on the operating table. Kabuto was preparing the materials. Several staff members accompanied him. Besides Setsuna and Yashiro, the space twisted suddenly, and Feng Yao appeared with Shin. Clan leader. Setsuna, Yashiro, and the other elders called out. How is it? Feng Yao nodded, casting a glance at the ongoing transplant of Itachi. Then he looked towards Setsuna, Fugaku, and the others. Feng Yao, the effect is remarkable. I can feel the strength of my Mangekyō slowly recovering. Fugaku exclaimed excitedly, his eyes blazing with fervor. The elders Setsuna and Yashiro were equally thrilled and energized. This meant that the curse of blindness afflicting the Uchiha clan's Mangekyō had been lifted. Do you sense any enhanced abilities such as would release? Hearing Feng Yao's words, Setsuna and Yashiro naturally fixed their gazes on Fugaku. They were deeply curious as well. Upon this, Fugaku spoke, a trace of disappointment in his tone. I feel nothing aside from my Mangekyō gradually regaining its power. There seems to be no other response. After Fugaku finished, Setsuna, Yashiro, and the other elders felt a twinge of disappointment. That was wood release, the very technique that had allowed the first Hokage Hashirama Senju to dominate the world and battle the legendary Uchiha Madara. Together they had pacified the chaotic era. If the Sharingan and wood release could be combined, they dared not imagine how formidable it would be. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao shook his head helplessly and smiled. Fugaku has only just received the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. The cell's functions have not yet fully transformed him. Do not be impatient. Once the Hashirama cells successfully integrate, the awakening of wood release is virtually guaranteed. It merely takes time to manifest. Moreover, do not place excessive expectations on wood release. It is merely an ordinary bloodline limit. The truly formidable one is Hashirama Senju himself. Hearing this, Setsuna, Fugaku, and the other elders were perplexed. What do you mean? Feng Yao anticipated this question and began to explain. Hashirama Senju possessed the rare sage body, an innate chakra of terrifying magnitude, and the physique of the sage of 6 paths. That was the true source of his strength. Setsuna Fugaku and the others were stunned. So that's how it is. Their reverence for Wood release diminished considerably, yet they still felt a surge of excitement. After all, gaining an extra bloodline limit was a tremendous boon. Others would never have such an opportunity. They harbored no doubt about Feng Yao's words. In their eyes, Feng Yao was almost the equal of the Sage of Six Paths. Nonetheless, he chose to withhold some secrets. Revealing them would only breed unnecessary anxiety. In time, they would come to understand. Elder Setsuna, I plan to make a move on the Land of Fields. Are there any clan members worthy of recommendation? What? The group had yet to digest the revelation about Hashirama Senju when Feng Yao's words struck them again. Feng Yao, isn't this too aggressive? Moving against another nation so soon. Is this not overreaching? You have only just taken control of the Land of Rain a few days ago, and now you intend to strike the Land of Fields. Setsuna's words echoed the group's common sentiment. Even Setsuna, who had always been bold, never imagined he would one day consider someone else too reckless. Everyone present was a core member of the Uchiha clan. They understood Feng Yao's goal clearly and fully endorsed it. But this was far too soon. Feng Yao shook his head helplessly. What are you thinking? I never said I would conquer the Land of Fields. He then shared his plan with them. The idea was simple: use the Sharingan to control the daimyo of the Land of Fields, allowing the Uchiha stationed there to rule the country from behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, the group understood and quickly grew excited. Controlling an entire nation from the shadows, Setsuna, Yashiro, and several elders all wished to undertake the task. After some discussion, it was decided that Yashiro would go. Elder Yashiro, take a few elite Uchiha members. The most important thing is to learn how to govern a country. Choosing to control the daimyo with the Sharingan rather than outright conquest was a result of careful consideration. Setting aside issues of unstable foundations, simply seizing the Land of Fields by force might trigger a massive upheaval across the shinobi world. Although Feng Yao feared no one, and could theoretically unify the shinobi world through overwhelming power that would inevitably cause massive casualties and could even awaken certain terrifying forces prematurely. In particular, Ishiki Otsutsuki, Feng Yao suspected he had already drawn the man's attention. Yet he was unafraid. With dual Kimyui and the system's rewards, Ishiki posed no threat. However, Feng Yao could not defeat Ishiki either. If Ishiki were to hide and cause trouble in the shadows, it would become a nuisance. It was better to maintain the status quo. He could rely on his foreknowledge and the system to grow stronger gradually until he achieved overwhelming dominance. Choosing Yashiro was twofold. First, the elder was loyal and dependable. Second, this would broaden Yashiro's horizons and sharpen his skills, laying a foundation of talent for the eventual unification of the shinobi world. Though Setsuna and the others trusted him, now years of ninja life had ingrained certain cognitive biases that could not be resolved by words alone. They needed hands-on experience. Very well, thank you for your trust, clan leader. Yashiro's heart swelled with excitement. This was the governance of a nation. Tian Country. The capital city, Tian no Kuni. The daimyo's palace bedchamber. The space suddenly twisted and Feng Yao, along with Yashiro and 3 Uchiha, appeared within the daimyo's bedchamber. Hehe, beauties, don't run away. My lord, please stop. A massive obese man clad in luxurious robes, his face covered in flabby flesh, leered at the fleeing women with greasy eyes. This portly man was none other than the daimyo of Tian Country. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Yao and Yashiro cursed inwardly at the beast. The sudden appearance of Feng Yao and his group startled the women into screams. Their cries caught the attention of the daimyo of Tian Country. His face registered shock, but then darkened as he roared. How dare you? Who are you, and who gave you permission to enter my bedchamber? The women, panicked, hurried to the daimyo's side, covering themselves with their clothes. My lord, I'm so scared. They clearly look like bad people. Yashiro frowned. Women were nothing but trouble. His 3-tomo Sharingan manifested, and with a glare the women fell silent. You. The daimyo of Tian Country felt a deep dread within. As a daimyo, he was well versed in the world. Those crimson eyes and iconic attire. Who else could it be but the infamous Uchiha clan? Yet in his eyes, even the Uchiha were merely shinobi. Shinobi were tools, yet they possessed the power to kill him effortlessly. But seeing them so casually lay hands on his women, the daimyo burned with fury. At the same time, a chill crept into his heart, knowing their intentions were far from friendly. Let's talk this over. Whatever you want, money, women, I can give you. Before the daimyo could finish, Yashiro's glare turned him into a puppet. Thus Tian Country fell under the Uchiha's covert control. Good. Then Tian Country is entrusted to you, Elder Danzo. You must fully support Orochimaru, and you may also consult his suggestions. Thus Tian Country fell under the Uchiha's covert control. Good. Then Tian Country is entrusted to you, Elder Danzo. Eventually he took over the entire Tian Country. By the time of Boruto, Tian Country had even been renamed the Country of Sound. Clearly Orochimaru was no slouch in political maneuvering. In fact, he surpassed Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Orochimaru had become the fourth Hokage in the original story, Konoha would likely have subjugated the entire Land of Fire and ushered in the strongest era in Konoha's history. One must admit Orochimaru was truly a treasure. Rest assured, Captain, this old bone of mine will never let you down. Seeing matters settled, Feng Yao nodded. Activating Kimui, he departed from the daimyo's bedchamber. Rain Country, Rain Village. The central tower of Rain Village. Top floor office. Conan was processing documents from the entire Rain Country. The stacks of files were a full meter high. Her originally fair and delicate face now bore traces of exhaustion. In recent days, since Feng Yao took over Rain Village, his first step was to open the borders and vigorously promote trade. Many strict controls were lifted. Even Nagato's Rain Tiger at Will technique was ordered by Feng Yao to be relocated to the border. After all, perpetual rain would wear down people's spirits. Conan and Nagato's previous policies had been strict internal control and cutting off all ties with other nations. It was simple. Everything was originally for the sake of Akatsuki's goal, collecting the tailed beasts and implementing Nagato's vision of the Great Power Deterrence Plan. However, Feng Yao had shown them the future. Both Nagato and Conan clearly understood that the Great Power Deterrence Plan had been wrong from the start. Or rather, they had always known it deep down, but dared not admit it. They had no other path to peace, and Rain Village had suffered so much. Now Nagato had completely relinquished authority, choosing to trust Feng Yao. Conan said nothing, but inside, she was uncertain, unsure whether to believe in Feng Yao. She also wondered if the Feng Yao she and Nagato trusted might lead to another failure. His policies for the two countries were nearly the opposite of theirs. Though the outcome was unknown, the effects over the past few days were indeed noticeable. Many were responding to develop commerce. Feng Yao had even considered those without capital establishing a business loan program in Rain Village with extremely low interest. The funds came from the 1 billion Rio Danzo had embezzled. Of course, not all of it was secured, about half. Plus, the Uchiha clan, though their standing in Konoha was poor, still owned many assets as a major shinobi clan. With the funds from relinquishing the police force, their capital was substantial. Even Kakuzu would drool at the sight. The next moment, Feng Yao appeared in the office. After a few days, Conan had grown accustomed to his comings and goings. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Busybody. What brings you here today? Conan's sarcastic tone made Feng Yao a little embarrassed. These days, he had left many matters to Conan. After all, she had experience governing a nation. Rain Village, though a village, was no different from the capital of Rain Country. There were daily affairs from within the country. Rain Country itself had been a land of war. First came hands, then pain. Without them, Rain Country might not even exist today. So Conan's management of Rain Village was essentially the same as governing Rain Country. And the result was that Conan was highly capable. Many of the policies were indeed implemented by her, with Feng Yao only participating in some. Ahem, don't be so upset. Sure, you're under a lot of work pressure, but look, aren't there more smiles on the villagers' faces? And what you're doing now is exactly what you Yahiko and Nagato always wanted to do, isn't it? Hearing this, Conan fell silent for a moment. A sudden clarity dawned in her heart. Yes, she, Yahiko, and Nagato had started with a clear goal. Wasn't it to save Rain Country? So what made them forget their original intentions? Don't try to change. Conan snorted coldly, but her tone had weakened. Go on, what task do you have for me? Feng Yao shook his head. No tasks. Besides, it's only been a few days since we opened up, there's no need to. In truth, Feng Yao was mainly worried about Conan burning out. Then why are you here? Conan raised an eyebrow. Can't I just come to see you? Conan arched her brow, gazing at Feng Yao in silence. She had noticed over the past few days that this man never came without a purpose. He had hardly spent a moment sitting in the office. Under her stare, Feng Yao grew uncomfortable. All right, I'll admit it. The Hashirama cells are ready to be transplanted into Nagato. Hashirama cells. Xiao Nan's eyes lit up. Is that the thing with incredibly strong vitality? In the future, Xiao Nan had a deep impression of Hashirama cells. Yes, Hashirama cells possess tremendous vitality. If Nagato receives a transplant of Hashirama cells, the life force he expends by using the Rinnegan should be replenished. Xiao Nan rejoiced. She thought of Nagato's legs. So she quickly asked, her gaze shimmering with anticipation. And Nagato's legs? Ever since Nagato's legs were blown off by the trap set by the treacherous duo Hanzo and Danzo, using explosive tags, Nagato had been confined to a wheelchair. Over the years, though, Nagato had never blamed her, Xiao Nan had always been tormented by guilt for what happened back. If only she hadn't been captured by Hanzo and Danzo that day. Perhaps Yahiko wouldn't have taken his own life. Nagato wouldn't have endured so much suffering either. Feng Yao shook his head. I'm afraid Nagato's legs cannot be healed. Hearing this, disappointment flickered in Xiao Nan's eyes. But then Feng Yao changed his tone. In this case, Nagato will need to replace his legs. Xiao Nan. She stared sharply at Feng Yao, meeting his half-smiling face. Replace his legs. Could it be that Nagato's legs still have hope? Feng Yao gave a faint smile. Yes. In the future scenes you saw, did you notice white Zetsu? Xiaonan had a vivid impression. It looked very similar to black Zetsu. White Zetsu is extremely useful. Their cells are highly compatible with humans. Xiaonan seemed to understand. Her eyes widened in astonishment. You mean give Nagato the legs of white Zetsu? Feng Yao nodded. Yes. The cells of white Zetsu are essentially the same as Hashirama cells, only milder, with less rejection. Replacing his legs with white Zetsu limbs will allow Nagato to move again. Xiaonan felt a wave of relief. She looked at Feng Yao with mixed emotions. Ultimately 1,000 words condensed into one thank you. Don't thank me. I'm only doing this for myself, Feng Yao said, shaking his head. Xiaonan lowered her head, then looked up at him earnestly. Regardless, I will repay you. Feng Yao raised an eyebrow and said half-jokingly, oh. And how do you plan to? Xiaonan was momentarily stunned by his question. She honestly hadn't thought about how to repay him. You can ask me to do anything. Hearing that, Feng Yao's smile deepened. Oh, anything. Yes, anything. Xiaonan didn't catch on at first. Seeing Feng Yao's knowing grin, a sudden realization struck her. Her cheeks flushed. Panicked, she quickly waved her hands. No, it's not what you think. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Come on, let's go tell Nagato the good news. Feng Yao activated Kimui's space-time passage and walked straight in. The other side led to Nagato's hiding place. Xiaonan finally snapped out of it. She had been teased by Feng Yao. Though she had never experienced matters between men and women, she wasn't completely ignorant. Rumor had it that men were quite lustful. Stop it, Xiaonan. What are you thinking? That jerk Feng Yao. She shook her head. Xiaonan cast aside the distracting thoughts. But perhaps out of gratitude, she didn't feel resentful toward Feng Yao. Yet recalling what had just happened, she still wished she could disappear into the ground. So embarrassing. The first time in her life, she had been so composed. Xiaonan took a deep breath. She composed herself. Only when Feng Yao's Kimui passage was about to close did she step through. What's the matter, Feng Yao? Xiaonan. Nagato sat on a stone chair surrounded by the 6 paths of pain. Xiaonan glanced at Feng Yao, who nodded. So she repeated everything Feng Yao had said earlier. She omitted some details. After finishing, Xiaonan's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she stole a glance at Feng Yao. For some reason, though she had never felt any attraction toward Feng Yao before, now looking closely, he seemed to possess a certain special charm. Is it true? I can stand again. Nagato's voice trembled with excitement as he gazed at his dangling legs. His purple Rinnegan flickered with indescribable emotion. He looked at Feng Yao, hoping for confirmation. Seeing this, Feng Yao nodded. Yes, your legs can be replaced with white Zetsu limbs, and the vitality you've lost should be replenished by Hashirama cells. He paused. But Hashirama cells are only a temporary measure. As long as you continue to use the Rinnegan, your life force will keep being consumed. Moreover, the damage to your life essence cannot be cured by Hashirama cells. They can only help you slowly recover the vitality you've lost over the years. Most crucially, Feng Yao's expression turned grave as he looked at the countless black rods piercing Nagato's body. The rods connected him to the enormous demonic statue of the outer path behind him. These black rods have completely fused with your meridians and internal organs. Even if your legs gain mobility. He trailed off. Before Nagato could savor his joy, he heard Feng Yao's words. Nagato. Xiaonan looked at him. Nagato fell silent. He recalled the first time he awakened his eyes as a child, seeing them as a curse. As a teenager, he met Jiraiya, who taught him the dread of the Rinnegan. Back then he saw that power as a means of protection. After Yahiko died, he became increasingly reliant on those eyes, growing arrogant, even calling himself a god. Then Feng Yao showed him the future. He was persuaded by Naruto, letting go of his obsession and that power. Seeing his future self find liberation, Nagato felt a resonance. At that moment, Nagato suddenly realized that his entire life had been controlled by those eyes. Only after death did he break free from the pain and obsession they brought. Nagato wore a bitter expression. Thank you, Feng Yao. These eyes have taken too much from me. But even if I want to let go, these eyes won't agree. Xiaonan's heart ached. She looked at Feng Yao, hoping he would have a solution. Feng Yao, is there a way? Feng Yao immediately understood what she wanted to say. He sighed helplessly. Look, Xiaonan, Nagato, don't be too pessimistic. I never said there was no solution. Today let's start with transplanting Hashirama cells and white Zetsu limbs. First, restore your vitality. As for the black rods and the Rinnegan, I also have a plan, but the technique isn't mature yet. The new world I spoke of still needs your help. Shortly thereafter, Feng Yao arrived bringing dough and some tools. Accompanying them was a white Zetsu bound by Snake Shadow's stealth hands. This white Zetsu was a clone cultivated by Da Shi-wan from the one Feng Yao had captured earlier. Do saw Chongmin and the ferocious giant statue behind him. He immediately realized he had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sweat soaked his back. Believing his death was imminent, he tremblingly transplanted the Zhujian cells onto Chongmin. Although transplanting Zhujian cells sounded impressive, in essence the transplantation was simple. It just involved stitching the researched Zhujian cells together with the flesh of the recipient. With the extraordinary vitality of Zhujian cells, the flesh at the suture site quickly fused with the cells. Then through blood circulation they affected the entire body. Feng Yao noticed Dou's unease and instantly understood his thoughts. He smiled helplessly and patted Dou on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. I know what you're thinking. I won't let anything happen to you. You are a talent I value highly. Dou took a deep breath. With Feng Yao's reassurance, he set aside his anxiety. Next came replacing Chong Min's legs with those of a Baiju. The process went smoothly. The Baiju's legs quickly fused with Chong Min's severed stumps. The only issue was that the two colors at the joints differed slightly, looking somewhat strange. However, compared to being able to move, these were trivial matters. Phew, thank you. Chong Min felt a great weight lifted. He could sense feeling in his legs and was able to stand. As for the pain from the black rods piercing his body, Chong Min said he was long accustomed to it. Regarding the Zhujian cells, since they were just transplanted, the effects were not very noticeable. But it was evident that Chong Min's complexion was no longer so pale. Seeing that Chong Min had successfully received the Zhujian cells and regained mobility. Thank you so much, Feng Yao. Xiaonan was extremely grateful. Although Chong Min still couldn't move freely due to the black rods. Compared to before, the current situation was infinitely better. Moreover, given Feng Yao's character, it was likely that Chong Min would eventually break free from the constraints of the Weidao Maxian. And not mentioning repayment this time. Feng Yao waved his hand with a smile. He activated Shenwei and left with Dou, who finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaonan's cheeks flushed red again. Was this guy really thinking about her in that way? Should she accept or refuse? Moreover, didn't Feng Yao already have a girlfriend? When Xiaonan had visited Feng Yao earlier, she had seen Yuzhibo Quan beside him. Wasn't one enough? He wanted what was on the plate and what was in the pot. How could that be? As for Xiangling, Xiaonan didn't think much about her given she was too young. Repayment? What repayment? Chong Min looked at Xiaonan in confusion. Nothing. Feng Yao asked me to help him handle the affairs that occurred these days. Xiaonan resumed her previous cool demeanor, but on closer look there was a hint of evasion in her eyes. Chong Min was somewhat puzzled. He felt something was off, but Chong Min didn't dwell on it. He trusted both Xiaonan and Feng Yao completely. He nodded. The rain hidden was now in Feng Yao's hands, and there were indeed many matters for him to handle. Chong Min will be going now. Xiaonan left as if fleeing. Feng Yao brought Dou back to the experimental base. Chana approached with a grave expression. Feng Yao, we received a letter from the fourth Raikage AI of the Cloud Hidden. Feng Yao raised an eyebrow. If Chana hadn't mentioned it, he had almost forgotten about that guy Chilabai. He was still imprisoned in the Shinwei dimension, and crucially the Wanhuating Genjutsu control had not been lifted. Although controlled, his consciousness was clear. Alas, poor Chilabai. Opening the letter, the general content was that the Cloud Hidden admitted their mistake and was willing to compensate. They chose a large mountain on the border of the Land of Lightning as the meeting point. They decided to exchange goods for the hostage tomorrow. Upon reading this, Feng Yao was almost amused with anger. Damn it, where do they get the nerve? Feng Yao immediately understood what the Cloud Hidden was plotting. He handed the elders around Cha Na, including Fu Yue, gathered to look. Even the usually silent Yu glanced over. As a result, they too were amused with anger. What the hell does the Cloud Hidden think they're doing? Feng Yao made up his mind. He had to teach AI a lesson. Convene a rain hidden meeting. Soon through the Huangdang Shun, Jishu, all members of Shao arrived. The upper echelon of rain hidden was Shao. Then Feng Yao relayed the letter from AI to everyone. What a... Everyone was indignant. Wasn't this just treating us like a small nation? Especially Shao Nan and Chong Men. Before the Yuzhibo joined, they thought we were a small nation. Now that the Yuzhibo have joined our rain country, and you still consider us a small nation, then didn't the Yuzhibo join in vain? Fight, we must fight them fiercely. Chong Min detested great powers bullying and looking down on small nations more than anything. If not for Feng Yao and Xiaolon stopping him, he would have personally sent the 6 paths of pain. Let the Cloud Hidden experience the feeling of carrying rice. Soon the matter was settled. Feng Yao would go with the volunteers Jiao Dou and Shizong. As for Xiefeng, Yao had recently let him experience the power of machinery. He had now also entered a research state, seemingly even more fascinated in the pursuit. As for Xiefeng, Yao had recently let him experience the power of machinery. He had now also entered a research state, seemingly even more fascinated in the pursuit of art. Chong Min had just received Zhujian cells transplant and was still recovering his vitality. And so the matter was settled. Soon a day passed. Feng Yao activated Shenwei, bringing Jiao Dou, Shizong Yu, and Xian, as well as Yuzhibo Tao Hua, Yuzhibo Hua He, and several other Yuzhibo elites with 3 Tomo Sharingan arrived at the border of the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, at another location, the 4th Raikage AI along with Delu, Yi, and over a dozen Cloud Hidden ninjas waited. In the shadows, the two-tails Jinchuriki, Yumu Run, led numerous cloud-hidden ninjas hidden in ambush, ready to strike at any moment. A ninja suddenly appeared before 4th Raikage AI. The ninja reported that reconnaissance ninjas had spotted a group on the border. The group discovered was none other than Yuzhibo Feng Yao and his people from Rain Hidden. Today you'll see just how formidable the one who defeated Chi-La Bai really is. Dalu-E looked helpless and felt some worry inside. He had witnessed that scene and fully understood the terror of Yuzhibo Feng Yao. Although the Raikage could go head-to-head with the Eight Tails and fight to a draw, Dalu-E wasn't sure if AI could defeat Yuzhibo Feng Yao. However, he also knew their Raikage's character. He always meant what he said. He could only hope that Feng Yao was no match for AI. Otherwise, the Cloud Hidden would be in for real trouble. They arrived. Feng Yao and his group appeared in the sight of AI and the others. Sensing the many Cloud-Hidden ninjas lying in ambush, Feng Yao chuckled. Raikage, is this how you conduct a hostage exchange? Let's talk. AI stepped forward. Hand over the man, and I might still leave you a whole corpse. AI was menacing. Behind him, Dalu-E and the other Cloud-Hidden ninjas drew their weapons. The numerous Cloud-Hidden ninjas hidden in the shadows led by Yumu Rin burst out and directly surrounded Feng Yao and his group. So this is the exotic charm of a foreign land. It does have its own unique appeal. As Yujito Ni came into view, Feng Yao marveled inwardly. Yujito Ni was fair-skinned and strikingly beautiful. Her pale golden hair was braided into a plait, and her brows and eyes carried a cold, enchanting allure. She wore a tight combat suit with bandages wrapped around her arms. Yujito seemed to notice Feng Yao's gaze. She furrowed her delicate brows and shot him a disgusted glare. Feng Yao chuckled. Quite a fiery one indeed. Beside him, Jiao Du was growing frustrated. Because he had no money at all. He had anticipated making some gains before arriving. But apparently the Raikage had no intention of giving them anything. They were all waiting for this moment. Meanwhile, Shin and Itachi along with other Uchiha kept their eyes alert and scanned their surroundings. Initially flustered, they soon regained composure. With the clan leader present, these people were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Shin immediately moved close, shielding Feng Yao with his own body. In Shin's heart, no one mattered more than Feng Yao. Feng Yao ceased to pay attention to Yujito. He turned his gaze to Ei, surveying the encircling Kumogakure shinobi. Feng Yao smirked. Such a motley crew dared to surround him. They practically begged for death. It seemed he had to demonstrate his authority. Feng Yao activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. The space beside him instantly warped. Emerging from the distorted space was none other than Killer B. Lord Killer B. Darui and Yujito breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Killer B was unharmed, Ei was overjoyed. Yet Killer B remained motionless. He showed no movement, his face completely devoid of expression and stiff. If one looked carefully at Killer B's eyes behind his sunglasses, they would see that his irises had transformed into a pair of Freedomo Sharingan. At the sight, even a fool could sense something amiss. Ei instantly glared at Feng Yao. What did you do to B? Feng Yao smiled. Wanna know? Then defeat Killer B first. As the words fell, Killer B lunged forward. Cloaked in the crimson-tailed beast chakra, he charged at Ei like a feral beast. Damn it. Attack. Ei knew the terror of the Sharingan. He understood that the Killer B before him was now under Feng Yao's control. Without another word, Ei charged straight at Killer B, and a fierce battle erupted. Chaos ensued. Ei with his unparalleled taijutsu clashed against the fully tailed beast-transformed Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Juzo and Itachi engaged Darui, and over a dozen Kumogakure shinobi respectively. But shinobi battles were not fair duels, and Darui was no fool. Moreover, he clearly recognized Juzo. The Uchiha youth fighting alongside Juzo also revealed Freedomo Sharingan. Seeing this, there was no way they would fight unknown. And wouldn't it be foolish not to exploit an advantage? They simply overwhelmed with numbers. East. The Kubikurabocho clashed with Darui's blade, emitting a piercing screech. Hoshigakure's rogue ninja, one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Hozuki Juzo. I never expected you to join Mangekyō. Join Kumogakure instead, or name your terms and benefits. Darui's eyes were sharp as he attempted to persuade. Head the 7 swordsmen, that's all in the past. Inwardly, Juzo couldn't help but recall a certain green-skinned figure. That was the nightmare of his entire life. Feeling a surge of displeasure, Juzo smirked at Darui with contempt. Not interested. Am quite comfortable in the Mangekyō camp. After all, anyone who had witnessed Feng Yao's terrifying power would doubt that anyone in the world could match him. Even the green-skinned nightmare of his past might not be a match for Feng Yao. Darui showed no disappointment at the refusal. He hadn't expected much anyway. His aim was simply to probe for an opening. Darui unleashed a Storm Release Jutsu. Storm Release Laser Fong. He gave Juzo no respite. Seeing the opportunity, the other Kumogakure shinobi quickly launched their own ninjutsu. Water dragons, lightning dragons, and fire dragons all surged forward. Juzo responded with a water dragon vortex, but it was swallowed up in an instant. This is the end. Juzo found himself overwhelmed. Fortunately, Itachi acted in time, summoning Susanoo to block the assault. Juzo had nearly met his ancestors. He shot Itachi a grateful look. From then on, he dared not act recklessly. On the other side, Shin and a few elite Uchiha were also heavily targeted, forced into outnumbered battles. Meanwhile, Jiao Du was pitted against the tailed beast transformed Two Tails, already in the form of a fiery cat demon. Jiao Du's strength was clearly at the Kage level, but his opponent was the perfect Jinchuriki ni Yujito. Yujito belonged to the upper echelon among cage-level fighters. In the original story, even Jiao Du and Haiden together had fought Yujito for hours from day to dusk. They only managed to kill Yujito after extracting her blood and using Haiden's curse technique, Death of 1,000 Gods. Now, without Haiden's help, Jiao Du alone could barely withstand the cat demon form Yujito. Feng Yao was not idle either. He used Kamui to reach a large tree with a commanding view. He watched the battle with keen interest. Not bad. Shin has improved greatly, even when outnumbered, relying on his 3-to-mo Sharingan and would release. Shin managed to slay several Kumogakure shinobi amidst the encirclement. The other Uchiha, though less outstanding than Shin, had killed a few opponents through teamwork. Tisk Juzo's strength still needs improvement. At his current level, Juzo is at most half-step Kage. Meanwhile, Darui, with his storm-released bloodline limit and superb swordsmanship, was firmly at the Kage level. He even bore the early semblance of the future Fifth Reikage. With Feng Yao's current prowess, he could clearly assess the power gap between the two sides. He resolved to intensify Juzo's training in the future. Otherwise, the Kubikurabocho might as well be left for Zabuza. At least Zabuza could fight Kakashi to a draw. Jiao Du's fight against Yujito was arduous. With his Earth Grudge fear, Jiao Du barely held off Yujito's attacks. Meanwhile, on the other side, EI and Killer Bee were locked in an intense struggle. EI had already entered lightning release chakra mode, his entire being at peak condition. Under Feng Yao's control, Killer Bee had fully tailed beast transformed into the 8 Tails form. Be damn it, wake up. I'm your older brother. EI desperately tried to rouse Killer Bee, but to no avail. EI could only grit his teeth and deliver a fierce love punch, smashing it into Killer Bee's face. Boom. The immense force sent Killer Bee crashing through several boulders. But within moments, Killer Bee charged again. He engaged EI in a visceral hand-to-hand brawl. Hehehe. What a beautiful scene, brother fighting brother. Feng Yao was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Then a colossal tailed beast bomb was launched directly toward the battlefield of EI and Killer Bee. Boom. The ground erupted, fire blazing in all directions. And Feng Yao's Jinjutsu control over Killer Bee was severed. Feng Yao's expression darkened. He turned his gaze to Yujito, who was overwhelming Jiao Du. I really lost control over you, Yujito. Ugh. Brother, are you alright? Both AI and Killer Bee crawled out from the ruins covered in dust and injuries. Killer Bee looked at AI on the other side and asked. Killer Bee then turned his gaze to Feng Yao, gritting his teeth. While under the control of the Mangekyō, Killer Bee could still clearly perceive the outside world and retain memories of everything that transpired. In the spiritual world, the 8 Tails Gyuki also broke free from the control. Seeing Killer Bee freed, AI was overjoyed. He cast an approving glance at Yujito Ni in the distance. Well done, Yujito. Yujito smirked and cast a challenging look toward Feng Yao. Feng Yao raised an eyebrow. AI and Killer Bee regrouped. Bee, how are you? AI asked, concerned, looking at Killer Bee's injuries. I'm okay. Brother, that Uchiha Feng Yao is terrifying. Gyuki told us to be on high alert, even suggested we flee immediately. AI frowned. Even the 8 Tails was this wary. But if they fled like this, what face would Kumogakure have left? He let out a cold snort. Bee, let's join forces. I refuse to believe that this Uchiha can defeat the two of us. Killer Bee glanced at AI, nodded, and made up his mind to fight. Yo-yo, united as brothers Uchiha, you're in for a show. Killer Bee struck his familiar pose. AI grinned, lightning chakra mode activating. That seems I'll have to step in personally. Feng Yao smiled. Activating Kimui, his figure appeared before AI and Killer Bee. The wind rustled Feng Yao's deep blue coat, his long hair flowing. AI and Killer Bee moved. AI was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared to Feng Yao's left. He delivered a fierce kick. Feng Yao instantly activated Kimui intangibility. Ace kick passed straight through Feng Yao's body, as if he were mere air. Ace's eyes widened. Although he had learned of Feng Yao's abilities through Darui's intelligence, only experiencing it firsthand could truly convey its terror. It was utterly unfair. Damn it, I refuse to believe that Uchiha Feng Yao can maintain this form indefinitely. When it ends, hell, taste my iron fist. However, Ace's plan was destined to fail. If AI had faced Obito with a regular Mangekyō, he might have forced Obito to deactivate his intangibility but he was up against a possessor of the eternal Mangekyō with dual Kamui. Killer Bee's attack came directly. Several octopus tentacles struck fiercely at the intangible Feng as the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Killer Bee was a peak cage-level powerhouse. With the massive body of his tailed beast form, he could even challenge beyond Kage level. Feng Yao used Kamui to warp away. Ace close-range attack again passed through Feng Yao, shattering the ground behind him. Damn it! AI watched Feng Yao's leisurely demeanor, grinding his teeth in frustration. Killer Bee's attacks continued relentlessly, yet they still phased through. Both AI and Killer Bee felt as if they were striking cotton. Obito's inner self was filled with frustration. Watching them, Feng Yao couldn't help recalling his earlier fight with a controlled Killer Bee and AI. It paled in comparison to the current Killer Bee. Feng Yao's figure flickered again. Gazing at AI and Killer Bee, he activated his eternal Mangekyō. You've had your chance to attack. Now it's my turn. The moment Feng Yao drew his long blade from his waist, he activated Kamui, vanishing from sight. He then appeared directly behind Killer Bee. A single strike descended. Behind you. Eight Tails Yuki shouted to Killer Bee with its terrifying perception. Killer Bee sprouted octopus tentacles from his back to block the fatal blow. The tentacles were severed at the waist. The others also dodged using body flicker technique. The next instant, Feng Yao appeared behind AI. A slash came down. AI blocked it with the iron rings. Octopus tentacles extended from Killer Bee's back, attacking Feng Yao fiercely. He dodged by activating intangibility. AI seized the opportunity to retreat. Feng Yao's form flickered again. He charged forward with his blade. AI and Killer Bee lived up to their reputation as Kumogakyo's AB combo. Their teamwork was impeccable, engaging Feng Yao in close combat without giving him any openings. Feng Yao, however, rapidly honed his battle experience. With Kamui, his margin for error was extremely high. On the other side, Yujito had created a clone to hold off Kakuzu while she headed toward Feng Yao and the AB duo's battlefield. Damn it, don't run. You want stop, Lady Yujito. Kakuzu was blocked by Yujito's clone, joined by several Kumogakure ninja. Kakuzu found himself outnumbered, forced to watch Yujito leave. The battle between Feng Yao and the AB duo intensified as Yujito joined the fray. The pressure on AI and Killer Bee significantly lessened. Good Yujito, let's take him on together. AI, Killer Bee, and Yujito, the three strongest fighters of Kumogakure, attacked simultaneously. Killer Bee's 7 blades danced fiercely, occasionally supplemented by octopus tentacle attacks. Ace's bulky body moved with incredible speed. Yujito, with her sharp swordsmanship and fire release, caused Feng Yao some trouble. Feng Yao body flickered to a high altitude. The warm-up is over. His hand seals blurred. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot from Feng Yao's mouth. Feng Yao body flickered to a high altitude. The warm-up is over. His hand seals blurred. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball. Everyone paused in mutual understanding. Is this our Uchiha's great fireball? The thought flashed through Uchiha Hakuki's mind. Itachi gazed at the colossal fireball, his heart stirred with immense shock. Not to mention Kakuzu and Juzo. The Uchiha wore fervent expressions. Especially Shin, who nearly shouted, "Our clan leader is invincible." Boom. The fireball exploded instantly. A scorching blast wave swept through. It overturned all surrounding rocks and debris. Smoke and dust billowed, gradually dissipating. 2 colossal figures emerged before everyone's eyes. It's the Two Tails and the Eight Tails, a Kumogakure ninja shouted. The Two Tails was a cat covered in blue flames with 2 tails. The Eight Tails stood with a battered AI on its bull head. The two-tailed beast stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes solemnly fixed on Feng Yao. Tailed beast transformation. Feng Yao gave a light smile. He then fully activated his eternal Mangekyō. A surging wave of dojutsu power and chakra erupted like a violent storm. Golden chakra first formed ribs and a skeletal frame, then gradually developed flesh and blood, forming a towering figure. Feng Yao himself slowly rose into the air. At last it was clad in heavy Tengu armor, spreading its wings, transforming into a majestic, fearsome, half-bodied war god. Its pressure shattered heaven and earth. The towering, complete body Susanoo stood upon the earth. Before it, the forms of the Two Tails and the Eight Tails were but as children. This AI and Yujito, who had never witnessed Susanoo, felt their minds quake. Only then did AI realize how absurd his thoughts had been. Such a colossal entity. Could it truly be conjured by a human? AI gritted his teeth, yearning to assist. Yet he knew that joining the fray would only burden Killer Bee and the Wanderer, offering no real aid. He silently regretted not contracting a gigantic summoning beast. Such was the overwhelming pressure of a behemoth. Even a cage-level warrior was powerless against this might. Unless one surpassed it by a full tier in a battle between such titans, whether you were a Kage or a commoner, you were nothing more than a roadside insect. Damn it, Killer Bee, Yujito, be extremely careful. AI, seething with frustration, dashed toward the crowd. Yujito, that Uchiha brat, is now terrifyingly formidable. Stay vigilant. Within Yujito's consciousness, the two-tails Matatabi spoke. Its gaze was as solemn as the eight tails had been earlier. Hearing its words, Yujito's shock deepened. The two-tails Matatabi was a tailed beast after all. From the intelligence previously obtained from Duru, Yujito knew that in the land of Rain Foam, Yao had once used this golden giant to clash with Killer Bee, who had transformed into the eight tails. But according to the reports, the eight tails and this golden giant had merely collided. Afterward, Killer Bee seemed to have been placed under Uchiha Feng Yao's control. She had assumed the golden giant resembled the stone golems of the land of Earth. Now witnessing it firsthand, she realized how utterly mistaken she was. Darui gazed at the immense complete body Susanoo and drew a deep breath. Though he had once before witnessed Uchiha Feng Yao's awe-inspiring power, seeing it again still left him utterly stunned. Those who had never beheld it were even more overwhelmed. Some even believed the Sage of Six Paths had descended. By then the others had ceased fighting, retreating to their respective camps to observe from a distance. As said before, battles among behemoths of this magnitude unleashed shockwaves capable of annihilating the world itself. Even Akage was no exception. In an instant, AI appeared among the Kumogakure shinobi. Raikage-sama. AI responded, his gaze stern as he looked toward Feng Yao's side. Watch them closely. Don't let them cause trouble. Yes. On the other side, Shin and many other Uchiha gazed with fervor at the 100-meter complete body Susanoo. Though Itachi wasn't feverish, his heart still stirred. Zangetsu and Kakuzu remained awestruck. TCH terrifying. Zangetsu clicked his tongue. Like Darui, even having witnessed it before, he was still astounded upon seeing it again. Kakuzu nodded in agreement. At the heart of the battlefield, the three colossal beings stood in confrontation. Yujito, never look into his eyes during battle, or that bastard will easily control you. Killer B's voice came from the eight tails' mouth. Got it. Hearing this, Yujito's eyes narrowed, and she immediately became cautious. Let's go. Killer Bee fired the first shot, unleashing a barrage of small-tailed beast balls. The two tails also attacked, firing a tailed beast ball shrouded in blue flames. The tailed beast balls hurtled towards Susanoo at immense speed. Seeing this, Feng Yao spread Susanoo's wings, soared into the sky, and dodged each of the eight tails' small-tailed beast balls. Then Susanoo's hands materialized two long blades and charged at the two-tailed beasts with lightning speed. The eight tails' eight thick octopus tentacles swept up rubble and dust, lashing at Susanoo. Susanoo sliced off the eight tails' tentacles one by one. As Susanoo closed in, the two tails moved, unleashing blue demonic flames that clashed fiercely with Susanoo's long sword. Unsurprisingly, the two tails Matatabi was sent flying by the terrifying force. At the same time, the eight tails' fist came crashing down. Susanoo, undaunted, met the eight tails' giant fist with its own. Simultaneously, the eight tails' thick tentacles coiled around Susanoo. Susanoo's blades dispersed, and it broke free from the tentacles using sheer brute strength. Susanoo drove its fist into the eight tails' chin, the tremendous force sending the eight tails hurtling backward. Time to end this. Feng Yao shook his head seeing this. Susanoo raised its hands, and a massive long blade formed in an instant. With a frigid, overwhelming pressure, it slashed down abruptly, a simple clean strike. Condensing the power of dual Kamui, it carried a wild surge of chakra shockwave that swept over the two struggling tailed beasts in an instant. In a flash, the heavens cracked and the earth split. Mountains quaked. The two tails' demonic flames scattered its body, rolling and tumbling, its chakra churned in chaos. The eight tails' massive frame crashed heavily to the ground. Its eight tentacles dangled lifelessly. A's eyes widened in fury at the sight. He had tried to charge forward several times earlier, only to be held back by Darui. But now even Darui could no longer stop him. Darui had no choice but to follow AI. Save Killer Sama. The Kumogakure shinobi, cold sweat streaming down their faces, gritted their teeth and followed. Witnessing the two tails and eight tails so easily crushed, despair crept into their hearts. Would they all perish here today? The joys and sorrows of humans are never alike. Unlike Ace, despair and rage, here the issue was no longer about conceding defeat. It was about whether their nation would be obliterated. Their strongest combatants had been overwhelmed. Who else in Kumogakure could stand in the way? Even their Raikage-sama against such power was likely helpless. On the other side, the crowd was ecstatic. The fervor in Uchiha Shin's eyes burned even brighter. Itachi, Kakuzu, and Zangetsu were also in awe. Those were the two tails and the eight tails. Yet they had been effortlessly crushed. With Feng Yao, the land of rain radiated absolute security. After today, the land of rain would rise to become a great nation. Let's go over to Yujito and Killer Bee could no longer maintain their tailed beast forms, reverting to human bodies and lying amid the rubble. Struggling to stand, they heard earth-shaking footsteps. Susanoo approached slowly. In that moment, the terror of an ant facing a human was fully realized. Bastard to be this strong. B. AI and Darui arrived. AI helped Killer Bee up. Big brother, we've lost. Take the remaining people and flee back quickly. Seeing AI and Darui's group, Killer Bee urged anxiously. AI fell silent, then shook his head with a bitter smile. We've lost this time. He understood the gravity of the situation. The top combatants had been crushed. It was uncertain whether Kumogakure would even survive. Yujito's injuries were similar to Killer Bee's. As Susanoo drew nearer, her breaths grew heavier. She had never imagined that even when both of Kumogakure's tailed beasts joined forces, they would be so easily defeated. Susanoo gradually dissipated, and Feng Yao slowly descended. I lost. Kill me. These matters were proposed by me and have nothing to do with Lord Raikage or anyone else. If you want to kill, then kill me. To shift all blame onto herself, Yomurin still provoked Feng Yao with a defiant glare. She had truly come to realize the formidable power of Uchiha Feng Yao. Inwardly, she regretted not persuading the Raikage earlier. Now she had no doubt that Uchiha Feng Yao possessed the strength to annihilate an entire nation. The three strongest of Kumogakure were utterly helpless. She dared not imagine how he would retaliate against the village. Once that colossal golden giant stormed into Kumogakure, Yomurin couldn't even bear to picture the scene. Thus, to protect the village, Yomurin resolved to sacrifice herself, taking all the blame in hopes that he would spare Kumogakure. Feng Yao raised an eyebrow, scrutinized Yomurin, and spoke with a playful tone. So that's how it is. It seems I can't let you off lightly. Feng Yao naturally knew Yomurin was lying, but he didn't expose her. However, do you think merely killing yourself can quell my anger? You're thinking too simply. Then what do you want? Yomurin grew anxious, unaware that Feng Yao had already seen through her intentions. Earlier you freed Killer Bee from my control. As compensation, you will take his place. Feng Yao chuckled. What a... Yomurin's heart was torn, filled with reluctance. She feared not becoming a puppet herself, but becoming a blade in his hand to strike at her own loved ones. In that case, Yomurin would rather die? Uchiha Feng Yao. AI arrived with all the Kumogakure shin. By a side were Killer Bee, Darui, and a host of Kumogakure ninjas. Their expressions were tense, their eyes wary. They gripped their weapons tightly, though terrified inside, none fled. Some had even prepared themselves for death. Itachi Uchiha Kazuya and others also arrived. Uchiha Tauhua and other Uchiha clan members showed fanatic reverence. Kakuzu, Itachi, and Juzo also gazed at Feng Yao with great respect. Lord Raikage. Yomurin's heart was frantic. Kumogakure could survive without her, but not without the Raikage. AI ignored Yomurin. His gaze was fixed intently on Feng Yao. He took a deep breath and raised his voice. Uchiha Feng Yao, you are a strong one. Kumogakure has always respected the strong. Attacking you was my order, unrelated to anyone else. I am willing to atone with my death, only beg you to spare Kumogakure. At this point, he knew how foolish his initial decision had been. Why had he been so muddled back then? He had to test Uchiha Feng Yao's mettle. And now look, he had become the loser at Uchiha Feng Yao's hands. AI had already made up his mind. He only asked that the other side spare Kumogakure, even at the cost of his own life. Lord Raikage. Big brother. Tears filled everyone's eyes. It must be said that Kumogakure was indeed united. At this juncture, though fear gnawed at them, not one person fled. AI as the Kage had also faithfully fulfilled his duty. Fourth, what are you saying? All this was my suggestion, it has nothing to do with you. Yomurin spoke forcibly, pulling the guilt onto herself. Silence, Yomurin. A man takes responsibility for his own actions. Kumogakure has no cowards. AI looked at Yomurin with a stern expression. Seeing this, the younger Uchiha, like Uchiha Huaha, felt a... As for Itachi, Kakuzu, and Juzo, they had long witnessed the darkness and were already hardened of heart. They knew this world had no absolute right or wrong, only positions. Oomph. Feng Yao snorted coldly, then burst into laughter. How do you think sacrificing your life alone will make everything right? Too naive. If I wished, Kumogakure could be erased from the shinobi world today. AI was greatly alarmed. The Kumogakure crowd also changed color. They had no doubt that Feng Yao spoke the truth. The complete Susanoo from moments ago was proof enough. Uchiha Feng Yao, don't be impulsive. Whatever you want, even my life, I will give it to you, only beg you to spare Kumogakure. AI felt humiliated, and the hearts of the Kumogakure people were equally heavy. Killer Bee, seeing his usually composed elder brother in such a state, was furious. But the Gyuki's warning and the pain surging through his body told him he was no match for this man. However, letting your Kumogakure off is not impossible. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze. AI, Killer Bee, Yomurin, and the Kumogakure ninjas felt a surge of hope, thinking Feng Yao had a change of heart. Hand over all of Kumogakure's ninjutsu, and 200 billion ryo, and this matter will be settled. Feng Yao said slowly. What? These words made everyone gasp, even Kakuzu. Impossible. AI clenched his teeth. Handing over all ninjutsu was something he could accept for Kumogakure's safety. But 200 billion. AI nearly fainted. Are you kidding? Selling all of Kumogakure wouldn't fetch even half that. I can agree to give you all the ninjutsu, but 200 billion. Even selling Kumogakure wouldn't raise that much. Ace's heart churned as he suppressed the urge to curse. At most 100 billion, no more, he said through, don't bargain with me. Feng Yao's eyes turned cold. How dare he haggle, truly courting death. Otherwise I won't hesitate to annihilate Kumogakure right now. Feng Yao's words instantly silenced everyone present. I'm not saying I won't give you a way out. I can offer you a chance that 200 billion can be a debt you owe to my Mangekyō with an annual interest of 1%. You must repay part each year, or you know the consequences. Hearing this, the Kumogakure people breathed a sigh of relief. AI was no exception. Though it stung, 1% interest per year, another astronomical sum. As long as they lived, everything could be regained. Kaku. Yes, leader. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed as he eagerly stepped forward to present the contract. Inwardly, he marveled at Feng Yao's brilliance. Debt. What a magnificent invention. And so the unequal treaty signing for Kumogakure commenced. May we leave now? I guarantee the ninjutsu will be delivered within a day, AI said with a grim expression after signing the humiliating treaty. He felt he was becoming the greatest sinner of Kumogakure. All he wanted at this moment was to leave this place that wounded him. You may, Feng Yao said indifferently. Hearing this, the Kumogakure people relaxed. Yomurin stays. At Feng Yao's words, Yomurin, who had been about to slip away, turned pale. She thought she had escaped. It seemed he had been waiting for her. Why? The Kumogakure crowd's hearts. Had Uchiha Feng Yao gone back on his word, deciding to wipe them out root and branch? Yomurin freed Killer Bee from my control. So as compensation, Yomurin replaces Killer Bee. Isn't that fair? Feng Yao chuckled. But didn't you agree that we would trade all the ninjutsu and compensate with 200 billion? Ace's heart burned with rage, his fists clenched tight. This is an outrageous humiliation. He even suspected that the other parties still had designs on Kalabi. Instantly, he shielded Kalabi behind him. Kalabi's face showed great shock while a hint of confusion stirred within. During the time Feng Yao controlled him, he did not take his life. Nor did he force him to do anything. He was simply confined within a special space. Only today was he released. The other Kumo ninja immediately tensed up. Hehehe, Raikage, isn't this the compensation for your ambush on us today? And the matter with Kalabi is separate. What are you trying to go back on your word? Feng Yao activated his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and a surging pressure of chakra instantly poured forth. How dare they bare their teeth? It seemed he had been too lenient with them. Behind him, Uchiha and the others exuded an aura ready to strike at the slightest disagreement. Enough! Yomurin cried out sharply. She stepped forward to block the Kumo ninjas, her gaze fixed intently on Feng Yao. I am willing to take Kalabi's place. Say no more. Yomurin. AI gnashed his teeth, eyes blazing, his fists clenching and unclenching. Bastard. Scumbag. Kalabi fumed, grinding his teeth. The Kumo ninjas wore resentful expressions, but could do nothing. There was no choice. Their opponent was simply too strong. The shinobi world was cruel, a place where the strong preyed on the weak. That Feng Yao had not killed them all was already merciful. Yomurin turned her face away, unable to bear looking at her comrades. Kalabi was the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, arguably the strongest in Kumogakure aside from Raikage AI. Moreover, when Kalabi and AI fought together, their combined strength exceeded the sum of its parts. He was a cornerstone of Kumogakure and absolutely could not be lost. In comparison, though she was also important, her value diminished considerably next to Kalabi's. Allowing her to replace Kalabi was undoubtedly the most cost-effective move at this stage. Yomurin had clearly calculated the math. Haha, a wise decision. Rest assured, I've never favored controlling beautiful women. Provided you behave. Feng Yao said, Uchiha Feng Yao, I apologize for what happened before. Kumogakure is willing to continue paying compensation. AI gritted his teeth, still pleading for Yomurin. Raikage, do you think you have anything left worth compensating? Feng Yao shook his head. Hearing this, AI turned pale and ground his teeth. Enough, fourth Raikage. Don't waste any more of Kumogakure's resources on me. Uchiha Feng Yao. Sir has said that as long as I obey. For some reason, saying this, Yomurin felt a sense he want control me with his Sharingan. Yomurin gave AI a reassuring look. Ace's face showed reluctance, and the Kumo ninjas gazed at Yomurin with reluctance. As a top-tier powerhouse of Kumogakure, Yomurin had rendered countless meritorious services and was always beloved by all. Yet now she had to sacrifice herself to protect them. Though it wasn't truly sacrificing herself, going to Uchiha Feng Yao's side was no different from sacrifice. You'd better deliver the ninjutsu and the first batch of money on time, or else you know the consequences. Feng Yao waved his hand. AI gritted his teeth and looked at the condition of his companions. When they arrived, there were dozens of people, all at least Chunin. Now everyone was wounded. Their numbers had been reduced by nearly a third. It was evident that the subordinates around the Uchiha were not ordinary. In the end, AI led Kalabi and the other Kumo ninjas away. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Just then a voice rang out. Everyone tensed and turned to look. It was Heiju. Jiaodu and Shizong, however, were accustomed to Heiju's abilities and knew his concealment skills were terrifying. Yet their eyes still held wariness. The Uchiha were astonished. When had this happened? They had sensed absolutely nothing. They possessed freedom of Sharingan. Yomiuri was also startled. As the perfect Jinchuriki of the two tails, she too could not sense when this bizarre black and white figure had appeared. Even a Mangekyō user furrowed his brow, having not detected Heiju's approach. As for Feng Yao, he had long noticed Heiju observing from the shadows. Heiju understood the terror of the eternal Mangekyō. He knew Feng Yao had already detected him. You? Why were you hiding in the shadows and not attacking? Xian stepped in front of Feng Yao alert. Xian had never seen Heiju before, but seeing the red cloud robe unique to the Akatsuki, he knew it was one of Feng Yao's subordinates. However, as a subordinate deliberately hiding without acting was clearly suspicious. As Feng Yao's guard, he would never allow any unstable element to approach. Heiju paid Xian no heed to him. Xian was nothing but an ant unworthy of speech. Leader, forgive me for not acting. I simply needed to confirm your strength. Heiju's words were naturally false. And from his observations earlier and today, Heiju concluded that Feng Yao's Mangekyō was definitely not a future-seeing ability. It was definitely something like Data's Kimui. He breathed a sigh of relief. This proved that the other party did not know about him, and Data's mishap was indeed just bad luck. After all, the same Mangekyō abilities might be able to counter each other. As for why Feng Yao possessed the eternal Mangekyō, one could speculate that it might be an atavism. It was also possible that it had fused directly with the Mangekyō he took away. Though the probability of fusion was low, it was not impossible. It seemed they could only let Daitu suffer. Under these circumstances, Heiju could only think this way, and he was well aware of the strength that Feng Yao with his eternal Mangekyō possessed. Heiju estimated that it was certainly no less than Indra's or Uchiha Madara's. Heiju, do you need to confirm my strength? Feng Yao displayed the characteristic arrogance of a strong man, doing this naturally as an act for Heiju. You hid in the shadows just to confirm my strength. Speak. If you cannot convince me, you have no reason. Leader's guess is correct. There is indeed something very important. Heiju bowed slightly to show respect and apology. It concerns the stone tablet. Are you sure you want to know it here? Feng Yao's eyes narrowed and he gave Heiju a deep look. Everyone was stunned. Stone tablet? What stone tablet? He was also puzzled, but he recalled that there was a stone tablet in the Uchiha clan grounds. Could it be? You all go back, Feng Yao said as he activated the Kimui dimensional tunnel. As for you. He turned to look at Yomiuri. Yomiuri tensed up. Stay in the Kimui dimension for now. As the words fell, what? Yomiuri was bewildered, not yet understanding what the mysterious space was. Feng Yao activated Kimui and Yomiuri's entire body was sucked into the Kimui dimension. Lord Feng Yao. Zen's voice carried a note of concern. You cast a glance at Feng Yao as well, uttering a word of caution. Take care. I'm returning. With my strength, no one can harm me. In the end, Xian and the others stepped into the space-time passage and departed. Only Feng Yao and Heiju remained at the scene. Speak, Heiju. How did you come to know of that stone tablet? Feng Yao drew his long blade, its tip pointing at Heiju. His gaze was icy, his voice as frigid as frost. Speak. Heiju chuckled inwardly, his mind now utterly certain. Feng Yao absolutely believed that the infinite Tsukuyomi could bring about world peace. Hell Lord, the world is filled with suffering. For millennia, the shinobi world has been torn by endless slaughter, with hatred passed down through generations. Bloodshed, death, betrayal, conflict. Never has there been a moment's respite. What we call peace is but a fleeting illusion. All living beings are trapped in this painful cycle of reality, unable to find release. Uchiha Feng Yao's body abruptly tensed, a flicker of surprise passing through his crimson pupils. So you too acknowledge the infinite Tsukuyomi? Feng Yao's voice was low. Haha, before I answer that question, my lord, allow me to introduce myself. Heiju bowed respectfully. I am the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will. Heiju. Uchiha Madara. Feng Yao feigned confusion and a furrowed brow. Wasn't he killed by the first Heh, indeed. After Madara saw through this world back, then he also discovered the stone tablet on the clan's land and recognized the truth of this world. Then in his battle with the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he obtained the power of the Senjutsu would release and evolved his eyes into the Rinnegan. And I was created by Madara using the Yin-Yang release of the Rinnegan as an embodiment of his will. Heiju looked at Feng Yao. My lord, you have also seen the stone tablet. The power of the Uchiha and Senju is the key to unlocking the Rinnegan. Then what about Madara's Rinnegan? Feng Yao furrowed his brows, but still showed no intention of attacking. Patience, my lord, Heiju thought triumphantly. Even if he was the strongest at the time, was he not easily manipulated? By the time Madara awakened the Rinnegan, he was already in his twilight years, his life at its end. To achieve peace, Madara and I found a substitute to carry out the rest of the plan after his death. And that person is Uchiha Obito. At this point, Heiju glanced at Feng Yao before continuing. The Rinnegan possesses a technique capable of resurrecting the dead. Also, to nurture the Rinnegan, we found a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and transplanted the Rinnegan into them. Feng Yao looked at Heiju. So that person is Nagato. Exactly. Feng Yao let out a cold snort. What you've said is nothing but your own account. How can I trust you? Heiju showed no signs of nervousness. Before arriving, he had already considered how to earn trust. He chuckled. Of course it is merely my account, but one thing can prove I speak the truth. What thing? Madara placed a curse mark upon the Rinnegan, and he only revealed its secret to me. Heiju smiled. Does this grant you enough trust, my lord? Without waiting for Feng Yao's response, Heiju directly revealed the method to employ the curse mark. Haha, my lord'll say no more. Believe it or not, but if you do, please do stay in touch. With that, Heiju made as if to leave. Feng Yao's heart trembled with shock. Madara, you old fox, you really haven't been honest. Yet he had to maintain his facade. Wait. Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile spread across Heiju's face. He turned around. Is there something else, my lord? Feng Yao remained silent for a moment. Since you are the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's, well then, do your duty. Of course, no problem. I'm quite skilled in reconnaissance and intelligence. If you encounter any difficulties, Lord Feng, you can always count on me. Heiju offered another smile. Additionally, the white Zetsu scattered across the world are also our tools. Heiju knew that Feng Yao had captured many white Zetsu and used them for various experiments. But Heiju didn't care. As long as Feng Yao would carry out the infinite Tsukuyomi, a few white Zetsu were mere tools. If they were lost, he could produce more. My lord, you may command them at any time. Heiju called out once more. Whirlpool. Yes. A white Zetsu with a whirl-like face emerged from the ground. Ahem, my lord, this is Whirlpool White Zetsu. He is quite unique among the white Zetsu, possessing a high talent. Let him accompany you. He can serve as a bridge to contact the other white Zetsu. Greetings, my lord. Please take care of me. My name is Whirlpool White Zetsu. Whirlpool White Zetsu appeared extremely nervous, and Feng Yao found it oddly amusing. So was this white Zetsu. Feng Yao had a deep impression of him. This was the peculiar white Zetsu who had always yearned to know what it felt like to have a bowel movement. He was very likely an original white Zetsu. Heiju actually dared to have this Whirlpool White Zetsu follow him. Wasn't he afraid of provoking Feng Yao's wrath? Suddenly Feng Yao cast a menacing look at Heiju. Ahem. Heiju cleared his throat, awkwardly thinking Feng Yao found the creature too unruly. My lord, although this white Zetsu is a bit outgoing, he is absolutely your most loyal subordinate. Feng Yao nodded. Aside from his personality, Whirlpool White Zetsu was excellent in every other aspect. Moreover, he held great research value, worth showing to Orochimaru. Whirlpool White Zetsu. My lord. Whirlpool White Zetsu bowed at a 90-degree angle, his tone earnest. Very well. Whirlpool White Zetsu is too difficult a name. From now on you shall be called a Fei. Feng Yao nodded. Thank you for the name, my lord. From today, I am a Fei. Since that's settled, Heiju, leave the legacy of you and Madara along with the base to Orochimaru's care. Feng Yao was quite interested in the base of Heiju and Madara, suspecting it contained many valuable research materials. As for the infinite Tsukuyomi, do not mention it to anyone besides us. I understand, my lord. Heiju smiled. He was not worried about those things falling into other hands. In fact, Heiju believed that Feng Yao had no intention of reviving Madara, but rather wished to take Madara's place as the savior. Obito had thought the same before. But Heiju did not care. He was utterly indifferent to whether Madara could be resurrected or who became the savior. Because to Heiju, only someone who would realize the infinite Tsukuyomi mattered. What others did was utterly irrelevant. Be it Uchiha Madara, Obito, or the Feng Yao before him, they were all merely tools on his path to save Mother. Mother, do you see? With Feng Yao's current power, you will soon be freed. Take this item and go directly to Orochimaru. He will know what to do. Feng Yao tossed a shuriken to Heiju. No problem, Heiju said slowly. My lord, how do you plan to deal with Obito? Die too. Feng Yao sneered. Dispose of him. Feng Yao felt nothing but loathing for Dai Tu. That scoundrel was worse than an animal. He was utterly rotten. Understood. Heiju's eyes flickered with killing intent. Dai Tu no longer held any value for Heiju. Dai Tu had originally been a pawn to execute the infinite Tsukuyomi in place of Ban. But he had increasingly disappointed Heiju. Now that a better candidate existed, Dai Tu's existence was unnecessary. Heiju instantly sank into the ground. Dai Tu, relying solely on his 3 tomo and with style, was at most cage level. But Heiju was an ancient monster who had lived for over 1,000 years. Though in the original tale Heiju only schemed from the shadows, skulking and spying with few offensive techniques, Heiju himself was a product of yin-yang release and possessed chakra. Over a millennium of accumulated knowledge, even in ninjutsu alone, was enough to reach cage level. Combined with his unfathomable stealth abilities, he was truly terrifying. Hadn't Six Paths Band been stabbed from behind by that old trickster? Seeing Heiju depart, Feng Yao stopped paying attention. He brought Xuanhua Baijue back to the Hidden Rain village. Inside the Rain Shinobi headquarters office, Conan was idly processing documents, her mind elsewhere. For some reason, Conan kept thinking of Feng Yao. Whenever she thought of him, she recalled those embarrassing words This made Conan feel flustered. Today, Uchiha Quan and Xiang Lin had come looking for Feng Yao, bringing many delicacies. Learning that Feng Yao was on a mission, they left the building in disappointment. Conan ate the dumplings they left behind and glanced at the exquisite bento box. Her feelings were tangled, and she gritted her teeth in resentment toward Feng Yao. Damn, Feng Yao already having two, yet still unsatisfied. According to information from the returning Zong and Kakazu, Feng Yao had also captured Ujito, the two-tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, rumored to be a rare beauty there. Indeed, Feng Yao was a complete scoundrel. Conan hadn't yet realized that subconsciously she had begun to crave attention toward the women around Feng Yao. Noticing the space beside her twisting, she knew Feng Yao had arrived. Startled, Conan hurriedly put down the dumplings and pretended to be absorbed in her documents. Feng Yao appeared before her with an entirely white humanoid creature resembling Heiju. Feng Yao? Who is he? Conan frowned at the stranger. Hello, my name is Fei. A new member from today, Fei. Feng Yao tossed a casual remark, then walked to the side, as if in his own courtyard. He threw Fei an Akatsuki-issued red cloud robe and a ring. After a moment's thought, he specifically added an orange spiral mask for Fei. From now on, you are Fei of the Akatsuki, understood? Really? Thank you so much. I've always wanted to join this Akatsuki. Fei thanked him excitedly. Feng Yao nodded in satisfaction. By the way, can you white Zetsu regenerate lost organs? Yes, good. Then cut off your right hand. Oh, I have a use for it. Sure. Fei obediently severed his own right. The severed part showed no blood. It was entirely white. White Zetsu felt no pain, and neither did Fei. Conan was startled by his decisiveness. She thought the man must be mad. Then, seeing the wound devoid of any red, she realized he wasn't human. Feng Yao was pleased with Fei's performance. So far, Fei hadn't asked him about the sensation of defecation. A leader, I actually have a question. Should I ask? Hearing this, Feng Yao's face darkened. He instantly knew what Fei was about to ask. He cut in, and never ask me about it again, or you're dead. Fei was so frightened by Feng Yao that he dared not inquire about the feeling of needing to relieve himself. Fei muttered, inwardly thinking he should have asked the human girl beside him instead. Conan, handle Fei's matters. I have to go. No sooner had Feng Yao spoken than he vanished. Feng Yao, you. Conan was left stunned. Good grief, he left without another word. Conan took a deep breath, her eyes burning with anger. Fei, seeing her expression, immediately stifled the question he wanted to ask. Heiju had told him that in such an atmosphere with humans one must never ask questions. Meanwhile, Feng Yao returned to his own residence. He released Ujito from the Kamui space. The moment she was freed, Ujito warily scanned her surroundings. Where is this? This is my home, Feng Yao said flatly. From now on you'll be my maid. Porti do laundry cook. What? Impossible. Ujito flushed with rage and embarrassment. She was the two-tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. How could she be a maid? Impossible. Think carefully. If I wish I could destroy the Hidden Cloud in an instant. Don't believe me. Feng Yao's eyes turned dangerous. You? Despicable. Ujito gritted her teeth, glaring at him. This is your village's punishment. I didn't use the Mangekyō to control you. That's my mercy. Don't push your luck. Ujito bit her lip, her eyes clearing slightly. If the eight tails could be easily controlled by Feng Yao, she would fare even worse. Thus, Ujito, the two-tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud, officially became Feng Yao's personal maid. Don't think of escaping, or you know the consequences. Feng Yao lounged on a bench, idly eating fruit. Got it. Ujito scowled as she grudgingly washed his. It was the first time she had ever touched a man's garments, and her cheeks burned. She scrubbed fiercely as if the clothes were Feng Yao himself. Tear them, and you're done for. Feng Yao's voice drifted over. Ujito stiffened, muttering, damn it. But she lightened her touch. Feng Yao glanced at her from the corner of his eye, secretly pleased. Can't tame you. Leader. At that moment, half of Heiju's body emerged from the ground. Ujito curiously eyed Heiju. With his stark black and white skin and a shell-like thing on his head, he clearly didn't look like a good person. Feng Yao glanced at Heiju. Disposed of. Heiju looked at Ujito beside them. Feng Yao nodded. But to his surprise, Heiju knelt on one knee, his tone indignant. Leader Dai too escaped. Soon several messages spread across the entire shinobi world. The Reikage of Kumogakure and the two perfect Jinchuriki were all defeated by Uchiha Feng Yao of Mangekyō. The fourth Reikage surrendered willingly. Ujito ni the Two-Tails Jinchuriki became a hostage. As soon as this news spread, it shocked the entire shinobi world. At the same time, there were other messages. Hanzo of Mangekyō had been killed many years ago. The true ruler of Mangekyō for all these years was a man named Pain, possessing the Rinnegan and calling himself a god. The Rinnegan. That was the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. And Uchiha Fengyao, who had just defeated Kumogakure, was merely a subordinate of Pain. But before they could digest this, another piece of news came from Mangekyō. Mangekyō had opened its borders. In the past, Mangekyō had been extremely reclusive, completely isolationist. Now Mangekyō had opened up. In short, the entire shinobi world knew that Mangekyō had risen. It had become the undisputed sixth great nation. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. Rikijessima, here is all the ninjutsu we have prepared from Kumogakure, and some funds. Mabui spoke with worry in her eyes, euphemistically calling the reparations funds. What does the daimyo say? A asked, seated at his desk looking at Mabui. Mabui shook her head. The daimyo refuses to pay this sum for us, saying it is our. She hesitated to speak. His voice was heavy. He said this trouble was entirely our own doing, and we must repay it ourselves. Mabui's face was bitter. Bang. This is too much. A shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. The desk was instantly smashed to pieces. Now both A and Mabui felt the sting of loss. They had once had a modest reserve, but now they were left with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The desk was money too. I protected the village, and the land of lightning suffered such humiliation, and the daimyo won't lift a finger. Without us, the land of lightning would have fallen. Fumed. He never imagined the daimyo could be so heartless. According to reports, Uchiha Fengyao, who had crushed them, was not even the strongest. There was still someone called Pain who had yet to make a move. Sai Rikijessima, the daimyo, agreed to keep the previous allocation valid, but for everything else we have to find a way ourselves. Mabui sighed. 20 million ryo. The daimyo probably had only that much in the entire land of lightning. If he paid it for those barbarians in Kumogakure, what would become of his lavish lifestyle? A gritted his teeth, but in the end could only let out a helpless sigh. They were the fish on the chopping block they had to endure. Send this batch of items with Darui. A considered pulling some tricks, but what if he angered the other party? That would be the end. For A, who believed in power, he knew that a strong man like Fengyao would not forgive Kumogakure just because some items went missing. And A was certain the other party would see through any petty schemes. Especially since there was an even stronger Pain. Alright. Mabui summoned Samui, who also looked bitter. Like Mabui, she could not believe what had happened. They had only been away for a while when the Raikage and the others returned. Kumogakure had inexplicably lost. Years of plundered ninjutsu now had to be handed over to the enemy. And they were deeply in debt. Many villagers and shinobi who had not participated in the battle shared the same feelings as Mabui and Samui. They were completely dumbfounded. They woke up to find themselves saddled with debts of at least several 100,000 ryo and learned that their village had been defeated. A humiliating, unequal treaty had been signed. The villagers of Kumogakure were indignant. Then they learned that the Raikage, the two-tailed beast Jinchuriki, and the Raikage guard Darui had all been defeated, nearly killed. They fell silent. Those four were Kumogakure's strongest. According to rumors, they had been utterly crushed. They naturally refused to believe such an outrageous story. But only those who had actually fought knew the truth. Soon an announcement came from the Raikage's office. The enemy could manifest a golden giant even larger than the Eight Tails. He also had the power to effortlessly control tailed beasts. To protect the village and the country, the Raikage had taken all the blame upon himself. Ujito had chosen to become a hostage to safeguard the village. What noble souls! The villagers and shinobi of Kumogakure were deeply moved. This was their Raikage and their strongest, always striving to protect them. Loyalty. And so these rough men of Kumogakure began a life of scrimping and saving to pay off their land of earth. Iwagakure. Inoki stared at the documents on the table. He was lost in thought for a long time. The Wagakure and Kumogakure had fought for decades. Inoki knew Kumogakure's top combat power well. Yet they were all defeated by a single man, Uchiha Fengyao. A golden giant larger than the Eight Tails. Inoki was now certain. That was the power of the Uchiha, Susanoo. Inoki had personally experienced the terror of Uchiha Madara, and even now the memory filled him with dread. And this Uchiha Fengyao had likely reached the same level as Madara. He silently thanked his lucky stars that he had not sent agents to infiltrate Mangekyō. But what surprised him was that Mangekyō still had another powerhouse. According to intelligence, the leader of Mangekyō was a being calling himself a god named Pain. He possessed the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan. Inoki could not help but worry. Mangekyō was too strong. Inoki feared that they might attack Iwagakure. After the Third Shinobi World War, Iwagakure's new generation had almost been wiped out. Whenever he thought of this, Inoki seethed with rage at the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Heaven knows how overjoyed Inoki was when he learned Minato had died during the Nine Tails incident. Awakens had rested for a few years, but recovery was still slow. Now the only one who could carry the banner in Awakens was Inoki himself. The village's Jinchuriki had defected shortly after the war's end. To this day Rashi and Han had not been recaptured because the village lacked top-tier combat power. The only notable shinobi left were Kitsuchi and Akatsuchi. There was promise in his disciple Deidara and his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, but they had not yet matured. Whenever he thought of this, Inoki was filled with worry. Master, I have failed you. I still have not found a worthy successor for the dust release. Awakens is truly in a precarious state. Thankfully Konoha was adept at internal conflict, otherwise how would Awakens survive? Kitsuchi Mangekyō is opening up and engaging in commerce, so we should support them too. Inoki said after a moment's thought, realizing they must build good relations. As for why they were not afraid of intelligence leaks. Ridiculous. Only when strength is on the same level or close does intelligence become precious and important. When strength is on a completely different tier, intelligence becomes useless. Because absolute power will teach. Good'll go do it now? Huang too was of a loyal and honest nature, speaking little. In his heart, he vaguely understood why his father wanted to do this. Inoki nodded. He was quite satisfied with his son in this regard. But it was also a flaw. Huang Tu's disposition was too honest and straightforward. To put it bluntly, that was traditional thinking. In the ninja world filled with scheming and intrigue, it was difficult to lead Awakens to compete with other villages. Now he could only hope to live a bit longer to shield and protect the younger generation of Awakens. Protecting them as they grow, then he can retire gloriously. Wind Country, Sunagakure Village. What? Looking at the intelligence in her hands, Raza couldn't believe it. Kumogakure was a village on par with Konoha. Its ninjas were generally tough in character, and the village's combat strength was very strong. Had actually been defeated by Uchiha Fong Yao. Although it's earth-shattering, the intelligence is indeed true. Kumogakure is also making big moves over there. Kyo's mood was heavy. Ebizo nearby sighed, his eyes filled with envy. Konoha truly produces talented people generation after generation. Chiyo snorted coldly. What of producing talented people? They're all gone one by one. Chiyo still held a great grudge against Konoha. The sage's eye. Has Hanzo been dead for many years? Mangekyō opening up. Raza frowned deeply. Raza didn't care about Hanzo. A dead man had no right to catch his eye. What he worried about was that Sunagakure was already the bottom of the 5 great nations. Now Mangekyō has risen abruptly and has also obtained a large amount of Kumogakure's ninjutsu materials and reparations. It's hard to guarantee Sunagakure's position will be secure. What should be done about this? Raza's eyes were wary. The opponent's strength was completely beyond his ability to confront Hiden. Uchiha Fong Yao alone defeated all of Kumogakure's top combatants. The Raikage even stooped to humiliatingly sign an unequal treaty just to surrender. This shows how terrifying Uchiha Fong Yao is. Ebizo looked at his sister Chiyo. Chiyo also frowned deeply. How about we intercept that batch of supplies? Raza lowered his voice, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Absolutely not. Unexpectedly, Chiyo immediately cut him off. Kyo's eyes warned, don't even think about that unrealistic thing. With the power Uchiha Fong Yao has displayed, once he finds out our Sunagakure simply cannot stop him, and we wouldn't even have the qualification to negotiate like Kumogakure did. In fact, Kyo's inner thoughts were similar to Inoki's. Chiyo was also born in the Warring States period. Naturally, she knew of Uchiha Madara. She also suspected that Uchiha Fong Yao had likely already reached the level of Uchiha Madara back then. Inside, she felt both anger and relief. Angry because Konoha still had talents everywhere, with a few strong ones emerging almost every era. Relieved that they liked internal strife, and the Uchiha had already been driven out of Konoha. However, a few more potential enemies had emerged. Mangekyō, Leader Pain possessing the Sage of Six Paths Eyes. Angel Conan possessing a certain Kekkei Genkai, and the newly joined Uchiha clan. This power combined was already enough to rival any great nation. No, even the great nations were no match. Because Kumogakure was the example. Raza felt somewhat embarrassed by Kyo's words. After all, he was the 4th Kazekage, and felt displeased inside. But with Kyo's seniority, Raza dared not flare up. For now, let's just build a good relationship. Isn't he planning to open up trade? Then let's support it too. Water Country, Kirigakure Village. The 4th Mizukage Yagura Jin Terumi Mei Ao, and other Kirigakure high-level officials gathered. Kumogakure lost. Terumi Mice's beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Uchiha Yagura hated inwardly. From the intelligence, he learned that Uchiha Fong Yao had the ability to easily control tailed beast Jinchuriki. Yagura confirmed that the one who controlled him was definitely someone from the Uchiha clan. He had a preconceived notion that the one behind the control was Uchiha. He became furious, and the cold-tailed beast chakra nearly became uncontrollable. Calm down, 4th Jin placed a hand on Yagura's shoulder. It made Yagura calm down, but inside, he still harbored hatred. Having controlled him for so many years, what had Kirigakure been reduced to? If he couldn't vent this anger, he would die with his eyes open. What should we do, Elder Jin? Ao asked, and everyone. Jin took a deep breath, his eyes full of wariness. Mangekyō had now emerged suddenly, but with pain possessing the sage's eyes, it was enough to make the world deeply wary. Not to mention the Uchiha's ability to control tailed beast Jinchuriki. Simply considering that Feng Yao alone defeated all of Kumogakure's top combatants, it was not something Kirigakure could handle. Jin sighed. I just hope they don't pay attention to us. Our main focus should still be dealing with the mess in the village. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Have all the rogue ninjas from the village been found? How many are willing to return? This was asked by Jin. This? The Kirigakure people fell silent. Fire Country Konoha village. I swear, Uchiha Feng Yao intends to capture all the tailed beasts, release the legendary Ten Tails, and rule the entire ninja world. Obito spoke with earnest sincerity and righteous indignation. And before him were all the village's high-ranking officials. The Konoha F4, Jiraiya, the Ino Shikacho, Trio Heishi, and others. They looked at Obito, who had returned from the dead, their hearts filled with shock and doubt. Obito, are you telling the truth? Jiraiya grabbed Obito's shoulder, frowning deeply. It's true, Grandmaster. I was controlled by Black Zetsu, the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will. Although I fell into slumber, I can clearly sense everything Black Zetsu did while manipulating my body. Obito showed genuine emotion, but inside he thought after all these years of hard work, Black Zetsu treated him as a discard. Indeed, this world was rotten to the core. Hiruzen, Danzo stepped forward. I knew it. The Nine Tails was released by them. Now I see I was right all along. Everything they've done over the years was instigated by Uchiha Madara with the goal of killing the fourth Hokage. Then capture the tailed beasts and revive the so-called Ten Tails. Danzo calmed down a bit. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. The pipe in his mouth continuously billowed smoke, his expression shifting. This news was truly too earth-shattering. Uchiha Madara was still alive, or at least was alive during the Third War, secretly observing the entire ninja world, and then plotting some plan to revive the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails. He had never heard of it. But from what Obito said, it seemed there really was such a thing. Gathering all nine-tailed beasts, and the Rinnegan could revive the Ten Tails and rule the world. Obito looked at Hiruzen's hesitant and suspicious demeanor. He was inwardly smug. Sometimes what makes people most uncertain is truth mixed with a bit of falsehood. The third Hokage, that's all he is. Seeing the third's hesitation, Danzo grew angry. Third, what are you still hesitating about? Don't you believe what Obito said? Look, Uchiha Feng Yao has already captured the 8 Tails and 2 Tails. Although we don't know why he released the 8 Tails, he's definitely plotting something. And that self-proclaimed Pain, the holder of the Rinnegan, I dare to say this is absolutely true. Danzo had already almost believed what Obito said because he had seen the Rinnegan in his early years. It was near the end of the Second Great Ninja War in Mangekyō where Danzo discovered a child from the Uzumaki. Most importantly, this Uzumaki child possessed a pair of extraordinary eyes. Danzo sacrificed many root members to learn the truth. Those were the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Coveting the power of the Rinnegan, coupled with his desire to prolong the war, his fear of the united strength of Hanzo and the Akatsuki, and his petty scheme against Jiraiya for the Hokage position, these multiple factors combined led Danzo to persuade the suspicious Hanzo to join forces against the Akatsuki. In the end, everything went wrong. That Uzumaki child went berserk, summoning a half-bodied golem that spat out a purple ethereal dragon from its mouth. Anyone touched by it died instantly. Only Danzo and Hanzo managed to flee. All the root members Danzo had brought perished. Terrified, Danzo barely escaped back to Konoha. After that, he never heard of the Rinnegan again. No matter how many ninjas he sent, the root agents infiltrating Mangekyō went missing one by one. Moreover, Hanzo sealed off the Land of Rain, completely adopting a policy of isolation. Danzo's plan fizzled out. He later heard that the Akatsuki was still active, but only as an assassin organization. That was why Danzo spent 1 billion ryo to hire the Akatsuki to assassinate Uchiha Feng Yao. Because Danzo had always suspected that the mastermind behind the Akatsuki was likely the Rinnegan wielder. Now he realized that must have been the demonic statue of the outer path that Obito mentioned. Other details matched Obito's account as well. That was why Danzo believed Obito. The shell of the Ten Tails. Danzo's heart raced with excitement. So gathering all 9-tailed beasts would grant him the power to rule the world. If he obtained the 10 Tails, wouldn't he become the Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. Are you certain, Danzo? Absolutely. Moreover, the one with the Rinnegan is one of the 3 disciples Jiraiya took in at Mangekyō. Now all 3 of his disciples serve under Uchiha Madara, helping him revive the 10 Tails to rule the... Danzo spoke with righteous indignation. Monkey, you don't know yet, do you? That day the Akatsuki member who used paper and the one with the Rinnegan are those disciples of Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya, how could you keep something so important from me? Hiruzen Sarutobi was shaken and his expression grew stern. The Rinnegan. He had known that Jiraiya took 3 disciples in Mangekyō, but had paid no further attention. He never expected it involved the Rinnegan. Hiruzen Sarutobi had seen the leader of the Akatsuki that day. It was too dark, so he thought it was just someone with a special dojutsu. Now he realized that was the Rinnegan, the so-called leader of Mangekyō Pain. Impossible. Yahiko Nagato and Konan are kind children. How could this be? Jiraiya refused to believe. In his memory, Yahiko Nagato and Konan were all peace-loving children. Why not? The human heart is the most unpredictable. Danzo spoke with a righteous air, never mentioning his own attack on the Akatsuki. Obito watched Danzo with a cold sneer in his heart. Obito had long known what Danzo was like. He had clearly seen Danzo's attack on the Akatsuki. But Obito did not expose him. He needed everyone to believe him now. He wanted to trade Konoha's protection to save his own life. As for whether revealing the 10 tails would cause trouble, how the outcome was still uncertain. The other 2 Hokage advisors Hamura Mitokado and Koha Uchiha, along with clan leaders like Uchiha and Hyuga, listened in shock. They felt their worldview crumbling. Was this still the world they knew? Gathering 9-tailed beasts to form the 10 tails could rule the world. Uchiha Madara had been alive all along and only died after the Third War. Seeing the utterly dejected Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and sighed. Hiruzen Sarutobi could only turn to Obito, staring at him intently. Obito, tell me, how did you escape the control of Black Zetsu, that embodiment of will? Obito's expression did not change. Uchiha Feng Yao returned. He was Madara's chosen heir. Black Zetsu left my body to guard against him, so I seized the chance to flee. Hiruzen Sarutobi's frown deepened. Everyone present also furrowed their brows. Obito's story was full of holes. Yet no one dared believe that Obito might be telling the truth, because the coincidences were too numerous. Obito had revealed many secrets known only to the top Konoha officials. Most importantly, Obito had demonstrated exceptional wood release, even stronger than Yamato's. An Uchiha with a 3-demo Sharingan and wood release. What did that mean? Danzo was practically drooling over Obito, especially those 3-demo Sharingan in Obito's eye sockets. He wanted to rip them out and implant them in himself. Moreover, you don't know this, the outside rumor says Pain is the leader of Mangekyō, but in reality Uchiha Feng Yao is the true ruler, and Pain is merely his subordinate. What? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room gasped again. So the true master of the Land of Rain was Uchiha Feng Yao. The more they thought, the more horrifying it became. Hiruzen, we must find a way to restrain Mangekyō and the Uchiha. Danzo urged anxiously, his eyes flashing with resentment, fear, and even greed. He resented the Uchiha for destroying everything. His root, his reputation, and his clan. He feared that Feng Yao would kill him just like his own clan, the Shimura, had been annihilated without mercy. At the same time, he craved the absolute power of the Uchiha. Danzo had come to realize that with enough power, anything was achievable. Danzo urged to stop the Uchiha and Mangekyō because he feared Feng Yao would gather the 9-tailed beasts and revive the 10 tails first. Once he controlled absolute power, he would become Hokage. Seeing Danzo's stance, Hamura Mitokado and Koha Uchiha also voiced their support. They too feared for their lives, having virtually antagonized the Uchiha to the extreme. If the Uchiha really revived the 10 tails, they would never escape. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath. Alright, I understand. You may go now. You and Kakashi haven't seen each other in a long time. He must be waiting impatiently outside. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and added, rest assured Konoha will always be your support. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Then I'll take my leave. Obito, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with thoughts. Kakashi, my dear brother, you have betrayed my trust. Most importantly, you have betrayed Rin. I will never forgive you. Thinking of Rin reminded Obito that her body was still in Feng Yao's hands. His heart churned with anguish and fury. Obito was terrified that Feng Yao might do something monstrous to Rin's corpse. At this thought, Obito's eyes turned bloodshot, his breath ragged like a bull. He wished he could kill Feng Yao outright. But the problem was he was no match for Feng Yao. Oh, Feng Yao, I want you dead. Inside the Hokage's office. Silence. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, still unable to reach a decision. Obito finally turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensing the gazes of the others, Hiruzen sighed. He naturally harbored deep resentment and hatred toward Feng Yao. The Sarutobi clan had been wiped out by him. Only Asuma, who was away on a mission, survived. Hiruzen's hair turned white overnight. Even the grandson he had pinned his hopes on, Konohamaru, had died under that blade. Hiruzen knew full well that this was Feng Yao's revenge. Now Hiruzen could only feel regret. He regretted why he had ever agreed to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. As for Obito's words, Hiruzen was both convinced and doubtful. If the Uchiha had already sided with Madara Uchiha, they would never have allowed Danzo and himself to oppress them. The deaths of Shisui and Kagami were all too real, but now there was no cure for regret. Yet gathering all 9-tailed beasts and reviving the 10 tails forced Hiruzen to believe it. Because Feng Yao had already obtained 2-tailed beasts. However, Feng Yao was far too strong, so powerful that Hiruzen felt utterly helpless. The strongest Hokage. That title was merely propaganda to enhance and solidify the Hokage's political standing. Hiruzen well understood the terror of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. He had been a spectator during the final valley battle. That apocalyptic clash had stunned the young Hiruzen into it. For this reason, Hiruzen was filled with sheer terror. Uchiha Feng Yao had reached the level of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. At that level, Hiruzen could conceive of no way to oppose him. What's more, there was also a Rinnegan-wielding pain. Hiruzen, what are you still hesitating for? Danzo pressed impatiently. Enough, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo was about to storm out, but Hiruzen's sharp rebuke pulled him back. Enough, Danzo, how long will you persist in this childishness? That day you all saw the power of Uchiha Feng Yao. Everyone present saw it. I ask you, who among you can act against him? At the third Hokage's words, silence fell over the room. Because no one considered themselves a match for Feng Yao. Not even Jiraiya. During the battle at Mount Myoboku, Feng Yao had effortlessly defeated him even in sage mode. The 2 great toad sages and other summoned beasts had also been crushed with ease. Even Danzo's face turned ashen, speechless. Shikaku, what do you think? Asked Chozo Ikimichi quietly beside Nara Shikaku. Shikaku frowned deeply and gave a slight shake of his head. The usually brilliant strategist Nara Shikaku had no solution either. In the face of absolute power, his prideful schemes were utterly useless. Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Kato were also heavy-hearted, despairing inwardly. They felt they might not live to see a peaceful retirement. Then what should we do? Danzo voiced the question on everyone's mind. Hiruzen was silent for a moment. He recalled the forbidden technique developed by his teacher Tobarama Senju, the impure world reincarnation. Summoning the dead from the pure land to fight. Summon Tsunade back. Konoha was the first live's work. No matter what, Tsunade won't stand by and watch it fall. Agreed. Leave this to me. Konoha Uchiha declared resolutely. For the sake of her life and her clan, she was going all out. She would bring Tsunade back no matter what. Jiraiya, go with her. Okay. Hiruzen, even if Tsunade comes back. Danzo didn't finish, but everyone understood his implication. Tsunade's return is only a stopgap measure. Do you know of a technique the teacher once developed? The impure world reincarnation. Gasps. At Hiruzen's words, everyone instantly grasped his meaning. Hiruzen, do you intend to resurrect the first and the teacher? Danzo frowned. Hiruzen nodded helplessly. Though it may disturb the peace of the first and the teacher, for the sake of Konoha, we have no choice. The room fell silent, though everyone understood Hiruzen's concerns and nodded. The impure world reincarnation went against the natural order, for its activation required a sacrifice. The higher the quality of the sacrifice, the closer the resurrected would match their original power. Jiraiya's expression was also complicated. Though he had many issues with the third and he didn't fully trust Obito's words, there were too many coincidences. They forced him to believe. Though Obito was his disciple's disciple, a disciple long thought dead, suddenly appearing and telling you that all these years he was actually controlled, not dead. Anyone would find that absurd. But the impure world reincarnation the teacher invented is incomplete. The biggest problem is that it's hard to reproduce the dead's original power. Danzo was clearly familiar with the technique. Yes, indeed. So we must improve it. Hiruzen nodded. Improve the impure world reincarnation. Hiruzen observed everyone's reactions. The technique truly violated the Tao of Heaven, but there was no other way. Only the first could handle someone of Feng Yao's level. To unleash the first's full power, he had to perfect the impure world reincarnation. Saying this, Hiruzen recalled his other disciple, Orochimaru. And also the Orochimaru who had stood alongside Akatsuki that day. Once Orochimaru had been his proudest student. His talent for research had even reminded Hiruzen of the teacher. But alas. Very well, I shall also participate to contribute to Konoha. Danzo declared with a veneer of righteousness, putting on a selfless front before everyone. Jiraiya's eyes showed contempt. The others had similar looks. We all know what you're really like, Danzo. Still putting on airs. Seeming to sense the contempt, Danzo's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. All right, all of you may leave. Later I will establish a research team in Konoha. You may all send your clan's finest talents. At this, the others' eyes lit up with delight. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Old man, I'm off. Yes, go on, go on. Hiruzen didn't press Jiraiya about his disciple. He knew Jiraiya would never do anything to harm the village. Soon only Hiruzen and Danzo remained in the Hokage's office. Danzo, how is the research on the first Hokage's would release cells progressing? Only then did Hiruzen ask Danzo. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. It's coming along. How could he admit that since Orochimaru left there had been no progress on Hashirama's cells? If he did, would he still get funding to sustain Root?